Chapter 1: A Timeless Dream Bestowed Upon You. One day off, moi moi. One day off. Another day off. Yet again, it was a day devoid of distinction. Ning Yuan lay in bed, glancing at his phone, where the ever-reliable request for a day off persisted. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. Is this truly the beginning of a series that will unfold in my lifetime? Ning Yuan languidly reclined, intermittently coughing, a testament to his frail condition. Ning Yuan was afflicted with cancer by the time it was diagnosed. He had already reached a state of despair. The doctor had informed him that he had anywhere from 1 to 6 months left to live. Counting the days, he realized he had endured for 5 months thus far. With no family to speak of, he was spared the anguish of separation, yet a sense of injustice gnawed at him. Why me? Why must it be me? The dim light of the rented room cast a pallid glow upon Ning Yuan's gaunt visage, his body emaciated. He reached for the medicine box on the bedside table, his trembling hand causing it to tumble to the floor. He stared blankly at the scattered pills, frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold, as they will. Some battles are futile. With that thought, he retracted his hand, lying flat on the bed, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. He felt certain that he would not survive the night, and as fate would have it, he was correct. Today was the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival. A tantalizing aroma of food wafted in from outside, prompting Ning Yuan to laboriously shift his position, inching closer to the window, greedily inhaling the scent. The sounds from below suggested the presence of the landlady. If there was anyone he held in regard in this world, it would be her. Since his cancer diagnosis, he had seldom ventured outside, but once he had encountered her. It was evident to her that he was not well. His lifeless demeanor was impossible to miss. The landlady had attempted to persuade him to seek hospitalization, but he insisted it was unnecessary. Death was inescapable, and he saw no point in enduring further suffering. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and with great effort, he rose from his bed, stooping as he made his way out the door and down the corridor. As he passed the first floor, the aroma of food intensified, accompanied by the cheerful laughter of the landlady's family. Ning Yuan sat in the hallway for a long while, listening in silence, before ultimately departing without a word. Once outside, he turned into a dark alleyway. He recalled a moment of half-hearted jest when the landlady had promised to take care of his remains. While he had spoken in jest, she had taken it to heart. Having someone to handle his remains was a comfort, but Ning Yuan had no intention of dying in her home. The landlady, having lost her husband early on, had raised 3 children alone and was not financially affluent, although she was a landlady. Her rental properties numbered only 4 or 5. If he were to die in her home, who would dare rent from her afterwards? That would be a house where death had occurred. Ning Yuan felt utterly exhausted. He had intended to reach the sycamore tree at the end of the alley, but now he could not manage the distance. His body could no longer support him, and he had no choice but to lean against the wall and sit on the ground. Turning his head, he could see the sycamore tree was merely 5 or 6 meters away, yet it felt utterly out of reach. Blood began to seep from his mouth. Death was imminent. In that moment, Ning Yuan felt as though the tales he had read were mere fabrications in reality. It was akin to the playful banter shared among many fellow readers. What sort is there to come? Merely a destitute youth who failed to survive the winter, caught in a fleeting daydream before death. He cast one last glance at the world, as if he could hear the tolling of a death knell, before he faded away in that corner. May the sword indeed come. May Chen Qingdu be real. May Yao be real. May Xiao be real, and more. This was the final wish of a youth on the brink of death. As the dark clouds dispersed, the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival ascended into the sky, casting a myriad of luminous beams. These silvery rays were fragmented by the overlapping leaves of the sycamore tree, scattering sparsely upon the youth's lifeless form, as if they were shards of time. In the void of existence, a luminous river of time flowed gently, and at an unassuming moment, it stirred a small ripple. Young one, do you wish to embark on a journey to the world of your heart's desire? The eternal river of time bore a solitary boat adrift upon its surface. Ning Yuan awoke with a start, his gaze falling upon the figure seated at the bow of venerable elder. The elder appeared almost translucent, emanating a glow akin to that of the river of time, exuding an air of profound mystery. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at himself, and realizing he was floating. It seemed he had indeed become a spirit. He surveyed his surroundings. Beneath him flowed the river of time, while all else was an expanse of boundless emptiness. What world? Ning Yuan inquired. The elder replied, the sword comes. This is not a dream? Ning Yuan asked, bewildered. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, then continued, what if it is a dream? Was your previous life not akin to a dream as well? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan felt a sense of resonance. Moreover, he found little reason to be surprised by the current spectacle. It was likely that this too was a dream, encompassing himself and the elder, even the river of time beneath him, all existing within this vast void. Ning Yuan shrugged. Then let us proceed. Have you made up your mind? The elder questioned. Ning Yuan nodded. It is surely better than perishing, is it not? Should the dream remain unbroken, it would become reality. With this thought, Ning Yuan's spirits lifted. He had truly died. Now he had the chance to explore the world that resided in his heart, even if it were merely a dream. Ning Yuan felt he had nothing left to lose. Then the old man shall grant you this, a timeless dream bestowed upon you. With that, the elder extended his right hand from within his voluminous sleeves, fingers converging to form a sword, which he then slashed diagonally towards the river of time below. In an instant, the river of time split asunder, and at that very moment, the river beneath him came to a standstill. He clearly beheld the emergence of 4 maps of realms at the point where the elder had severed the flow. Haoran, Qingming, Lianhua, Manwang. Ning Yuan's expression ignited with excitement, his gaze fixated on those realms at that moment. He felt as though this was not a dream, but rather the world he had long yearned for from his readings, truly existing. With a wave of his hand, the elder summoned countless fine golden threads from the 4 maps. These threads intertwined chaotically, yet began to transform under the elder's guidance. He deftly extracted dozens of them, manipulating them with skill. After a brief interlude, all the golden threads returned, and the elder turned to Ning Yuan. To prevent you from departing too swiftly, I shall leave you with a little trinket. Of course, should you be foolish enough to perish early, you shall not have the opportunity for a second chance. Upon finishing his words, the elder grasped the air, and Ning Yuan's spirit shrank to an infinitesimal size, instantly ensnared within the elder's palm. Gazing at the diminutive Ning Yuan confined within his grasp, the elder casually tossed him into one of the maps below. If you ever find a way back here, then perhaps we may meet again. These were the last words Ning Yuan heard before darkness enveloped him, plunging him into chaos. Ding! The sword comes system is now operational. The destined flying sword has been equipped. The heavenly path barrier has been activated. The attribute point system has been generated. The author has something to say. Regarding the system, this was a Spiro-Themin edition when I first began writing, considering the original text spans over 10 million words, making such a grand design difficult to manage. However, the sword comes should not incorporate this, so after the first 3 chapters, it will largely fade into obscurity. If you prefer straightforward narratives, it is advisable to refrain from continuing. After all, the bulk of my negative reviews stem from readers who engage for less than an hour and vociferously criticize the system. Some elements of the original text have been slightly modified, so dear readers, do not become overly fixated on this, but the overall timeline remains unchanged. Even those unfamiliar with the sword comes can comprehend this tale. This narrative will not leave unresolved tensions. Attached is the realm diagram. Chapter 2. Ning Yao and her brother to the south of the upside-down mountain. Beneath the high-hanging moon of the 3-wheel heaven lies the Sword Qi Great Wall, within the bustling streets of a grand city. In a side room of an opulent mansion, a black-clad young girl sat beside a bed, her gaze fixed upon her brother, who lay in an uncertain state between life and death. The boy bore a striking resemblance to her, especially in the area between their brows, reminiscent of distant mountains. Madame Bai, holding a medicinal flask, wore a grim expression. Young master has sustained grave injuries. He has been afflicted by the sword intent of a Yuan-Ing realm demonic swordsman, which has likely eroded his mind. She hesitated, finding it difficult to voice the bleak possibilities. I fear that even if he awakens, he may become a shadow of his former self. Is that not so? Ning Yao's face remained devoid of sorrow or joy as she calmly replied, "Indeed." With a sigh, Madame Bai continued, "This is still the best outcome. We dread the thought of young master's intellect being consumed, awakening as a mere fool." After administering the medicine to her young master, she did not linger. As she reached the doorway, she turned back and said, "Miss, do not grieve excessively. Those of us at the Sword Qi Great Wall have never been destined for happy endings. Compared to the swordsmen who perish beyond the city walls, young master at least still breathes." With that, Madame Bai departed, leaving Ning Yao alone. "Brother, I shall avenge you upon that yawning beast." After a prolonged moment of staring at her motionless brother, Ning Yao tucked him in and turned to leave. Time passed. Though Ning Yuan could not discern how long, he gradually stirred awake, surveying his surroundings. It was a simple, clean chamber, devoid of anything save for the bed he lay upon and a single table. Am I alive or dead? Where is this place? Is this still a dream, or have I truly entered the realm of the sword? Questions flooded his mind as he struggled to sit up, only to find his body exceedingly weak, prompting deep contemplation. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged within his mind, causing him considerable pain. After a lengthy while, he finally comprehended the influx of memories, and a glimmer of understanding illuminated his gaze. I am Ning Yuan, born within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yao is my twin sister. He was bewildered. The Ning Yao from the book had no brother. This was simply too astonishing. Unsure whether he was dreaming, he recalled the old man from the River of Time, who had promised to grant him an unparalleled dream. Could this truly be it? Was he now enveloped within it? Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, he soon realized he must assimilate these revelations, for he could vividly sense that he was alive, truly, palpably alive. Ding! Host has awakened. The sword comes system is now in place. Host has acquired the innate flying sword. Reverse flowed, as an outsider. You're shielded from the calculations of local cultivators, and the divinations of great masters are obscured. The point allocation system is now operational, with a current total of 10 points, awarded annually based on cultivation level. Stunned by the deluge of information, Ning Yuan pondered, is this truly my system? Is this what that old man left for me? He had some recollection of systems. In his past life, he had been an avid reader of sword comes, though he had often taken breaks to explore other genres during his reading drought. The system informed him, if you do not intervene, the original trajectory of this world will remain unchanged. However, you are permitted to alter it with unknown consequences. Ning Yuan snapped back to reality, attempting to communicate with the system through thought. In the next moment, a shimmering mirror of about 1 meter in size materialized before him. Ning Yuan, sword cultivator of the Sea Observation Realm, martial artist of the 5th realm. Innate flying sword. Reverse flow. Divine abilities, celestial strike, sword path, 0, martial path, 0, divine path, 0 points. Tended after a thorough understanding of his current status, Ning Yuan realized that his points were not allocated to attributes like strength or agility, but rather to the 3 major cultivation paths. Through the system's explanation, he learned that investing points in the sword path would enhance his swordsmanship, and similarly for the martial and divine paths. Additionally, upon reaching certain thresholds in a specific field, one could unlock new divine abilities or strikes. Whatever this is, be it a dream or reality, I shall accept it. I shall take a deep breath and emerge from my stupor. He thought, unable to contain the joy swelling within him, that he had truly arrived here, ready to traverse this world. Brother, is that really you awake? At that moment, a female voice called from the doorway. Ning Yuan turned his head, locking eyes with a girl in black attire. Though her beauty was not celestial, it was undoubtedly pleasing. Her figure was well-proportioned, neither too slender nor too plump, that a snow-white longsword hung at her right side, while a narrow, green-sheathed dagger rested at her left waist. Seeing the character from the book materialize before him, Ning Yuan felt that his imagination had been somewhat limited. Ning Yao was indeed beautiful. The words of Chen Qingdu, that the combined splendor of all the mountains and rivers in the world could not compare to her, held a kernel of truth. In disbelief, he stammered, "You are Ning Yao?" Ning Yao looked at him with confusion. Then she swiftly approached, placing her small hand on his forehead, not sensing anything amiss. She then pinched his cheeks, alternating between gentle and firm tugs. "What is this? Brother, have you lost your mind?" A frown of worry crossed Ning Yao's face as she felt an overwhelming guilt. Her brother's injury was her fault. During the recent demonic assault on the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was this very boy who had stood before her, blocking the fatal strike from Yuan Ying realm demonic cultivator. Consequently, Ning Yuan had ended up in this state, while Madame Bai was helpless. And even their grandfather, Yao Chengdao, could do nothing. They had even sought the aid of the great Sword Immortal, who merely glanced and remarked that while he would not perish, he would no longer be able to become a swordsman. It was better to live out his days as a mere mortal at home, avoiding the battlefield, an enviable fate compared to death. The great Sword Immortal's words had sealed Ning Yuan's fate. After all, for a swordsman of the Sword Qi Great Wall, becoming a cripple who could not cross the city walls to slay demons was akin to death, perhaps even more unbearable. Ning Yuan had been pierced through the chest by that demonic genius, the overwhelming sword intent corroding his mind. Just before his soul was completely extinguished, Grandpa Dong had intervened, severing the lingering sword intent. As for the wound on his chest, Ning Yao had bartered a portion of the dragon-slaying platform to procure various treasures for treatment, thus allowing Ning Yuan to survive, albeit barely. Chapter 3. The sister's gift of sore brother. Is what you say true? Your innate flying sword shattered and has now reformed. Ning Yao's face was filled with incredulity as she stood before the bed. After that battle, her brother had not only been brought to the brink of death, but his innate flying sword had shattered, and his realm had fallen from the Dragon Gate to the Sea Observation Realm. Furthermore, the Great Sword Immortal had explicitly stated that even if her brother awakened, he would never again become a swordsman. Although he still remained in the Sea Observation Realm, he had lost all hope of ascending to higher levels. To be a non-swordsman at the Sea Observation Realm was, in the eyes of the many swordsmen and sword immortals of the Sword Qi Great Wall, no different from being a waste. Yet, just moments ago, Ning Yuan had claimed that his innate flying sword had reformed after shattering, and it was even a completely new sword. How could this not stir Ning Yao's emotions? If this were true, and the innate flying sword still existed, then Ning Yuan remained a swordsman, a native swordsman of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Indeed, it is so that I have benefited from this misfortune. During my unconsciousness, I comprehended certain things. He fabricated a reason to deflect further inquiry, knowing full well that he would eventually be found out. He was not concerned about outsiders discerning the truth, for he possessed the barrier of the heavenly path, rendering him invisible to the calculations of local cultivators, regardless of their prowess. Ning Yuan believed that the most formidable aspect of his system was precisely this function of heavenly obstruction. Otherwise, in a world where 13, 14, and even 15 realm experts were vying for dominion, simply surviving a single day with his meager cultivation would have been a miracle. Yet, this very feature also posed a disadvantage. Being unable to be divined or calculated would inevitably draw attention. As he navigated this world, he felt like an outsider. Fortunately, he was within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Had he found himself in the predominantly Taoist Qingming realm, he likely would have been captured and taken to the Bayou capital on the very first day. He would be impervious to divination. What is that if not akin to an otherworldly demon? Ning Yuan pondered. He was eager to learn of the current state of the Sword Qi Great Wall, and thus turned to Ning Yao with his inquiry. As twins, both Ning Yuan and Ning Yao were 12 years old this year. Although Ning Yuan's memory was not particularly sharp, he surmised that his sister had not yet ventured to the Li Zhu cave heaven, nor had she met Chen Pingyan. Ning Yao shook her head, then nodded. Nothing has happened. Half a year has passed since the last great battle, and the Sword Qi Great Wall remains the same. Only, there are more foreign swordsmen than before. More than before, Ning Yuan echoed. Intrigued, Ning Yuan gazed out of the window, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, the siblings fell into silence. Ning Yao was close to her brother, though their bond was not expressed in words, since the passing of their parents. Her demeanor had grown increasingly reticent. In the past, after practicing swordsmanship at the dragon-slaying platform, the two would often sit together in the pavilion, wordlessly awaiting their next training session. Ning Yuan found himself at a loss for words. feeling somewhat adrift regarding the path ahead. As a local swordsman of the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was highly likely that he would meet his end in the imminent war. Soon, news of Ning Yuan's awakening spread throughout the Ning family. Ning Yao stepped out, urging Ning Yuan to rest well, while Granny Bai prepared a medicinal concoction for him, only leaving after ensuring he drank it. During this time, Nailan Yixing, who was stationed at the gate, made an appearance, and upon hearing that Ning Yuan's life-bound flying sword still existed, he was visibly elated. Time passed languidly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The efficacy of Granny Bai's medicine was remarkable, and Ning Yuan felt ready to resume sword training and cultivation from today. That morning, upon exiting his room, he spotted the enormous dragon-slaying platform rock cliff from afar. This was the most valuable legacy left to the siblings by their deceased parents. Ning Yuan recalled that, millennia ago, in the ancient heavenly court, there had been 2 execution platforms destroyed during the battle for ascension by a certain swordsman, and thus they fell to the mortal realm. The 2 largest remnants stood, one in the Lihua cave in the northern part of Beipingzu, and the other right before him. Ning Yuan, a head popped out from a makeshift pavilion atop the dragon-slaying rock cliff. Calling out loudly, "I knew you brat would never die before us." Ning Yuan, having all his previous memories intact, recognized the individual immediately. He was Yinzhe, the scion of the Yin family, which controlled half of the resource operations within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Essentially, a family of great wealth. Ning Yuan smiled at him in greeting, and at that moment, several more heads appeared from the pavilion above, all belonging to friends of the same age as the siblings. Ning Yuan greeted each of them: Yinzhe, Donghua Fu, Chen Xiu, and Dai Zhang. The dragon-slaying platform had a staircase carved by a sword immortal, and Ning Yuan ascended it gradually. Reaching the pavilion above, Donghua Fu hailed from the Dong family, a prominent clan within the Sword Qi Great Wall, and was a dark-skinned young man. Chen Xiu was a handsome young man, swords hanging at his waist, while the final girl was slender, yet bore a large, heavy sword on her back. Among them, Ning Yuan had a deeper recollection of Dai Zhang, ever since she met Liang. She had faced misfortune, not only buying him wine, but also accumulating a significant debt on his behalf. The 4 friends sat beside Ning Yao in the pavilion. She had always been taciturn, simply gazing at her brother, her brows relaxing as she observed Ning Yuan's improved condition. "Ning Yuan, how are you? Can you still wield a sword?" Among them, Yinzhe spoke the most. Ning Yuan replied with a smile. "Of course I can, but my sword is broken, and I lament the lack of a good replacement. Your family is wealthy, and you and I have fought side by side. Are you not inclined to help me procure one?" Upon hearing this, Yinzhe immediately deflated. "I have no say in my family. Besides, if you're willing to sell this dragon-slaying platform, the snowflake coins could probably forge half a Sword Qi Great Wall." Yinzhe's words elicited laughter from the others. Setting aside whether the dragon-slaying platform could even be sold, the notion that snowflake coins could construct half a Sword Qi Great Wall was absurd. Did he consider the Sword Qi Great Wall akin to a privy? Was his behind filled with it? Speaking of replacement swords, Ning Yuan indeed required one, as his previous sword had shattered in battle. His visit today was not only to see his friends, but also to discuss acquiring a new sword with Ning Yao. A life-bound flying sword is one thing, but a swordsman also needs a handheld sword. The life-bound sword is primarily a lethal move, nurtured within the life-bound acupoint and not easily employed. "Brother, here," as Ning Yuan approached Ning Yao. She tossed a sheathed long sword from the pavilion beside her. He caught it with one hand, bewildered as he looked at his sister. She nodded and said, "Granny Bai selected this for you. Its quality is not much different from your previous sword." Ning Yuan sat beside his little sister. Drawing the long sword from its pristine white sheath, a gleaming blade emerged, radiating a fierce cold light. The hilt was engraved with cloud patterns, the blade silver white, and it shimmered with strands of intense sword qi. Ning Yuan could not help but exclaim, "What a fine sword!" This grade belonged to the semi-immortal weapon tier. After their parents' demise, the Ning family had little money left aside from the dragon-slaying platform, which highlighted the considerable cost incurred for this sword. In the Ning family, Ning Yuan had always entrusted his sister Ning Yao with financial matters, though she had little interest in managing them, passing the responsibility on to Granny Bai's for purchasing a truly immortal grade sword, setting aside the issue of availability. The Ning family lacked the financial means. Swordsmen were notoriously impoverished, and those of the Sword Qi Great Wall were particularly destitute. The dragon-slaying platform was certainly not for sale. Ning Yao still needed it to hone the heavenly sword's naive edge. At present, the Ning family could be succinctly described with one word: impoverished. After a moment of hesitation, his sister spoke up. "Brother, this sword didn't cost a single divine coin. It was exchanged by our grandfather for a significant portion of his battle merits at the hands of the Elder Sword Immortal." Chapter 4. Reverse Flow. Ning Yuan, I heard that you fortuitously birthed a new life-bound flying sword within your acupoint. Dai Zhang gazed at Ning Yuan, her surprise evident. Ning Yuan nodded. There was no need for secrecy regarding this matter, especially with friends who had fought alongside him. "Will you show it to us?" Chen Qingdu added. Seeing their eager expressions, including Ning Yao's curiosity about her brother's life-bound flying sword, he decided to release it without delay. He felt a twinge of nervousness, uncertain of the caliber of the life-bound sword named Reverse Flow, as he had not yet deployed it since arriving in this world. Rising from his seat, Ning Yuan walked slowly to the edge of the pavilion. Overlooking the dragon-slaying platform rock cliff, he raised his right hand, aligning his fingers to form a sword, then closed his eyes, connecting with the radiant flying sword within his Xiu point. The moment he opened his eyes, Ning Yuan swiftly waved his fingers forward, and a petite sword shot forth from his brow, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Reverse Flow darted in the direction he pointed, moving with astonishing speed. As his thoughts directed it, Reverse Flow expanded several-fold, transforming from a miniature sword into a 3-foot-long azure blade, swirling with dozens of strands of flowing sword Q.I.T.O. cultivators of lower realms. Merely glancing at it could cause their eyes to sting. Moreover, wherever Reverse Flow passed, it left traces of spatial trajectories, composed of those delicate strands of flowing sword Qi, causing the dragon-slaying platform rock cliff to shimmer with vibrant colors, as numerous flickering sword Qi fragments coalesced like shards of time. As Ning Yuan unveiled his life-bound flying sword, almost simultaneously, atop the Sword Qi Great Wall, an elderly man with a hunched back, previously lying unceremoniously in a thatched hut, abruptly opened his eyes wide. "What on earth is that commotion?" the old man muttered. Although the fluctuation was faint and difficult to perceive, its essence was extraordinary. Even after living for 10,000 years, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. One must understand that the Sword Qi Great Wall was replete with what? Swordsmen. Not to mention Sword Qi, sword intent, and all matters concerning the path of the sword, making it the place with the highest concentration of such elements in the world. Over the millennia, the old man had witnessed countless swordsmen, and Sword Qi, and sword intent, a rarity in other realms, was abundantly present here, boasting hundreds of variations, had it not been for the passage of 10,000 years. Causing many ancient swordsmen's intents to dissipate, there would have been more than 1,000 yet. Even this venerable elder, the foremost authority on swordsmanship in the mortal realm, was stirred to wakefulness and astonishment by a young man's life-bound flying sword. One could not help but find it remarkable. Let me calculate. It should be that Ning girl. Perhaps she has broken through to the Golden Core realm, or possibly her swordsmanship has progressed. Who can say for certain? The old man murmured softly, beginning to calculate with his fingers. However, he soon found himself nearly wide-eyed in disbelief that "I can't calculate it?" It was no wonder he displayed such an expression. Here he was, atop the wall of the Sword Qi Great Wall, where his strength was only slightly inferior to that of the sage master presiding over the Confucian Temple, the Tao ancestor residing in the white jade capital, and the Buddha seated upon the lotus throne. Yet, even in such a position, he could discern nothing. Unwilling to accept this, he attempted to deduce once more, only to arrive at the same void. Furrowing his brow, he noticed a small girl with lamb-horn braids scampering towards him. Calling out from several hundred meters away, "Chen Qingdu," who let out such a loud fart that it even wafted into your hut. The esteemed Sword Immortal Chen Qingdu, recognized as the foremost figure of the Sword Qi Great Wall, does not command universal reverence from all. Take, for instance, the young girl with horned braids, Xiao Jiang, who regards him with not a shred of respect. Yet the venerable Sword Immortal does not seem perturbed by her demeanor. After all, having lived for 10 millennia, his temper remains surprisingly gentle. It is a rare sight to see the Sword Immortal at a loss, which brings a wide grin to Xiao Xian's face. Chen Qingdu does not shoo her away, and she, feeling emboldened, settles herself upon the city wall several hundred meters away, grasping her braids in both hands as she watches the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, the Sword Immortal appears disinterested in her presence. After failing to divine any answers the second time, he absent-mindedly twirls his disheveled beard and begins his calculations anew. Yet, alas, he remains unable to unravel the mystery. The owner of that flying sword seems to exist beyond this realm. It is perplexing, for although he can sense the subtle disturbances of the sword emanating from Ning's residence, no matter how he attempts to calculate, he cannot discern even the slightest detail, given Ning's prodigious talent, which allows him to glimpse fragments of the future. Chen Qingdu is certain that this flying sword does not belong to her, but rather to another. Could it be that of some ancient, decrepit master's closed-door disciple? The Sword Immortal muses, concluding that this is the only plausible explanation. If it were indeed a disciple of a formidable figure at the 14 realms, it would make sense. Employing arcane restrictions on such a person would render his calculations futile. For instance, individuals from the Qingming world or those associated with Haoran. Chen Qingdu considers himself more than capable of contending with them. The battle merely a matter of a few swords more or less. However, when it comes to divination, those women excel far beyond him. Who could that person be? Ning, perhaps. Seeing Chen Qingdu pause in his calculations, Xiao Xian mistakenly assumes he has uncovered something significant. In truth, she has not sensed the sword's fluctuations, for the sword Qi Great Wall is replete with sword cultivators. The myriad sword intents on the city wall and within the walls themselves make it nearly impossible for her, even as a transcendent being, to perceive anything discernible. With a sideways glance at her, the Sword Immortal commands her to keep her distance. Xiao Xian remains silent, yet she does not depart, ignoring her for the moment. He reflects before extending his palm, reaching out toward the Ning residence. Within the Ning household, Ning Yuan, having just retracted the flow of his reverse sword, turns to face a few friends, only to find himself suddenly transported to the city wall, standing before a stooped elder who regards him with a warm smile. The Sword Immortal, having concluded that not being able to calculate is inconsequential, simply reaches out as Ning Yuan is within the city. The girl with horned braids is taken aback. She had anticipated Ning, yet it is Ning Yuan who appears before her. Curiosity piqued, she wonders what purpose there could be in summoning a fallen cultivator. Ning Yao's reputation resonates throughout the Sword Qi Great Wall. Although her brother's aptitude pales in comparison to hers, he is still her brother, and she is generally familiar with him. However, most often, the focus lies solely on Ning Yao, rendering Ning Yuan nearly invisible, especially now that he has fallen. Whether he can return to the city to combat the demons remains uncertain. Regaining his composure, Ning Yuan deduces that this elder must be the legendary Sword Immortal renowned across numerous realms. However, he refrains from displaying any obsequiousness, instead revealing a hint of youthful humility as he slightly bows and inquires, "What business do you have with me, esteemed Sword Immortal?" Yet in his heart, he has already surmised the reason. It must pertain to his fate-bound flying sword. The last time he summoned it, he was astonished to discover that this reverse sword harbored the power of time. In any realm, anything that touches upon time and space belongs to the highest echelons of existence. Without exception, time reigns supreme, and space rules all. While his demeanor is humble, Ning Yuan internally sweats profusely, not due to the elder's formidable presence, but rather the concern over whether the elder could discern his true nature. Could he be mistaken for a fiendish infiltrator, or perhaps an otherworldly demon? After all, how could a mere fifth realm sword cultivator obstruct the gaze of a master at the 14 realms? The Sword Immortal studies Ning Yuan for an extended moment before finally speaking in a measured tone. "Present it for me to see." On the city wall, Ning Yuan responds with unwavering resolve. "I refuse." The girl with horned braids widens her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, a girl clad in black ascends the city wall on her sword, landing beside Ning Yuan, none other than Ning Yao. Though she stands a head shorter than her brother, she does not hide behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder. In the blink of an eye, three immensely powerful presences ascend the city wall, each riding their swords through the air. Ning Yuan looks up, his heart stirred. Dong Sengeng, the patriarch of the Dong family, appears as an elder figure, a peak sword immortal of the 13 realms. Many years ago, during a time of upheaval for the Dong family, the youthful Dong Sengeng ventured out alone, wielding his sword against demons. Breaking through the realms along the way. 2 centuries later, he returned to the Sword Qi Great Wall, holding the head of a formidable demon and inscribing the character Dong upon the wall with his sword. Chen Qingdu, also a peak sword immortal of the 13 realms and a descendant of the sword immortal lineage, has inscribed the character Chen upon the wall. Ning Yuan recalls that during the final battle at the Sword Qi Great Wall, this venerable sword immortal fused his lifetime of sword intent into a single strike, slaying a demon of ascendant rank before dissipating into the void, reborn to cultivate anew in the world of vibrant colors. The last figure, however, is not a sword-engraving elder, yet her name reverberates throughout the vast Howren world. Lu Ji, a 12th realm sword immortal, hailing from Howren, came to the Sword Qi Great Wall to combat demons, engaging in fierce battles whenever the demon horde invaded, breaking through her limitations amid life and death struggles, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the 10 great sword immortals. Possessing the strength to slay opponents beyond her realm, she wields 2 fate-bound flying swords, Southern Dipper for life and Northern Dipper for death. It is for the greater potency of the latter that she has refrained from ascending for so long. With Dong Sengeng, Xiao Jiang, Chen Qingdu, and Lu Ji gathered on the city wall, alongside the immensely skilled sword immortal, the atmosphere is abuzz with excitement. The keen senses of the great sword immortals detect Ning Yuan's resolute "I refuse," eliciting a myriad of expressions from their faces. Chen Qi furrows his brow, while Dong Sanjing's lips curl into an almost imperceptible grin. Liu Ji watches the audacious youth who dares to defy the sword immortal with great interest, while the young girl, Xiao Jiang, bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha! Chen Qingdu, you have utterly amused me. I've spent so many years upon the city wall, yet this is the first time I have witnessed you being put in your place. Xiao Jiang laughs until tears nearly spill from her eyes. Giving Ning Yuan a thumbs up, you, my boy, are impressive, truly splendid. The sword immortal is taken aback. He does not feel angered by Ning Yuan's words, merely unaccustomed to being so straightforwardly rebuffed for the first time. Ning Yao tugs at her brother's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, this is the sword immortal. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ning Yuan remains composed. Gently patting Ning Yao's hands, he replies softly, "I know, but why should I comply?" "Yes, you are the sword immortal, but what does that have to do with me? Just because you command me to produce it, I must. I owe you nothing that I have also defended the city against demons. I have not betrayed the Sword Qi Great Wall. You may be the strongest here, but you are not the emperor of this place." Ning Yuan's gaze meets that of the sword immortal. Neither obsequious nor contemptuous, a flicker of insight passes through the sword immortal's eyes, a glimmer imperceptible to all present as he scrutinizes the youth. In that moment, silence reigns. The great sword immortals, each displaying varying expressions, remain silent, waiting for the ensuing exchange between the two. Meanwhile, Ning Yao anxiously clutches her brother's sleeve, her tension palpable. After all, this is the sword immortal, a pure sword cultivator of the 14 realms. Yet she stands steadfastly beside her brother. Having just witnessed Ning Yuan's abrupt disappearance from the Ning residence, Ning Yao understands that it is the work of the sword immortal. Only he possesses such abilities within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Thus she follows closely behind. The youth, though outwardly calm, harbors a degree of apprehension, for he faces a formidable sword cultivator of the 14 realms. The ease with which the elder brought him to the city wall underscores the potential for him to dispose of Ning Yuan with equal nonchalance. However, this anxiety stems solely from the disparity in their realms. Ning Yuan is acutely aware that he is not in any real danger, that be why both reason and sentiment, the sword immortal cannot act against him. For millennia, you, Chen Qingdu, have stood guard here without once descending from the city wall. Those who have fallen under your sword have either been demons or traitors. Now, must you, in front of numerous sword immortals, discipline a mere youth of the viewing sea realm, or one who has committed no transgressions but possesses only commendable achievements? The Sword Qi Great Wall is not devoid of rules. albeit few. These rules govern not only those of the fifth realm, but also the great sword immortals of the upper echelons. Surely, the architect of these regulations would not be the first to breach them? In the place known as the Sword Qi Great Wall, where solitary souls abound, there exists a principle of utmost admiration. True strength is defined by the freedom of the weak. This understanding is the foundation of Ning Yuan's confidence. While he is capable of summoning his life's flying sword, it cannot be demanded of him directly by his opponent. Having longed for this world and arrived in it, he naturally yearns to grasp the weight of the rules that govern it. Suddenly, the Elder Sword Immortal chuckled. Having never truly been angered throughout their encounter, a mere retort from a younger generation had momentarily befuddled him. But after a prolonged gaze, he began to appreciate the youth. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After millennia, he had encountered many a junior worthy of admiration. Yet only a handful had managed to sustain his respect until the end, with but 2 or 3 still alive today. Recently, there had been one, a rugged foreign sword cultivator who participated in the final battle of the 13 contest, leaving behind a considerable debt of wine at the Sword Qi Great Wall. What was his name again? Chen Qingdu, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling broadly. Ning Yuan intended to mimic his posture, but found his sleeve tugged by Ning Yao, so he merely offered a smile to the Elder Sword Immortal. The elder and the youth shared a moment of carefree amusement. How trivial! Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiang sighed and shook his head, vanishing from the battlements. The other 3 sword immortals remained, fully aware that there was little excitement to follow. Yet having come this far, they were content to observe the spectacle. The Sword Qi Great Wall, with its extensive sword energy and profound sword intent, lacked liveliness, even with 3 moons hanging high in the sky. The city remained shrouded in perpetual gloom. The laughter of the Elder Sword Immortal ceased abruptly as he spoke with solemnity. Ning Yuan, might I request a glimpse of your life's flying sword? The youth, not daring to be negligent, bowed respectfully and replied, I am Ning Yuan, and it is an honor to meet you, Elder Sword Immortal. Should you wish to see it, I shall gladly oblige, without hesitation. Ning Yuan opened his vital points, summoning a radiant flying sword that hovered steadily before him under his mental command. I have chanced upon this opportunity and hope the Elder Sword Immortal can offer some guidance. Chapter 6. The Sword Inquiry Agreement. As the reverse flow manifested, it captured the attention of the several sword immortals present, even prompting Xiao Jiang to return to the battlements. While she could not sense it from afar, the proximity rendered her keenly aware. The reverse flow hovered 3 feet above the ground before the youth, its blade shimmering silver and devoid of any carvings or patterns, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, what astonished onlookers were the myriad threads of flowing light that coiled around it, emanating a peculiar and inexplicable power. This power was both sharp and weighty, but it was the ancient and profound fluctuations that captivated the attention of the sword immortals. Such fluctuations were extraordinary. Only the Elder Sword Immortal was somewhat familiar with them, while the others had only heard whispers of them. As for Lu Ji and Ning Yao, the former was on the verge of grasping this power, while the latter had never encountered it. Although Ning Yao was destined to become the foremost cultivator in the colorful world to come, she was still merely a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator at present. The Elder Sword Immortal extended his hand, and the reverse flow flew into his grasp. The swirling sword energy slicing through his palm, its feeble strength could not inflict harm upon this 14th realm sword immortal. Such a remarkable object, he murmured, gently caressing the blade of the reverse flow. Then, to Ning Yuan's astonishment, he pinched off a strand of the flowing sword energy, forcibly separating it. Could you enlighten me on how you nurtured this? He inquired casually. Ning Yuan maintained his composure and recited the premeditated response. After sustaining grave injuries for months, I traversed dreams and walked through time, ultimately obtaining the reverse flow. Reverse flow, the Elder Sword Immortal's interest peaked at the name. Though he refrained from probing further into the details, it is indeed a good name, he returned the captured strand of sword energy to the flying sword, tossing it back to Ning Yuan, who sighed with relief as the reverse flow returned to its rightful vital point. This was the moment Ning Yuan had been most anxious about. He feared that the Elder Sword Immortal would discern its extraordinary nature. Given the latter's terrifying prowess, if memory served him correctly, This Elder Sword Immortal was not a living being, but rather a spirit, having perished at Tiu Mountain a millennium ago. What returned to the Sword Qi Great Wall was merely a shadow of his former self, a spectral guardian who had stood vigil for 1,000 years. After enduring countless sieges, the barbaric realm finally grasped that their inability to conquer the city was not due to a lack of strength amongst their ranks, but rather the overwhelming disparity in resources. Foundation, in numbers between a vast domain and a solitary city populated by solitary sword immortals, you believe that the Sword Qi Great Wall possesses ascendant realm sword cultivators, while our barbaric realm lacks 13th realm powers. The foundation of an entire realm cannot possibly be compared to that of a mere city. It was solely due to the humble abode atop the battlements, the presence of this half-human, half-ghost elder, that as long as he remained seated, their ancestors would remain at the barbaric realm. This elder had claimed countless demon experts, yet he was also regarded with great respect by the human cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall. However, enmity remained true, and both sides wielded their swords without hesitation on the battlefield. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan felt a sense of relief. He held deep respect for the Elder Sword Immortal, who had steadfastly remained atop the city for a millennium. One must wonder, who else could accomplish such a feat? From the moment the Sword Qi Great Wall was erected until the final moment, the Elder had never forsaken his oath, a figure deserving of admiration. This sword is quite commendable, in your hands. It resembles flowers among dung. Yet, given your fortune, nurture it well, and practice your swordsmanship diligently. After speaking, the Elder Sword Immortal gazed deeply into Ning Yuan's eyes, piercing into his very soul. This time, he employed his sword path divine ability, combined with his 14th realm cultivation, to delve into the depths of Ning Yuan's essence, seeking to uncover the truth. Their gazes locked. Ning Yuan felt a wave of cold sweat bead upon his brow, a sensation unlike any he had experienced even amid the overwhelming sword intense earlier. Moments later, the elder withdrew his gaze, a hint of surprise flickering within him. Initially, he had been unable to discern anything about the youth, but now, even with the use of divine abilities, he found himself perplexed. The elder knew that Ning Yuan was but 12 years old, having never left the confines of the Sword Qi Great Wall, where he was considered gifted, albeit not as remarkable as his sister, Xiao Jiang, if there were a master shielding him from fate. That individual could not possibly be a local cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall. At the very least, they would have to be of the 14th realm. However, the mystery lay in the fact that even if some elder had tampered with the boy, such machinations should be easily detectable, for both were within the confines of the city, on familiar ground. Absent this, another possibility emerged. Perhaps the youth's mindset was inherently profound, and the shielding of fate was not the result of external manipulation, but rather that Ning Yuan was destined for greatness. This would also explain why, after being gravely injured and on the brink of death, he could still pursue the path of sword cultivation and reclaim his life's flying sword. The Elder Sword Immortal found himself increasingly inclined toward the latter theory. Thus, as he regarded Ning Yuan, a newfound appreciation flickered in his gaze. If this were indeed the case, then the youth's fortune might very well rival that of his sister, Xiao Jiang. Thus, the Ning family would boast two swordsmanship prodigies, one bearing a celestial sword, the other wielding a sword imbued with the power of time. While time itself was not uncommon among 14th realm cultivators, this youth's flying sword was unique, embodying time itself and standing apart from the flow of the grand cosmos. I shall remember, Ning Yuan replied with a smile, though internally he remained unperturbed. What did it mean for flowers to be paired with dung? As his life's flying sword, it was only fitting that he deserved it. It bore no relation to anyone else in this world. Of course, this was merely a thought kept to himself, as he maintained a facade of humility. The Elder Sword Immortal turned his gaze away from Ning Yuan, addressing the others present. Now that the spectacle has concluded, you may all depart. Dongsan remained silent, casting a deep glance at Ning Yuan before soaring away from the battlements. Chunshi smiled at Ning Yuan, remarking, in the future, strive to inscribe a character upon the battlements. Ning Yuan nodded as the former departed. When you ascend to the realm of immortals, should I remain unascended, I shall seek you out for a sword in court. Lug spoke, leaving no room for lingering. Ning Yuan felt a pang of trepidation. Had the presence of the reverse flow truly garnered such esteem from the great sword immortals? Currently, he was but a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator, and yet one of the 13th realm sword immortals had proposed a duel of swords. Rest assured, that encounter will not only be intriguing, but also profoundly spectacular. The girl with the horned braids declared, her dark robe billowing as she vanished into the sky in an instant. Ning Yuan gazed longingly at the desolate city wall from which he had departed, his eyes narrowing as he murmured softly. The Elder Sword Immortal cast a surprised glance in his direction, but chose to remain silent. Redirecting his attention to Ning Yao, "If you are prepared, come find me." Ning Yao pressed her lips together and nodded. "Very well." Chapter 7. The Dowry on the City Wall. The two descended side by side. Ning Yuan had been seized by the Elder Sword Immortal upon arrival, while Ning Yao had arrived on her sword. Ning Yuan turned his head to glance at his sister, but discerned nothing unusual. Ning Yao's temperament was such that she rarely displayed her emotions. "Did the Elder Sword Immortal instruct you to leave the Sword Qi Great Wall?" Ning Yuan broke the silence, considering the passage of time. Ning Yao was of an age when such matters were indeed timely. His sister, who had been frowning, inquired, "How did you know?" Ning Yuan chuckled lightly. "We share the same parents. How could I be unaware?" He placed his hand gently on her head, speaking softly, "This journey is fraught with peril. I shall accompany you." Ning Yao did not brush away his hand, but shook her head, saying, "No need. I can manage on my own. Moreover, the Elder Sword Immortal only permitted my departure, not yours." However, Ning Yuan's laughter grew more unrestrained as he turned to the city wall behind them and shouted, "Pa, not allowing me to go. Then I shall overturn his little hut." He jested, "If he strikes me down, so be it. Nothing more will occur. After all, I am but a 5th realm waste. Yet should I grow strong enough to ascend, I shall surely send him tumbling from the city wall." Within the hut, the Elder Sword Immortal's lips twitched. What a rascal this boy is. Upon reflection, it seemed that since a Liang's visit to the Sword Qi Great Wall, the entire atmosphere had indeed become more vibrant. This boy, in certain respects, bore a resemblance to a Liang. Ning Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded her brother. She felt that ever since he had been gravely injured by that Yuaning demon, he had transformed into someone else entirely. The brother she once knew had not possessed this disposition. He had been rather insufferable, consumed by sword practice, often remaining utterly silent throughout the day, regarding her brother's desire to accompany her to the vast world. Ning Yao had no objections, but the rules of the Sword Qi Great Wall were stringent. While it was easy for outsiders to enter, it was exceedingly difficult for locals to depart. Though Ning Yuan spoke with bravado, he harbored uncertainties within. He understood the challenges of leaving and began to ponder how he might persuade the Elder Sword Immortal to grant him passage. Ning Yuan's motivations for wanting to leave were few. Foremost was to protect Ning Yao. Next, he yearned to explore the vast world, wishing to experience as much as possible before the impending final battle, for he did not believe he could survive once the Sword Qi Great Wall fell. Lastly, he longed to meet those whom he held dear, such as Mr. Qi and the illustrious Bai Yi. Among countless others in this timeline, there remained a chance to encounter the legendary Mr. Qi at Li Zhu Cave. Should circumstances allow, perhaps Qi Jingshun was still teaching at this time. Could he sit in his classroom and absorb his wisdom? He was no ordinary figure, nearly achieving the unification of the 3 teachings and establishing his own lineage. Ning Yuan did not intend to seek fortune in Li Zhu Cave. He merely wished to take a stroll, yet if the opportunity arose for a sword strike, he would not hold back. With these thoughts, the youth felt an exhilarating surge within. He resolved to accompany his sister to Baya Pingzu, determined that nothing and no one could hinder him. As for the Elder Sword Immortal, he would stubbornly plead until his request was granted. Though his accumulated merits paled in comparison to many sword immortals, they were still significant. He wondered if they might earn him a chance to leave. If all else failed, he would resort to more desperate measures, such as relieving himself outside the Elder Sword Immortal's hut. This thought crossed his mind. A mischievous grin spread across his face, appearing rather lewd, prompting Ning Yao to sigh and roll her eyes at his antics. Opting not to use her sword, the two made their way to the Ning residence. Ning Yao's sword hanging at her waist while Ning Yuan carried his on his back. Before long, they arrived home, only to find that their friends had already departed. Ning Yao proceeded to the dragon-slaying platform at the cliff to continue honing her sword skills, the spirit of diligence never leaving her shoulders. After consuming the herbal concoction brewed by Granny Bai, Ning Yuan followed suit to the dragon-slaying platform. Yet he was not there to practice swordplay. Under Ning Yao's watchful gaze, he grasped the half-immortal weapon sword gifted by his sister. Channeling his internal energy before striking down at a jagged edge, that a surge of sword energy erupted, soaring approximately 8 to 9 zhang high, before crashing onto the dragon-slaying platform. The resounding clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Once the residual energy dissipated, Ning Yuan opened his eyes, gaining clarity about his strength. Not much of a warrior, he mused. With all his might, he had merely left a shallow scar on the dragon-slaying platform. Far from being able to cleave a piece off, a testament to its formidable hardness that, of course, it could also be said that Ning Yuan's current strength was simply too low. Brother? Ning Yao ceased her training, casting a questioning glance at Ning Yuan that he met her gaze, offering no explanation, and after sheathing his sword, he summoned his flying sword, which surged forth and cleaved into the dragon-slaying platform, unleashing a terrifying wave of temporal shards. Its aura sharp and fierce. Ah, I see it now. Ning Yuan exclaimed with joy. The reverse flow's lethality was indeed higher, managing to carve a depth of approximately 3 inches that he sought only a small fragment. At this rate, with diligent effort, he was certain he could extract a minuscule piece. Ning Yao's eyes widened with astonishment. Although she had known her brother's flying sword was extraordinary, witnessing its destructive power for the first time was a revelation. It likely rivaled her current abilities. After all, she was now a realm higher than her brother and excelled in various other respects, underscoring the fearsome nature of the reverse flow. Ning Yao did not impede her brother's attempts to cut the dragon-slaying platform, as it was an heirloom left for them by their parents, and her brother had every right to manage it. Moreover, it was customary for ancestral legacies to be passed down to males. So in her view, these items rightfully belonged to her brother. However, she was taken aback by her brother's next remarks, which stirred her heart. With the reverse flow darting back and forth, countless streams of sword energy erupted forth. And after dozens of strikes, a 3-foot-long piece of the dragon-slaying platform was severed. Ning Yuan cradled the heavy stone fragment with both arms, grinning as he casually addressed Ning Yao. Yaoer, I shall take this piece. When the day comes for you to marry, I will gift you the remaining portion of this dragon-slaying platform as your dowry. Otherwise, I have no other valuable possessions to offer, he added with a chuckle. But fret not, should I still be alive by then, I will surely have acquired many treasures, and your dowry will far exceed just this piece of the dragon-slaying platform. Ning Yao sat by the pavilion, resting her head on the railing, momentarily speechless as she gazed at Ning Yuan, her silence stretching on for quite some time. Chapter 8. The sword point south at the dragon-slaying platform cliff. Ning Yao resumed her sword practice while Ning Yuan, burdened by the weighty 3-foot stone fragment, took slow, deliberate steps toward the exit. Granny Bai, unaware of her master's intentions, worried about Ning Yuan's safety due to the stone's heft, and offered a word of caution. But Ning Yuan reassured her with a glance as he was about to step outside. Nai Xiu peeked his head through the doorway, inquiring, "What is the young master up to?" On one hand, he was curious about Ning Yuan's intentions with the stone. Was he planning to exchange it for some currency? On the other, he was intrigued by the changes in his master since Ning Yuan had awakened. His actions and demeanor were markedly different from before. Ning Yuan, slightly out of breath from the wait, replied, "I'm going to the city wall that I intend to bribe the Elder Sword Immortal with this piece of the dragon-slaying platform." But he chuckled. But I doubt he would care for such a small fragment. Even if I were to haul the entire cliff, it might not pique his interest. Having finished speaking, Ning Yuan stepped onto the main street, unable to free his hands, and called out to Nai Xiu one last time. "If all else fails, I'll just use this piece of the dragon-slaying platform to smash his hut. Oh, and Nai, don't wait for me for dinner. I won't be needing it for the next few days." As his voice faded into the distance, Ning Yuan's figure rounded a corner, leaving the elder standing at the entrance of the Ning residence. The young master has found fortune amid adversity. What a fortunate turn of events, he thought, reflecting on the improvement in his master's demeanor compared to before. "Lord and lady, do you see this?" he softly murmured to himself. Ning Yuan dropped the dragon-slaying platform at the corner, feeling its immense weight. As though it bore a million genes, his face was drenched in sweat, and his black attire clung tightly to his skin. Many passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, after resting for a while. He once more lifted the dragon-slaying platform and made his way towards the city gate. After turning another corner, Ning Yuan's gaze fell upon a nearby tavern. He cast the dragon-slaying platform onto the ground and stepped inside. The tavern was sparsely populated, with only a single table of patrons, and the surroundings were quite shabby, lacking a second floor. The tables and benches were worn and dilapidated, and even the entrance bore no sign. This was the Sword Qi Great Wall. Aside from the establishments of prominent families, most shops were like this. Yet, most sword cultivators preferred to drink in such taverns, for compared to the more exquisite restaurants. These establishments had 3 advantages. They were inexpensive, and they were inexpensive. Of course, there were a few other points. They were inexpensive, they allowed credit, and after incurring a significant debt for drinks, one could find an opportunity to perish at the city gate, thus evading repayment, as for being scolded posthumously. Who cared about that? The financial struggles of sword cultivators were indeed real. The expenses incurred in nurturing a personal flying sword were astronomical. If the sword were to sustain damage in battle, a considerable sum of divine currency would be required for repairs. A personal flying sword was truly a bottomless pit. The higher one's realm, the better the quality of their personal flying sword, and thus the greater the financial burden for nurturing and repairing it, coupled with the fact that sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall were generally impoverished. It was no surprise that they were often destitute. Even a sword immortal of the Jade Purity realm or higher would seldom be extravagant with their expenditures. The common folk at the foot of the mountain dealt in ordinary gold and silver, whereas the cultivators above used divine currency. This divine currency was further categorized into snowflake coins, minor heat coins, and grain rain coins. Above the grain rain coins, there existed the most precious golden essence copper coins. 1,000 taels of silver could be exchanged for a snowflake coin, 100 snowflake coins for a minor heat coin, and 10 minor heat coins for a grain rain coin. However, cultivators typically transacted using only snowflake, minor heat, and grain rain coins, as golden essence copper coins were exceedingly rare and seldom seen. Ning Yuan recalled that the primary materials for forging golden essence copper coins were difficult to obtain. Crafted from fragments of the golden bodies of mountain spirits and several other rare materials, rendering them extremely precious. They were primarily used as tolls for seeking opportunities in the Li Pearl Cave. Nevertheless, both snowflake and golden essence copper coins could be employed to nurture one's personal treasures. The tavern keeper was a woman, not particularly attractive, missing her left ear. Ning Yuan could not discern her realm, but surmised she was not a sword immortal. Likely a nascent soul sword cultivator. However, in the grand scheme of things, those at the Golden Core and nascent soul realms were referred to as sword immortals, while the minimum standard for being called a sword immortal in the Sword Qi Great Wall was the Jade Purity realm. Yet, most at the Jade Purity realm here would not dare to claim the title of sword immortal, feeling it beneath them. Ning boy, it's rare to see you here for a drink, she remarked. Ning Yuan did not recall her well, but she recognized him. That I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. I tend to make mistakes when I drink too much, he replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, Ning Yuan retrieved 3 snowflake coins from his sleeve and paid the tavern keeper before stepping back outside. He hoisted the dragon-slaying platform once more, trudging towards the city gate. Along the way, a few acquaintances greeted him. Some he recognized, while others eluded his memory. Struggling under the weight, he adjusted his grip, slinging the dragon-slaying platform onto his back, akin to Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Clutching the base with both hands as he walked steadily closer to the city gate, he paused several times to catch his breath, reflecting that he needed to hone his martial skills. Aspiring to attain the title of the strongest within the next few realms. By evening, after his arduous journey, Ning Yuan finally arrived at the foot of the city gate. The descent had been easy, but the ascent was another matter altogether. By the time he reached the humble abode of the great sword immortal, night had fallen. What a toll this has taken on me, he exclaimed, dropping the dragon-slaying platform to the ground and collapsing onto it. Panting heavily you think to bribe me with such a small dragon-slaying platform? Came a voice from within the hut, laced with obvious disdain. Ning Yuan chuckled, Great Sword Immortal, this dragon-slaying platform is far from ordinary. The elderly man emerged from the hut, devoid of any sword immortal demeanor. Oh, speak plainly and tell me what makes it so extraordinary. Ning Yuan hesitated, contemplating how best to persuade him. After a moment, he finally spoke. If you accept it today, I will have a way to ensure the preservation of half the Sword Qi Great Wall in the future. Chen Qingdu's eyes gleamed with intensity as the aura of the 14th realm surged forth, enveloping the city gate. Even those sword immortals seated upon the walls in the distance felt their hairs stand on end. The great sword immortal appeared to make no movement. Yet in an instant he had constructed a small domain around them. Not even ascended beings could peer into its depths. Ning Yuan was similarly overwhelmed by the sudden pressure. Even the slightest of it caused his spine to curve slightly under the weight. Compared to the flying sword he had seen earlier, the great sword immortal was merely astonished. Yet now he was far from composed. The implications of Ning Yuan's statement were anything but ordinary. If this boy were of the Jade Purity realm or higher, it would be one thing, but what could a mere sea observation realm sword cultivator possibly know? Could someone else have informed him? That was certainly a possibility. Given his ability to utter such a phrase as preserve half the Sword Qi Great Wall, it indicated that this boy was aware of the impending large-scale invasion by the Demon Clan. Coupled with the fact that he had nurtured an extraordinarily formidable personal flying sword after sustaining grievous injuries, Chen Qingdu found himself questioning whether this individual was indeed Ning Yuan. Had an old spirit taken over his body? Or was he a spy for the Demon Clan? As Ning Yuan felt the pressure nearly crush his spine, the great sword immortal finally released his imposing aura. He stared intently at Ning Yuan, inquiring slowly, "What makes you think you can help me preserve half the Sword Qi Great Wall?" Blood trickled from Ning Yuan's mouth and nose, yet he remained unfazed, casually spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, grinning eerily. Simply put, my sword tip points south. Chapter 9. In a world of many, I stand alone. When Ning Yuan uttered these words, his demeanor was remarkably composed, and despite the crimson trickling from his lips, his sincerity was evident. However, the great sword immortal remained unimpressed. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a small stool from within the hut and sat down. He regarded the youth with an expressionless face and remarked, "But everyone here is the same. There's nothing remarkable about it. What makes you think you can help me preserve half the Sword Qi Great Wall? Just because your sword tip points south? Who doesn't?" The old man's peripheral vision caught sight of the wine gourd at the youth's waist. With a swift motion, he seized it, uncorked the spout, and took a hearty swig that he promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire this wine? What difference is there from water?" Ning Yuan's lips twitched. He had tasted the wine during his earlier visit and could confirm its foulness. However, it might not be that it was distasteful. Rather, it was simply not palatable as wine. Yet, if treated as a thirst quencher, it would suffice. Indeed, this concoction bore little distinction from water. Though Ning Yuan rarely drank, he felt he could be considered a master of wine if this was his choice. Speaking of wine, he recalled a person who once remarked that there was little of value in the world, save for the enjoyment of wine, setting aside the deeper implications of that statement. In terms of drinking, Ning Yuan neither detested nor held a strong fondness for it. His aversion to alcohol did not stem from a lack of experience with fine wines, but rather from his preference for a clear mind. His previous life had been short and hasty. In simple terms, he had not lived long enough, and he desired to make the most of his newfound opportunity before the next large-scale invasion of the wildlands. He would undoubtedly return to defend the Sword Qi Great Wall. Every mortal must face death, and Ning Yuan understood that he was no exception. Yet he felt fortunate to have this second chance at life. If given the choice of how he would prefer to die, he believed it should be in battle, here at the Sword Qi Great Wall. His declarations of helping you preserve half the Sword Qi Great Wall were both truths and fabrications. He knew that in the future, a new hidden official would emerge, bearing the name Chen Ping'an. The grand proclamations were made by Ning Yuan, but the fulfillment would be by Chen Ping'an. Such events were destined to unfold. And thus Ning Yuan comforted himself, believing he had not told an outright lie. With this thought, Ning Yuan smiled to himself, while the great sword immortal paid him no heed, contemplating the wine he had procured with the 3 snowflake coins, opting to take another sip. After much contemplation, Ning Yuan found himself at a loss for words that would convince the great Sword Immortal. He could not possibly reveal his true identity as an outsider with foresight into the future. After a long silence, the youth finally spoke. I am well aware that everyone here shares the same sword tip orientation. That is hardly surprising. However, there is one thing that sets me apart from all others. This piqued the great Sword Immortal's interest. He shook the wine gourd in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Oh, do tell, if your words please me. Even if you are merely boasting, I will send you to the realm of righteousness." After the esteemed Sword Immortal finished speaking, Ning Yuan resumed his attempts at persuasion. No one had ever informed me that the Sword Qi Great Wall could be breached, yet I once traversed the River of Time in a dream and witnessed the remnants of the Sword Qi Great Wall. The elder straightened slightly, recognizing the truth in my words. The extraordinary time sword possessed by this young man was no mere jest. Although his current strength was exceedingly feeble, should he cultivate and grow in the future, he would undoubtedly surpass all others in the realm of flying swords, even rendering Liu Zhi inferior in lethality to his reverse flow. Matters of time and space pertain to the laws of the heavenly Tao, and only those who ascend to the immortal realm can begin to comprehend them. For Ning Yuan to possess reverse flow at such a tender age is a singular stroke of fortune, allowing him to exist independently of the constraints of heaven and earth. Observing the elder's posture, Ning Yuan sensed he had garnered some measure of belief and continued, "Whether this city can retain its remnants depends on whether the esteemed Sword Immortal permits my departure." Chen Qingdu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not speak of such trifles that my age surpasses that of your ancestors. So tell me, why should I place my trust in you?" Ning Yuan abruptly raised his head, his youthful determination meeting the Sword Immortal's gaze as he declared each word with conviction. "Because, in this very moment, it is I who sits before you. Because I am Ning Yuan, the only one audacious enough to utter such grand claims in your presence. Among the countless sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, I am but a mere speck. Yet, has anyone ever dared to boast before you? Has anyone ever proclaimed, 'I shall help you preserve the Sword Qi Great Wall'?" "Ah!" With a laugh, Ning Yuan spoke, the blood at the corner of his mouth still fresh. Yet at this moment he brimmed with vigor. "My realm may not compare to theirs, and my sword energy and intent may be utterly worthless. Yet I am the one who has uttered these words. Only I, Ning Yuan, have dared to declare such a thing regarding the Sword Qi Great Wall and the numerous realms beyond." Once he finished speaking, a surge of boldness filled Ning Yuan's heart. He found himself wishing for a cup of wine to enhance the moment. His gaze shifted to the Sword Immortal's hand, who chuckled and casually tossed him a flask. It was indeed not very palatable. After taking a generous swig, Ning Yuan wiped his mouth. He wondered how the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall could enjoy such swill. He was even more curious if among these wine-drinking cultivators, there was not one with decent brewing skills. For a while after Ning Yuan's declaration, Chen Qingdu remained seated, observing as he took several more gulps, his silence stretching on. Eventually, the elder lowered his head to perform some calculations, his brows knitting and relaxing as he occasionally glanced at Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan refrained from interrupting, sensing that the esteemed Sword Immortal was contemplating Ning Yao's fate and the implications of her journey. If memory served correctly, Ning Yao was traveling to the Baoping continent in the Howran realm, ostensibly to invite the master blacksmith Ruan Xiu to forge her a fine sword, though the reality was likely more complex. This endeavor likely involved her destiny, and aside from the esteemed Sword Immortal, there were many powerful figures orchestrating events behind the scenes. Who these individuals were remained a mystery to Ning Yuan. The Sword Immortal's concern likely stemmed from whether allowing Ning Yuan to depart would affect Ning Yao's journey, potentially altering her original path. This was also Ning Yuan's greatest worry. While permitting his departure might be a trivial matter for the Sword Immortal, his status as Ning Yao's elder brother necessitated careful consideration. Furthermore, Ning Yuan had not forgotten that the system had clearly informed him of the allowance to intervene in significant events within this realm and alter them, though the consequences remained an unknown variable. After a lengthy pause, the elder ceased his calculations and looked up at Ning Yuan, stating, "Ning Yao shall set forth tomorrow, and you I shall send off in half a month. During this time, You are not to leave this city." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan was filled with uncontainable joy as twilight descended at the entrance of a grand residence within the Sword Qi Great Wall. A slender young girl with a sword hanging at her waist had just finished packing her belongings and was preparing to embark on her journey. Granny Bai and Grandpa Nalen stood nearby. Bidding her farewell, "Miss, as per the esteemed Sword Immortal's words, we cannot detain you. However, the journey to Howren is long. Do take care along the way. Do not worry about matters at home. Rest assured in your travels. The young master may well be with the esteemed Sword Immortal atop the city wall and will be fine. I shall visit the city wall shortly." The two exchanged words, and Granny Bai produced several clean garments for Ning Yao, saying, "I have spent most of my life practicing martial arts, so do not mind my lack of skill in tailoring. However, these are fine silks and should be comfortable to wear." Ning Yao turned to look at Granny Bai and Grandpa Nalen, feeling a sense of emptiness within her heart. After all, she had spent her entire life within the Sword Qi Great Wall without ever leaving, and today she was bound for the Howren realm. It was said that the scenery there was breathtaking, unlike the Sword Qi Great Wall, where only a single moon graced the sky. The Baoping continent was merely the smallest of the realms in Howren. In truth, Ning Yao longed to visit the North Ju Lu continent, as it was the only realm whose sword cultivators were recognized by the Sword Qi Great Wall, and many had come to the city to slay monsters. Ning Yao was acquainted with several sword cultivators from the North Ju Lu continent, some of whom had fought alongside her, and not a few had perished on the city wall. The Sword Qi Great Wall does not revere those of high cultivation. These sword cultivators scoff at such notions. Yet if an outsider came to slay monsters and ultimately fell on the city wall, even if they were merely a lowly Dragon Gate cultivator at the Golden Core stage, they would be respected. Such as the Sword Qi Great Wall. Granny Bai, Grandpa Nalen, take care of yourselves, that I shall take my leave now. Ning Yao, not one for many words, uttered this before turning to depart. She donned a hooded cloak, patted the sword at her waist, and took to the skies toward a mirror connecting to the inverted mountain in the north, outside the humble abode of the esteemed Sword Immortal. Ning Yuan remained unaware that, on this very night, his sister had already departed from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Reflecting on the Sword Immortal's decision to delay his own departure by half a month, he began to understand that it was likely due to certain concerns. The esteemed Sword Immortal did not wish for him to accompany Ning Yao on her journey. That be why this reasoning. There were some pivotal events in which he would be unable to intervene. For instance, the occurrences Ning Yao would encounter after entering the Xiu cave heaven were of great significance. Should he accompany her, unforeseen circumstances could arise, transforming a single path into many diverging routes, or even leading to a dead end. Moreover, since the esteemed Sword Immortal could not foresee any aspect of Ning Yuan, his concerns only multiplied in his heart. Ning Yuan was either a person of destiny, more extraordinary than Ning Yao, or a mere meddlesome fool, stirring chaos. Ning Yao was a unique presence among the youth of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the most precious potential Sword Immortal. Chen Qingdu could not predict Ning Yuan's path, which is why he feared he might indeed be a disruptive force beyond control, hence his reluctance to allow him to accompany Ning Yao. However, from the current perspective, Chen Qingdu leaned more toward the former. Yet for safety's sake, he had decided on a departure for Ning Yuan half a month later. After much contemplation, Ning Yuan finished the last of his wine. He remained unconcerned, for he possessed an advantage: knowledge of many forthcoming significant events, albeit some details had begun to fade from memory. Nevertheless, he was confident that Ning Yao's journey to the Xiu cave heaven would conclude safely, so there was no need for undue worry. It was wiser to consider how he himself should navigate the path ahead. Estimating that a half-month delay in his own journey would mean arriving at the Xiu cave heaven later than Ning Yao, he recognized her superior cultivation allowed her to travel faster. Just as Ning Yao stepped into the spatial mirror leading to the inverted mountain, a sudden emptiness washed over Ning Yuan's heart. He turned sharply to face the esteemed Sword Immortal. "Old man, did you not say that Ning Yao could leave tomorrow? I shall allow her to depart whenever she wishes. Here, I hold the authority," he replied. Without so much as a glance at Ning Yuan, the elder stood, picked up his small stool, and retreated into the humble abode. "Why do you leave me here?" Ning Yuan shouted toward the cottage. But Chen Qingdu paid him no further heed, but he sprinted forward, intending to follow the elder inside, but found himself halted by an invisible barrier when he was still several paces away. He contemplated seizing the dragon-slaying platform he had brought to hurl at the cottage, but found it too heavy to throw far. Instead, he grabbed the now empty wine gourd and hurled it with all his might. It sailed through the air, evading the barrier and landing inside the cottage. What purpose does returning an empty gourd serve? Am I to be toyed with? Came Chen Qingdu's voice from within. Ning Yuan's vision blurred momentarily as a streak of light struck his left cheek, sending him tumbling several meters away. When he rose, his face was already swelling, the object that struck him being the very gourd he had thrown. Ning kid, if Chen Qingdu dares to humiliate you thus, draw your sword and strike him. A youthful voice, tinged with indignation, emerged from behind Ning Yuan, seemingly speaking on his behalf. Turning around, he found the little girl with the sheep horn braids, Xiao Jiang, who was also the current hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall and a pinnacle swordsman of the 13th realm. Her innocent little head peeked over the city wall, exuding a seemingly harmless charm that made Ning Yuan want to pinch her cheeks. Yet upon reflection, he was reminded of her formidable nature. This little girl was, in fact, a true terror, with an indeterminate age and a rebellious spirit. You want me to slay Chen Qingdu, but I am no match for him. Since you detest him as well, why don't we join forces? Ning Yuan replied, following her lead. Excellent idea. Ning lad, you draw your sword first and use your reversal to strike him. I shall provide support from the shadows with a few additional strikes. Together, Ning lad and I can slay a swordsman of the 14th realm. Xiao Jiang's enthusiasm grew with each word. Once that old man Chen Qingdu is dealt with, the shackles binding us to the Sword Qi Great Wall will be broken. What a noble deed that would be. From then on, in this vast world, you, me, and all the swordsmen of the Sword Qi Great Wall can go wherever we please. In a swift motion, Xiao Jiang positioned herself beside Ning Yuan, feeling her height was inadequate for the imposing atmosphere. She hovered up to a position just above his head, crossing her arms and gazing in the direction of the elder swordsman's hut. Ning lad, draw your sword. Ning Yuan felt an urge to leap up and strike her knee, but the thought quickly faded as he remembered that this seemingly harmless little girl was a transcendent swordsman. He squinted, chuckling, esteemed hidden official. Upon further contemplation, I believe it prudent to reconsider. After all, Chen Qingdu's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Together, we might not even reach the hem of his sleeve. Perhaps we should carve a word into the city wall before proceeding. Xiao Jiang's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Indeed, that sounds splendid. During this brief exchange, the elder swordsman remained silent, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Jiang's brashness. Yet, Ning Yuan absorbed her later words, for the hidden official, appearing as a little girl, held such thoughts deep within. She perceived the Sword Qi Great Wall as a shackle, confining her and all swordsmen's freedom. Chapter 11. 18 In the hut, silence reigned. Finding it dull, Xiao Jiang departed without bidding Ning Yuan farewell. Leaving him alone, Ning Yuan had no intention of returning to the Ning residence. The elder swordsman had his reasons for keeping him atop the city wall for half a month, though he was yet unaware of them. Such grand masters enjoyed playing intricate games. Disinterested in speculating further, Ning Yuan strolled along the southern city wall, pondering Xiao Jiang's words about freedom. Was the Sword Qi Great Wall truly a shackle? He felt it was both yes and no. After the War of Ascent a millennium ago, a faction of swordsmen, emboldened by their accomplishments, sought to seize the old heavenly court and become new deities, igniting a civil conflict among humanity. Ultimately, the founders of the three teachings triumphed over these rebellious swordsmen, leading to the latter becoming the target of widespread disdain. For the swordsmen, whose lethal prowess was difficult to control, there arose the notion to eradicate the threat entirely. However, a faction of swordsmen had not participated in the rebellion. To slay them would inevitably incite a second civil strife among humanity, which could not withstand another devastating conflict. Thus, a profound contradiction emerged that, in the end, the sage ancestor proposed a solution. Under the guarantee of Confucianism, these swordsmen would assume the status of convicts, bound by the teachings of Confucius, who promised compensation for the innocent punished. Henceforth, whenever these swordsmen drew their swords, Confucianism would bear the consequences. Ultimately, this group of swordsmen relocated to the border between the realm of righteousness and the wilderness, where the three teachings united to construct an impregnable city wall. Thus, these swordsmen became confined within the Sword Qi Great Wall, safeguarding humanity from the incursions of the savage wilderness. A millennium passed, and these swordsmen remained, guarding their post, preventing the invasion of the monstrous tribes. Each held their own beliefs. Ning Yuan felt that the Sword Qi Great Wall could indeed be deemed a shackle. Those with guilt had it better, but these swordsmen bore no fault. Why should they reside in such a barren land? Why should they bear the burden of defending humanity against the onslaught of monstrous beings? Though Xiao Jiang was a rebel at heart, her thoughts held a semblance of truth. As night deepened, Ning Yuan arrived at a fragmented section of the city wall. The Sword Qi Great Wall towered high above, surpassing even the clouds, while his own realm was modest, rendering him unable to see much from the wall towards the south, only a vast expanse of inky darkness. He raised his gaze to the night sky, where 3 bright moons hung high above, a familiar sight since his arrival in this realm. Before witnessing the grandeur of the city wall, Ning Yuan had imagined it to be as magnificent as he envisioned, with countless swordsmen proudly standing atop. Yet, once he traversed its expanse, the reality was starkly different. Indeed, it was grand, but also in disrepair. In his brief journey of merely 7 or 8 miles, he encountered numerous shattered sections of the wall, a testament to the ferocity of past battles, which was difficult to articulate. During the day, he had also glimpsed the southern plains, where countless intersecting sword marks marred the land, some extending 100 feet, others stretching 1,000. Moreover, there lay the remains of many monstrous beings. Some were mere skeletons, as large as small mountains. The thought of one day wielding his sword beyond the city to combat the monsters beyond the Sword Qi Great Wall filled Ning Yuan with fervor, eager for the next great battle to arrive swiftly. Yet he knew that such an event would cost the lives of countless swordsmen. After reaching a shattered section of the wall, he retraced his steps. There was a swing nearby, where a woman sat with her eyes closed, meditating. Ning Yuan hesitated to disturb her. Engaging her in conversation would most likely yield no response. Returning to his previous spot atop the wall, he decided against practicing swordplay and resolved to find a quiet corner to sleep for the night. He was not one to be finicky. After moving the dragon-slaying platform outside the hut, he lay flat upon it. However, the platform was only 3 feet long, making it uncomfortable for him to sleep. He shifted his position, leaning his upper body against the hut while sitting on the platform, and soon fell asleep. The following day, as the sun climbed high, the young man awoke, yawning and stretching. Noticing the hut remained silent, he became curious about what the elder swordsman was up to all day. Thus, with a mischievous glance around, he cautiously parted the thatch of the hut. Leaning in to investigate, to his surprise, he felt a kick land on his rear, sending him rolling across the ground for several revolutions. When he looked up, he saw the elder swordsman standing with his hands behind his back, observing him. Ning Yuan quickly donned a smile. "Good morning, esteemed elder swordsman." The elder nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed early. Ning Yuan scrambled to his feet. "Elder swordsman, you've kept me here for half a month. Do you have any instructions for me?" He rubbed his hands together, adding, "Do you believe I am a rare talent in swordsmanship, planning to impart your lifetime of skills to me? Or perhaps you have some treasures to bestow, like a personal flying sword or a supreme artifact?" The elder swordsman fell momentarily silent, chewing his words. Unsure of how to respond, he intended to ignore Ning Yuan, but turned back after taking a few steps. In a flash, the elder swordsman appeared before him, delivering another kick to his backside. Many practitioners training atop the wall witnessed this peculiar sight, as something unknown seemed to be kicked from one part of the wall to another. That a voice resonated in Ning Yuan's ear, urging him to inspect the words. With a swift motion, Ning Yuan sprang to his feet. Aside from a minor injury on his face from Chen Qingdu's wine gore the previous night, he was otherwise unscathed. Though the elder swordsman had sent him flying 100 miles, he had not truly harmed him. Words? Ning Yuan rubbed his chin, devoid of any beard, pondering deeply. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that the elder swordsman wanted him to inspect the 10 or so characters inscribed atop the wall. It was said that within the Sword Qi Great Wall, anyone capable of slaying a transcendent monster alone earned the right to carve a character on the wall. With this in mind, he hurried towards the southern wall, excited to witness the reality behind the tales he had long known. For various reasons, over the millennia, only 18 characters had been inscribed upon the Sword Qi Great Wall. He wondered if it were permissible to venture outside the wall. Peering over the edge, he strained to see beyond, but the angle made it difficult to discern anything. Regardless, the elder swordsman had urged him to look. If trouble arose, he would take responsibility. With that thought, the young man pressed his fingers together at his brow, calling out, "Reversal, come forth!" A silvery white flying sword erupted from the center of Ning Yuan's brow, expanding to a length of 10 feet under his mental command. The young man gracefully leapt onto the sword's body, soaring through the air towards the outskirts of the city. As he passed, the sword's aura etched a fleeting trace of time, accompanied by the thunderous roar of breaking wind. This was not Ning Yuan's first experience of sword flight. He had employed it several times back in the Ning residence, and with the memories still fresh, he was quite adept at it. Once he broke free from the city walls, a flicker of thought directed the sword's tip to change course, tilting downward in a flash. Moments later, the flying sword hovered several feet above the ground, upon which stood a youth clad in black, a sword upon his back, his feet also suspended above the sword's surface. The Sword Qi Great Wall loomed high and long. The sword-bearing youth gazed up at the formidable barrier that had thwarted the demon race for millennia. On the wall, a total of 18 large characters caught his eye. Majestic, Taoist principles, Western heavens. The Sword Qi endures, Thunderpool's sacred ground. Qi, Dong, Chun Ming, Chapter 12. Sword intent lingers for 18 stops. Ning Yuan hovered on his sword, silently gazing at the Sword Qi Great Wall, motionless for a prolonged period. To claim that his heart was unshaken would be untruthful. The landscapes of the world, when merely described in words, always seem somewhat pale. A scholar reads, pondering in his heart, only to conjure a mere fraction of the scenes depicted in the text. However, to truly traverse 1,000 miles and arrive at the places described in books reveals an entirely different vista. Though his imagination knew no bounds, Ning Yuan had envisioned the Sword Qi Great Wall as towering above the clouds, perhaps even reaching beyond the heavens. Yet, even if the reality did not match his lofty imaginings, it still far surpassed the thoughts he harbored. At this moment, the Sword Qi Great Wall stood resolutely before him, its dilapidated state lacking the opulence of grand mansions. Yet to Ning Yuan, it resembled a celestial meteor crashing into his heart's lake, stirring up tumultuous waves that would not subside. "Ning, my boy, meditate and seize as many opportunities as you can," echoed the voice of an elder in Ning Yuan's mind, the words of the great sword immortal. Snapping back to reality, Ning Yuan hesitated not a moment longer. He immediately descended from his sword, seated himself, and began to channel his inner true energy through various acupoints, activating a cultivation method imparted by man known as 18 stops of Sword Qi. Starting from the first acupoint, a surge of energy blasted through the 3 mountains and 6 passes, the 6 caves and 9 palaces, 1 stop, 2 stops, arriving swiftly at the 9th stop. Then the momentum slowed, and it wasn't until the 13th stop that it finally knocked at the door without entering. As he settled into his meditation, changes began to manifest upon the wall before him. The 4 characters Sword Qi endures manifested an overwhelming and fearsome sword intent. Not only that, but in the air above the higher sections of the wall, countless fine yet potent sword intents surged forth, all converging towards Ning Yuan. In an instant, a deluge of sword intent poured into his acupoints like a tidal wave. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, his expression twisting in agony, near asphyxiation from the overwhelming and domineering sword intent. Within mere moments, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, knowing this was a tremendous fortune bestowed by the great sword immortal. Unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away, on the nearby sections of the wall, more people had gathered. The little girl with sheep-horn braids, Xiao Jiang, was a familiar face. As a hidden official, she seemed to have little else to do. Where there was excitement at the Sword Qi Great Wall, she was usually among the first to arrive. That old bastard Chen Qingdu, Why didn't he grant me such benefits back then? Otherwise, why would I have to toil for so many years to reach the Ascendant Realm? She muttered to herself while tugging on one of her braids, cursing the great Sword Immortal. After uttering those words, a barely perceptible cunning glimmered in her eyes as she called out loudly to Ning Yuan. Ning, my boy, since Chen Qingdu has helped you, how can I, in our relationship, be left empty-handed? Allow me to send you a gift. With a flick of her finger, a portion of her sword intent shot forth with astonishing speed. Just as it was about to join the throng of sword intents entering the young man's viewpoints, in that crucial moment, a hand landed on her shoulder. Xiao Jiang, who had been sitting on the wall with her feet dangling, was abruptly knocked down by what seemed like a light tap, crashing down onto the ground and creating a deep P.I.T. At the same time, her sword intent dissipated in a thin A.I. in the position she had occupied. The great Sword Immortal retracted his right hand, gazing at Xiao Jiang, who had been sent tumbling into the earth, and chuckled. Get away from here, don't leave your mess everywhere, or even the dogs of the Sword Chi Great Wall will come to know you. The pit remained silent, and the great Sword Immortal took a step back towards his thatched cottage. Following this little interlude, many more figures arrived at the city wall. Dong Sange, Lu Ji, Chen Shi, and Qi Tingji. All were great Sword Immortals, capable of sensing the fluctuations from across the city, while others were mostly nearby sword cultivators or practitioners, with only a few familiar to Ning Yuan, the majority being strangers. However, at that moment, he had no time to spare for glances, as the myriad sword intents surged within him, dangerously threatening to tear his acupoints apart, should they be completely ripped asunder. His path of sword cultivation would be irrevocably severed. Not only that, but even his foundational cultivation as a Qi practitioner would be in jeopardy, and the extent of his fall was uncertain. During this process, nearly half of the sword intents slipped away from his acupoints, seemingly unimpressed, returning to the wall, while the remainder continued to wander within his acupoints, ultimately reaching the 14th stop, which was his current bottleneck. However, within mere moments, a surging sword intent broke through this sealed acupoint, pushing forth to the 15th stop. Shortly thereafter, this leading sword intent surged ahead, guiding the myriad chaotic sword intents through the 16th stop, 17th stop, and finally arriving at the threshold of the 18th stop, the last stop. The leading sword intent halted its advance, and at that moment, a voice echoed within Ning Yuan's heart. What, is this all the ability you possess? Are you ready to give up? Though Ning Yuan heard the great Sword Immortal's words, he could not respond. He was utterly unable to speak, as the sword intents had forcibly breached his unopened acupoints. From a 14th stop onward, blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He broke through the subsequent barriers, his injuries compounded, until when the myriad sword intents lingered at the final barrier, Ning Yuan found himself on the brink of death, his body oozing blood like a honeycomb, as if he were being painfully drawn and quartered by these bloodthirsty sword intents. Unable to utter a word, he attempted to communicate with the great Sword Immortal through his thoughts. If this last acupoint is breached, and I don't die on the spot, do you have the ability to save me? If you cannot save me, then withdraw immediately and take these sword intents away. I'm not yet ready to die, that I refuse to perish as an unwed man. The great Sword Immortal's voice echoed in Ning Yuan's heart. I don't know, but you certainly are inept. Your sister Ning Yao ascended to the last barrier in a mere moment while sipping water during her training. And look at you. Tut, tut. You just called her your sister. She possesses a divine sword. Does she not? What do I have? But you have the reverse flow, don't you? I thought possessing such a time-flying sword would mean you were a Sword Immortal of equal caliber to Ning Yao. Yet here you are, at this level. Bah, bring it on. When faced with death, who is afraid of whom? The elder and the youth began to squabble, and Ning Yuan retorted fiercely. Yet he did not genuinely wish for death. With a flicker of thought, he connected with the reverse flow within his life acupoint. The reverse flow surged wildly within him, and to his delight, the sword's body resonated with the power of time, causing all external sword intents it touched to retreat in fear. Just at the critical moment when those sword intents were about to break through the last barrier of his acupoint, the reverse flow arrived, directly blocking the gateway of the acupoint, preventing the multitude of sword intents from emerging. The great Sword Immortal let out a soft exclamation, as the scene unfolded. He stepped forward, shrinking the distance to appear before the seated Ning Yuan, hovering in the air. With a casual gesture, he sealed off the world around them, creating a barrier that confined several hundred feet of space around Ning Yuan, rendering even the great sword immortals watching from the city wall unable to perceive what transpired within. Chapter 13. A Small World, Old Man. You better keep an eye on this. You didn't listen when I told you to take it earlier, so don't blame me for not returning it now. Within this small world, Ning Yuan remained in quiet meditation, only communicating with the great sword immortal through thought. The wonders of the reverse flow filled him with exhilaration. This flying sword imbued with the power of time was astonishingly powerful, capable of subduing the terrifying sword intents of the sword Qi Great Wall. The reversal current hovered steadily at the entrance of the 18th Qi mansion, while the mottled fragments of time spiraled around its sword body, emanating an otherworldly radiance that ensnared a full 15 strands of external sword intent within it. As long as these sword intents remained trapped, Ning Yuan could gradually refine them one by one, transforming these unclaimed sword intents into his private possessions, a stroke of fortune beyond measure. The Grand Sword Immortal, having casually created a small realm, stood before Ning Yuan, controlling the sword intents. However, just moments ago, his connection to these sword intents was severed, prompting his hasty arrival. It was evident that the young lad, Ning, could not achieve such a feat with his meager cultivation. Some other force must be at play. He extended a finger and gently tapped the boy's forehead, employing a great divine power that allowed him to perceive every acupoint and Qi mansion within Ning Yuan's body, including the obstructing reversal current flying sword. Thus it was revealed. The Grand Sword Immortal withdrew his hand, merely curious, and did not intend to intervene. Although Ning Yuan's innate flying sword was indeed remarkable, it was not something he coveted. Would a man willing to bear the identity of a convict and sit idly atop a city wall for 10,000 years truly desire a young one's innate flying sword? Such a notion was evidently far-fetched, too absurd to be believed. While the reversal current quelled the chaotic sword intents, Ning Yuan's prior injuries still lingered, presenting a significant dilemma. The Grand Sword Immortal sat down without concern for his wounds, eager to observe how Ning Yuan would resolve his predicament. His curiosity about the young lad had reached new heights. He felt that as long as Ning Yuan drew breath, this little rascal would not perish. Ning Yuan's body was riddled with wounds, blood oozing forth incessantly, a sight so gruesome it surpassed mere description and ventured into the realm of horror. Such injuries were extraordinary, and the concoctions from Granny Bai would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Are you merely going to watch, Grand Sword Immortal? Do you not intend to employ your divine powers to save me? Ning Yuan could not open his eyes, yet he sensed the changes in his surroundings. A small realm enveloped the area, and an elderly man sat beside him. In the hope of the sword Qi Great Wall, a supporting pillar, quickly rescue me from this peril. After a prolonged silence, as time drifted by, Ning Yuan noticed that the old man seemed genuinely disinclined to act, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. An idea flashed through his mind, prompting him to attempt a power he had never had the opportunity to wield. Moments later, the Grand Sword Immortal suddenly lifted his head, and even after living for 10,000 years, he found himself momentarily speechless at the sight before him. The boy, seated with his sword on his back, had undergone a transformation. A flowing sword hovered above his head, and countless fragments of time emanated from its blade, cascading around him. These radiant fragments did not touch the ground or drift away, but circled around Ning Yuan, creating a small realm that, though confined to a mere 10 feet in diameter, exuded a formidable power of time. This was the manifestation of the boy's sword technique, which had directly conjured a small realm in place. As the term suggests, a small realm is crafted by a cultivator using divine powers to establish restrictions, capable of shielding against the probing of other cultivators, while also serving as a formidable offensive tool. Upon reaching a certain threshold in cultivation, many practitioners could deploy a small realm. However, the nature of these realms varied greatly, depending on the practitioner's level and the paths they cultivated. Sword cultivators often fashioned small realms akin to sword arrays, exhibiting immense lethality and complexity, while those of other disciplines produced a more eclectic array of realms, given the multitude of paths available in the world. Engaging in combat, should one inadvertently fall into an opponent's small realm, not only would their strength be suppressed, but the adversary would also wield their killing moves with greater ease. Within one's own small realm, it was akin to divine assistance. Every motion of the trapped enemy was firmly grasped, and if they could not break free, their struggles would be in vain. For instance, in the vast realm of Hauran, there existed 72 academies scattered across the 9 continents, where each academy's headmaster possessed the authority akin to that of a small realm. In such a small realm, the presence of a nascent soul sage would be augmented by the realm's great principles, allowing them to transcend their usual boundaries. Similarly, the Grand Sword Immortal, within the Sword Chi Great Wall, could also be considered a small realm to a certain extent. As he remained within, none could contend with him. Even the distant Lizu cave heaven on Dong Bao Ping continent functioned as a type of small realm, albeit one of vast scale, where mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna coexisted. Ning Yuan's small realm was minuscule, barely qualifying as a small realm in terms of size. However, its singular power was extraordinary, captivating even the Grand Sword Immortal's unwavering gaze. As the passage of time within it was profoundly unique, touching upon the very fabric of the laws themselves, an elusive phenomenon that ordinary cultivators would struggle to grasp throughout their lifetimes. Only Ning Yuan understood that this was the manifestation of his flying sword technique, a celestial realm. This was his first time invoking it, and after constructing the small realm, he found his connection with the reversal current to be increasingly lucid. The reversal current had been directly infused into Ning Yuan's innate acupoint by the system, rather than nurtured through his own efforts, hence their initial disconnection. Yet now, their bond grew ever stronger, despite the small realm's limited size. Ning Yuan could perceive every movement within it, as if he were within his own domain. As the fragments of time whirled, moments slipped away. Eventually, when the blood from his wounds had nearly drained away and his complexion had turned ghostly pale, he finally grasped the intricacies of his small realm. With a focused thought, he connected with the temporal small realm and inadvertently murmured, "Reversal." Upon uttering the true words, the small realm immediately transformed. The time fragments that had been swirling in one direction abruptly halted, then began to rotate in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, the innate flying sword, reversal, hovered above Ning Yuan, accelerating the emission of radiant fragments. The influx of these luminous fragments filled the small realm. Had the Grand Sword Immortal not employed a divine technique over his eyes, it would have been nearly impossible to discern the scene with the naked eye. Within Ning Yuan's small realm, time began to flow backward. The might of time surged forth, the number of radiant fragments multiplying, their spiraling intensifying, and the speed at which time reversed within the small realm quickened. Soon, the radiant fragments scattered throughout the realm, and as the small realm dissipated, the sword-bearing youth clad in black emerged unscathed. Casting a grin toward the seated elder, Grand Sword Immortal, "What do you think of my divine technique?" Chapter 14. Golden threads as Ning Yuan soared back to the city wall on his sword. The little girl Xiao Jiang had just crawled out of a deep pit, propelling herself with a burst of energy like an arrow released from a bow. She looked up at Ning Yuan and asked, "Ning Yuan, how many sword intents did you collect?" Ning Yuan nodded. "Not many, perhaps around 180. Xiao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she dashed towards Ning Yuan, gripping his arm tightly. "Really? Not at all." Ning Yuan brushed her hand away, unwilling to engage further. "Just 1 or 2 kinds, all ordinary sword intents from the city wall, none inscribed by a sword immortal." Ning Yuan genuinely wished to strike her down with the sword. He was aware of many significant future events, and he could surmise her intentions from her earlier actions. The so-called gift of a sword intent was clearly a ploy to manipulate him. While she would likely not dare to kill him on the spot, given the presence of the Grand Sword Immortal on the city wall, she could still attempt something more covert. Reflecting on this, it seemed the Grand Sword Immortal had indeed shattered her sword intent, likely having discerned something. Ning Yuan knew that Xiao Jiang would betray the Sword Chi Great Wall in the future, and the Grand Sword Immortal must have sensed it, albeit with uncertainty. Thus, he merely intervened without further reproach. The Grand Sword Immortal did not outright eliminate her, and Ning Yuan felt it unwise to report her potential betrayal. After all, it would be foolish to declare, Xiao Xian will betray the sword Qi Great Wall. Such behavior would be utterly naive. It was only when the day of her betrayal arrived that action could be taken. And until then, she remained untouched. The Grand Sword Immortal could harbor doubts, but the rules of the sword Qi Great Wall dictated that suspicion alone could not warrant condemnation. Yet, Ning Yuan genuinely wished to slay her with a sword. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, had he been at a higher cultivation level, he would have acted without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was but a fledgling in the sword Qi Great Wall, as a mere sea observation realm sword cultivator. He was not only inexperienced but also impoverished, hardly able to contend with anyone. Ning Yuan, what is this attitude of yours? You are speaking to the hidden official of the sword Qi Great Wall. Adjust your sour expression. Do you not realize that in your current state, you are increasingly resembling that old rascal Chen Qingdu? Ning Yuan walked ahead, while Xiao Xian trailed behind, his mouth spewing forth nonsensical chatter like an incessant torrent. It was only after he invoked the name of the Grandmaster Sword Immortal that Xiao Xian begrudgingly departed, hurling a final insult at Chen Qingdu, suggesting that he had not descended from the city walls in a millennium and had not bathed, with the stench of his thatched hut potent enough to suffocate the savage demon tribes. Upon hearing this, even Ning Yuan could not suppress a chuckle, though his thoughts drifted elsewhere, contemplating how splendid it would be if such a stench could indeed rid the world of these demonic beasts. Opting not to summon his sword, he strolled along the city wall towards the humble abode of the Grandmaster Sword Immortal, having only traversed 7 or 8 miles the previous night, thus seizing the opportunity to explore further. In truth, he was secretly channeling the method of the 18 stops of Sword Qi. With all his energy gates now unsealed, it would greatly benefit his future sword cultivation. Yet, within the final energy gate, the 15 strands of sword intent remained imprisoned, awaiting the day when Ning Yuan would gradually refine them into his own. The 18 stops of Sword Qi was a revered technique among the sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the culmination of countless sword practitioners' arduous journeys throughout history, and was strictly forbidden from being divulged. This method was a secret art for nurturing swords among the human sword cultivators, should it fall into the hands of the wilds. It would not be long before the prowess of their sword practitioners surged. However, the version Ning Yuan had learned differed from that of most local sword cultivators, being an enhanced iteration modified by Liang, superior to its predecessors, but shared with only a handful, merely 20 to 30 individuals, among whom Ning Yuan and Ning Yao were counted. The turbulent currents still swirled outside the last energy gate, where the tenacious strands of sword intent roamed the heavens, untamed and rebellious. For the time being, Ning Yuan dared not allow them free rein within his energy gates, lest he suffer grievous wounds. Refining this sword intent was no task to be rushed. It would eventually be his, given time. After traveling 100 miles, he encountered a swing, suspended by 2 ropes that soared into the clouds. It was merely a wooden plank upon which the female, Sword Immortal Saturday Ning Yuan craned his neck, unable to glimpse the end of the ropes, which seemed to dangle from the very heavens. He held great respect for the female, Sword Immortal named Xiao Jiang, for her sect had perished in battle to protect her, and just as she resigned herself to her fate, she was rescued by another. Ironically, the one who saved her, a wild cultivator, met his end at the hands of their own kind, leading Xiao Jiang to shun conversation with others, content to guard a segment of the city wall. Year after year, those unaware of the circumstances deemed her mad, as she spent her days swinging upon that wall. When the demon tribes launched their assaults, she did not join the other sword practitioners in battle, but steadfastly remained, refusing to abandon the swing, forbidding the demons from approaching within 100 paces, for to come near was to die for her own kin among the humans, as long as they did not disturb her. She paid them no mind, appearing to be quite deranged. Ning Yuan was aware of these facts, but remained curious. He calculated the distance of 100 paces, positioning himself just beyond it, stealthily gazing up at the female, Sword Immortal. Her beauty was breathtaking. He leaned in closer, catching the faint sound of her softly humming an obscure melody. Was she beautiful? Ning Yuan swallowed hard, struck as if by lightning. Yet the female Sword Immortal made no further move, seemingly awaiting his response. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Yuan feigned seriousness and remarked, "I hope you won't find it amusing, but I stretch my neck to see. And indeed, you are quite beautiful." Xiao Jiang smiled, her expression softening as she queried, "How many strands of sword intent did you acquire?" Ning Yuan replied honestly, "A total of 15. Xiao Jiang nodded, an unprecedented gleam in her eye as she turned to regard him, a smile lingering on her face. "I have one more. Do you wish to have it?" Noticing Ning Yuan's earnest demeanor, she added, "Do not be alarmed. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal holds you in high regard, and I would not dare act against you under his watchful eye in that moment." Ning Yuan hesitated not, responding without reservation, "Your kindness is appreciated, but I am but a fool. I cannot grasp your swordsmanship." Fearing Xiao Jiang might misconstrue his words as disdain for her sex teachings, he clasped his hands in respect and continued, "Perhaps you might wait a while longer. I am about to depart the Sword Qi Great Wall, and should I encounter a worthy successor in the vast and righteous realm, I would gladly present them to you." This elicited a peculiar expression from Xiao Jiang. Her keen gaze scrutinized Ning Yuan for quite some time, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his being. Finally, she nodded, contemplating briefly before pulling one of the ropes. As her palms spread open, a strand of golden silk appeared, which she gently tossed to Ning Yuan, who reached out to catch it. "Then consider it a favor owed to you that in your travels through the vast and righteous realm, should this golden silk exhibit any peculiarities, please bestow it upon the fated child." She brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, her gaze drifting southward. "If you do not encounter anyone, then so be it. If you find someone worthy, learn from what lies within. May I inquire about your sect?" "Senior Zhou?" Ning Yuan asked. Xiao Jiang shook her head, choosing to remain silent. Cautiously, Ning Yuan tucked the golden silk into his bosom and, after bowing respectfully to Xiao Jiang, did not shy away as he passed by her. As Ning Yuan walked, his thoughts grew somewhat peculiar. Having approached within 100 miles of the swing, he retrieved the golden silk once more, examining it closely. It appeared to be a token of Xiao Cheng's sect. A remarkable item indeed. He merely scrutinized it, having no intention of employing any means to unlock the space contained within it. If his memory served him correctly, this item was not meant to end up in his possession. In the years to come, a little girl with charcoal black skin would arrive at the Sword Qi Great Wall, receiving this strand of silk from her. His presence had evidently influenced the course of events, shifting the trajectory of certain futures. Yet, upon reflection, nothing seemed amiss. Ning Yuan was merely 12 years old, a mere child in Xiao Cheng's eyes. One was a promising young sword practitioner favored by the Grandmaster Sword Immortal, while the other was a female sword immortal who deemed life devoid of meaning. The former happened to pass by, while the latter felt a sense of kinship and bestowed her sex token upon him. After all, Xiao Jiang, destined to perish, would not overly concern herself with such matters. If Ning Yuan had declined today, she would have eventually given it to someone else. She simply wished to ensure that her sex legacy did not end with her. Ning Yuan, however, did not share this sentiment. While he accepted the golden silk, he had no intention of inheriting this legacy, should he encounter a suitable child during his upcoming journey through the vast and righteous realm. He would pass it on to As for Pei Qian, who was fated to receive this opportunity years hence. The reasons would unfold in due course. Deep down, Ning Yuan felt that accepting the golden silk was fortuitous. Perhaps, when the charcoal-skinned girl arrived at the Sword Qi Great Wall, she might be personally instructed in swordsmanship by Xiao Jiang. Cultivate using a sex token was certainly preferable to lacking a master-esque guidance. Upon returning to the city wall near the thatched hut, the Grandmaster Sword Immortal informed him that he was no longer required to remain. According to the Grandmaster, he had originally believed it would take Ning Yuan at least half a month to assimilate the sword intent. However, due to the influence of the reverse current, he had effectively gathered these strands of sword intent without direct refinement. Thus he could take his leave. The 15 strands of sword intent within Ning Yuan's energy gates were led by the one that emanated from the 4 characters inscribed on the city wall. Sword Qi endures forever. The Grandmaster did not disclose who had engraved these words, but this particular strand of sword intent was the sharpest, most challenging to refine, and most precious. Its owner must have been a sword practitioner of at least ascendant rank. The remaining 14 strands were also remarkable. Indeed, the weakest among them surpassed Ning Yuan's own sword intent, considering he was still a novice. The AS for the inscription of the 18 characters on the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan surmised that, taken literally, vast and righteous, Western heaven and Taoist principles likely belong to the three teachings. Sword Qi endures forever was self-explanatory, undoubtedly originating from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Who carved it was likely the Grandmaster Sword Immortal himself. As for Thunder Pool, he was uncertain, while the remaining names, Qi, Dong, and Chun, belonged to the Elder Sword Immortals of the Sword Qi Great Wall, all of whom were still alive. The final character, Fierce, was inscribed by Liang, the most recent engraver, who had accrued a considerable debt in wine to the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan shook his head, dismissing such memories that he was reluctant to dwell on the 13 struggles. Regarding the realm beyond the heavens, this small world of time, the only aspect Ning Yuan understood thus far was the ability to reverse time, albeit with significant limitations. After utilizing it this time, he would be unable to invoke the time-reversing ability for a while. The reason was simple. The reverse current sword had lost a considerable amount of its shimmering sword qi after its use. Nonetheless, the small world beyond the heavens could still be utilized to suppress and trap foes. Grandmaster Sword Immortal. I take my leave now. Ning Yuan called toward the thatched hut. Am I permitted to depart the Sword Qi Great Wall? Upon observing the absence of a response, Ning Yuan called out once more. As he awaited a reply from the elderly man, his gaze shifted toward the dragon-slaying platform outside the thatched cottage. Stealthily, he made his way over, contemplating the prospect of transporting this 3-foot dragon-slaying platform back with him. Although his home boasted a grand dragon-slaying platform carved from stone, who could ever have too much? Even in the Sword Qi Great Wall, the dragon-slaying platform was an exceedingly precious entity, coveted by countless powerful factions willing to pay handsomely for it. Even the old sword beneath the corridor of the Lihua Cave required this dragon-slaying platform to temper its blade. Ning Yuan harbored his own plans. After departing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, his celestial funds were rather limited. Should circumstances necessitate it, he intended to sell a small piece of the dragon-slaying platform. However, just as he was about to lift it and make his escape, a voice resonated from within the cottage. Leave the dragon-slaying platform. Upon your return, wait for me. Come find me in 7 days. Ning Yuan, taking the words at face value, nodded in compliance before turning to leave the city walls. He wished to return on his sword, yet the reverse flow remained obstructed at the gate of the Qi mansion, holding back the 15 strands of sword intent, leaving him unable to break free to AS for the semi-immortal weapon sword strapped to his back. It was not yet capable of being wielded like a flying sword. It required a period of refinement to achieve a level of mutual understanding akin to that of a master and their life-bound sword. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan drew the sword from his back. Examining it meticulously, aside from the cloud patterns etched on the hilt, it bore no other distinguishing features. I shall name Yuan Yu then, with his impending departure from the Sword Qi Great Wall in 7 days. This would also mark Ning Yuan's inaugural journey into the world, and he certainly did not plan to return in the near future, estimating it would take around 7 to 8 years. This was to be a profoundly distant voyage. Thus he felt it entirely fitting to bestow upon the sword the name Yuan Yu. Upon returning to the Ning residence, Nalin Yeshing informed him of Ning Yao's departure from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan nodded, already aware of this, that he shared a unique mental connection with his sister, not inherently born from their bloodline, but rather cultivated by their parents during their childhood. It bore no extraordinary abilities, merely allowing them to sense each other within a certain distance. This explained why, the moment Ning Yao departed the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan was immediately aware as for the extent of this connection. It remained uncertain. However, one thing was assured. Should either of them meet an untimely demise, even separated by vast distances, the other would be instantly informed. As night fell, in the confines of Ning Yuan's chamber, the young man sat cross-legged upon his bed, attempting to refine the sword intent of the Qi mansion while contending with the reverse flow. With only 7 days remaining before his journey, it was untenable for the reverse flow to remain obstructed. Should he encounter adversaries outside without his life-bound flying sword, his chances of survival would be perilously slim. Conversely, should he forcibly summon the reverse flow to confront foes. It would likely lead to the sword intent bombarding the vital points of the Qi mansion, and he might find himself mortally wounded before even vanquishing his enemies. Thus, refining the sword intent became an urgent priority for Ning Yuan. 7 days was a brief span. He aimed to refine as much as possible. Immersed in concentration, he silently recited the refinement incantation, albeit with a degree of clumsiness due to it being his inaugural attempt. Within the confines of his life-bound acupoint, a surge of true Qi coalesced and surged toward the various Qi mansions. Under Ning Yuan's mental command, it arrived at the threshold of the 18th stop. The reverse flow slightly tilted its blade, allowing the concentrated true Qi to penetrate through I in an instant. This true Qi was shattered by several strands of sword intent. Yet within Ning Yuan's body, once a surge of true Qi dissipated, it could swiftly reconstitute and continue its incursion into the Qi mansion for further refinement. Wave after wave of true Qi fell victim to the sword intent, but Ning Yuan remained undeterred. The refinement of sword intent or magical artifacts necessitated a relentless momentum. Should he falter midway, not only might he suffer injury, but he would also have to start anew in subsequent attempts. The process of refinement was destined to be lengthy, and with the door tightly shut, he had previously informed Granny Bai that he would be sequestering himself to refine sword intent, ensuring no one would disturb him. Outside the window, the 3 moons rose and fell thrice before Ning Yuan finally emerged from a state of refinement. After 3 days had passed, he successfully refined the sharpest strand of sword intent, claiming it as his own. Chapter 16. The blind old man Ning Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, expelling the stagnant energy accumulated over 3 continuous days of refining sword intent. His vitality was nearly depleted, yet the outcome was favorable. The sharpest strand of sword intent had been successfully refined, aligning harmoniously with his own sword path. Its essence was now indistinguishable from Ning Yuan's, and reverse flow no longer held it captive. This strand of sword intent now roamed freely within the various Qi mansions. Sword intent, an ethereal concept, could only be manifested by sword immortals of exceedingly high realms, with sword intent among cultivators varying greatly. The myriad of unclaimed sword intents atop the city walls exemplified this, some geared toward slaughter, others inclined toward defense, showcasing an array of peculiarities among the sword cultivators arriving from afar. A significant number sought this very thing. If one could attain recognition from an ancient sword cultivator's sword intent atop the city walls, it would be a tremendous boon. Ning Yuan, being exceptionally fortunate, directly acquired 15 strands of sword intent. Once he completed the refinement, the lethality of his strikes would increase substantially. Yet this also posed a burden. Why would the great sword immortal bestow such fortune upon him? Was it solely due to his aptitude? Certainly, but it was not the sole reason. Part of it stemmed from Ning Yuan's declaration to help preserve a portion of the sword Qi Great Wall, alongside other intangible factors akin to mental states. The great sword immortal had observed Ning Yuan's mental state. He understood that once someone like Ning Yuan had committed to a principle, it would be akin to an unyielding conviction. By bestowing these strands of sword intent upon him, Ning Yuan would be inextricably bound to the sword Qi Great Wall. What a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, the unclaimed sword intents atop the city walls would remain there. And should the sword Qi Great Wall ever be breached, it would merely serve to benefit the wild and savage tribes. Chen Qingdu was genuinely curious to witness how this seemingly insignificant Ning Yuan would manage to safeguard even a fragment of the sword Qi Great Wall in the future. However, Ning Yuan bore no concern for this matter. After all, he would not be the one defending the city walls. That task could be entrusted to Chen Ping, and 3 days of relentless endeavor left him utterly fatigued. And Ning Yuan promptly succumbed to slumber, not awakening until the deep hours of the night. He stumbled into the kitchen, hastily seeking sustenance to satiate his hunger, then returned to his room to continue his refinement. At the southernmost edge of the sword Qi Great Wall lay a territory that did not belong to the savage world, a vast expanse of mountains known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. It was said to be created by an old blind man commanding countless golden-armored puppets, forcibly cleaving a segment of land from the savage tribes. What incredible prowess it took to achieve such a feat. The 10,000 great mountains had since become the blind man's sanctuary. The true strength of the blind man was known to few, even among the most formidable cultivators of the realms. Evoking trepidation among many atop the great peaks, a being who had lived for an unfathomable span of years, yet chose to remain in the vicinity of the Sword Qi Great Wall, did so without fleeing. Who would believe such a feat could be accomplished without celestial abilities? Beneath the high-hanging moons, the 10,000 great mountains were anything but tranquil, as earth-shattering noises reverberated within, echoing for hundreds of miles. Should an immortal happen to traverse this region, they would discover towering golden-armored puppets, each towering hundreds to thousands of feet high, amidst the ceaseless mountains. Additionally, numerous ancient ferocious beasts, some exceeding 1,000 feet in height, bore wounds upon their bodies, all obediently driven by the golden-armored puppets, laboring tirelessly. Atop the mountains, a dilapidated thatched cottage stood, akin to the great sword immortal's abode. Yet behind it lay a small garden, vibrant with greenery. At the entrance of the cottage lounged a gaunt, skeletal old dog, panting heavily in the garden. A diminutive old man wielded a hoe, skillfully tilling the earth, occasionally scratching his cheek absent-mindedly. Suddenly halting his work, still clutching the hoe, the old man turned his gaze toward the distant sky. His eye sockets were hollow, a true blind man, and the old dog outside seemed to sense something amiss. Following the direction of the blind man's gaze, a fleeting shimmer appeared at the horizon as another hunched old man arrived. Both elderly figures were diminutive, stooped in posture, yet the blind man appeared the more unsightly of the two. The blind man glared at the newcomer, his ire ignited. "Chen Qingdu, do not overstep your bounds. Do not vex me." Chen Qingdu replied, "What transpired last time was last time. This is a different matter entirely." "You will undoubtedly find this matter intriguing." The blind man scoffed dismissively. "I have no interest in your affairs. Last time, I merely observed you stepping down from the city walls for the first time. Otherwise, I would have no inclination to involve myself in such trifles." He cursed Chen Qingdu. "Are you even human?" Unfazed, Chen Qingdu retorted. "I am," he added. "In any case, you are not." The blind man, infuriated to the point of laughter, kicked the old dog, sending it crashing through several mountain peaks with a thunderous roar. "Regardless of what you say, I will not comply. I have no interest. The world remains unchanged. This was the case 1,000 years ago, and it remains so now." Chen Qingdu maintained his stoic demeanor throughout. "Then you are indeed blind." The blind man pointed at the old dog he had just kicked. "That creature is better than you. Look at this guard dog. Does it not resemble you guarding the Sword Qi Great Wall? You, the remnants of the condemned prisoners from the Sword Qi Great Wall, have arrived at this pitiful state today. All thanks to people like you." Chen Qingdu. "Why would I blind myself? It is merely the fear that a careless glance towards the north might unveil the farcical spectacle that you all represent, and I would be left to die of laughter. Even Xinqing has found amusement in this. Yet, can you not still perceive these absurdities despite your self-inflicted blindness? Old blind man, after living for a millennium, how do you still fail to grasp the meaning of burying one's head in the sand?" Chen Qing did not linger for long, swiftly returning to the Sword Qi Great Wall, having descended from the battlements. He knew well that the old blind man would not refuse him. When the old man first heard of Ning Yuan from Xinqing, he wore a scornful expression. However, upon opening his heavenly eye to observe, his countenance shifted dramatically as Ning Yuan stepped out of the house. A thick layer of silver had blanketed the ground outside. Snow had fallen upon the Sword Qi Great Wall. Calculating the days, it was now nearly December. His sister, Ning Yao, had been gone for almost 10 days. Given her speed in sword flight, she was likely nearing the vicinity of Tanjizhou. In recent days, Granny Bai had learned that the young master was also departing and had hurriedly prepared several garments. Though her craftsmanship left much to be desired, as she had dedicated her life to martial arts rather than sewing, Grandfather Nalen entrusted Ning Yuan with a pouch of celestial coins, which he did not seek, but was given by Granny Bai to place in Ning Yuan's hands. Ning Yuan gathered his meager belongings, which were few, and subsequently bid farewell to Granny Bai and Grandfather Nalen. Leaving the Ning household without a backward glance, he could easily engage in jest and deceit. Yet when it came to farewells, he felt no desire to speak excessively in this regard. He was much like his sister. During her last departure, Ning Yao had also exchanged little conversation with the two elders. At the entrance of the Ning residence, the two elders stood, one on either side, for a long while, until their young master's figure vanished around the street corner. Chapter 17. Have you ever been to the Upside-Down Mountain? The young sword cultivator exited the Ning residence and made his way towards the city walls, re-entering the tavern he had visited previously. The proprietress, who was missing her left ear, still stood at the counter. Clad in coarse linen garments that a closer inspection would reveal several scars etched across her face, likely the result of sword wounds. Such disfiguring injuries were, in fact, trivial. In the resource-rich realm of Howren, there were numerous treasures on the mountains capable of healing such scars. Yet, this was the Sword Qi Great Wall. Here, if a piece of iron were found by the roadside, it would be forged into a long sword for the many young sword cultivators to wield. Even some old Yuan Ing sword cultivators, after repeatedly slaying demons on the city walls, found themselves in an embarrassing predicament. Their swords shattered time and again, leaving them with little choice but to resort to ordinary tools. Despite Ning Yuan carrying a semi-divine weapon for his journey, before the 13 struggles, the Ning family was still considered a prominent clan within the Sword Qi Great Wall. Both of Ning Yuan's parents were sword immortals. This was the legacy bestowed by their ancestors, but individuals like Ning Yuan were in the minority. The vast majority of sword cultivators at the Sword Qi Great Wall wielded only common weapons. Yingu, a jug of wine, Ning Yuan called out as he took his seat. After a moment of contemplation, he removed the wine gourd from his waist and placed it on the table. Also, Yingu, please fill this gourd for me. The woman raised her scarred face, her features twitching momentarily, perhaps in a smile. Ning lad, are you setting off on a long journey? She was not blind, upon Ning Yuan's entrance. It was evident he was burdened with luggage. If he were not departing for distant lands, what else could he be doing? She surmised he must be heading to the realm of Howren. If he were to venture into the wilderness to slay demons, he would need no more than a single sword. Exhausted, he could sleep on the ground, and when hungry, feast upon the flesh of the demons he had slain. This attire certainly suggested a journey to the realm of Howren. Ning Yuan smiled at her and inquired, Yingu, have you ever been to the Upside-Down Mountain? As Yingu emerged from the back with a jug of wine. She involuntarily trembled at the sound of his question. Yet, it was only a fleeting moment before she regained her composure, placing the jug on the table while retrieving Ning Yuan's wine gourd and speaking as she retraced her steps. We, the residents of the Sword Qi Great Wall, live our entire lives here and ultimately perish here. In our youth, we harbored some yearning for the outside world, but that desire has long since faded. When Yingu returned, she not only brought back a filled gourd but also placed a plate of beef on Ning Yuan's table. Ning lad, keep me company in conversation. I'll 1T charge you for this plate of beef. It was hardly a dish. The dark morsels could barely be considered beef jerky. Ning Yuan picked up his chopsticks and bit into a piece, exclaiming, good heavens, it ought to be called beef leather. It feels even tougher than the dragon-slaying platform. Yingu, I must say, it is indeed unpalatable, he admitted, yet he continued to chew. Yingu adjusted her apron and sat on the long bench beneath Ning Yuan. The young man noticed her graceful demeanor and recalled Granny by mentioning that Yingu had once been a young lady from a small clan, her family residence near the southern city wall. During a grand battle, a demon clan sword cultivator ascended the city walls, and before being slain by the sword cultivators on the Sword Qi Great Wall, the demon unleashed 3 strikes towards the city. Merely 3 strikes. The sword energy stretched for hundreds of miles. Even with the protective formations in place on their side, the power was only slightly diminished, and those 3 strikes fortuitously landed at the heart of Yingu's family. The entire clan, numbering over 100 souls, was annihilated. It was said that this battle marked the most ferocious offensive against the Sword Qi Great Wall in nearly a millennium, leaving only the eldest sword immortal standing at the end. Yingu was but a child at that time. She had been training her martial arts with Granny Bai, and upon her return home, she found her family had been wiped out from that day forth. The young girl transformed. She ceased her training with Granny Bai, shouldered a sword, and ascended the city walls, enduring the relentless pressure of sword energy as she began her arduous cultivation. Thus, Yinggu became the youngest child to slay demons atop the Sword Qi Great Wall. Year after year, she participated in countless battles, always recklessly wielding her sword against demons. And due to her unique experiences, many older sword cultivators took special care of her, rescuing her from the brink of death on several occasions. Yet, the heavens above offered her no favors. Limited by her aptitude, her cultivation stagnated at the Yuaning stage, unable to progress to the Jade Purity stage for over a decade. Subsequently, during her idle moments, Yinggu managed the tavern, and when battles arose, she would take up her sword and venture out of the city. Ning Yuan turned to look at Yinggu, and even without the scars on her face, the wear of time was evident. A young girl, who had begun practicing swordsmanship and slaying demons from a tender age, had chosen not to marry by the time she reached her prime. And by the time she was nearing 40, she had taken on this weathered appearance. "What are you staring at? Do not mock your Yinggu," she laughed, playfully tapping Ning Yuan on the head. He chuckled in return and attempted to say, "Yinggu, when I venture to the realm of Howren, I shall surely bring back treasures that can heal scars upon my return." Yinggu's laughter grew even brighter. "You little rascal, do you have someone special in mind? Were you merely testing the waters with Yinggu?" Ning Yuan shook his head with a smile. "Not yet, I have not. Yinggu has a small favor to ask of you. It is but a trivial matter, and if you decline, it matters not." Yinggu's smile faded as she gently rubbed the young man's head. "Please, speak freely," Ning Yuan encouraged, sensing her unease. "I fear my abilities may not suffice." She confessed softly. The woman continued to caress the young man's head, speaking gently. "I have heard from sword cultivators from distant lands that atop the upside-down mountain, there exists a pavilion of sword reverence. Any sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall who has slain a demon of the 5th realm or higher will have their sword replicated and enshrined there for posterity to admire." Ning Yuan began to piece things together and inquired, "Which sword is it?" Yinggu replied, "I do not know its appearance, but its name is Chongli." After speaking, she did not wait for Ning Yuan's response and returned to the back, quickly re-emerging with a heavy sack of coins, placing it into Ning Yuan's hands. In these years of running this tavern, although I have not earned much, I have managed to save a little celestial coin. Once you see that sword, have someone sketch it, and when you have the time, purchase some materials and seek a swordsmith to forge it." Yinggu paused, brushing back a few strands of her graying hair, a hint of bashfulness creeping into her smile that, if this sum proves insufficient, it is acceptable to forge a sword of lesser quality, or perhaps by the time you return, I shall have saved a bit more, and I can make up the difference then. The scarred woman spoke softly, while the young man, head bowed, found tears streaming down his cheeks. The Chongli sword must have belonged to someone dearly cherished by Yinggu, possibly a treasured heirloom. Her request indicated that this sword had surely been lost. It was not improbable that it had long been melted down by some great demon into its own life-bound object. The Sword Qi Great Wall and the Wilderness Realm were sworn enemies. Should one side slay a member of the other, they would seize their sword and all possessions. Moreover, the Sword Qi Great Wall was impoverished, a cycle of warfare leading only to greater destitution, resulting in many sword cultivators lacking suitable weapons. Some, hailing from humble backgrounds and with low cultivation, wielded nothing but rusted scraps. The realm of Howren, near the upside-down mountain, was rife with unscrupulous merchants profiting off the misfortunes of others, while to the south they had to fend off demons, and to the north they were forced to purchase exorbitantly priced supplies. It was a struggle to avoid poverty. After a lengthy silence, Ning Yuan lifted his head, now adorned with a broad smile. "Yinggu, I promise you. However, you also promise me that you cannot perish atop the city walls until my return." Chapter 18. The Immortal Money, the Trifle, and the Dragon-Slaying Sword Box. The plate of beef remained uneaten, far too tough, so Ning Yuan wrapped it in paper and accepted the bag of immortal money. Turning to exit the tavern, Yinggu did not collect his payment for the wine, and he had no intention of offering it. When an elder ruffles a younger one's hair for an extended period, it would be quite improper for the younger one to offer money in return. Outside, the snow continued to fall unabated. Ning Yuan had been in seclusion for 7 days, and it was uncertain when this snow had begun to descend. As it nearly reached his knees with each step, the young sword cultivator exhaled, stuffing the wrapped beef and the bag of immortal money into his bosom, trudging towards the end of the street. One foot sinking deeper than the other. The bag of immortal money given by Yun Gu was notably heavy, not merely due to the wealth contained within, as the tavern primarily accepted the light snowflake coins. Although these coins appeared diminutive, their quantity was significant. Lacking any trifle on his person, aside from a distant traveling sword on his back and a bundle of clothes, the addition of the beef and the large bag of immortal money made the youth appear quite cumbersome. Lowering the brim of his hat slightly, Ning Yuan summoned the reverse flow flying sword and soared towards the city walls. Initially, he intended to stroll through the southern city before departing, but for reasons unknown, he abruptly altered his course, heading directly to the humble abode of the Elder Sword Immortal. The other side of the city lay blanketed in white, yet the walls remained unchanged, timeless, and eternal. The snowflakes could not settle within this perilous great wall. An overwhelming and chaotic sea of unclaimed sword intent flooded the walls. Whether it was windy, rainy, or snowing fiercely, even a single mosquito that dared to venture into the walls would be shredded by the sword intent. Today, the Elder Sword Immortal was not in his hut. Upon Ning Yuan's arrival, the Elder stood before him, hands clasped behind his back. The Elder Sword Immortal nodded, his expression neutral. "Are you prepared?" The young sword cultivator inclined his head, affirming that all was in order. The Elder Sword Immortal chuckled. "Is your chest still comfortable? Do you not find it heavy?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan confirmed his suspicions. From the very moment he stepped out of the Ning residence, he had been manipulated by this old man. Initially, aside from a leisurely stroll through the southern city, he had no intention of seeking anyone out, nor did he plan to visit that tavern. It was only after leaving the tavern that Ning Yuan felt a vague sense of unease, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort until Chen Qingdu uttered those words. Each step he took upon leaving the Ning residence was, in fact, orchestrated by Chen Qingdu. He had become a puppet, led by the nose. With this realization, Ning Yuan felt a surge of indignation, contemplating whether to seize the old man's beard while he was unprepared. "What? Do you wish to strike?" Chen Qingdu's smile widened, and with a flick of his hand, a small stool flew out from the hut, upon which he sat down. "Never mind, I cannot defeat him yet. I shall bear with it for now." However, contemplating the time it would require to overcome this old man, it would not merely be a year or two, and furthermore, the old fellow could not have many years left. With this in mind, Ning Yuan's anger began to dissipate. It would not do to truly seize his beard, as whether he could leave the sword Qi Great Wall was still contingent upon the old man's wishes. Faced with such unfavorable circumstances, he could only endure and swallow his indignation, as for Chen Qingdu's actions. Ning Yuan was no fool, and could surmise it was merely a ploy to entangle his mindset. The deeper he became intertwined with the sword Qi Great Wall, the more difficult it would be for him to extricate himself. The great cultivators atop the mountain, when laying their plans, calculating human hearts, or orchestrating connections, often struck hard at the heart lake of their pieces that a mere thought, rooted in the heart lake, could ensnare a person for a lifetime, trapping them inescapably, even in seemingly idle moments. Such thoughts could descend upon a person like a torrential downpour. The matter concerning the sword forging that Yun Gu entrusted him with was, in essence, trivial, yet it left a subtle yet profound impression on Ning Yuan's heart. In his future travels through the vast world, regardless of where he ventured or how far he roamed, he would never forget this trivial matter. Unless, of course, Ning Yuan's character underwent a drastic transformation, rendering him untrue to his promises. Furrowing his brow, Ning Yuan caressed the bag of immortal money in his bosom and said, "Old man, there is truly no need for such measures." The young sword cultivator was still somewhat vexed. Even altering his address from Elder Sword Immortal to Old Man, that I was born within the sword Qi Great Wall, and Xiao Yao is my sister. I shall eventually return here. Why must you devise schemes to ensnare me? Are you not afraid that a good deed might ultimately turn into a misfortune? Chen Qingdu nodded, this time suppressing his smile, and solemnly replied, "This matter is not solely for her benefit. It is also for mine." This was rather thought-provoking. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, awaiting the Elder Sword Immortal's explanation. The Elder Sword Immortal stroked his chin for a moment before saying, "I, who have guarded the sword Qi Great Wall for 10,000 years, have only allowed a beast of the demon race to pass through the walls this once. Once the Elder Sword Immortal succinctly finished his statement, Ning Yuan fell into a moment of silence. Surprised, he had not anticipated that the typically rule-abiding and decisive Elder Sword Immortal would be troubled by such a minor issue at this moment. The young man's anger dissipated entirely, replaced by an increasing respect for this old man. Having lived for over 10,000 years, should he not have long since transcended such trivial matters? His own life, spanning this existence and the previous one, amounted to merely a few decades. How could he afford to attach such significance to these trifles? Yet, upon introspection, if he were to live for 10,000 years, would he still possess such composure? Observing countless generations from birth to death, could his heart still stir with even the slightest ripple? Ning Yuan did not know. Such thoughts were better left unexamined. For overthinking would extinguish all hope, and when hope was lost, one might wish for death. He shook his head gently and extended a hand towards the Elder Sword Immortal. Hand it over. The Elder Sword Immortal looked on with suspicion. The youth glared. You have prepared good things for me. You want my assistance, but you offer no benefits. The Elder Sword Immortal's lips twitched. Did I not give you 15 strands of sword intent? Ning Yuan maintained his outstretched hand, shaking his head. That does not count. That was the reward for helping you guard the Sword Qi Great Wall. As Ning Yuan grinned widely, unable to contain his laughter, a celestial treasure appeared in his hand, but a trifle, crafted from his dragon-slaying platform, resembling an unremarkable plaque, entirely black in hue. The plaque bore the inscription Sword Qi Great Wall in 4 large characters. Due to its primary material being the dragon-slaying platform, it was somewhat heavy despite its palm-sized dimensions, likely too cumbersome for an untrained child of 7 or 8 years to lift. Observing Ning Yuan clutching the trifle with an expression of utter fascination, the Elder Sword Immortal smirked slyly and inquired, "Would you like another fine item?" Ning Yuan, still grinning, failed to notice the old man's change in demeanor and eagerly replied, "Yes. How could I refuse? Quickly, bring it forth." The Elder Sword Immortal remarked, "I am on a mission to the vast world. Representing our Sword Qi Great Wall, we cannot allow outsiders to mock us for being too shabby." Fearing he might not comply, Ning Yuan rambled on. However, his smile soon faded. The Elder Sword Immortal shook his sleeve, and a 3-foot-long stone tablet crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Remember, I have cast a spell on this sword box. You cannot store it within the trifle. Henceforth, you must carry it on your back wherever you go." Chapter 19. Departure. The youth gazed at the sword box that had crashed to the ground, instinctively swallowing hard. The sword box measured 3 feet, identical in color to his trifle, both entirely pitch black, with countless mysterious patterns carved on both sides, perhaps some sort of formation. Without needing to elaborate, it was also forged from the original dragon-slaying platform, and Ning Yuan recognized its immense weight with just a glance. The Elder Sword Immortal merely watched him, his expression filled with delight. Ning Yuan attempted to lift it. However, as soon as the sword box left the ground by mere inches, he dropped it. "Old man, are you toying with me? This item was not so heavy before. If I must carry this the whole way, I shall need to stop every few steps as I descend the walls. By the time I reach Baoping Continent, I might already be old." Ning Yuan raised his voice, speaking rapidly and without restraint. He did not utter falsehoods. Indeed, since the dragon-slaying platform had been transformed into a sword box by the Grandmaster Sword Immortal, its weight had significantly increased. When he had previously carried this dragon-slaying platform to the city wall, he had to stop several times along the way due to fatigue. Now, with the added weight, he feared he would not be able to endure more than a few steps. At this rate, it would take him a decade or more to traverse the distance from the Sword Qi Great Wall to the luminous Pearl Cave. However, for certain exceedingly heavy objects, although cultivators may lack the strength to lift them, they can gradually refine them. Once the refinement is successful, they can manipulate them at will. Some powerful cultivators are even capable of refining an entire river or mountain as a personal treasure, which is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, the Grandmaster Sword Immortal had stated that he had tampered with this sword box, rendering it impossible for Ning Yuan to refine. Thus, he had no choice but to carry it on his back. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal extended his palm, and the sword box flew into his hand. After weighing it, he let out a soft exclamation, feigning a bit of embarrassment, as if it had become rather heavy. Ning Yuan retorted with irritation. "You were aware of this, then? It was not intentional." The Grandmaster Sword Immortal did not respond. After speaking, he raised two fingers and made several sweeping gestures across the sword box in various directions, leaving Ning Yuan perplexed. "All right, this should suit you perfectly now." With a casual toss, the sword box landed in front of Ning Yuan. He tested its weight again and found it had indeed been reduced by more than half, much lighter than it had been initially. However, this was still a considerable test of will and a trial for the physical body. It was not merely carrying the dragon-slaying platform atop the city wall, but rather venturing thousands of miles to the eastern treasure bottle continent. It was akin to asking a young child to lift a bucket full of water. While it might be somewhat strenuous, it could still be done. However, demanding that the child carry the water uphill would be a challenge of an entirely different magnitude. Ning Yuan inspected the sword box from all angles. Its exterior was unremarkable, and its interior was rather unappealing as well, resembling a haphazard assembly of several sword sheaths. Regardless of the Grandmaster Sword Immortal's forging skills, his aesthetic sense left much to be desired. The interior of the sword box was divided into 7 compartments, perfectly accommodating up to 7 swords. Ning Yuan removed the sword from his back and placed it within. Aside from the paper-wrapped beef, he also stored his backpack and 2 bags of celestial coins inside the compact item before finally strapping the dragon-slaying sword box onto his back, given its origin from the dragon-slaying platform. He referred to it as the dragon-slaying sword box. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal had not placed any restrictions on the compact item, and after a brief moment, Ning Yuan had refined it. A mere strand of true energy was sufficient for him to utilize it. The young sword cultivator, adorned in black garb and bearing the dragon-slaying sword box, with a token of the compact item hanging at his left waist and a wine gourd suspended at his right, presented quite an impressive figure. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal nodded in approval, acknowledging, "Indeed, there is some merit to your statement. Upon leaving the Sword Qi Great Wall, we cannot allow outsiders to mock us, claiming that our ranks are filled with barbarians. Although I cannot discern your karmic trajectory, I sense some signs that if I cannot ascertain it, likely others will be equally unable. Nonetheless, do not act too impulsively on this journey." The elder and the youth walked along the southern city wall. Ning Yuan inquired, "Grandmaster Sword Immortal, is there anyone following me?" He was referring to the Guardian. Many of the direct descendants from the mountain celestial families, or scions of esteemed clans, often have a guardian accompanying them during their descent to cultivate. In Ning Yuan's case, he had only the Sword Qi Great Wall behind him, which was effectively the Grandmaster Sword Immortal. However, generally, people from the Sword Qi Great Wall were prohibited from entering the Howren world due to established rules. The Grandmaster Sword Immortal shook his head. "No, then I understand." Ning Yuan took a deep breath. "I will do my best to avoid trouble and strive to return alive." The elder patted the young man's shoulder, chuckling. "Why so solemn? What with a tragic demeanor? Looking toward the north, there are hardly any worthy opponents in Howren. Draw your sword when necessary and do not overthink." Changing the subject, the elder added, "However, when you see your sister, do ponder a bit more before taking action." Ning Yuan recalled something and asked, "Grandmaster Sword Immortal, was it you who sent Xiao Yao to the Luminous Pearl Cave? What about me? Do you not have any tasks for me?" The Grandmaster Sword Immortal glanced at Ning Yuan, his expression unchanged. "Xiao Yao must go. It pertains to her karmic threads that as for you, I cannot say. I cannot foresee if you were picked up by your parents or if you emerged from a crevice in a stone." Ning Yuan's expression darkened. However, after a moment of contemplation, the Grandmaster Sword Immortal assigned Ning Yuan a task. "I know you will not return for several years after leaving, so I will set a task for you. During your travels in Howren, record all the significant incidents you encounter and present them to me upon your return. I wish to see what Howren looks like after 10,000 years under the guidance of a multitude of scholars." Ning Yuan nodded and halted his steps, for the Grandmaster Sword Immortal had also come to a stop. Everything was now in order, and the young sword cultivator, feeling a sudden impulse, clasped his fists in salute to the elder. In an unprecedented moment, the elder returned the gesture. "Well then, in my 10,000 years of life, I've spoken to most of you, young man." The Grandmaster Sword Immortal sighed, gazing into the distant north, as if his sight transcended the boundary of 2 worlds, landing upon an unknown place. "Off you go." After uttering his final words, Ning Yuan felt a sharp kick to his rear, propelling him forward as a streak of light flashed across the sky, and in an instant, he found himself in a northern city, perfectly landing within one of its spatial mirrors. The last time Ning Yuan had been kicked by the Grand Elder Sword Immortal, he had flown 100 miles. This time, he was directly sent to the Upside-Down Mountain, a place that countless sword cultivators had never ventured before. Chapter 20. Upside-Down Mountain in the Howren world, south of the southern Posa continent, there exists a mountain that hangs suspended between heaven and earth. The peaks point directly toward the waters of the South-Est. It is said that the Upside-Down Mountain possesses an extraordinary origin, being a magical artifact of the second-ranked true invincible Tao from the Qingming world. Shaped like a mountain seal, the Upside-Down Mountain spans a circumference of 100 miles, with an expansive area, at the center of which lies a solitary peak. The current master of this solitary peak is a great celestial lord from the white jade capital of the Qingming world. Affiliated with the second-ranked Dao at the foot of the solitary peak, there is a celestial path wide enough for a dozen horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, and on the right side of the path stands a massive square constructed from white marble. The square is quite spacious, with two towering white marble columns standing in its center, reaching nearly 20 zhang in height. Between the two columns, radiant light flows, appearing like a massive mirror from the outside. This is the spatial mirror connecting the Howren world to the Sword Qi Great Wall. Stepping into it allows one to instantly arrive in another realm. Besides this spatial mirror, there are also two gatekeepers, along with many young celestial disciples who have come to explore. That a small Taoist boy, wearing a fishtail crown, is propped against the left marble column, resting his left hand on his chin. Engrossed in an old book, a languid swordsman leans against the right marble column, dozing off with his sword cradled in his left arm and his right hand shielding his eyes. The small Taoist boy reads with utmost concentration, and whenever nearby children start to play and intrude upon his space, he lightly waves his sleeve, sending them drifting away as if employing a cloud riding technique. Many children, delighted, return after landing, and the small Taoist boy, unperturbed, continues to use his minor magic. Just as the boy was about to smile in an exciting passage in the book, he caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure flashing by in his peripheral vision. It seemed to have emerged from the mirror. Reluctantly tearing his gaze from the pages, he turned to look at the white marble tiles before the mirror. It was a young sword cultivator dressed in black, bearing a sword on his back. What a nuisance! Interrupting my reading, the small Taoist boy thought, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face before he hurriedly turned back to his book. However, he quickly snapped back to attention, staring intently at the figure. The swordsman on the right abruptly opened his eyes, also directing his gaze toward the youth. At the center of the Upside-Down Mountain, atop the solitary peak, stands the highest building in the area. Its upper portion perpetually shrouded in clouds. It is said that 3 bronze bells hang from the eaves of the rooftop, which only ring when the 3 chief instructors of the White Jade Capital visit the Upside-Down Mountain, their sound echoing throughout the realms. The celestial lord stationed here appeared on the rooftop, his gaze piercing through the cloud cover, resting upon the young swordsman at the square, who appeared as small as a mustard seed. Ning Yuan felt somewhat dazed. Although the kick from the Grandmaster Sword Immortal would not harm him, the sensation of traversing through such a spatial portal for the first time left him feeling nauseous, a feeling that would take time to subside. Not only was this his first entry into the Howren world, but he also landed in a rather undignified manner. Thus, he chose not to rise immediately, remaining on the ground as he waited for his mind to clear. Ning Yuan could sense the presence of many people around him and could already hear whispers discussing him. Although there are many merchants frequently traversing the Sword Qi Great Wall, it is the first time I have witnessed someone fall so dramatically. The sword-bearing man straightened his back slightly, leaning against the white jade pillar on his right. Observing for a while, he vaguely felt that this person appeared somewhat familiar. Ning Xiaoji? Ning Yuan turned his head sideways. Zhang Jianxian. The youth recognized him. His name was Zhang Lu. Initially intending to address him as Uncle Zhang, he changed his salutation at the last moment. Zhang Lu naturally discerned the implication behind Ning Yuan's sudden alteration of address. Yet he still smiled and inquired, Ning Xiaoji, what brings you to the Upside-Down Mountain all of a sudden? The young Taoist on the left ceased reading, leaning in to listen since the two were acquainted. Ning Yuan's tone was neither sorrowful nor joyful, as he had anticipated. Zhang Lu continued to pursue the conversation, asking whether he was merely wandering around Upside Down Mountain or venturing further afield. Ning Yuan rose from the ground, brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. As the square was impeccably cleaned, I do not know. I shall go wherever the path leads me. Zhang Lu nodded, uncertain of what else to say in response to Ning Yuan's reply. Ning Yuan stamped his foot on the spot, tightened the sword sheath on his back, and having no intention to linger, glanced around before stepping out of the square. As he walked, he pondered in admiration. This vast and grand world was indeed different. Although the spiritual energy in the air was not significantly more concentrated than that near the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was far clearer. In the savage realms, particularly within the Sword Qi Great Wall, the countless battles fought over millennia had rendered the spiritual energy tumultuous and chaotic, causing cultivators to experience a slower pace of cultivation in such an environment. It was precisely for this reason that, through the generations of ancient sword cultivators' relentless pursuit and refinement, the unique sword cultivation method known as 18 pauses of sword qi was established. The 15 strands of sword intent refined within Ning Yuan's body usually traversed within the 18 pauses of the Qi Mansion. Over the years honing the sword intent and fortifying his foundational realm, the Qi Mansion's acupoints, in return, nourished the sword intent, preparing him for the moment he would draw his sword to slay his enemies. Ning Yuan did not cast another glance at the sword-bearing man behind him, but he understood that Zhang Lu had his own burdens, yet it did not imply that everyone would comprehend his plight. Before the 13 struggles, Ning Yuan had still called Zhang Lu Uncle Zhang with sincerity. However, after the death of his parents on the southern wall, he had never uttered that title again, nor had his younger sister Ning Yao. Their parents perished in battle south of the Great Wall, and Zhang Lu, who once shared a close bond with their father, had chosen betrayal during that battle, deliberately allowing a beast from the demon race to win. Consequently, the parents of the two siblings often faced scorn from those in the shadows of the Sword Qi Great Wall, being labeled as the renowned couple of great sword immortals who were defeated by the demon race. Had it not been for Ailiang's final stand, the Sword Qi Great Wall would have been the subject of mockery from the Four Realms. The derision directed at Zhang Lu was even more intense than that aimed at the sword immortal who had lost in battle. Ning Yuan was aware that these matters had little to do with Zhang Lu, yet he was simply that way. The world's principles were numerous, and no one could fully digest them all. Thousands upon thousands of teachings existed, and who among even the sage Confucians could truly embody them all? As for the death of their parents, the primary culprits were undoubtedly the savage demon race. For the 13 struggles had been a calculated scheme by the demons against his parents. Or rather, it was fundamentally aimed at targeting his sister Ning Yao. A powerful demon had foreseen a glimpse of Ning Yao's potential future, believing she could reach the pinnacle of cultivation, thus instigating the 13 struggles. The Sword Qi Great Wall had already produced a Chen Qingdu. The demon race would not tolerate the emergence of a second. Besides the machinations of the demon race, Ning Yuan was still unaware if other eminent cultivators from the supreme orthodoxies of the other realms had participated. However, knowing would not change much. He was merely a novice at the Sea Observation Realm. With the path to ascension seeming distant on top of a solitary peak, an old Taoist stood respectfully behind the great heavenly sovereign, holding a golden whisk, his hair frosted white, in terms of appearance. This elder exuded an aura of celestial grace, even surpassing that of the great heavenly sovereign. Yet the old Taoist spoke with deference, softly asking, "Master, should I return this boy to the Sword Qi Great Wall since he is left without permission?" The great heavenly sovereign's gaze fell upon the black token hanging at the young sword cultivator's waist, and he smiled, shaking his head. "It is fortunate you consulted me first. If you had acted directly against this youth, our ancestral mountain seal would surely have borne the brunt of a sword strike." The great heavenly sovereign's words implied a deeper meaning, causing the old Taoist to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 21. The country bumpkin the young Taoist, witnessing the young sword cultivator leaving without a backward glance, turned to the sword-bearing man who was guarding the gate with him and inquired, "Zhang Lu, what is his background?" Zhang Lu cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. The young Taoist, though seemingly an ancient being, spoke with the innocence of a child. Is he not the direct disciple of that great sword immortal? He had noticed the token at Ning Yuan's waist, and to his discerning eye, it appeared to be forged from the dragon-slaying platform. Quite remarkable indeed. Zhang Lu shifted slightly, turning his back to the young Taoist, and lay down once more. The young Taoist, perhaps accustomed to Zhang Lu's demeanor, did not become irate, but instead began to calculate in a somewhat theatrical manner, though he was merely at the Jade Purity realm. Being from the Baiyu Jing lineage, he had learned quite a bit, especially in the art of divination. However, the result was naturally inconclusive. Even the great sword immortal could only perceive a trace of void in Ning Yuan's future trajectory. Let alone him, who saw nothing at all. You haven't even matured yet, and you wish to divine the future. The voice of the sword-bearing man drifted over leisurely. The young Taoist, filled with indignation, flicked his fingers, sending a gust of wind toward Zhang Lu's backside. The latter casually reached out, capturing the gust, and in a swift motion, stuffed it between his own buttocks, rubbing it about, as if scratching an itch. The young Taoist displayed a look of disgust. Zhang Lu, it is no wonder you are being punished to guard this gate. A crude person like you does not even deserve entry into our Baiyu Jing. Zhang Lu remained turned away. I am but a gatekeeper. You are not. Baiyu Jing, I send that merely a gathering place for a bunch of birdmen. The young Taoist felt indignant, but was helpless. He had been guarding the gate with Zhang Lu for quite some time and had never once won an argument against him. However, after being mocked repeatedly, he quickly ceased to be angry and pursued his inquiry. That person bears a striking resemblance to that woman from a few days ago. Could they not be of the same kin? That token of his, together with the dark sword sheath behind him, is certainly not ordinary. I have never seen anyone with a token worthy of inscribing Sword Qi Great Wall. Allowing the young Taoist to prattle on, the man paid him no heed. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Ning Yuan stepped out of the Baiyu Square, making his way down the azure brick path, pausing intermittently to gaze around. There was no denying it. Compared to the vastness of the world, Ning Yuan had seen far too little. Aside from the central region of the upside-down mountain, which featured the tallest peak, the surrounding terrain was remarkably flat. In this realm of Haoran, there was no temporal distinction from the Jinshi Great Wall. It was also nearing December. Yet while the Jinshi Great Wall was blanketed in snow, this area remained untouched by winter's grasp. A solitary peak, the residences of 9 Taoist masters. This was the extent of the local Taoist influence. The vast expanse of land beyond had been sold to various visitors from the Haoran 9 continents. These parcels, purchased by forces from the 9 realms, had been transformed into grand estates and shops. To the north of the upside-down mountain lay several ferry points that, in order to leave the upside-down mountain for Dongbao Pingzhou, Ning Yuan would need to board a mountain ferry. This place differed greatly from the barren lands of the Jinshi Great Wall. Despite the latter's size, it was merely a city, whereas here lay an entire world, boundless and teeming with countless beings. The streets were lined with numerous shops, bustling with activity, and many cultivators had set up stalls along the sides. Ning Yuan found it intriguing and took a look at each one. He wished to purchase a geographical map of the Haoran realm. However, he soon encountered an awkward situation. He was unable to communicate. He could only speak the refined dialect of the Jinshi Great Wall, while the vendors on the street primarily hailed from various parts of the 9 continents. Among 10 vendors, none could speak the official language of the Jinshi Great Wall. After lingering at 7 or 8 stalls, he spoke his piece while they responded in theirs, leading to a cacophony of misunderstanding. The merchants who came to the upside-down mountain were not genuinely selling to the Jinshi Great Wall, as the customs there dictated that few ever ventured out throughout the year. Their clientele consisted of immortal offspring from various regions. The upside-down mountain's reputation, coupled with its prestigious Taoist title, attracted countless Qi practitioners seeking leisure. True commerce with the Jinshi Great Wall did not occur on the surface of the upside-down mountain. Apart from a mirrored surface at the foot of the solitary peak, within the mountain's belly lay another spatial mirror leading to the Jinshi Great Wall, featuring several massive tunnels that directly connected to the northern ferry points. Those engaging in trade with the Jinshi Great Wall were powerful factions, transporting goods via mountain ferries across myriad mountains and rivers to reach the upside-down mountain. After negotiating prices, they would send the goods through the mirror within the mountain's belly to the Jinshi Great Wall. Pavilions and towers on the mountain were designed for the amusement of the immortal offspring, while the shadowed belly of the mountain secretly transported vital war supplies to the Jinchi Great Wall. Just before exiting the street, Ning Yuan finally acquired a geographical map of the Howren realm. The vendor, unable to comprehend him, shook his head when Ning Yuan offered 5 snowflake coins. Ning Yuan added another 5. And after several rounds of this exchange, he purchased the map for 50 snowflake coins, though he felt it was slightly overpriced. 50 snowflake coins equating to half a small summer coin. He had already made the purchase, and thus had to accept it. The map was exceptionally well crafted, marking most of the prominent locations in the Howren 9 continents. The nearest land to the upside-down mountain was Nanpajuo Zhou, followed by the southeastern Tongyi Zhou. North of Tongyi Zhou lay his first destination, Dong Baoping Zhou. Dong Baoping Zhou was the smallest of the 9 continents, while the Central Divine Continent was the largest. The combined area of the other 8 continents paled in comparison to it. Unsure if there was a direct ferry to Baoping Zhou, he pondered that if there wasn't, he would have to first journey to Tongyi Zhou and then transfer to Baoping Zhou. Clutching the map with both hands, he walked along, softly planning his itinerary. Although Nanpajuo Zhou was the closest to the upside-down mountain, Baoping Zhou lay to the east of Howren and did not pass through Pajuo Zhou. This considerable distance would require traversing the entirety of Tongyi Zhou. Ning Yuan stowed the map in his dimensional pouch and, after a moment's contemplation, tucked the pouch into his bosom. The inscriptions upon it held considerable significance and should not be displayed lightly. Despite having already been seen by several onlookers, he then sat by the street for a while. Not for any particular reason, but simply because he was exhausted. The weight of the sword box on his back was no trivial matter. The trek from the solitary peak had been no less than 10 miles, and while carrying it was manageable at first, it became increasingly arduous with every passing moment. After resting for a while, the young man stood, shouldered his sword box, and entered a nearby inn. He wished to board the ferry as soon as possible, but there were still matters to attend to. What? 3 small summer coins. A young swordsman, upon hearing the price at the Nai Xiu inn, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The woman at the counter, possessing a fine figure and clad in a flowing smoky watercolor dress with a low neckline revealing a hint of white, could only smile awkwardly at the young man's reaction. Young hero, this is already the cheapest room we have here. The prices across all inns on this street were fairly similar. That's the front desk attendant of a large inn. She was fluent in the official language of the 9 continents, including the refined dialect of the Jinchi Great Wall. Several tables on the first floor were occupied by guests adorned in splendid garments, all curiously sizing up Ning Yuan, wondering how this rustic lad had arrived at the upside-down mountain. Ning Yuan retrieved the pouch of coins gifted to him by grandfather Nailan, containing his travel funds. Upon inspection, he found 24 grain rain coins and 56 small summer coins. Bai Mama had divided all the small summer and grain rain coins from the Ning residence into 2 portions for siblings. As for the remaining snowflake coins, Bai Mama had to care for a large group of children, all of whom were descendants of sword cultivators who had perished on the city walls. Ignoring the discussions around him, Ning Yuan secured the pouch before turning to exit the inn. Chapter 22. Capturing the ferry despite possessing more than 20 grain rain coins, and then charging only 3 small summer coins per day. There were numerous expenses along the journey. Not to mention, the divine coins required for ferry passage were no small sum. Ning Yuan wasn't overly frugal, but the thought that this pouch of coins was entrusted to him by his elders made it feel particularly heavy, preventing him from spending it frivolously. This street, being the closest to the solitary peak, naturally had higher costs for food and lodging. Ning Yuan, carrying his sword box, departed and eventually turned into a somewhat deserted alley. Young hero, are you seeking accommodation? A young woman clad in green stood at the entrance. Though youthful, she was undoubtedly several years older than Ning Yuan. She was lovely, with a more voluptuous figure than the previous attendant. Revealing even more, Ning Yuan's eyes widened. Her skirt was nearly indecently high, drawing attention to her alluring legs. He could discern her cultivation level, placing her within the lower realms of the 5th stage. In Ning Yuan's eyes, she was no different from an ordinary person. He could surmise her profession. Just as there were brothels in the mortal cities below, there would naturally be similar establishments among the immortal realms above. Currently troubled by the quest for an inexpensive inn, he merely nodded at the woman and stated, I would like to stay. The woman, upon hearing this, smiled brightly as she drew closer, linking her arm through his. Young hero, please follow me. Our inn has a stellar reputation and remarkably reasonable prices. Ning Yuan, flustered by her proximity, quickly pushed her away, indicating she should lead the way. Unperturbed, the woman continued to smile, engaging him in conversation as they walked. Is this your first time traveling far from home? Are you perhaps from the mountain of Nanpajuo? Is that a sword box you carry? So, a young swordsman has emerged. Xiu, am honored to meet you. This woman chattered incessantly, occasionally glancing back at him, her chatter incessant yet undeniably charming. For a novice like Ning Yuan in matters of romance, her rather crude performance held a considerable allure. Her name, Xiu, was likely not her true name, as it bore the mark of a woman from the back alleys, just as there were fine powders and lipsticks in the chambers of the women below. The immortal beauties on the mountains had similar allurements, crafted from ethereal herbal essences, surpassing ordinary cosmetics in efficacy. The young man maintained a stoic expression until Xiu led him to the entrance of an inn. Ruan Xiu Pavilion.it was indeed a brothel. Exhausted from carrying the sword box, Ning Yuan found himself at a crossroads. Entering felt complicated, yet staying outside was equally so. Sensing his hesitation, Xiu smiled and gently reassured him. Young hero, do not think I deceived you. You never inquired about our establishment's nature. Moreover, Ruan Xiu Pavilion is not a place of ill repute. You may rest assured while you stay. The gentle rain led Ning Yuan through the grand entrance, where a high platform stood prominently in the main hall, and a delicate courtesan, clad in a sheer gown, sat gracefully playing the guqin. Ning, a rough-hewn man, found himself unable to appreciate such refined artistry. Meanwhile, atop another city in this vast realm, two hunched old men sat on small stools, their gaze fixed upon a mirage unfolding in the air before them. This mirage, known as Jinghua Shuexiu, was a mystical technique employed by high-ranking practitioners on the mountain, allowing them to observe distant landscapes from afar, a truly wondrous spectacle. The effectiveness of this technique varied, depending on the user's cultivation level, influencing both the clarity of the vision and the distance it could reach. Alongside Jinghua Shuexiu, there existed similar techniques like Zhongguan Shana, each serving a similar purpose, that is this the brat you want me to see with my heavenly eye. Upon leaving the Sword Qi Great Wall, he has ventured into a brothel. The old blind man, though sightless, was far from truly blind. If he desired to see, he could pierce through the veils of two worlds, observing Ning entering the brothel through the mirage. He exchanged a knowing grin with the old man beside him, the renowned sword immortal, initially anticipating that this young man would first pay his respects at the sword pavilion and then hastily board a ferry to Dongbeiaping's house. Found himself slightly embarrassed. After all, it would not be unusual for a sword immortal to indulge in romantic escapades. You, Chen Qingdu, can enjoy watching this young man's frivolous adventures. I have no interest in such matters and shall take my leave. With a flicker of golden light, the blind old man vanished from the city wall, and the sword immortal waved his sleeve, causing the mirage to dissipate into nothingness. Frustrated, he turned and returned to his humble abode. Ruan Xiu Pavilion was not merely a brothel. The first floor served as a dining hall, while the second, third, and fourth floors offered standard rooms, reserving the highest fifth floor for revelry. The proprietor, a stern middle-aged man, charged a small fee per day. Ning paid him 2 coins for a night, finding the room clean yet somewhat cramped. A reasonable expectation, given the premium real estate of the upside-down mountain, where establishing an inn required considerable financial backing. As dusk approached, Ning Yuan ventured outside, intending to visit the northern ferry terminal. He had learned from Xiu that several ferries from Dongbeiaping's house operated here, although their journeys were lengthy. The ferry he sought was named Osmanthus Island. Ning Xiao, are you planning to tour the various sites of Upside Down Mountain? Xiu, the courtesan of Ruan Xiu Pavilion, was about to step out to attract patrons when she spotted Ning Yuan descending the stairs. Curiosity piqued, she wondered about the sword box he carried, an object of intrigue, as she had never seen him part with it. Ning Yuan nodded, recalling his unfamiliarity with local customs, and replied, I wish to visit the northern ferry terminal. Might you guide me, Miss Xiu? With a playful smile, Xiu extended her hand. Ning Xiao. It won't cost much. Just 1 small coin will suffice. As Ning Yuan reached for a coin, Xiu playfully pulled him away from the entrance of Wanhua Pavilion, glancing around before accepting the coin. Evidently, it seemed that courtesans were not officially tasked with accompanying guests on excursions. This woman had taken the initiative for her own private venture. Hey, Ning Xiao, please don't mention this to the proprietor when you return. On their way to the ferry terminal, Xiu walked ahead, her long, fair legs swaying, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily both captivated and perplexed. Ning Xiao, there are 3 ferry terminals to the north. Which one do you wish to visit? Ning Yuan hesitated, contemplating before responding. Zhuofang Ferry that he recalled that Chen Qingdu had first arrived at the Sword Qi Great Wall via the ferry at Bay of Pingzhu, taking the ferry named Osmanthus Island to Upside Down Mountain, ultimately landing at Zhuofang Ferry. However, the distance from Bay of Pingzhu to Upside Down Mountain was substantial, and the cross-regional ferries from Old Dragon City were infrequent, making the journey long. He wondered if he would be fortunate enough to board the ferry this time. He had heard that the Osmanthus maidens on the island were exceptionally beautiful, not to mention the renowned Lady Osmanthus. Chapter 23. The Mountain Fairy Ning Xiao. Do you see that pavilion ahead? That is Zhuofang Pavilion, one of the 8 wonders of Upside Down Mountain. Once at Zhuofang Pavilion, one could reach Zhuofang Ferry, and the view from the pavilion was undeniably breathtaking. Xiu performed her role commendably, explaining the sights along the way, and Ning Yuan thought her eloquence suited her well. There was no need for her to be a courtesan at Wanhua Pavilion, but a courtesan was a performer who sold their talents rather than their bodies. Xiu's role, however, was somewhat distinct. She did not entertain patrons with music or dance, but focused solely on attracting customers to the pavilion. Ning Yuan found it puzzling that, despite Xiu's modest cultivation level, which seemed insignificant to the mountain's practitioners, she would remain at Upside Down Mountain, engaging in such a despised profession. As the young swordsman surveyed the bustling crowd, he spotted a modest pavilion that appeared ordinary, except for the plaque inscribed with Zhuofang Pavilion, penned by the hand of a revered master from a particular sect. There was nothing particularly extraordinary within, yet its association with the old master rendered it invaluable, transforming it into a tourist attraction. The pavilion was crowded, with over 100 people crammed into the small space. Ning Yuan hesitated, contemplating whether to linger there. Xiu inquired, Ning Xiao, since it's your first time at Upside Down Mountain, are you not curious to take a look inside? After some deliberation, Ning Yuan decided to follow the throng, and Xiu, smiling faintly, trailed closely behind him. Having trained in martial arts and swordsmanship since the age of 5, Ning, though only 12, had grown to a stature akin to that of an adult, albeit slightly lean. While he lacked the abundant cultivation resources available to the children of celestial families in the Howran realm, he possessed something they could not match, the blood and flesh of powerful demon beasts. Simply relying on arduous training would not suffice for the children of Sword Qi Great Wall to grow swiftly. After battles, the slain demon bodies were typically brought back to the city, with those at or above the nascent soul stage apportioned among the families based on merit. The bodies of high-ranking demons not only strengthened the physique, but also enhanced the martial foundation, with some children even breaking through to new realms after consuming the heart of a transcendent demon. Similarly, demons feasted on humans for the same reasons, strength and cultivation. Whether human, demon, or spirit, cultivation was ultimately a process of self-improvement. The higher the realm, the stronger the constitution, though it bore a certain gruesomeness. Partaking in such flesh yielded significant benefits. The high-ranking demons left behind for the children to consume were a scarce commodity. However, inferior demons, of which there were many, were sold to various factions that engaged in long-term trade with Upside Down Mountain and Sword Qi Great Wall. Every part of a demon was valuable. Its blood, flesh, bones, and fur, each serving a purpose. After each battle, while the Sword Qi Great Wall suffered considerable losses, they could repurchase some resources through trade. Without such means, how could a nearly barren Sword Qi Great Wall endure for millennia? The land beneath the Sword Qi Great Wall was so desolate that digging for 10 years might yield nothing more than a single snowflake coin. The young men and women who surrounded him, hailing from the 9 continents, donned exquisite garments, some of which might have been crafted from the hides of demons slain by the Sword Qi Great Wall. In this realm, only here could one find a thriving market for demon bodies. The crowd at Zhuofang Pavilion consisted primarily of young heirs from various families, none particularly formidable, allowing Ning Yuan to easily push his way inside, despite the dragon-slaying sword box swinging left and right, inadvertently bumping into several faces. "Hey, what's that kid's problem? Damn it, I've got a bump on my forehead." The dragon-slaying sword box was exceptionally sturdy, and soon a chorus of curses erupted around him as young men glared at him in anger. "What s with the black stone tablet you're hauling around while sightseeing?" Xiu, who had been following Ning Yuan, felt a gentle bump from the sword box and now held her cheek, looking pitiful as she clutched his sleeve. Fearing another encounter, Ning Yuan turned back, offering an apologetic expression and saying, "My apologies." The girl with one swollen cheek approached, aiming a kick at him. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes and swiftly grabbed her leg, tossing her aside as if scattering ashes. The group of young men, witnessing this scene, instantly fell silent, their pupils dilating in shock. Recalling the warnings from his elders before descending the mountain, he resolved not to provoke anyone at Upside Down Mountain. The girl, clad in blue, was unceremoniously thrown out of Zhuofang Pavilion and caught by an elderly man, presumably a family elder. The girl broke free from the old man's grasp, her beautiful face flushed with anger as she stood outside the pavilion, hands on her hips, glaring at Ning Yuan with fury. "You scoundrel! Come out here!" The elderly man behind her also fixated on Ning Yuan, yet he did not exhibit any murderous intent. Rather, he seemed to be scrutinizing his background. Ning Yuan felt somewhat awkward, for he had entirely overlooked the young woman's swollen left cheek. He merely sensed someone was about to strike and reacted without hesitation. The disdain that the people of the Sword Qi Great Wall hold towards the Howren realm partly stems from this. In the same realm, it is highly probable that the cultivators from Howren cannot compete with those from the Sword Qi Great Wall. The children of the Sword Qi Great Wall, aside from those inherently incapable of cultivation, have typically ascended the city walls to slay demons from an early age, resulting in a stronger foundation and considerable combat experience. Conversely, the situation in Howren is different, although there are exceptionally formidable young cultivators. The vast majority lack prowess, many possessing flimsy realms akin to mere shells, shattering upon the slightest confrontation. Ning Yuan, having transmigrated into this world, retained his original memories and skills, coupled with an acute sensitivity to danger, which accounted for his recent actions. "Ning, what shall we do?" Xiu, feeling frightened, tightly grasped Ning Yuan's arm, anxiously gazing at the blue-clad maiden outside the pavilion. The young woman, adorned in luxurious garments and bearing an exquisite jade token at her waist, was accompanied by the elderly man behind her, whose realm was indiscernible to Xiu, though she surmised he was at least a mid-level 5-realm sage. Such a figure was not someone they could provoke lightly. Initially intending to feign intimacy with this Na'vi youth in hopes of acquiring more celestial wealth, she now regretted squeezing in with him, realizing that her holding onto his arm would likely be interpreted as complicity by the young woman. Recalling her first encounter with a mid-level 5-realm sage, who had casually slain her parents, that fear resurfaced anew. Ning Yuan cast a glance at her, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, having spent so long in the Upside-Down Mountain. Do you not know that harming others is strictly prohibited here?" Despite his words, Xiu remained apprehensive, and Ning Yuan paid her no mind, his gaze drifting toward the ferry landing below, to the edge of the Upside-Down Mountain. Peering down from the pavilion revealed a wispy mist, and with focused sight, one could faintly glimpse the azure South Sea 1,000 feet below. That moment, Ning Yuan was further awed by the capabilities of the great cultivators. Such a massive mountain character remained suspended 1,000 feet in the air, undisturbed in its trajectory even after countless years. He recalled how, in a state of unawareness, he had been led by the nose by the Sword Immortal before him, causing his heart to race. In such a world, where powerful cultivators could effortlessly upheave mountains and seas, it was likely that a mere thought could extinguish countless mortal lives. Beyond the cliff at the edge of the Upside-Down Mountain, flowing luminescent rivers hung in the air, some ascending to higher clouds while others plunged directly into the 1,000-foot deep sea. Technically, these ethereal rivers served as ferry landings. Whenever a ferry approached the Upside-Down Mountain, it would enter through these pathways, ultimately docking at the edge, while the underlying rivers supported the massive ferry, preventing it from plummeting. The reason some rivers ascended while others descended was attributed to the varying types of mountain fairies. Some were crafted from magical artifacts capable of soaring through the skies, while others were living entities, such as the legendary treasure-swallowing whale, the mountain sea turtle, and the Xian clam, all colossal spiritual beasts known for their docility, rarely resisting ordinary attacks. That moment, a Xian clam was anchored within one of these riverways. Its form resembled that of a clam, yet was as large as a mountain peak, likely comparable to the Mirror Plaza of Lonely Peak. Its shell was currently ajar, and as Ning Yuan focused his gaze, he beheld numerous pavilions and towers within that a rough estimate suggested there were dozens of structures, potentially accommodating over 1,000 individuals. However, the Xian clam primarily served as a cargo ferry. It lacked flight capabilities and merely traversed the seas. Most importantly, cultivators could only remain in its belly, rendering the breathtaking scenery outside entirely invisible. Even if one possessed divine abilities to perceive the outside world, it would be shrouded in darkness, for the seabed was inherently pitch black. Cultivators prefer to travel on ferries capable of flight, such as the floating mountain akin to the Upside-Down Mountain or the Osmanthus Island of the Long Family in Old Dragon City. Not only could they enjoy the splendid vistas along the journey, but if one had the means, they could also lead a life of luxury aboard the ferry. Some mountain ferries specialized in this business, establishing routes that passed through various scenic spots of Howren, catering to wealthy chi practitioners. What books described could never compare to first-hand experience. Ning Yuan, unable to contain his astonishment, pulled Xu Yu out of the pavilion, eager to approach the ferry landing for a closer look. A blue-clad maiden blocked the path before him. "You wretch, do you think you can escape?" Chapter 24. Jiang Yun, the Xian clam at the ferry landing, was preparing to depart. Few cultivators had entered its belly, and many carts had already been loaded inside. Confirming its purpose as a cargo ferry, the two massive clam shells gradually closed, while celestial beings cast magical defenses upon its surface. Subsequently, in the eyes of the youth, it glided down the riverway into the South Sea, akin to a child climbing a branch only to slip down the smooth trunk. Despite the grandeur of the scene, the profound magical restrictions laid by the high-ranking practitioners at the Upside-Down Mountain rendered the area silent, devoid of any sound. The youth was momentarily entranced, intending to apologize to the maiden, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to the Xian clam as it entered these. It was no wonder several celestial youths had previously referred to him as a country bumpkin behind his back. Just a single Xian clam could evoke such astonishment. If it were the treasure-swallowing whale or the floating mountain, would his jaw not drop in awe? Not to mention that these were merely medium-sized mountain fairies. The Mo family, one of the 100 schools, possessed craftsmen who forged enormous assault sword boats from celestial materials, capable of launching thousands of flying swords in unison, resembling a torrential downpour, capable of obliterating even a 1,000-foot mountain in their path. "You wretch, I'm talking to you." The blue-clad maiden, seeing the youth ignore her, became even more incensed, her hands on her hips as she glared at Ning Yuan, her chest heaving. However, her youthfulness revealed her underdeveloped figure. As the Xian clam submerged into the sea, Ning Yuan turned to regard her, recognizing that although he could not comprehend her words, it was evident she was chastising him. He glanced at the nervously fidgeting Xu Yu, who swallowed hard and whispered, "Ning Xiao. She's scolding you." Ning Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. Of course, he was aware she was berating him, but the crucial question was how to resolve the matter. He believed it prudent to learn the refined language of the Howren realm post-haste, lest he encounter difficulties communicating wherever he went. The Howren realm spanned vast territories, home to countless regional dialects. Following the ancient battle for ascension a millennium ago, the Confucians established 72 academies across the 9 provinces, where sages imparted their teachings and gentlemen educated others, naturally promoting a unified language. This meant that by mastering the refined language of the Howren realm, one could avoid the awkwardness of miscommunication. Xiao Yao excelled in this regard, her prodigious talents not merely confined to the sword path. Her intellect was sharp, allowing her to recall everything she observed and learn anything she encountered. when Liang taught the two of them the improved version of the 18 sword chi stances. Xiao Yao memorized the techniques entirely, effortlessly breaking through the 18 chi palaces in the time it took to sip water. Comparatively, Ning Yuan, having emerged from the same womb, lacked such innate gifts. Nonetheless, he could still be counted among the top seeds when compared to other young practitioners from the Sword Chi Great Wall. Ask her how she intends to resolve this, Ning Yuan suggested to Xiu Yu, prompting her to engage in dialogue with the maiden. The blue-clad maiden was accompanied by a tall elder in a scholarly robe, his demeanor calm and composed. With his left hand resting before him and his right hand clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of vitality, unmistakably a learned individual. Ning Yuan felt unperturbed by the prospect of conflict. Recognizing that, like him, the elder was a practitioner in the sea observation realm, as for the furious young woman before him, her somewhat unstable aura suggested she was merely a novice who had just entered the mid-level 5 realm. Furthermore, the regulations of the Upside-Down Mountain strictly forbade any acts of violence. That elder was certainly not an insignificant figure. The Confucians imposed order upon the world, whereas the Taoist sect was less predictable. Ning Yuan recalled a Taoist sage stationed at the Sword Chi Great Wall, notorious for his foul temper and profane language. Fear not. No matter what, you will not be implicated, Ning Yuan reassured Xiu Yu, who felt a slight sense of relief. However, she soon reconsidered. Perhaps Ning Xiao spoke the language of the South, implying he hailed from that city. If so, what was there to fear? Nevertheless, she cautiously pondered her wording before addressing the young woman. My dear miss, may I inquire how you plan to resolve this matter? The blue-clad maiden was momentarily taken aback, realizing the individual before her could not speak the official language of the Howren realm. The elder in the scholarly robe behind her also exhibited a subtle change in expression, a flicker of speculation crossing his mind, yet he promptly shook his head on the Sword Chi Great Wall. Aside from those responsible for trade with the Upside-Down Mountain, others were generally barred from entry. Perhaps this young man hailed from some remote place, having never learned the official Howren language. Nonetheless, caution was advisable. The elder gently patted his young lady's shoulder, saying, Xiao Yun, it is but a trivial matter. Do not be difficult. He was aware that the young lady would not intentionally make things difficult for others. However, given her temperament, it was not unlikely that she might engage in some verbal sparring at the tea that moment. The girl had already retracted her menacing demeanor, yet she maintained her hands firmly on her hips. Her delicate brows furrowed as she scrutinized Ning Yuan, her lips parting slightly. You hail from the Sword Chi Great Wall? It is indeed the refined dialect of the Sword Chi Great Wall, albeit somewhat awkwardly articulated. Ning Yuan was taken aback. It was surprising that she could speak the dialect of the Sword Chi Great Wall, even among the recent visitors to the Upside-Down Mountain. Few could articulate such words that it was not unexpected for Xiu Yu. However, as she had struggled through the Upside-Down Mountain for many years, not only was she familiar with the dialect of the Sword Chi Great Wall, but she was also well-versed in the elegant speech from various regions of the 9 continents. Without any hesitation, Ning Yuan nodded, stating that he had only just arrived at the Upside-Down Mountain. There was nothing to conceal. Many had witnessed him emerging from the mirror of the isolated peak. The great heavenly lord was surely aware of his presence, as if he were a sage presiding over the Upside-Down Mountain, capable of perceiving every subtle change in this place in real time. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's response, the young lady's furrowed brow relaxed, and she bounded over to him, scrutinizing the young man closely. What are you up to? Ning Yuan questioned, now frowning in confusion. Are you truly from the Sword Chi Great Wall? She inquired once again. Indeed, Ning Yuan affirmed. But aren't those from the Sword Chi Great Wall prohibited from wandering freely in the vast and righteous world? She pressed further. What business is that of yours? Ning Yuan retorted, in the face of his brusqueness. The young lady did not seem angered. She appeared almost transformed from her earlier self, as she clasped her hands behind her back and attempted to circle around Ning Yuan to glimpse the sword box. Ning Yuan mirrored her movement, ensuring he kept her in view, preventing her from catching sight of it. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, wide and bright, and although her left cheek was still slightly swollen, it was evident that she possessed the makings of a beauty. What on earth are you carrying a stone tablet for? Ning Yuan felt a wave of frustration. This is a sword box. Since entering the vast and righteous world in such a short span of time, Ning Yuan had overheard several passers-by discussing him, with most speculating about his dragon-slaying sword box. Some claimed he was carrying a stone tablet, perhaps a treasured artifact from a mountain, intended for refining as a life-bound object. Others suggested it was a heavy ruler, akin to a blunt sword, meant for use as a weapon with immense power. There were even some bizarre individuals who speculated that he was bearing a coffin meant to contain a child's corpse, a notion that certain malevolent entities might entertain. Yet he did concede that it was indeed unsightly. Ning Yuan felt that the old man from the sword Qi Great Wall was hardly suited to be a blacksmith. While Ning Yuan held disdain for the old sword immortal in his heart, the young lady leaned in closer. "May I have a look?" she asked. "Hello, my name is Jiang Yuan, and I come from the southern Posa continent." Chapter 25. Good friends, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be. In a world where cultivation and ascension prevail, it is rife with deception and betrayal. In her youth, their mother often recounted bedtime stories to the siblings. Tales of alluring spirits lurking in the majestic mountains and rivers, waiting for scholarly travelers to pass by, often using their beauty to ensnare them, only to drain their essence and discard their lifeless bodies in the wilderness. Ning Yuan understood this principle profoundly. He gazed intently at the young lady before him, the adorable Jiang Yun, remaining utterly still, seemingly indifferent. Jiang Yun stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her upper body slightly leaning forward, tilting her cherubic face upwards. The swelling on her left cheek only accentuated her charm. Did not my brother say that those from the sword Qi Great Wall are all sword immortals, inspiring reverence with just a glance? Yet this person lacks even basic courtesy. Noticing the silence from the individual before her, Jiang Yun's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, her lips pursing as she turned to leave. "Hello, my name is Ning Yuan, and I hail from the sword Qi Great Wall." Jiang Yun paused, her body turning back toward him as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the last gentle rays of sunlight across the sky. Breaking through the clouds to illuminate the grand formation of the upside-down mountain, the most beautiful moment of the day had arrived. A beam of fragmented light fell upon the young man's shoulder. Ning Yuan still believed that the tales his mother told were mere stories. The notion that beautiful women are more deceitful was simply a fallacy. His mother was enchanting, yet she had never deceived him even once. Observing Jiang Yun's silence, Ning Yuan reiterated, "Hello, my name is Ning Yuan, and I come from the sword Qi Great Wall. Jiang Yun snapped back to reality, smiling and waving her hand. Hello, the sword Qi Great Wall." Although the old man had previously concealed his illusionary powers, boredom led him to resume his observations. While his actions might be somewhat unscrupulous, no one was watching. In terms of strength, Chen Qingdu was hardly inferior to that old blind man. Yet the latter possessed heavenly sight, a divine ability to peer into others' affairs that Chen Qingdu lacked. Once Ning Yuan departed from the upside-down mountain, he would no longer be able to watch the spectacle from the city walls. The scene of the capture and release was thoroughly entertaining for the old sword immortal. This brat, could it be that he was merely toying with me all along? Did he concoct a scheme to find himself a wife? The old man glanced at the young lady from the southern Posa continent, extending his hand from his sleeve to calculate. While he could not predict Ning Yuan's fate, it did not mean others could not. The Jiang clan of southern Posa, 1 immortal and 2 jade-like talents. Does this connect to my sword Qi Great Wall? The old sword immortal let out a soft exclamation, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. Before his lips moved, sending words like flying swords to a certain location within the city. Soon after, a middle-aged man bearing a sword ascended the city walls. "Jiang Li, come here, let me show you something interesting." The old man wore a mischievous grin, beckoning to Jiang Li. The man named Jiang Li displayed utmost respect. Having spent several years at the sword Qi Great Wall, he was well aware of the old sword immortal's reputation, though he was uncertain of the purpose behind the summons. Upon hearing, Jiang Li appeared puzzled as he approached, lifting his gaze to the half-visible illusion, instantly freezing in place. The two returned to the capture and release pavilion, where darkness had descended, obscuring the beautiful scenery, and most pedestrians had departed, leaving the place rather desolate. Xiu had already returned to the moonlit pavilion. She had taken on private work, and lingering too long could result in a pay cut from the manager. The elderly scholar accompanying Jiang Yun remained outside the pavilion. According to her, he was a teacher from her family, akin to a tutor in a school. How did you leave the sword Qi Great Wall? Is this sword box a gift from your elders? It looks quite unsightly. You carry a sword box and come from the sword Qi Great Wall, so you must be a sword cultivator. Have you nurtured a life-bound flying sword? May I see it? Inside the capture and release pavilion, Jiang Yun continued to chatter incessantly, buzzing around Ning Yuan like a little bee, leaving him regretting his decision to befriend her. Why are you ignoring me again? Jiang Yun sniffled lightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Ning Yuan replied languidly, You haven't given me the chance to speak. Jiang Yun's cheeks flushed, and she softly urged, Please go ahead. I will listen. Ning Yuan nodded. The sword box was given to me by an old man that I left the sword Qi Great Wall to travel to the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent. I am indeed a sword cultivator and possess a life-bound flying sword. But I cannot show it to you. To the edge of the pavilion, there were benches for visitors to rest, and Jiang Yun sat beside Ning Yuan. She was significantly shorter than him, with legs that barely reached the ground, swinging left and right, as if she had a tendency for restlessness. Are you done? Jiang Yun's eyes widened. Ning Yuan nodded affirmatively. I am done. The young lady abruptly ceased her legs swinging, but what you said is no different from saying nothing at all. Ning Yuan readjusted the dragon-slaying sword box on his back, replying, There's indeed a difference. Miss Jiang Yun, you must understand that you're currently the only person in the entire vast and righteous world who knows I possess a life-bound flying sword. Ah, is that impressive? Jiang Yun blinked in surprise. IKT may not be significant now, but it could prove crucial in the future. Ning Yuan glanced at the sky. Night had just fallen, and the moon was beginning to take shape, casting a beautiful glow over the vast and righteous world, far surpassing the 3 moons of the wilderness. That it is only natural for one to admire beautiful women. However, Ning Yuan was not one to be swayed by lust, as he had other matters to attend to, and thus did not wish to linger with Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun stood up as well, inquiring, Are you leaving? Ning Yuan nodded silently, preparing to depart. May I ask you one last question? Go ahead, but some things I cannot disclose. The young lady suddenly giggled, circling around Ning Yuan before coming to a halt before him, her short stature necessitating that she tilt her face upward to inquire. Why do you exude such a strange scent? What strange scent? Ning Yuan asked, puzzled, lowering his head to sniff himself, but detecting no unusual odor. There is, Jiang Yun nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Observing her expression, which did not appear deceitful, Ning Yuan reassessed himself and ultimately retrieved a paper-wrapped piece of beef jerky that he had brought from Yungu. The young man gently unwrapped it, inhaling its familiar aroma. It had not deteriorated. However, upon further reflection, considering Jiang Yun as upbringing in a prestigious family where she had likely tasted all manner delicacies, it was only natural for her refined palate to find it peculiar. Do you wish to try it? Ning Yuan inquired, reaching for a small piece. Jiang Yun sniffed it and wrinkled her nose. The young man carefully re-wrapped the beef, stating, Then we cannot be friends, for we cannot share a meal together. With that, he circumvented Jiang Yun and retraced his steps. Jiang Yun pondered the meaning of his last statement. When she lifted her gaze again, the young man was already nearing the ferry. Hey! Jiang Yun called out loudly, then sprinted after him. Give me a piece, quickly. I'll eat it in front of you. Without chewing, Ning Yuan handed her the smallest piece, nearly causing her to chip her tooth. The young man laughed until tears brimmed in his eyes. Chapter 26, A Journey Through Mountains and Waters. I only arrived at the Upside-Down Mountain today, aboard that very Ruan clam. The two walked along a main street of Upside-Down Mountain, with Ning Yuan mostly listening while Jiang Yun spoke. In the winter, as snakes and insects retreat into their burrows, the chill of night swiftly descends. Although Upside-Down Mountain is sheltered by Grand Formation, it does not dispel the cold and heat. The myriad techniques of the Immortals include countless minor supernatural abilities, yet most sects and temples upon the mountains do not allow their protective formations to isolate them from the weather. One cannot produce a true dragon that soars to the heavens in a greenhouse, nor can a pawn that is merely farmed yield a true hero. Ning Yuan, possessing a commendable martial foundation, would only succumb to illness like a mortal if snow weighed heavily upon his shoulders for an extended period. However, Jiang Yun was different. She sneezed several times. The young man cast her a glance, but chose not to offer her a coat. Jiang Yun had just entered the fifth realm of the Qi refinement stage, and unlike Ning Yuan, she did not practice martial arts in tandem. Her physique was rather average, only slightly superior to that of an ordinary mortal. This illustrates the most evident distinction between Qi refiners and martial artists. Upon reaching the fifth realm, a Qi refiner experiences noticeable growth in physique with each breakthrough. Only when a cultivator reaches the golden core stage does their body undergo a profound transformation, becoming vastly different from that of a mortal, a stage Jiang Yun had yet to attain. Moreover, the South Sea, where Upside Down Mountain is situated, differs from others. Winters here are bitterly cold, rendering it inhospitable for mortals. During the ferry crossing, Ning Yuan had observed countless icebergs floating upon the surface of the South Sea below. Within his dimensional bag, he possessed but one coat, crafted by his mother during her lifetime. At that time, she feared he might one day perish in battle, so she made numerous garments for the siblings, suitable for all seasons. However, after their parents' passing, most of these clothes were destroyed in the turmoil of war, leaving Ning Yuan with only the most intact coat. This coat, made by his mother, had never been worn by him, as he could not bear to drape it over another. It was his most cherished possession. Only Xiao Yao had worn it, but if he were to marry in the future, he would certainly allow his wife to wear it. The elderly scholar, dressed in a scholarly robe, had been trailing behind them from a distance. After murmuring softly to himself, he approached Jiang Yun and draped a moon-white cloak over her shoulders. Ning Yuan recalled something and pulled out a jet-black token from his pocket, with a gentle stroke of his hand. A conical hat materialized, which he casually placed atop Jiang Yun's head. The hat had no particular origin. It was crafted by Ning Yuan himself, rather unrefined, yet he found it more visually appealing than a sword sheath. When Liang had come to the Sword Qi Great Wall, he had worn a similar hat. The man, with a sword at his waist, claimed to be a swordsman. Jiang Yun tilted her head upward and asked, "Why would you give me a conical hat when it's neither raining nor snowing?" Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the peculiarity of his gesture. However, he quickly recovered and fabricated an explanation. "In our Sword Qi Great Wall, beautiful ladies must wear a conical hat when they go out." Though this custom sounded rather strange, it brought a smile to Jiang Yun's face. "Ning Jianxian, you truly have an eye for talent." "Ning Yuan, you may not know, but on my journey here aboard the Wenxian clam, I encountered a primordial infant realm flood dragon. It was 1,000 feet long and ensnared that enormous Wenxian clam. Had it not been for the presence of a primordial infant sword immortal among my companions, you would not have had the fortune of meeting me here." Jiang Yun continued to chatter about her experiences with her newfound friend. "Even if I did not know you, I would have met others." Ning Yuan felt his ears growing weary. What began as earnest conversation had devolved into casual responses. Jiang Yun paused, tilting her head as she gazed at Ning Yuan. "Can I return that piece of beef to you, now that I've swallowed it?" Ning Yuan realized that this statement was poorly phrased. Scratching his head, he replied, "It has been quite pleasant getting to know you." The young girl chuckled at his awkwardness. As they passed a bookshop, Ning Yuan halted. "Miss Jiang Yun, I wish to enter and purchase a few items. If you have pressing matters, feel free to leave." "You study both swordsmanship and martial arts. Yet you also enjoy reading?" Jiang Yun remarked, stepping into the shop before Ning Yuan could respond. The bookstore was modest, featuring only 2 rows of shelves. As Ning Yuan perused, he discovered that most of the tomes were tales of mountains and waters or narratives from the martial world. It appeared the shopkeeper was not from one of the 72 academies. When Ning Yuan approached the counter, the shopkeeper was engrossed in a book, the cover depicting a celestial maiden in a half-draped robe. Jiang Yun caught sight of it and blushed, with a light cough. Ning Yuan brought the shopkeeper back to reality. "Shopkeeper, I need a set of the 4 treasures of the study." The shopkeeper blinked, seemingly perplexed. Jiang Yun stepped forward, articulating the request in fluent, elegant language, prompting the shopkeeper to nod and retrieve the items. "How can you not communicate with others? How will you navigate the martial world like this?" Jiang Yun laughed. Ning Yuan, troubled by this very issue, considered himself reasonably intelligent. Yet he realized that learning to speak required guidance. Reading alone would not suffice. After some contemplation, he remarked, "It's nothing to worry about. Stumbling is inevitable, as long as we keep moving forward. That is what matters." In the span of a few sentences, the shopkeeper returned with the 4 treasures of the study, which appeared somewhat aged, likely due to prolonged storage. Ning Yuan was unconcerned, but upon inquiring about the price, he was taken aback to learn it was merely 20 snowflake coins. "Shopkeeper, do you have the topographical map of Howard Tianxia?" Ning Yuan asked after paying. "We do, and it costs only 5 snowflake coins." After securing the items within his dimensional bag, the two departed the bookstore. Ning Yuan felt deeply unsettled, wishing he could punch the unscrupulous merchant who had sold him a map. Upon reaching a corner, Ning Yuan paused, turning to face the young lady behind him. "The day is waning, Miss Jiang Yun. We must part ways here." Since her arrival, Jiang Yun had been silent, merely following him with her head down. Lost in thought, "I found your previous statement quite intriguing, though I do not fully comprehend it. Could you elaborate for me?" The young girl lifted her gaze, but instead of answering, she countered, "What do you mean?" Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, not contemplating how to explain himself, but rather reflecting on which of his remarks had rendered this loquacious girl so quiet. Realizing the situation, he turned and walked down a quiet street, lightly patting the dark sword sheath on his back. "There's no deeper meaning. You and I, we are both on a journey." Jiang Yun did not pursue him this time, as the scholarly elder, her teacher, approached and gently patted her shoulder. "Miss, it is time to return, and if you still seek understanding, you may find him again another day." The young girl turned her head, asking, "Mr. Chen, can't you answer me?" The gentleman shook his head. "And no matter how correct my words may be, they cannot compare to the few words he shares with you. Mr. Chen is a sage of the academy, possessing such profound knowledge. How could he possibly be inferior to him?" "I refuse to believe it," Jiang Yun insisted, shaking her head vigorously. "Because I am not on the road," Mr. Chen sighed. A hint of worry crossed Jiang Yun's face. "But I forgot to ask him which inn he is staying at. Yet his conical hat remains upon your head. As the moonlight flows through the gauzy window, it gently falls upon the meticulously arranged brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk." After carefully grinding the ink and contemplating for a moment, Ning Yuan finally lifts his brush to inscribe characters. The youth begins to pen his travelogue of landscapes, writing until the late hours of the night, completing precisely 2 pages. The first page depicts the Sword Qi Great Wall, while the second illustrates the inverted mountain. In truth, his experiences are still quite limited. Yet both pages are densely filled, brimming with words. The cloud cover of this night has never obscured the moon's bright radiance. Once Ning Yuan finishes his writing and puts away his writing utensils, he gazes out at the moonlit scene, a sense of bewilderment lingering in his heart. In these deep, quiet hours of the night, during those moments of solitude, the youth often finds himself lost in contemplation about a singular matter, the nature of dreams. He does not belong to this realm. He cannot fathom which of his past and present lives constitutes the grand dream of Huang Liang. Or perhaps both do. He opens his palm, and a miniature flying sword hovers above, radiating a myriad of shimmering lights. Ning Yuan has not forgotten that he possesses a defiant system. He had initially allocated all his points to the sword path and had not summoned it since he fears that should it appear, his obsession with the question of whether it is a dream or not would only deepen. Unable to come to a conclusion, the youth finally drifts in a slumber as dawn approaches. In his dreams, he traverses 80,000 miles. Upon waking, he pours a pot to catch the autumn breeze. Chapter 27. Thunder Lake Terrace. When Ning Yuan awakens again, he sits dazedly on the edge of his bed for quite some time. His mind somewhat foggy, he recalls a phrase spoken by Granny Bai in his youth, when he was still young and just beginning to practice martial arts. Full of mischief, with his mother always dragging him out of bed to urge him to practice at Dragon-Slaying Cliff. The next day's early rising must be done with leisure. The youth sheds his black attire, bathes, and dons a fresh set of clothing. Still black in his childhood, he had a fondness for black garments, believing that those chivalrous heroes who wielded swords in the rivers and lakes dressed similarly. Granny Bai remembered this well and thus indulged him. Glancing at the frost that had formed on the window, Ning Yuan gathers his travelogue of landscapes, secures the dragon-slaying sword case, and steps out. The purpose of his visit to the inverted mountain is singular: to visit the Respect Sword Pavilion and make a copy of the Chongli sword. Afterward, he intends to board the intercontinental ferry to eastern Baoping continent. In the lobby on the first floor, he does not see the charming girl named Xu Yu. Perhaps she has gone outside to attract customers. Outside, the biting cold causes the snow to nearly reach his calves as he steps onto the street, which is already desolate, now even more sparsely populated. Ning Yuan attempts to don his conical hat. But upon rummaging through his belongings, he recalls that he had forgotten to remove it from Jiang Yun's head the previous night. Yesterday, Xu Yu had explained to him that the inverted mountain boasts 8 scenic spots. He had initially planned to visit them all today, but having overslept, it is already afternoon. After a brief contemplation, Ning Yuan decides to visit 3 locations: Thunder Lake Terrace, the Master Blade Room, and the Respect Sword Pavilion. However, he does not head to any of those first. Instead, he follows his memory back to the Catch and Release Pavilion. Today, the number of tourists at the Catch and Release Pavilion is not fewer than yesterday, as the snowy scenery of the inverted mountain is breathtaking, allowing one to take in much of its beauty. Yesterday, due to Jiang Yun's sudden appearance, he had forgotten this detail. Ning Yuan hastily crosses the Catch and Release Pavilion and arrives at the ferry's edge. Where a tall building stands, the youth strides directly in. "Young hero, you've come at the right time. Tomorrow at noon, there will be an intercontinental ferry arriving from Old Dragon City on Baoping Continent. Aboard a treasure-swallowing whale, the middle-aged beauty sits behind a table and, upon hearing that Ning Yuan is headed to eastern Baoping Continent, flips through a booklet to explain. The woman is full-figured, dressed in embroidered floral gown with a high collar and long hem, revealing not a hint of spring light. Although her face is ordinary, her demeanor is exceptional. Ning Yuan discreetly observes her, noting that most establishments along the street, whether taverns or inns, feature beautiful women at the counters. In the more upscale treasure houses, the women are generally well-dressed and possess an eye-catching aura, while those in pleasure houses often wear garments that are somewhat revealing. Just like Xu Yu, who dressed somewhat scantily for her duties at the Ruan Xiu Pavilion. Yet, it is merely a way of life, whether on the mountain or below. Mortals live their days, and cultivators do not gain extra time. Ultimately, they must still make a living, and Ning Yuan does not consider Xu Yu to be of lesser value compared to the beauty before him. As the old saying goes, one laughs at poverty, but not at prostitution. The treasure-swallowing whale, belonging to the Fu family of Old Dragon City, traverses the deep seas, noted for its speed among mountain ferries, capable of reaching the southernmost part of Baoping Continent in just 2.5 months. If the young hero wishes to board, you must pay 5 Guyu coins, and when the treasure-swallowing whale arrives tomorrow, it will set sail the following morning. The beauty notices Ning Yuan's gaze upon her. Yet she shows no signs of disdain, instead pouring a cup of tea and handing it to him. Ning Yuan accepts the tea, thanking her, and then asks, "Miss, when will the Xiao Island from Old Dragon City arrive at the inverted mountain?" As he steps outside, he already holds a jade token in his hand, unmarked, intricately carved with the osmanthus flower. He will need to linger a little longer. He gazes at the silver-clad inverted mountain, letting out a soft sigh before departing. The Xiao Island ferry will take over 10 days to reach the inverted mountain. Ning Yuan spends 8 Guyu coins to reserve a room on Xiao Island. Although Xiao Island is slower than the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale, its status as a flying ferry and its stunning scenery come at a higher price. After leaving the Catch and Release Pavilion, Ning Yuan inquires of over a dozen passers-by before heading directly to Thunder Lake Terrace. The inverted mountain forbids cultivators from soaring through the air. Everyone travels on foot, in less than half an hour. After turning a corner, he catches a glimpse of Thunder Lake Terrace in the distance. Thunder Lake Terrace, or rather, Thunder Lake Pool, is surrounded by a ring of 99 steps with a massive pool at its center. Upon ascending, the scene before him unfolds. Indeed, Thunder Lake Terrace lives up to its name. The pool crackles with lightning and thunder, the electricity resembling a thick, viscous liquid. It is said that this Thunder Lake Terrace was formed when Dao Lao Air, thousands of years ago, traveled far and wide with his sword, capturing a handful of water from an ancient thunder-forbidden zone. it was then placed in the inverted mountain, and every heavenly monarch who has since ruled there has extracted the souls of unruly evil beings and cast them into Thunder Lake Terrace. The heavenly monarch slays the physical body, while the thunder tribulation annihilates the soul, ensuring both are utterly extinguished, never to be reborn. This explains why, since Ning Yuan arrived at the inverted mountain, everyone has adhered to the rules so strictly. No matter which family from the 9 continents they hail from, upon arriving here, they must keep a low profile. Before the Confucian sage conducts a sweep, he will first explain the rules and inform others why they meet their demise. The Taoist sect, however, is far more straightforward. Rules are established, and transgressing them leads to immediate death, leaving no room for further discussion. The country bumpkin youth squats at the edge of the high platform, his eyes filled with wonder as he gazes for a long while. Subsequently, in his line of sight, a middle-aged Taoist, sword on his back, actually disregards the rules of the inverted mountain and hovers in the air above Thunder Lake Terrace. Chapter 28. Thunder Arc. Ning Yuan watches for quite a while, and once the Taoist appears on his sword, he finally regains his senses. Standing up, he realizes that the once bustling crowd near Thunder Lake Terrace has vanished. Leaving only himself and the sword-bearing Taoist, it seems the man has come specifically for him. Ning Yuan is not foolish and quickly deduces the situation. However, he remains calm. If it were a threat to him, the man would have acted long ago. The sword-wielding man possesses an imposing appearance, with an air of authority that seems capable of subduing even ghosts and gods. After taking a moment to assess Ning Yuan, he finally speaks. Point one thread of thunder tribulation, or one immortal weapon. Choose one. Ning Yuan furrows his brow, perplexed by the meaning behind this statement. The middle-aged Taoist's expression hints at a touch of annoyance as he speaks. The youth clasps his fists and inquires, "Taoist, what does this mean?" The Taoist waves his hand, impatiently urging him, "Quickly choose one." Ning Yuan pondered for a moment, uncertain of how to respond. He was acutely aware that these eminent practitioners possessed extraordinary powers and reveled in orchestrating the grand designs of the cosmos. Particularly within the lineage of this sect, known for their adeptness in divination and fate calculation. Even the foremost sword immortal, who specialized in the sword path, could effortlessly manipulate his every action. How much more so for the exalted masters of the Tao? He surmised that even if he were to inquire, they would not disclose their reasons. Raising his head, he asked, "Can I refuse?" What a naive country bumpkin he was. Such an immense fortune would send any cultivator of the 5th realm into a frenzy of joy. The middle-aged Taoist furrowed his brow in irritation. Choosing not to elaborate further, he extended his palm towards the tumultuous lightning below, deftly twirling his fingers, capturing a strand of lightning arc within his grasp. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman from Ning Yuan's bosom soared uncontrollably into the sky, and with another snap, the lightning arc disappeared into his hand. The talisman inscribed with the words "Sword Qi Great Wall" returned, and Ning Yuan grasped it tightly. The Taoist cast a penetrating glance at him before redirecting his sword tip, vanishing in an instant towards a solitary peak, in that fleeting moment of the great celestial lord of the upside-down mountain's departure. In the realm of Qingming, an immense sword Qi, unfathomably powerful, surged forth from an unknown land, piercing through the heavens and earth, tearing the sky apart before heading straight for the white jade capital of the Tao sect. With unparalleled lethality, it cleaved through a celestial palace. After departing from the Thunder Lake platform, Ning Yuan swiftly made his way to the nearest Master Sword House. The Master Sword House, while not a tourist attraction, housed a magnificent jade wall, densely inscribed with the names of countless individuals, essentially a bounty list. Anyone with sufficient divine funds could post bounties here, but there was a rule. Once a price was set by the Master Sword House, the bounty must be staked at that location. However, no one dared to post bounties without the funds. The reputation of the Master Sword House for its ruthless techniques was well known across multiple realms. Though the second Taoist lineage was characterized by their ancestral sword, other branches existed, one of which comprised the disciples of the Master Sword House, all identifiable by the ceremonial blades they wore at their waists. Ning Yuan was aware that the world of cultivators was replete with numerous sects, among which are the 4 notorious entities, with the Master Sword House being one. The other 3 included the Mo family's debt collectors. The legalists and the sword practitioners. Why were they deemed troublesome? Setting aside the other three, the Master Sword House's disciples acted without restraint and were known for their ferocity. Who among the celestial families would dare establish a bounty board on the upside-down mountain? The Master Sword House showed no qualms in posting bounties against any target. As long as one had the coin, they could display the names of high-ranking cultivators from the mountain's peak. Ning Yuan glanced briefly at the list, noting the names of formidable creatures hidden in the South Sea, the leaders of various celestial sects, or even a legitimate mountain deity, alongside a name of a Confucian Academy's headmaster. After leaving the Master Sword House, Ning Yuan proceeded to his final destination for the day, the Respect Sword Pavilion. Earlier at the Master Sword House's Jade Wall, he had encountered several familiar names: Cui Chan, Song Chongjing, and Lu Chun. The frequency of bounties on Cui Chan was alarming, with over 20 postings, indicating that this traitorous disciple of the literary sage was far from favored. Song Chongjing, a vassal prince of the Great Li dynasty of the Baoping continent, had only one bounty posted against him, the reasoning behind which was somewhat ludicrous, stating that the diminutive eastern Baoping continent lacked the qualifications to harbor a master of martial prowess. However, the most comical of all was Lu Chun, the third headmaster of the White Jade capital, whose peak cultivation at the 14th realm and celestial mastery was ironically featured on the Master Sword House's bounty list. The relationship was particularly ironic, as the Master Sword House belonged to the second Taoist lineage, while Lu Chun was a junior of the second Taoist. The Master Sword House's head would respectfully address him as Uncle Ancestor. Yet the house dared not display their Uncle Ancestor's name. It was Lu Chun himself who had posted the bounty, offering a mere snowflake coin. The Respect Sword Pavilion was located 2 streets away from the Master Sword House. As Ning Yuan walked past one street and turned onto the main thoroughfare, he brushed shoulders with a girl in a conical hat. He kept his head down, preoccupied with trivial thoughts. The girl, however, caught sight of him, and noticing he had not recognized her, she turned and walked alongside him. Ning Yuan remained oblivious, lost in contemplation about the Thunder Lake platform incident. That insufferable Taoist had rushed over on his sword, exuding an air of accusation, his tone quite harsh, and without further ado, had gifted him a strand of lightning arc, indicating that there was more to the story. Initially, Ning Yuan thought of the Elder Sword Immortal, but quickly dismissed the notion. Chen Qingdu had no connections with the second Taoist. If his memory served him right, the two had nearly harbored a grudge during the second Taoist travels across the Howran realm. It seemed his last stop was the Sword Qi Great Wall, yet he lingered near the South Sea's upside-down mountain, hesitating to venture into the wilds to seek out the Elder Sword Immortal for a duel. It was well known that this disciple of the Tao ancestor, who relished in contending with the heavens, had come bearing a celestial sword to stamp his feet upon the world's largest mountain seal. Challenging Chen Qingdu, who resided in the Sword Qi Great Wall, to a battle of utmost ferocity, he sought to prove that not only did he command celestial techniques, but also that none could rival him in the realm of swordsmanship, and in doing so, establish a 5th lineage of sword arts among the 4 existing sword paths. As for the so-called true invincible second Taoist, why he never sought out Chen Qingdu for a sword duel. Despite wielding his celestial sword in Taoist texts in the upside-down mountain, remains a little-known tale. However, Ning Yuan was certain that if a second Taoist dared to confront him, it would only lead to his own demise. Unless the 3 founding masters personally wielded their tokens and visited the Sword Qi Great Wall, the Elder Sword Immortal, stationed at the Sword Qi Great Wall, was the epitome of invincibility. Regardless of how profound the second Taoist techniques were or how sharp his celestial sword, he would still have no chance of victory that a small object obstructed Ning Yuan's path. Ning Yuan, can you not see me? Is this how you traverse the world? If I had just stabbed you in the back with a sword. On such a cold day, you would already be cold. Chapter 29. Xiu, Yohao Ning Yuan raised his head to regard the small object that blocked his way, but he suspected that Jiang might be unwell. In fact, he had thought so yesterday as well. She was simply too petite, hailing from a celestial family, not a destitute mortal. Why hadn't she grown taller? Most girls her age were generally half a head taller than her. Today, Jiang donned a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, the fabric of exquisite quality, transcending mere luxury, with threads that shimmered subtly, likely a treasure from celestial lineage. In contrast, Ning Yuan appeared rather shabby. Dressed in a thin black garment that looked unappealing due to Granny Bai's mediocre tailoring. If it were to get a bit muddy, he might well be mistaken for a beggar. Their previous encounter had occurred at dusk, so he hadn't scrutinized her closely. Now, however, he realized that this girl was indeed strikingly beautiful. Jiang Yun strode gracefully through the snow, her cheeks rosy like fresh lychees, her small hands peeking from her sleeves. Fair as snow, the only flaw was the exceedingly ugly conical hat she wore. Noticing Ning Yuan's gaze upon her, Jiang Yun displayed no signs of girlish embarrassment. Instead, she proudly lifted her chin, revealing her entire visage from beneath the hat. Her lips pursed in a semblance of a smile as she regarded Ning Yuan. Soon, her face broke into a radiant smile, and she exclaimed, "Isn't it beautiful?" Ning Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, it is beautiful, but you must return my hat." The two proceeded to the Respect Sword Pavilion, the matter of the hat left unresolved, as Jiang Yun remained obstinate. The Respect Sword Pavilion rose 7 stories high, surrounded by a white jade plaza. As they arrived at the entrance, Ning Yuan paused, taking a moment to study a stone tablet standing at the door. The tablet bore an extensive list of names, 200 to 300 in total, chronicling individuals, all of whom were at least at the Jade Purity realm of Sword Immortals. After all, only those capable of slaying a high-ranking demon of the 5th realm at the Sword Chi Great Wall could be at the Jade Purity realm. Those of the nascent Soul realm could hardly even dream of such feats. It is likely that the Sword Immortal from the Sword Chi Great Wall accounts for 80%, while the remaining 20% hails from the vast realm of Howren. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun entered in succession. Although the nearest destination from Wanhua Pavilion was Jingjian Pavilion, Ning Yuan opted to visit at last. Inside, the swords of various Sword Immortals were displayed, including the Changli sword entrusted by Yungu, as well as numerous swords belonging to fallen Sword Immortals, among whom were the parents of the Ning siblings. Due to their late arrival, dusk had already descended, and only a few wandering tourists lingered within Jingjian Pavilion. It was quite a coincidence that Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun had encountered each other twice during this twilight hour. Upon entering, they were greeted by a long, ancient table, behind which sat a steward of Jingjian Pavilion, who perfunctorily explained the rules upon seeing them enter. After stepping into Jingjian Pavilion, Jiang Yun immediately changed her previous noisy demeanor, quietly saying a word to Ning Yuan before heading to the right to admire the swords of female Sword Immortals. Ning Yuan, in turn, proceeded to the left, where the replicas of swords were arranged according to the number of upper 5 realms demon beasts slain by each Sword Immortal. The deeper one ventured in, the greater the number of kills, and the more significant the achievements. Ning Yuan walked slowly, examining each sword without haste in his search for the Changli sword, knowing he would find it sooner or later. The replicas were not simply displayed on tables. The Jingjian Pavilion had employed formidable techniques to arrange all the sword replicas to float in mid-air, their tips all pointing southward towards the Sword Chi Great Wall, the direction of the wild world. Ning Yuan moved quickly through the first floor, where all the replicas belonged to Jade Purity Realm Sword Immortals. But he did not find the Changli sword. During this time, he encountered Jiang Yun again. They exchanged glances but said nothing, each absorbed in their own observations, ascending to the 2nd floor, where the swords of Xianren Realm Sword Immortals were enshrined. He found the Changli sword halfway through the corridor. After gazing at it several times, he continued walking until he reached the last section of the corridor. There he saw 2 swords, one named Zhuan, the other Youhuang, the swords of his parents. Beneath the 2 swords, a phantom light curtain recorded the life achievements of their owners. Ning Yuan crouched on the ground, staring blankly at the 2 replicas. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed in his mind, causing a splitting headache as countless fragmented memories surged in, piecing together only to shatter once more. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he curled up on the ground, trembling all over like a dying insect. In the corridor that housed the Changli sword, Jiang Yun stood, recalling how Ning Yuan had mentioned this matter to her on their way here, stating that if his drawing was unsatisfactory, he would ask her to draw it. The girl glanced around the empty 2nd floor corridor, not spotting Ning Yuan's figure. then looked at the Chongli sword before retrieving brush and ink from her pouch to begin her imitation that I will help him draw this sword. And that conical hat will not be returned to him, she mused, putting great effort into her work. Leaning against the wall, Ning Yuan wiped the crimson from his face, unable to clean it thoroughly, rendering his visage somewhat fearsome. Suddenly, he felt an urge to do something, glanced at his belongings, and took out an unremarkable wine gourd from his pouch, tilting it back to take a large swig. The foul-tasting liquor mixed with the blood in his throat nearly made him retch. The youth contemplated that when he returned, not only would he bring Yungu a treasure to enhance her beauty, but he would also teach her how to brew fine wine. Although he himself did not know how, he could certainly learn that he had heard that there was a bamboo sea cave in the Howren realm, where a lady from Qingshan Mountain resided, renowned for her beauty that could rival celestial maidens, with ample curves and a figure to match that, of course. The bamboo sea cave also produced exquisite Qingshan mountain wine, the best in the world. When the time came, he would go there and ask the lady from Qingshan Mountain to impart the art of winemaking to him. What a Liang cannot accomplish, I shall try. He will be envious in the end. Suddenly, the youth lifted his head to gaze towards the end of the corridor, where a woman stood, her presence unnoticed until now, dressed in simple attire and of unremarkable appearance. She quietly observed him with a gentle smile. Ning Yuan's vision blurred momentarily, and the woman was suddenly before him, looking down at him. His blood-streaked face made him feel somewhat embarrassed, and as he wiped his face again, attempting to rise, a hand appeared to assist him. The woman gently pulled him up and cradled him in her arms, softly patting his back as if he were a child once more. Behind her stood a middle-aged man of average looks. When Jiang Yun next saw Ning Yuan, he was leaning against the wall, engrossed in writing his travelogue about mountains and rivers. Chapter 30. What should not be seen at the foot of the solitary peak. The white jade square remained as it always was, with the young Taoist boy sprawled on the ground, engrossed in reading. Unbeknownst to him, he had employed some arcane art, for the ground around him was free of snow, and the snowflakes falling above dissolved mid-air. He read with great attention, as if savoring each word, and whenever he encountered a particularly exciting passage, he would clap his hands in delight. The vast square was now deserted. The swordsman Zhang Lu had been sleeping soundly throughout the day, yet come nightfall, he would be as spirited as ever, his eyes bright like the full moon. The man took out a wine gourd, shaking it, skeptically pouring it into his mouth, and maintained the posture of tilting his head for some time before a single drop dripped down from the gourd spout. He smacked his lips, closed his eyes to savor the flavor of that drop, running his tongue through his mouth before opening his eyes, displaying a look of irritation. His gaze wandered aimlessly until finally landing on the boy reading nearby. Zhang Lu did not approach directly. Instead, he circumvented the boy's line of sight, sneaking up from behind. The young Taoist boy, completely oblivious, was met with a sudden slap on his backside. "Zhang Lu, don't think I'm afraid of you," the boy exclaimed in fury, his face buried in the pages of his book from the force of the blow. The man immediately switched to a cheerful demeanor, squatting beside the boy. "How about a little chat?" The young Taoist boy knew what he wanted and replied tersely, "What is there to talk about with you? If you want a drink, why not just go buy some? There are several taverns just a turn away." He added, "Besides, as a sword cultivator of the Xianren realm, don't you think any merchants on the way to the Sword Qi Great Wall would treat you with utmost respect? Just a word from you, and they would send drinks to your doorstep." What the boy said was not entirely untrue. Despite Zhang Lu being a mere gatekeeper, he was a gatekeeper of the 12th realm, a sword-wielding gatekeeper at that. For the vast majority of the celestial beings on the mountain, the 12th realm was a level they dared not even dream of. In the Howren realm, cultivators at the Observation Sea realm, like Ning Yuan, could claim a mountain for themselves, establish sects, and recruit disciples. For those in the 5th realm, a simple remote town could provide a comfortable life of power and privilege. It was not that there were no great beings in Howren. It was just that with more people came more petty souls. Ha. Zhang Lu laughed, placing a hand on the young Taoist boy's head, who swatted it away irritably, forcing Zhang Lu to retract his hand. "The wine those petty souls send me is no better than urine. Would I sleep all day otherwise? It's merely to avoid what I do not wish to see." The young Taoist boy scoffed. "If you look down on them, who will look up to you? Is there really a place for you at the Sword Qi Great Wall?" Zhang Lu remained silent for a long time, recalling his purpose for seeking the boy, deciding against dwelling on it. With a mischievous grin, he asked, "How about a wager?" The young Taoist boy wore a guarded expression. "An bet at a drunkard like you is akin to a thick spit on the roadside. Your gambling quality worse than even a liang. If I win, I gain nothing, but should I lose, who knows how you might swindle me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu's expression turned bleak. He felt as if he had no hope in life. He wanted to be a drunkard, but had no wine to drink, and he wished to be a gambler, but could not find a table. The young Taoist boy laughed heartily. "In my eyes, among nearly 20,000 people at the Sword Qi Great Wall, you're the one living the most carefree life. Participating in the 13 competition, just look at those 2 replicas in Jingjian Pavilion and compare them to yourself. Every passerby treats you with the utmost respect. On the surface, you may be a mere gatekeeper, a sinner in disguise, yet you live better than anyone else. Just a word from you, and countless people will bring you wine. And the best part is, you don't even have to slay demons on the city walls." Zhang Lu's demeanor grew even more despondent, but it quickly transformed into a broad smile, realizing the boy's words held a grain of truth. All right, let's not wager. Let us just guess." The young Taoist boy turned a page. "Guess what?" Zhang Lu gestured with his chin, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Do you think that lad from Jingjian Pavilion will refine that lightning arc before leaving the inverted mountain?" The young Taoist boy squinted his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, 2 azure talismans floated in the air as he began to chant softly, drawing symbols with 2 fingers. The talismans gradually ascended and began to burn. Zhang Lu positioned his sword across his knees, lightly tapping the blade, producing a crisp sword sound, and the 2 freshly ignited azure talismans turned to ash, without waiting for the young Taoist boy to glare at him. Zhang Lu retorted, "Do you not understand the principle of what should not be seen must not be observed? Do you wish for your family's other celestial abode to be struck down by a single sword?" The young Taoist stood in a daze, while the man beside him wore a mischievous grin. "It is said that the great deity of the upside-down mountain calculated the fate of a lad emerging from the Sword Qi Great Wall yesterday, but upon failing to discern his fortune, resorted to the divine art of observing the mountains and rivers, only to be met with 2 sharp slaps. After personally visiting, he begrudgingly offered a bolt of lightning. Yet, that was not the end of it. Even his ancestral home, far away in the realm of Qingming, was cleaved in half by a single sword strike. Outside the Respect Sword Pavilion, Ning Yuan sat alone on the stone steps, clutching a wine gourd, while Jiang Yun had previously wiped the bloodstains from his face. Ning Yuan had expelled a pool of crimson within the Respect Sword Pavilion, receiving a reprimand from a steward. With Jiang Yun tidying up after him, in the realm of sword respect, one must not be unruly. Before long, a figure clad in white robes settled beside him. The young girl remained silent as she handed over 3 paintings. "Thank you," Ning Yuan replied, accepting them gratefully. In addition to the Chongli sword, Jiang Yun had also captured the Zhu Yu and Yu Huan swords in exquisite detail. The paintings were masterfully executed, with Jiang Yun even replicating the precise dimensions of the 3 swords. Each piece bore a note in the lower right corner, summarizing the life and achievements of the sword's owner. Their years, military exploits, and the powers of their respective swords were all meticulously recorded. Jiang Yun was unaware of the events that transpired, but chose not to disturb him. She wore Ning Yuan's conical hat, with tufts of goose feather and silver flowers cascading down upon it. Glancing skyward, she found no trace of the moon, then stared vacantly at the snow before finally tilting her head to observe the young man's profile. After a prolonged silence, as the snowflakes atop his head accumulated, Jiang Yun reached out to brush them away, removing the hat and placing it gently upon his head. Ning Yuan silently sipped from the gourd, although the brew from Yungu was not particularly palatable. He found it surprisingly agreeable after a few swigs, akin to a couple who, despite initial differences, gradually grow fond of one another over time. If affection does not blossom, it is merely because time has not yet elapsed. Seizing a moment when Ning Yuan had just swallowed a mouthful of wine, the young girl snatched the gourd from him, glancing at the spout, which still bore traces of blood. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun embraced the gourd with both hands and took a hearty gulp. The last piece of beef had nearly wrecked her teeth, and this sip of wine left her gasping for breath. Coincidentally, the beef was prepared by Yun, and the wine was brewed by her as well. Don't drink if you can't handle it. Being intoxicated does not make one a sword immortal. Ning Yuan patted her back as she turned crimson from choking. Then why do you drink? The young girl retorted. Ning Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. I do not particularly enjoy it, but when sorrows arise, I often desire to do something. Wine is all I have on hand. If I had a pipe and some tobacco, you would be gazing upon an old immortal instead. What are you talking about? Jiang Yin asked, bewildered. Is it that one must be a sword immortal to drink wine, and merely smoking a pipe makes one an old immortal? The youth chuckled, reclaiming the gourd from her grasp. Because old immortals are known to exhale clouds and mist. The girl burst into laughter. Ning Yuan gazed at the vast expanse of white before him, recalling an event. Once the new year had passed, and Xiao Yao returned from Beipingzu to the Sword Qi Great Wall, a dark-skinned youth would come to present her with a sword. After traversing countless miles and engaging in innumerable battles, he would finally arrive at the Upside-Down Mountain. Their first reunion would take place in the very square outside the Respect Sword Pavilion. It would be upon this stone stair that they would sit together, though he could not be certain if it was indeed the very spot beneath him now. That youth, in an unprecedented show of courage, had expressed his feelings to Xiao Yao, though she had seemingly not given him a direct answer at the time. After retrieving her sword, she returned to the Sword Qi Great Wall, leaving behind a heartbroken Chen Qingdu. However, since they could reunite, it was destined to end well. Yet now, as Xiao Yao's elder brother, the thought of a penniless young man wooing his sister did not particularly discomfort Ning Yuan, yet an impulse to thrash him lingered. Upon reflection, both young men were commendable, destined for splendid outcomes. Chen and Ning, intertwined through the ages of humanity. Oh, why should he harbor such concerns? It was far more prudent to focus on himself. As the road ahead branched into countless unknowns, a void where not even a hand could discern the light, Ning Yuan rose, stretching lazily, then bent to brush the snowflakes from Jiang Yun's hair, returning the conical hat to her head. Let us go. I shall escort you home. Together they left the Respect Sword Pavilion, leaving behind 2 long trails of footprints in the snow, returning through the stormy night. Upon returning to the Ruan Xiu Inn, Ning Yuan paid the innkeeper several small coins, awaiting the ferry to Hohot Island, which would arrive in a fortnight. Once inside his room, he untied the ropes and removed the heavy dragon-slaying sword case, noting the blood marks left on his shoulder from the bindings. After laying out his belongings upon the table, he penned an additional passage in his travelogue, then withdrew the wandering sword from its case. Commencing its refinement, in the realm of cultivators. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the refinement of mountains and rivers is a trivial matter. Naturally, the wandering sword, a semi-divine weapon, could be refined as well. Channeling his true energy, he began to imprint his unique mark upon the wandering sword with the art of refinement. Once this process was completed, the sword would possess a semblance of spiritual awareness. This did not imply the emergence of a true sword spirit. Rather, it established an inseparable bond between Ning Yuan and the wandering sword. With a mere thought, the treasured sword would come to hand that, in essence, he was branding the object, making it far easier to wield in the future. As for the natal flying sword, it is nurtured through the sword cultivator's own path and is thus entirely integrated with the individual. Should the natal flying sword be shattered, its wielder would suffer grievous injury. Typically, a natal flying sword serves as a trump card, striking unexpectedly to catch the opponent off guard. For this reason, sword cultivators have historically been regarded as the most formidable of foes in terms of escape. The speed of sword cultivators is indisputably unrivaled, and their lethality ranks within the top 3, a saying has long circulated in the mountains. You may provoke anyone, but never a sword cultivator. Even more so, do not provoke a sword cultivator without a sect. Such solitary cultivators are the most troublesome, free from concerns, and if one cannot overpower them, one must endure the potential for endless retribution. If one cannot best the elder, then they may take their frustrations out on the younger, that a casual strike may demolish the ancestral hall of the celestial family, after a cultivator refines a magical artifact. If it is lost to another, even if their realms are equivalent, the other would require considerable effort to remove the imprint. If someone of a lower realm acquires it, they may not even be able to refine it. Facing the risk of backlash, the AS for mortals, mere contact could spell death. The refinement of the wandering sword would not be a brief endeavor. After an entire night, Ning Yuan had only managed to imprint a single mark upon the sword's body. 3 marks constitute minor refinement, while 9 marks signify major refinement. The youth closed his eyes in meditation, his mind delving deep into the various energy centers within his body, utterly devoid of distraction. It was as if he had only just regained his senses since the previous night, embarking upon a rigorous path of cultivation, echoing his own words, to walk the road ahead. Outside the window, the wind and snow began to abate, a ray of sunlight illuminating the window and melting away the thick blanket of white, cascading down onto the travelogue resting upon the table. Ning Yuan had not ventured outside that day, remaining absorbed in his silent cultivation. During the day, Zhang Yun had visited, but upon discovering him engrossed in his practice, she returned home. Jiang Yun's presence at the upside-down mountain was part of her journey alongside her master. Cultivation is not solely confined to meditative practice within caves, but also entails the trials and tribulations encountered along the way, broadening one's horizons while solidifying one's mental state. However, Ning Yuan felt that this girl had come merely for amusement. As the very next day, she returned, insisting that he accompany her to the Deer Cliff, claiming there was an old immortal from the Taoist sect publicly refining magical artifacts there. Ning Yuan was in the midst of a crucial stage in refining the wandering sword, with the 3rd mark nearing completion. Thus he declined her request. Not only did he refuse to accompany her, but he also asked the young girl to bring him some food, for he had been cultivating continuously for 2 days, and his stomach was not faring well. Jiang Yun, in a fit of anger, nearly uttered a curse, storming out in a huff. Yet before long, she returned, stealthily slipping back inside, employing a minor concealment technique, believing that Ning Yuan, with his eyes closed in meditation, had not noticed her pilfering the travelogue from the table. She had long been curious about its contents, but when she had previously inquired about it, Ning Yuan had dismissed her, claiming she could not understand it. Ning Yuan was well aware of the girl's antics, but chose to ignore her, as she indeed could not comprehend it. Later, she returned once more, still sneaking into the room, returning the travelogue to its place. Just as she was about to exit, she caught sight of Ning Yuan seated on the bed, gazing quietly at her. Zhang Yun. She scratched her head, unsure of how to respond, then broke into a silly grin. Ning Yuan chuckled. "You cannot understand it?" Jiang Yun nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "And no matter. Aside from me, no one else in this world can comprehend it. You teach me to speak the language of righteousness, and I shall teach you these characters. What do you say?" After some contemplation, Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. The youth waved his hand. "First, go fetch me something to eat." Chapter 32. The newly appointed Great Celestial Monarch. Time swiftly passes, and several days have gone by in succession. On this day, a startling announcement reverberated throughout the upside-down mountain. A beautiful woman, holding the sacred token of the Taoist sect from the illustrious Baiyu capital, had crossed into this realm. After offering 3 sticks of incense at the incense pavilion, a bell hanging from the eaves of the solitary peak rang out. Though it was but a small bell, its sound was as thunderous as a great gong, echoing across the entire territory of the upside-down mountain. It was said that all 9 esteemed Taoist masters had arrived to pay their respects. Bowing reverently as the lady emerged from the pavilion, she paid little heed to them, first visiting the mirror of the solitary peak, where she exchanged a few words with a young Taoist boy adorned with a fishtail crown, before stepping onto the high tower to present the sacred token to the long-awaiting Great Celestial Monarch. The Great Celestial Monarch of the Upside-Down Mountain is replaced every 100 years, yet remains a mystery what unforeseen circumstance has led to this particular monarch being removed after merely 40 years in office. Has the master returned to the mortal realm? The middle-aged man with a sword upon his back, who once gifted Ning Yuan with a bolt of lightning, seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. Harboring no resentment whatsoever, nobody expected that the Great Celestial Monarch, who had presided over the upside-down mountain for decades, would exhibit such deference, devoid of any bitterness regarding the loss of his title. Merely inquiring cautiously about the master's well-being, the lady simply shook her head, not exchanging a single word with him, and offered him no semblance of kindness. Her earlier actions had already revealed her disposition. Upon arriving at the Upside-Down Mountain, practitioners of the Tao typically first visit the incense pavilion to pay homage to their ancestral master before approaching the great celestial monarch. However, this lady chose to seek out the young Taoist boy guarding the entrance first, before proceeding to the solitary peak to hand over the sacred token, making her intentions unmistakably clear. The sword-bearing man left in dejection, having conversed briefly with the young Taoist boy, his own disciple, before departing the Upside-Down Mountain, rumored to be setting sail in search of immortals. Today, the sword-bearing man was unusually alert, pondering the commotion that he felt compelled to witness, for to ignore it would be akin to being blind. As soon as the Taoist departed, he resumed his conversation with the young Taoist boy, saying, "Do you not agree with my assessment? Your foolish elder brother's good days are at an end." The young Taoist boy continued to peruse his book, his tone indifferent. "Whether you are right or not is irrelevant to me. I have no wager with you." The sword-bearing man, ever the scoundrel, squatted before him with a grin, saying, "Is your master planning to prevent him from returning to the realm of Qingming?" Ascending to the realm of immortals through the world's celestial veil was impossible, and having lost the mountain seal of the Upside-Down Mountain, he no longer possessed the support of his small realm, thus plummeting back to the Jade Purity realm, that if no one from Baiyu capital came to receive him, he would be destined to remain in the vast realm of Howren, facing the prospect of either dying of old age or achieving ascendance. The young Taoist boy, with his gaze fixed on his book, casually replied, "I do not know, but wandering the four seas is surely better." Zhang Lu chuckled mischievously, stroking his chin as he gazed in the direction of the departing Taoist. "Believe it or not, your foolish elder brother will not escape the South Sea." The young Taoist boy looked up, his face a picture of incredulity. When did this drunken sword cultivator become so adept at divining fortunes? For 2 consecutive days, the newly appointed great celestial monarch made no move at the solitary peak. Rumors began to circulate, revealing the background of this celestial lady. She was one of the disciples under the second master of Baiyu capital, the vice master of the Purple Qi Tower, possessing peak cultivation at the 12th realm. After taking over the Upside-Down Mountain, she was subtly endowed with the might of the greatest mountain seal in the world, hinting at her potential for ascendance. 8T The Waning Moon Inn. In the initial days, Ning Yuan accompanied Jiang Yun in exploring the 8 scenic spots of the Upside-Down Mountain. Subsequently, he remained within the inn to cultivate. The Far Wanderer's sword had been successfully refined to a minor degree. While not yet achieving a profound connection, he could wield it with a degree of ease. Although Ning Yuan had marked the sword on the very first night, the increasing number of marks made the refining process increasingly arduous. It was likely that without a month's time, he could not achieve major refinement. As major refinement was temporarily postponed, Ning Yuan began to nurture his reverse flow sword, introspecting upon the 18 Qi palaces and controlling 15 sword intents to refine the acupoints. Moreover, he discovered that he could integrate these sword intents into the reverse flow sword, enhancing its lethality. However, the process was not swift. Cultivation is always fraught with challenges. Every day at noon, Jiang Yun would visit to bring food for Ning Yuan, who paused his cultivation to learn Howren official language from the young girl. Making commendable progress, days gradually passed. The ferry from Osmanthus Flower Island was set to arrive at the Upside-Down Mountain in 3 days. On that morning, Ning Yuan left the inn, awkwardly inquiring about directions in his clumsy Howren official language. Arriving at a large residence close to the main peak, it turned out to be an inn, and upon inquiring with the innkeeper, he was taken aback to find that even the cheapest room cost a grain of Guyu coin per night, an exorbitant sum for him. As he was nearly destitute, while he still possessed a handful of Guyu coins, he knew that upon arriving at Baoping Continent, he would need to take a ferry to the northern Dalit dynasty, which would entail considerable expenditure. Ning Yuan was not there to stay, but rather to seek out Jiang Yun. Before long, the young girl joyfully emerged, taking Ning Yuan into the rear courtyard. The expensive Ningxiu Inn was not merely a tall building. Upon entering, one would find a sprawling garden with pavilions, terraces, artificial hills, and flowing waters, home to many gentle spirit beasts, befitting a celestial abode. Jiang Yun led Ning Yun into a courtyard, where an elderly man in scholarly robes was present. "Mr. Chen," Ning Yuan greeted him with a respectful bow. Having previously informed Ning Yuan of his residence, Jiang Yun was somewhat puzzled as to why he had sought her out today. "Speak. What brings you here? You would not come to find me without reason." "Ning boy." The two sat across from each other at a stone table in the courtyard, Jiang Yun resting her chin on her small hand, her elbow propped on the table. Having grown familiar, she now addressed him as Ning boy, lacking any sense of decorum. Ning Yuan remained silent, glancing toward Mr. Chen's room. Jiang Yun followed his gaze, immediately understanding, "It's nothing. Mr. Chen is not an outsider. He taught me to read and write. He's a truly good scholar." After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan nodded and was about to speak when Mr. Chen's door swung open from within. The elderly man smiled. "Young ones, chat away. I shall take my leave." Ning Yuan murmured an apology. Jiang Yun, puzzled, chose not to inquire further and stared intently at him. Their eyes met, and Ning Yuan softly said, "In 3 days, I will depart, taking a ferry to the eastern Baoping continent." Jiang Yun pursed her lips, her expression neutral. I understand. I will soon return to the South Posa continent as well." The youth gazed earnestly at Jiang Yun. "Do you wish to become a sword cultivator?" Jiang Yun appeared bewildered. Ning Yuan lightly tapped the table, summoning the reverse flow sword and invoking his divine powers to instantaneously construct a small realm. Shimmering fragments of light swirled, isolating them from the outside world, enveloping the two within. Open your innate acupoint and do not resist. Chapter 33. Teaching by example. The Yin, with its inherent value, possessed protective formations surrounding each courtyard, making it difficult for anyone below the 5th realm to pry into its secrets. As they sat facing each other, compared to their previous encounter, Ning Yuan's celestial powers were now markedly stronger, with the small realm encompassing a radius of 2 zhang, covering most of the courtyard. Jiang Yun's bright eyes widened in awe as the delicate fragments of light dazzled her senses. A petite flying sword emerged from Ning Yuan's brow, hovering before her. "Is this your innate flying sword? What is its name?" the young girl inquired, extending her hand to touch it. Ning Yuan willed the reverse flow sword to remain suspended. Its sword aura contained. Truly unperturbed, the girl, after a few playful touches, took the reverse flow sword into her hands, appearing utterly captivated. Ning Yuan, slightly exasperated, said, "Stop playing. Clear your mind and open your innate acupoint." "Oh, understood." Jiang Yun relaxed her grip, allowing the reverse flow sword to hover before her forehead, its tip aimed toward her brow, yet devoid of any murderous intent. The young girl closed her eyes, calming her mind, channeling the Jiang family's cultivation methods. A radiance forming between her brows. Simultaneously, Ning Yuan's consciousness guided the reverse flow sword, which swiftly darted into her innermost acupoint. Dadao. Jiang Yun cried out, Be quiet and endure." Ning Yuan replied, sitting cross-legged as his consciousness merged with the reverse flow sword, communicating with Jiang Yun through his thoughts. Although scolded by Ning Yuan, the young girl's face twisted in grievance. Yet she showed understanding and refrained from breaking her focus, biting her silver teeth to persevere. "Now listen closely. I shall teach you a method for nurturing your sword, which forms the foundational practice for us sword cultivators of the Sword Qi Great Wall." Ning Yuan's words echoed in Jiang Yun's mind. He began imparting the incantation. Concurrently, the reverse flow sword, having exited Jiang Yun's innate acupoint, charged forth into an uncharted Qi palace. Without a hint of hesitation, it plunged directly into the first mountain-nurturing Qi palace, causing Jiang Yun's face to blanch, blood trickling from her lips. "This is the first of the mountain-nurturing Qi palaces. Remember this nascent energy you have just birthed." While imparting the method, Ning Yuan multitasked, as the reverse flow sword subsequently breached the second Qi palace. This is the second stop, known as the Fu Qi acupoint. The flying sword then surged towards the third, the Pure Yang Palace. The young girl was already bleeding profusely from her facial features, the scarlet liquid staining her white robe as if she were on the brink of collapse. The fourth stop was at the Taoist acupoint, and the fifth at the Guanyuan acupoint, where the reverse flow halted after breaking through the sixth Qi mansion. Ning Yuan was also apprehensive about any unforeseen mishaps occurring with her. Jiang Yun was now violently vomiting blood, yet she continued to convey her teachings to him through her thoughts. This was the final stop, totaling 18, a formidable technique for nurturing the sword. Generally speaking, one could begin attempting to temper their innate flying sword after the sixth stop, but this was contingent upon sufficient talent. An ordinary person, even if they mastered the 18 stops of sword chi, might not necessarily succeed in nurturing their innate sword. Oh, you remember? He asked. Should I repeat it? The young girl, racked with unbearable pain, trembled uncontrollably, responding in her mind to Ning Yuan. I remember. But it hurts so much. As long as you can speak, you're fine. There's worse to come. The girl's heart sank in alarm. But Ning Yuan did not afford her the opportunity to retract her words. They had come too far to turn back now that he utilized a portion of his remaining spiritual awareness to connect with his Qi mansion, subsequently channeling 6 strands of sword intent directly to Jiang Yun's brow, cutting through obstacles like a bandit invading a village to seize territory. In an instant, the girl's head snapped back, and she collapsed, appearing scarcely different on the outside. Yet internally, she was riddled with injuries. Previously, her 6 Qi mansions had been forcefully breached by the flying sword, leaving her in agony. And now, these same mansions were being invaded by external sword intent, which, despite Ning Yuan's control, still leaked sharpness. Such injuries, without precious celestial treasures, were nearly fatal. Even if she were to survive by some stroke of luck, her longevity bridge would surely shatter. But Ning Yuan had his contingencies. The reverse flow of the flying sword within her body was of no further use. He dared not continue to open her 7th Qi mansion. He retraced his steps, and in the blink of an eye, he withdrew from Jiang Yun's brow. The reverse flow erupted in brilliance, the silver-white sword body quaking violently, followed by a resounding sword cry. The small realm known as Heaven Beyond Heaven instantly contracted to less than a yard, as countless shards of flowing light surged forth from the reverse flow sword. The fragmented pieces enveloped the girl's delicate form, and a mighty power of time began to take effect. Within this diminutive realm, the very fabric of space appeared to twist, rendering it almost surreal. This innate flying sword, capable of reversing time within a limited scope, although remarkably extraordinary, was not always applicable. Conflict among cultivators often hinged on life and death in an instant. If Ning Yuan were to duel, even if he could not prevail, he would still face death. His opponent would not patiently wait for his recovery. When employed against adversaries, it became somewhat impractical. Ning Yuan had tested this technique multiple times during his recent cultivation. Once the power of reversing time was activated, the strength of this small realm would be significantly diminished, making it easily susceptible to being shattered by others that in this light. The reverse flow was indeed at a disadvantage when it came to lethality. Unlike Xiao Yao's slaying sword, which could overpower sword cultivators of the same realm and even confront those above without issue. Of course, Xiao Yao was exceptional. Despite her prodigious talent in swordsmanship, she had yet to nurture her slaying sword. Jiang Yun possessed commendable aptitude, enduring under Ning Yuan's opening of 6 sword-nurturing Qi mansions marked her first step as a sword cultivator. As long as she diligently practiced, it was highly probable she would succeed in nurturing her innate flying sword. Moments later, as the fragments dispersed, Jiang Yun revealed her form. Ning boy, I still feel immense pain, the girl said, rising from the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Her small face contorted in discomfort. A weary Ning Yuan smiled and replied, It's nothing. We still have 1 step to complete. So bear with it a little longer. I don't want to do it anymore. The boy fixed her with a stern gaze. Silence, as his consciousness probed Jiang Yun's Qi mansion, manipulating the 6 strands of ancient sword intent from the sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan's words drifted into her heart. Endure a little longer. It's the final step. You remember the initial energy. I remember. Good. Pay close attention to all the incantations and attempt to refine this sword intent. The 6 strands of sword intent were originally Ning Yuan's, and with him assisting, the time required was greatly reduced. After several hours had passed, Jiang Yun successfully refined them. The 6 strands of sword intent became her own, each occupying one of the 6 newly opened Qi mansions. Throughout this process, Ning Yuan's aura diminished repeatedly, strands of his black hair turning silver, As the small realm receded and his consciousness returned to his sea of awareness. The boy opened his eyes. From this point onward, she merely needed to follow a systematic approach to nurture the sword intent and hone her chi mansions at that moment. The young girl officially became a bona fide sword cultivator, albeit without her innate flying sword yet. However, with the sword intent bestowed upon her by Ning Yuan, she was already formidable among her peers. In a distant, towering peak, the beautiful Madame Xiu appeared, her gaze thoughtfully fixed on a nearby inn. Since taking her position here, the entirety of the suspended mountain region lay beneath her watchful eyes, and she had naturally sensed the extraordinary power of Ning Yuan's flying sword. Behind her stood a middle-aged man bearing a sword. The former Grand Celestial Lord who had gifted Ning Yuan a strand of thunder arc. Madame Xiu withdrew her gaze and descended the stone steps. The sword-bearing man could not help but speak. "Sister, do not seek out that boy to apologize on my behalf, that I could simply remain in the 10,000 mountains for a century. Since you have left and returned to seek my help, it is only natural for me, as your elder sister, to settle this matter for you." Without looking back, Madame Xiu continued on her path toward the inn, not employing any mystical arts, merely walking steadily forward. Chapter 34. Sword pointing at the Celestial Lord. Didn't you say that the 18 stops of sword chi are unique to the sword chi Great Wall and forbidden for being passed on to outsiders? At the stone table in the courtyard, Jiang Yun supported her head with her hand, a hint of confusion in her expression. So, by doing this, aren't you breaking the rules? Ning Yuan nodded. "Indeed, I'm breaking the rules. But I have nothing else to offer you." T suddenly chuckled. "I can't very well give you that bag of beef, can I?" Yet the young girl earnestly nodded. "If you were to give it to me, I would definitely accept it with gratitude." Perhaps recalling something, Jiang Yun asked again, "Wait, why do you feel the need to give me something? You don't owe me anything." She extended several fingers to count. "At most, you owe me a few meals. It doesn't even amount to a grain of millet. You also gave me the hat, whereas I have nothing of yours." Ning Yuan felt exceedingly fatigued. After the previous teachings, his spiritual awareness had become quite feeble, and the reverse flow within his innate acupoint had dimmed considerably. He did not respond to her question. After standing up and shouldering the dragon-slaying sword box, he informed her of another matter. "I have broken the rules of the sword chi Great Wall by independently passing on the sword-nurturing methods to you. So when you achieve a certain level of cultivation in the future, you must go to the sword chi Great Wall to eliminate demons. The number you slay is inconsequential, but you must go." Jiang Yun sprang to her feet. "You don't need to tell me. I would have gone there eventually, even if I'm not a sword cultivator, because my brother is training there." She raised her small fist and declared, "I had originally planned to go to the sword chi Great Wall this time, but I couldn't due to all the rules." Just then, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. Jiang Yun rushed to open it, revealing a beautiful lady standing outside, her figure curvaceous, adorned with a fishtail crown. This Taoist maiden exuded an impressive aura, yet upon seeing Jiang Yun, she smiled and performed a respectful greeting. "Young lady, I am Sun Yin, without a Taoist name. May I trouble you to allow me to enter and have a seat?" Ning Yuan observed the lady with a composed demeanor, his thoughts racing. In the white jade capital of Qingming heaven, the Dao ancestor had 3 disciples, Ko Ming, Yu Do, and Lu Chun, each representing distinct branches of the Dao lineage. Easily distinguished by their headgear, the first disciple Ko Ming and the Dao ancestor both wore the same Rui crown. Yu Do's branch donned the fishtail crown, while the remaining lotus crown belonged to Lu Chun's lineage. This Taoist maiden, wearing a fishtail crown, clearly belonged to Yu Do's faction, and Ning Yuan surmised with a high degree of certainty that she was the newly appointed Grand Celestial Lord. He had initially intended to rise and leave, but her timely arrival indicated she was clearly here for him. Ning Yuan decided to remain seated and observe what this faction had in store. Coincidentally, there were only 2 stone benches in the courtyard, yet now 3 individuals were present. "Esteemed elder, please take a seat," the young girl said politely, brushing dust from her sleeves and gesturing for the Taoist maiden to sit. Madame Xiu nodded in gratitude, adjusting her Taoist robes before sitting down with an air of propriety. However, Ning Yuan would not indulge her. As soon as she settled, he stood up and made for the door. Jiang Yun, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm. "What are you doing?" The elder must certainly be here to seek you. I do not reside here. Moreover, I am merely a trivial figure of the Guanhai realm. While the Grand Celestial Lord holds an exalted status, how could she possibly seek me? Ning Yuan chuckled coldly, aware that his words were directed at Madame Xiu. Even he, despite his lack of intelligence, could grasp the underlying message. The previous sword-bearing Taoist had approached him with an accusatory tone, not only expressing displeasure, but also delivering a jolt of thunderous energy, though he harbored some doubts at that time. He had yet to draw a conclusion. However, since the great heavenly sovereign had changed personnel, Ning Yuan had come to a realization. That scoundrel of a middle-aged Taoist was undoubtedly plotting against him. Though the specifics of the scheme remained obscure, Ning Yuan prepared to depart. Jiang Yun firmly gripped his arm. The young girl, unencumbered by the convolutions of adult thought, simply unwilling to confront Madame Xiu alone. Madame Xiu, taken aback, hadn't anticipated that this half-grown youth harbored such intentions. Nevertheless, she was not there to scheme against him. Turning to Ning Yuan, she smiled. But are you not the young master of the Ning family? Earlier, my junior brother breached the rules, and I have come merely to extend my apologies. Ning Yuan tousled Jiang Yun's hair, signaling her to remain calm, while his narrowed eyes scrutinized Madame Xiu. If you have come to apologize, then where is your avian disciple? Why is he not here in person? Madame Xiu's expression froze, and Jiang Yun stood there in shock. They hadn't expected Ning Yuan to adopt such an aggressive tone from the outset. Is this how you, the second sect of the Tao, express your apologies? Do you now believe I would relent in the face of reason? The actions of your avian disciple the other day made it seem more like an attempt to take a life rather than to offer an apology. As Ning Yuan's words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yun, frightened, clung tightly to Ning Yuan's arm in response to his remarks. Madame Xiu, known for her usually placid demeanor, could no longer suppress her fury. Her chest heaving with indignation. Young Master Ning, I understand your anger, but do refrain from casually invoking the names of saints behind their backs. You not fear the calamity it may bring upon you? Saint, are you referring to your revered ancestor, Yudo? Ning Yuan scoffed, a disdainful smirk spreading across his face. Then, in an act of defiance, he spat onto the ground. Much to Madame Xiu's astonishment, they are all the same. Mere avian folk. Impudent, she roared, slamming her palm onto the stone table, shattering it into countless fragments. The tempest of fury brewed within her as she contemplated extinguishing the insufferable fly before her in a mere thought. Ning Yuan, undeterred by her menacing countenance, seized the still-dazed Jiang Yun and, before she could gather her wits, ushered her outside to the impatient Mr. Chen, who had been waiting anxiously. Upon re-entering the courtyard, his mind shifted, enveloping the space in a small realm of his own making. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the far-traveled sword into his grasp. So, you wish to engage, avian being? Madame Xiu, her fury morphing into a sardonic smile, retorted, do you truly believe I am afraid to act? Do you think that Chen Qingdu would arrive in time to save you? Her eyes, sharp as lightning, fixed on the small realm Ning Yuan had conjured. That is quite a rare flying sword you possess. Young as you are, do not squander your life in vain. The youth laughed heartily, his hand clutching the sword, sleeves billowing dramatically. Your ancestor, Yudo, thousands of years ago, dared not approach the sword Qi Great Wall for a duel. Now, do you, his disciple, presume to strike against one from the sword Qi Great Wall? I may perish, but I will surely cleave through your mountain-engraved seal and unveil the rotting flesh beneath your Taoist robe. Yudo, I curse you. With that, the youth's words unleashed a torrent of sword intent from within him. Simultaneously, the dragon-slaying sword box behind him reacted, an awe-inspiring sword intent gradually rising, visibly materializing before their eyes. Chapter 35. To the Upside-Down Mountain. As soon as this sword intent manifested, an unmatched aura swept across the heavens and the earth, instantaneously merging with the far-travel sword, causing it to tremble violently in Ning Yuan's grip. Almost slipping from his control, Madame Xiu remained seated, having cultivated her strength to the ascendant realm after taking residence at the Upside-Down Mountain. Observing the far-travel sword in Ning Yuan's hand, though moved, she did not appear particularly apprehensive. You believe you have a chance merely based on the sword intent bestowed upon you by Chen Qingdu. I had long forgotten that I came here to apologize. She sneered. Ning Yuan spat once more onto the ground. Whether I can slay you remains uncertain. After all, you possess 2 legs, and if you choose to flee, I cannot guarantee I could pursue you, but I will undoubtedly cleave through the mountain-engraved seal beneath my feet. When you return to your white jade capital, do not weep to your ancestor. The great heavenly sovereign, furiously incensed, waved her sleeve, casting a larger small realm over the area, directly enveloping Ning Yuan's modest domain. Her murderous intent surging forth, in an instant. An aura far exceeding that of an immortal erupted from her, shattering Ning Yuan's small realm with sheer force. As he faced this calamity, the already weakened reverse flow sword withdrew into its core. Ning Yuan's throat tinged with sweetness, and he spat forth a mouthful of crimson on the solitary peak. The sword-bearing Taoist had remained in place, but now, sensing the rising aura above the Nai Xiu Inn, he could no longer contain himself and shot into the sky. In the Mirror Plaza, the young Taoist no longer perused his book, and Zhang Lu had awakened from his slumber. Both turned their gazes toward the same point. Are you going to intervene? Zhang Lu asked, rubbing his hands together. The young Taoist furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, I will not. Zhang Lu clapped a hand onto the young Taoist's shoulder, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Among the second sect of the Tao, I have always held the highest hopes for you. Your seniors lack your cleverness. Well, if you aren't going, I will, the young Taoist sneered. What? Have you not given up on the sword Qi Great Wall? You haven't stepped beyond this plaza since you came to watch the gate. What are you doing now? Zhang Lu squinted toward the solitary peak, casually stating, I never said I was helping the sword Qi Great Wall. I feel no remorse toward them. The demons I slay could fill your white jade capital, but there are some individuals to whom I owe a debt. Still clutching his book, the young Taoist inquired casually, what if I were to intervene? The sword-bearing man paused, momentarily speechless, before delivering a swift slap to the young Taoist's head. Irritated, the young Taoist waved his hand dismissively. You choose to abandon your duty of guarding the gate for some trifling matter? Is it truly so delectable? No sooner had he spoken than both men abruptly raised their heads, sensing an aura rising from the solitary peak. I am going, the sword-bearing man declared, not bothering to fly on his sword. Instead, he leapt skyward, cradling his sword, like a comet trailing an elongated, luminous tail that a renowned sword immortal from the sword Qi Great Wall. He had once severed countless heads of 5-realm demon beasts in the wildlands. His combat prowess unparalleled, a sword immortal beneath the second sect of the White Jade capital, adept in both Taoist techniques and swordplay. He embodied the true essence of their lineage. In an instant, the sword-bearing man intercepted the middle-aged Taoist, brandishing his sword without a word, striking to kill. Zhang Lu, do you dare to obstruct me? Curse you. The peak's sword immortal, brimming with vigor, bore no resemblance to the figure who had once suffered defeat before the multitude on the city walls. With sword in hand, he charged directly at the sword-bearing Taoist. His first strike shattered the Taoist's protective seal, and the second followed swiftly, severing the hand that wielded the sword. With a third strike, a streak of sword Qi coursed through the air, illuminating the horizon with a blazing rainbow. The Taoist was obliterated in an instant, his body reduced to fragments, plummeting into the South Sea. The once proud sword immortal from the Jade Pure realm, who had appeared before Ning Yuan, met his end, cut down like a vegetable, leaving no trace of his existence. From the moment Zhang Lu departed the solitary peak until the middle-aged Taoist was slain, not even 10 breaths had passed. With the sword still sheathed, the sword-bearing man soared through the air, casting a glance toward the inn, preparing to return to the solitary peak. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a newly opened tavern. The tavern was sparsely populated, with a couple standing idly at the entrance. The sword-bearing man, feeling a wave of melancholy, ultimately decided against reuniting with the 2 old acquaintances and returned to the solitary peak. The young Taoist shifted his gaze from the pages of his book. If you had employed those 3 strikes during that previous battle, would you still be here guarding the gate? Zhang Lu laughed heartily. Had I unleashed those 3 strikes back then, the grass on the graves would be taller than the sword Qi Great Wall. The young Taoist gestured toward another direction. Since you have intervened, why only half-heartedly? What am I seeing your sister? Killing in her presence. What if you are unafraid of her? But what of that lad? The sword-bearing man shrugged. Who says I am not afraid of her? Ascendant realms are no trifling matter. I fear death as well. The young Taoist waved his hand dismissively, returning to his book, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. Zhang Lu leaned against the mirror gate, his gaze distant. The 10,000 great mountains appeared different today. The golden-armored puppets responsible for moving the mountains remained motionless, at the entrance of the thatched cottage atop the summit. The ever-watchful dog lay panting, unchained, yet never straying far. The old blind man, digging in the earth, suddenly squinted against the sunlight, his empty eye sockets widening in astonishment, unsure of what he had seen. Chen Qingdu. Who will stop him? The old blind man exclaimed, his voice carrying across the distance to the city wall. The great sword Immortal stepped out from the thatched cottage, also gazing into the horizon. They are merely juniors. I hesitate to intervene. The two old men, separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, conversed as if no one else was present. The old blind man fumed. If you will not act. Who will? That troublemaker was sent out by you. You have become his protector. Indeed, a guardian of the path. I ask this how you fulfill your duty. With a single sentence, Chen Qingdu's expression shifted dramatically, and he erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Initially, there was no issue. That lad was merely bullied and schemed against. Yet you went so far as to dismantle an entire celestial palace. Damn it, you even went looking for sword strike. Casting the blame upon me, when I had yet to trouble you. Chen Qingdu's tirade was laced with profanities, yet the old blind man remained unfazed, awkwardly rubbing his sparse head, acknowledging the futility of the situation. Bai Yujing's power was overwhelming. He was but a single man against a multitude and had no choice but to drag you down with him. Chen Qingdu nodded. You are aware that we cannot provoke Bai Yujing. So why did you go and wreak havoc at someone else's home? The old blind man rubbed his hands together, suddenly gazing anxiously at the northern sky, exclaiming, It's too late. If you wish to intervene, do so yourself. That girl is about to leap over the wall in desperation. Damn it, it seems I have played with fire. The old man stamped his foot, unleashing a brilliant golden light that pierced the heavens, shattering the veil of the sky as if it were mere fabric. The Grand Sword Immortal gasped. Ning girl? The old blind man possessed a keen insight, seeing further than others to the south of Bay of Pingze. On a small island approximately 10 to 20,000 li from Laolong City, a dark-clad girl descended swiftly, her sword poised for action. Ning Yao pressed her hand tightly against her heart, overwhelmed by an indescribable tightening pain that only intensified. Her brother was in danger. Ning Yao quickly realized the cause. There was no other explanation. Even at such great distances, if one sibling faced death, the other would instinctively know. The pain in her chest signified that her brother still clung to life. Without hesitation, she released her grip on her heart, her fingers converging at her brow as she gritted her teeth and commanded, Tianjun, arise. Having lost her parents at a tender age, she could not bear to lose her brother as well. A golden thread appeared from her brow, cascading downward in an intricate pattern, radiating brilliance in an instant. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sword intent emanated from her being, engulfing the entire island. Countless fragments of stone and debris ascended autonomously. Lifted by an unseen force, the waves ceased, and the space around her froze. Silently, a phantom of a celestial sword materialized behind her. Ning Yao bit down on a strand of hair, issuing a command akin to a decree. Tianjun, hasten to Daoxian Mountain. The celestial sword shot towards the heavens, moving with such incredible speed that it seemed to teleport through the clouds. Ning Yao coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling as she collapsed. Moments later, an elderly man, his eyes devoid of pupils, hurriedly approached, but he was too late. The old blind man was frantic, exclaiming, Damn it, I have played with fire. Chapter 36. The Sword Opens Daoxian Mountain. Ning Yuan spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, feeling exceedingly weak after the arduous journey of imparting teachings. The small realm shattered by Lady Sue's might left him grievously injured. The young man swayed precariously. Yet he gripped the distant travel sword with all his strength, directing its tip toward Lady Sue, adorned with a fishtail crown. The fallen sword master lay lifeless, and Lady Su's countenance was frosty as she flicked her finger, unleashing a force that pierced through Ning Yuan's chest, leaving him bloodied and gasping. Ascending to the realm of observation, was it not akin to slaughtering a chicken or sheep? Chen Qingdu bestowed upon you formidable sword intent. Yet if you cannot even wield the sword, how can you harm me? Ning Yuan nearly fell to the ground from the impact, summoning every ounce of strength to prop himself up with the sword. Preventing his collapse, "Oh hell with you," the young man muttered, his expression waning, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. His tattered garments bore testament to Lady Su's casual strike, and a packet of paper-wrapped beef tumbled to the ground, revealing a dark token. Lady Xiu waited a moment, pondering, "What have you concluded? Do you truly believe someone will come to your rescue? If Chen Qingdu intended to arrive, I would have been pierced by a sword long ago, rather than lingering here now." With a smile, she continued, "Your little trinket is of decent quality, but do not think it will save your life. An exceptional trinket and a half-immortal weapon may be among the rarest treasures of the mountain. Yet I find your sword case far more intriguing, crafted from the remnants of the dragon-slaying platform. Indeed, the vastness of the world is filled with wonders. The execution platform of the heavenly court, shattered long ago, saw its two largest fragments land here. I have scarcely encountered them myself." With a flick of her wrist, a long sword materialized in her grasp, its blade enveloped in countless slender azure sword energies. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Truly, she is a direct descendant of the Taoist lineage. The remnants of the duel have long sought to demonstrate their capability to forge a fifth lineage in swordsmanship. And her skills will undoubtedly be formidable, with the majority of her disciples being sword cultivators of the Taoist sect. The previous sword master, who fell to Zhang Lu's blade, and the current Sun Yin Taoist. Both exemplify the prowess of this lineage. Yet the sword master fell too swiftly, unable to retaliate before being utterly vanquished, leaving the world in astonishment. Blood continued to seep from the wound in Ning Yuan's chest as he glanced back, finding no one behind him. That it was akin to the past life when he sat alone against a wall, quietly perishing in a forgotten corner. The young man understood that he must unleash this sword today. After drawing this blade, whether he could slay Sun Yin mattered not. Only by wielding this sword could he hope to survive, to seize control of his own destiny, and to traverse the realms freely. From what he knew, there were multiple cultivators observing this battle from the mountain's peak, all awaiting this strike, including the Grand Sword Immortal. Ever since he emerged from the wall of Sword Qi, he had been ensnared in schemes. That middle-aged Taoist, already slain, was but a pawn. That it was likely that Sun Yin was also a mere piece in a greater game, manipulated by unseen hands. That a bitter smile crossed Ning Yuan's lips. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could a mere observer in the realm of observation hold sway over a formidable cultivator of the 14th realm, unable to discern even a sliver of the future? To claim knowledge of the past events was equally impossible. Such an anomaly in this world was surely meant for thorough examination. Ning Yuan felt an overwhelming fatigue, not from his imminent collapse, but from the trembling of his sword hand. That it was reminiscent of the time he stood merely 5 or 6 meters from the phoenix tree, yet could not bridge that gap. Drawing upon his willpower, he summoned a petite flying sword that hovered above him, radiating a few scattered glimmers of light. In that moment, he existed in a time of his own, disconnected from the outside world, much like a soul from another realm. Unwelcome in this universe, the small realm of the outer heavens shrank to an almost intimate proximity to Ning Yuan. As he drew inward, the wound in his chest sealed instantaneously, and his aura surged upward. Sun Yin scoffed, "Such flamboyant theatrics, utterly useless, even if you return to your peak state, as a mere insect in the realm of observation. What can you achieve?" As Sun Yin spoke, she cast her gaze toward the solitary peak, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Ning Yuan remained silent, the fabric of his dark attire rustling as a travelogue slipped from his tattered clothing. A gentle breeze fluttered, turning to the second page, revealing text that belonged not to this world. Alongside the script was an illustration, a woman cradling her child, gently patting his back. A flicker of realization washed over Ning Yuan, causing Sun Yin to suddenly lift her gaze. What a sight! A radiant rainbow of light pierced through the skies, rending the clouds and leaving a trail of terrifying sword energy. In an instant, it shattered the formation surrounding Daoxian Mountain, disregarding Sun Yin's Taoist prison, coming to a steady halt before the young man. The celestial sword was but an illusion, and with a thought, the phantom fused with the distant travel sword. The Tianjun celestial sword made its debut. A smile graced Ning Yuan's pale face. He had navigated this chessboard all along, most events orchestrated by unseen players. Yet at this moment, a wayward heart found solace. The outer soul finally attained peace. Ning Yuan closed his eyes, clad in black. As Sun Yin's pupils constricted in alarm, as if faced with a formidable adversary, coupled with the 10-sword intents left by the Grand Sword Immortal, they surged upward, coalescing into a formidable force. An awe-inspiring sword intent swept through the heavens and the earth, and within the realm of Daoxian Mountain, every swordsman felt their blades instinctively unsheath 3 inches, ringing with a resonant sound. Ning Yuan opened his eyes. His figure bathed in the immense power of time, standing not far from Sun Yin, yet seemingly separated by a vast river of time, arriving from beyond the realms, with his wide sleeves billowing. Ning Yuan raised his celestial sword, Tianjun, lifting it high as he unleashed the first strike into this world. A radiant sword light, unparalleled in its brilliance, surged forth in an instant, piercing through Sun Yin's form. The lethal force of the sword unyielding, heading straight towards the solitary peak and tall building. This first strike cleaved the inverted mountain asunder. Chapter 37. The Fall of the Inverted Mountain, the Great Sword Immortal. Zhang Lu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The young Taoist, engrossed in his reading, leapt up and shocked on the city walls. Chen Qingdu, who had just exchanged a strike with the second Taoist elder, cursed the blind old man from the north in a most unrefined manner. Petit, the southern coast of Dong Baoping Zhou, the old blind man arrived a moment too late, a glimmer of light flashing from his third eye. Shaking his head and sighing, the inverted mountain, the tyrannical sword light sliced through the heavens, cleaving the great celestial lord, Sun Yin, from head to toe, its momentum undiminished as it surged towards the distant solitary peak. Along its path, it obliterated every pavilion and building, slaying the 3 high-ranking Taoists stationed before the tower. The 9-story Taoist tower, standing for millennia, crumbled in response. Within each layer resided a treasured artifact of the Taoist sect, not only suppressing fate and gathering the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, but also supporting the largest mountain seal in existence, the inverted mountain, suspended in midair. The inverted mountain trembled violently. The mountain seal of 100 miles in circumference began to descend, plummeting. The celestial beings from the 9 continents felt a profound sense of dread, numerous solitary practitioners hastily stowing their treasures into their dimensional bags. Swiftly fleeing from the inverted mountain. In an instant, the scene was nothing short of spectacular, with thousands of immortals floating on the winds, gazing at the descent of the mountain seal. The 7 or 8 ferry boats anchored at the port also began to withdraw from the inverted mountain, including the treasure swallowing whale, the cloud sea flying boat, and the MO family sword boat, either soaring into the high skies or vanishing into the depths of the South Sea. If such a massive mountain seal were to truly fall, the ensuing tsunami could reach heights of 1,000 zhang, and for those nearest to the coast of Nanpasha Zhou, should no formidable cultivator intervene to save them, countless ordinary souls would perish. What is happening? Some celestial beings questioned in confusion, trembling as if they had witnessed a great horror. A few, having witnessed the astonishing sword light up close, furrowed their brows and spoke. Someone just cleaved the solitary peak. What? Cleaved that 9-story tower with a single stroke? How could that be possible? Is it a sword immortal of the ascended realm? Otherwise, how could this be achieved? I just spent 500 Gu coins on that residence. Damn it. What of yours? My entire fortune is within, and only 2 of my 28 wives made it out. Amidst the shock and despair, many lamented, as the majority of their fortunes lay within the inverted mountain. And if it sank into the depths of the South Sea, those without sufficient cultivation would have no chance to recover their losses, among the numerous celestial beings hovering in the air. A treasure depicting mountains and rivers floated, upon which stood Jiang Yuan and Mr. Chen. Even Mr. Chen, with his vast experience, was taken aback by the spectacle of the inverted mountain's descent. Is this truly the work of that young man? But soon, concern filled him. As a sage of the academy, his purpose was to enlighten the world. Now, the descent of this mountain seal would have significant repercussions for the celestial beings atop the mountain. It was a matter of indifference, but for the common folk, it spelled disaster. The inverted mountain was not solely inhabited by immortals. Nearly half were ordinary people or low-level cultivators unable to soar through the skies. If no rescue was rendered, they would undoubtedly meet their demise in the South Sea. This was merely the immediate calamity. The fall of the inverted mountain was not akin to an ordinary peak. Though the mountain seal appeared relatively small, its weight was likely no less than that of a 1,000-mile mountain. Once it plunged into the sea, within half a month, a tsunami of 1,000 zhang would reach the coastline of Nanpashazhou, sweeping across the coastline of Tongyizhou within a month. Without intervention from powerful cultivators, the underworld would likely gain at least tens of millions of souls. Little girl Jiang Yuan was also terrified by this scene. After regaining her composure, she took advantage of Mr. Chen's momentary distraction to send forth one of her life-bound treasures, the Bai O Xian Tong, stepping on the celestial vine to return to the inverted mountain. Mirror of the solitary peak. The mirror did not belong to the inverted mountain. As the mountain seal descended, it remained suspended in the air. The swordsman, watching the mirror above him drift further away, drew his sword and soared back towards the mirror. The great sword immortal, Zhang Lu, sat cross-legged upon the sword's body, observing the gradual descent of the inverted mountain. I am merely the gatekeeper, not the watcher of the inverted mountain. Whether this mountain seal exists or not, it matters not. The young Taoist, snapping back to reality from a shock, cast a glance at Zhang Lu, muttering a curse under his breath. His short legs shone with golden light as he leaped to the solitary peak tower. Zhang Lu feigned ignorance, nonchalantly retrieving the books left behind by the young Taoist, perusing them with great interest. Damn it! What a troublesome celestial lord, not only dead, but leaving me with such a mess. I better not be born into a bad lineage in my next life. The 9-story tower was cleaved in two, yet it did not explode violently, which explained why the inverted mountain was not descending at an alarming rate. 6 high-ranking Taoists had already arrived, dispersing in all directions to exert their powers in an effort to repair it. Upon reaching the entrance, the young Taoist cursed them as useless, swiftly entering the interior. This young Taoist, though not yet of age, possessed extraordinary skills. When his senior brothers and sisters fell, he had refrained from acting, but now he was finally willing to employ his abilities. Yet, as soon as he stepped into the tower, he collapsed despondently onto the ground, murmuring, "It's all over." From his perspective, within the tower lay 9 treasured artifacts of the Taoist sect scattered across the floor, 4 of which had already been destroyed, rendering them nearly irreparable. The young Taoist hastily rose, a golden talisman bursting forth from his sleeve. After forming seals with his hands, the talisman ignited spontaneously, shooting skyward. Unbeknownst to him, this was a powerful talisman that pierced through the celestial boundaries between the Howren world and the Qingming world, heading straight for the white jade capital of the Taoist sect. Still feeling uneasy, considering that his master might currently be in the outer heavens resisting the foreign demons and unable to divert attention, the young Taoist vanished from his spot, reappearing in the mirror, stepping out into the Sword Qi Great Wall. Perhaps he went to fetch reinforcements. Before long, an old Taoist wearing a Rui crown hurriedly arrived from the mirror into the Howren world. Without uttering a word, instantly reaching the tower and summoning 2 of his most important life-bound treasures to replace the previously damaged artifacts of the Taoist sect. Yet, 2 more were still needed to halt the descent of the inverted mountain. At a desolate tavern before the inverted mountain, the old proprietor frowned tightly, eyeing the couple before him. "This matter is not your son's fault. Why must you be so distressed? It's all the doing of those old bastards behind the scenes. What is there to worry about?" The woman slightly inclined her body. "I am aware of the reasons, but after all, it was my son's sword that was used, wielding the celestial sword of Xiao Yao." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, and the woman smiled. "I kindly asked the old proprietor to assist. For me, it would lessen the karmic burden on my son, and for the esteemed elder, it could also accumulate some merit." The old proprietor sighed helplessly. I fear that after this, I will have to prepare to move again. Saying this, the old proprietor, elusive as a dragon through several realms, vanished from his place, tens of thousands of miles away. An elderly man with frosted temples hurriedly approached, being the Confucian sage stationed in the southern S.E., an old Taoist of high rank, residing in the white jade capital of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Of Ascended Realm, a Confucian sage of Ascended Realm, stationed in the southern sea. The master of the Yellow Liang Blessed Land, the old proprietor, whose name is unknown. 3 great powers gathered, dispersing across the floating sea, each demonstrating their formidable abilities. Together, they lifted this world's largest mountain seal. Chapter 38, The Inverted Mountain, a misnomer, the Inverted Mountain. After slaying Sun Yin with a single strike, the youth sat despondently on the ground. The celestial sword, Tian Zhen, flew from the distant sword body, soaring into the sky, returning north to its master. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries, the dark stream dimmed entirely, retreating into his life-bound acupoint. And even the reversal of time proved ineffective, leading to a backlash that caused his blood essence to deplete incessantly. His black hair visibly turned to strands of silver, and by the time it ceased, the youth was nearly white-haired. His travelogue lay beside him, having unknowingly turned to the third page, yet the third page remained unwritten. Ning Yuan trembled as he unfastened the ropes, removing the dragon-slaying sword box. The pressure on his shoulder deep enough to see bone. Carrying this burden, Ning Yuan whispered softly, his gaze fixed upon a celestial spirit tree in the courtyard, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the conclusion remained unchanged. The old man of the River of Time had promised him a grand dream, yet it was merely that, a grand dream. The withered visage of Ning Yuan strained to shift, leaning against the courtyard wall as he awaited death. The scene before him mirrored the past, once again leaning against the wall, once again on the brink of death, destined to die in a corner. Carelessly, Ning Yuan contemplated that if he were to perish this time and encounter that old man again, he would request to be reborn, preferably not as a human. The ground trembled violently as he plummeted from the hanging mountain, his head striking the earth, blood flowing freely, consciousness fading. With Sun Yin's demise, the great formation of the hanging mountain shattered, celestial flowers raining down from the heavens, cascading onto the white-haired youth. Fortunately, his dark attire concealed his wounds, and though bloodied, he appeared relatively unscathed. Amidst his dazed state, a celestial vine fell to the ground. 3 eminent cultivators summoned their life treasures, exerting their formidable powers to finally halt the descent of the mountain seal. Yet, it merely ceased its plummet. The base of the hanging mountain had already touched the waters of the South Sea, stirring up towering waves that surged in all directions. However, this was no great concern, mere winds and ripples that would not reach the northern continent. Many cultivators, witnessing the intervention of powerful beings, hastily returned to the hanging mountain to retrieve any valuables they had left behind. Who could say what further complications might arise? After all, none could predict whether that unknown, at least a transcendent sword immortal, would strike again. Such a sword immortal possessed the power to sever rivers and shatter mountains with a single swing. Sword cultivators were unmatched in their lethal prowess, lacking any weaknesses against other cultivators, with over half of those capable of crossing realms and killing being sword practitioners. The South lay a great wall of sword chi, a bastion against the savage demon tribes for millennia, home to numerous sacred grounds for sword cultivators. Casting his gaze northward, one would find the land of Julu, replete with sword cultivation sections despite its location in the northeast of Hauran. It had audaciously claimed the title of North Julu. Not to mention, turning towards the central divine continent where the Confucian temple resided, one would find a scholar, not a sword cultivator, wielding the Tai by immortal sword, cleaving open the Yellow River's celestial gateway and drawing forth its boundless waters to the mortal realm. This river became the longest and largest in the central divine continent, and the scholar, through sheer will, ensured that the land would never again suffer drought, benefiting countless beings. What extraordinary swordsmanship! What unparalleled ambition! In the eyes of the immortal beings on the mountain, sword cultivators naturally held a more esteemed status. On the southern shores of the East Baoping continent, after arriving, the old blind man wore a constant frown on his weathered face. Ning Yao, despite her severe injuries, forcefully wielded the celestial sword Tianjin, which the old blind man could have easily healed. However, revealing the celestial sword too soon might damage Ning Yao's foundation, a fate he and Chen Qingdu both wished to avoid. Yet he could only blame himself for attempting to scheme against that young lad. Resulting in the current predicament, as Ning Yao's protector, he felt he had failed, and upon returning to the wild world, Chen Qingdu would likely confront him with this matter. Senior, how is my brother? Ning Yao had awakened. Yet the golden thread on her forehead remained. The old blind man scratched his head awkwardly, unable to maintain his composure. It's nothing. After you borrowed the sword, Ning Yao managed to strike him down with a single blow. A surge of sword chi rushed in from the horizon, the Tianjin sword vanishing into the space between the brows of the black-clad girl. Only the golden thread on Ning Yao's forehead slightly closed. Suddenly, Ning Yao rose with resolve, declaring, I must return to the Hanging Mountain. The old blind man smacked his thigh. Ning girl, that simply won't do. The girl shook her head. What happened to my brother at the Hanging Mountain prohibits any harm. It indicates the opponent's considerable power. Moreover, separated only by a mirror from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, even the chief Sword Immortal refrained from intervening, that I cannot turn a blind eye. When my parents perished, I was still young and powerless, but my brother is my only remaining kin. I must return if worse comes to worst. I will accompany him into the Lihua cave. The old blind man rubbed his hands vigorously. Well, let's see. You should continue northward. I will make a trip to the Hanging Mountain to personally check on Ning Xiu. How does that sound? Ning Yao pondered carefully before finally nodding. If this elder could not resolve the situation, 100 of her would be of no use. Moments later, as she continued her journey northward on her sword, the old blind man suddenly stamped his foot, rising into the sky and shattering the celestial veil. Not returning to the wild mountains, but heading to the azure heaven. After the old blind man's departure, the small island inexplicably sank into the east as night fell. A young Taoist arrived at the Hanging Mountain. This Taoist did not come from the azure heaven, but seemed to originate from the north. Skipping the customary offerings at the incense hall, the young Taoist directly approached the solitary peak. He casually took out several treasures, arranging them within the 9-story tower. He then greeted the 3 mighty figures supporting the Hanging Mountain and left without lingering. The 3 illustrious cultivators departed in succession, and the Hanging Mountain ceased its descent. Yet, it did not ascend either. It was said that the treasures the young Taoist placed within the 9-story tower were not sourced from the Taoist sect. Although their quality was sufficient, they lacked the personal decree of the sect leader. Just a touch lacking, the once suspended Hanging Mountain now remained stationary upon the sea surface, motionless as an island. Later, word spread that the young Taoist indeed held treasures of the Taoist sect. With his strength, lifting the Hanging Mountain back to its former height would pose no challenge. However, upon witnessing the sinking of the Hanging Mountain, he inexplicably remarked, reflecting my name, this is quite delightful. Chapter 39. The Tavern for Millennia. Since the Hanging Mountain floated above the vast South Sea of Hauran, only 2 significant events have transpired. The first was, of course, the renowned, true, invincible Taoist Lao Er, who journeyed through the Hauran realm, his mastery of both Tao and sword overshadowing countless mountaintop cultivators, yet he halted before the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Standing upon the world's largest mountain seal, wielding the supreme teachings of the Tao ancestors and the Taoist immortal sword, he nonetheless came to a stop at the South Sea. After departing, he left behind this mountain seal within the Hauran realm, establishing the 9-tiered Taoist tower, placing 9 treasures of the sect leader suspended amidst the ethereal clouds. The second event occurred just yesterday. An unknown Sword Immortal severed the newly appointed Great Heavenly Sovereign, cleaved open the 9-tiered tower, and destroyed 4 treasures, causing the Hanging Mountain, which had stood for millennia, to plummet into the southwest. It is said that someone once stood high above and glimpsed a flash of sword light, soaring from the Hanging Mountain, momentarily splitting the solitary peak tower, and then extending beyond the South Sea, severing a colossal iceberg. The destructive force was unprecedented, at least for the majority of the cultivators of the Hanging Mountain. The Ascendant Realm was a level they dared not even contemplate. Subsequently, 3 mighty cultivators joined forces to halt this calamity. In taverns, inns, and bustling streets, discussions abounded regarding this incident. Some claimed the Sword Immortal hailed from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, an old Sword Immortal of the 13th Realm, who, dissatisfied with Taoist Lao Er's mountain seal, obstructing the entrance to the Great Wall, casually severed the Hanging Mountain with a drink in hand. Others contended that the Sword Immortal was not from the Great Wall at all, but originated from a sect within the Azure Heaven, harboring animosity towards Taoist Lao Er, thus delivering this strike, both venting frustration and placing blame upon the sword cultivators of the Great Wall. One intoxicated individual grew increasingly animated, thumping the table and fervently declaring that the Sword Immortal was none other than Taoist's son from the Xuandu Temple, claiming only he would wield his sword so freely. Eventually, this individual was subdued by an arriving high-ranking Taoist and made to kneel before the reconstructed Solitary Peak Tower. Following this incident, discussions across various locations dwindled significantly. Those with timid hearts had already vacated the Hanging Mountain the previous day, while the remaining ones awaited to see what actions would be taken by Taoist Lao Er of the Baiyu capital. The Hanging Mountain was the emblem of Baiyu capital within the Haran realm. And now that it had been cleaved down 1,000 feet by a single sword, surely there must be some follow-up to the matter. In a certain location of the upside-down mountain, a young girl had just emerged from a shop, clutching a copy of the Landscape Gazette in her left hand while grasping a bun in her right, simultaneously reading and nibbling. Aside from the matter of the mountain's sinking, the Gazette contained no other fresh news. Jiang Yun lifted her gaze towards the distance, feeling as though, compared to the previous day, nothing had particularly changed. The mountain seal beneath her feet hung high in the sky, separated by 1,000 zhang from the surface of the sea, and the heavens still felt so far away. It was understandable. Whether the upside-down mountain sank or not would not alter anything. Even if the mountain seal were to shatter, the world would remain unchanged, and the realm would continue as it always had, existing as it was. After finishing her bun, the young girl flipped her hand to don a conical hat. Setting off towards the silver flowers, clad in white, she blended seamlessly with the wind and snow. Had it not been for the conspicuous and rather unsightly hat, her petite figure might have vanished into the vastness of the world. As she walked, alternating between deep and shallow steps, the girl suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. And in a moment of distraction, she found herself beneath an ancient locust tree, only to be jolted awake. The tavern was typically desolate, owing to the eccentric temperament of the old proprietor, who might not see a single patron all year round. The assistant, Su Jia, was as usual dozing off, seemingly unable to get enough sleep, while the old proprietor was amusing himself with a caged sparrow. Hearing some noise, the old man turned to look outside, where stood a young girl, small in stature, clothed in pure white, wearing a conical hat, and with a sword slung at her waist. She could easily be mistaken for a female swordswoman. Feeling somewhat bashful under the old man's gaze, the girl turned to leave, but the old proprietor called out, "Little miss, come, step inside and sit for a while." He then slammed the counter and barked at the lazy assistant. "Su Jia, sleep, sleep, sleep. All day long you're sleeping. What difference is there between you and those 2 guard dogs? A guest has arrived. Hurry and fetch some wine." Upon finishing, he smacked his hand against Su Jia's head. The assistant jolted awake, looking bewildered, rubbed the back of his head, and after a few moments of daze, he inhaled the drool that had yet to drip from his mouth and staggered toward the tavern's backyard. "Old sir, I don't drink, but thank you for your kindness. However, I must be on my way." Jiang Yun scratched her head, turning to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Yun was startled as the old man appeared right before her, a smile on his face, though the multitude of wrinkles made him appear somewhat fierce. "Little girl, the person you seek is right here." Jiang Yun froze, then lifted her gaze. The old proprietor continued with a grin, "But to see him, you must first drink." Fearing she might leave again, he added, "This wine is on the house. There are 3 jars in total, all courtesy of others who wish for you to partake. If you can't finish it, no worries, just take the rest with you." The girl glanced around the tavern and then nodded. Entering the tavern, at the old man's gesture, Jiang Yun seated herself at a table, while the assistant brought over the last jar of wine. 3 jars in total, all unopened. Please enjoy, esteemed guests. Jiang Yun was perplexed, and in a moment of distraction, a couple took seats across from her. The woman was stunning, and the man was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that made one feel they were indeed a celestial couple. The girl suddenly grew nervous, sitting upright, as the woman warmly smiled and said, "Little girl, you're Jiang Yun, aren't you?" Jiang Yun nodded, her gaze fixated on the wine bowl before her, daring not to look at the couple. The middle-aged man remained silent, observing the young girl closely before rising to pour a bowl for each of them. "Thank you," Jiang Yun said, her words measured. The couple did not speak immediately, but observed the girl with growing fondness. Then, the woman straightforwardly stated, "I know you are clever. I am Yuan Heir's mother, and he, well, you can tell from his appearance." She paused and continued, "We have actually long since passed away. What stands before you now is merely a wisp of our souls. Furthermore, we will soon dissipate." Jiang Yun raised her head, this time without a hint of shyness, and looked at them. "Both my husband and I hold great affection for you, a deep affection. Ever since that day at the Respect Sword Pavilion, when you knelt on the ground to sketch those 2 swords, we have been fond of you. This." The woman sighed softly, adding, "We had hoped you would become our daughter-in-law, but that would be too much to ask. Thus, we seek you today for another matter." Jiang Yun removed her conical hat and set it aside. The woman stood up and smiled. "Child, could you create a painting for us?" Jiang Yun quickly nodded and was about to retrieve her painting materials when the old proprietor cheerfully approached. Rubbing his hands together, have 2 great sword immortals request a painting. Little girl, would you also create one for me afterward? I'll reward you with 3 jars." The assistant Xiao Jiang poked his head out from under the counter. "I want one too, miss. Give me a painting as well, and I'll gift you 3 jars. The old proprietor cursed. "What do you have to offer?" "Those are all mine. 10 years of wages for 3 jars. Xiao Jiang slammed the table, while the old proprietor scoffed. This was the first time a guest had come to the tavern this year, and it was a little girl that on this day, close to the year's end. The girl left without spending a single snowflake coin, taking home 9 jars of forgetting worry wine. Chapter 40. Osmanthus Island. When Ning Yuan awoke, the young girl Jiang Yun was seated before a table. Her back turned to him as she busied herself with something. His mind still felt foggy, but the wounds on his body had vanished without a trace. Deciding to continue lying down, he alternated between gazing at the ceiling and observing Jiang Yun. He noticed several jars of wine placed beside the bed, 9 in total, all unopened, yet a hint of the fragrance wafted through the air. Ning Yuan inhaled deeply. It was undoubtedly fine wine, certainly far superior to the brew of Yungu. The girl appeared engrossed in her tasks, so Ning Yuan remained silent, his thoughts unraveling as he reflected on previous events. He was surely not dead. Jiang Yun was right before him, and this was the Ruan Xiu. With the room's arrangement identical to before, including his belongings like the distant travel sword and the dragon-slaying sword box, it seemed as if nothing had ever transpired. However, after introspecting further, Ning Yuan promptly dismissed that notion. The flying sword of reversal remained within his dantian, now only partially restored, and the various energy chambers showed no changes. Yet when he placed his hand on the sword box, he realized that the sword intent left by the Great Sword Immortal had already vanished. His ability to unleash that sword, which severed Sun Yin and broke through the 9-story tower, was largely dependent on the unmatched sword intent of the Great Sword Immortal, a pure sword cultivator of the 14th realm. Xiao Yao's celestial sword was indeed formidable, but it had yet to reach such heights. The 9 strands of sword intent from the sword Qi Great Wall were also lacking. Only the Great Sword Immortal's strand served as the source of that sword's lethal force. In truth, upon leaving the sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan had sensed the sword intent concealed within the sword box, a sword cultivator. His sensitivity to sword intent was acute, especially towards such a potent killing intent. At that time, he had thought it was a means of protection bestowed upon him by the Great Sword Immortal. Yet now, upon careful consideration, it seemed otherwise, from inexplicably acquiring a wisp of thunder arc to the appointment of a new heavenly sovereign. Followed by Sun Yin's arrival and their confrontation, culminating in the sword that opened the upside-down mountain, Ning Yuan frowned, deep in thought. He was unaware of how many formidable figures lurked behind the scenes. aside from the Great Sword Immortal. This led him to conclude that the sword intent left by the Great Sword Immortal was not intended for his protection at all. Rather, it seemed to have been meant for cleaving the upside-down mountain from the very beginning. Ning Yuan recalled another matter. Among the people of the Sword Qi Great Wall, to leave, aside from a select few, such as the hidden official Xiao Jiang, who was responsible for external transactions, most had to receive approval from the Confucian temple first. Naturally, his sister Xiao Yao would not need to say much. The Great Sword Immortal surely took care of her. But he was different. After pondering, Ning Yuan realized that this sword, which cleaved the upside-down mountain, was his passport. Only by unleashing this sword could he truly enter the world of Howren As for Xiao Yao. Forcibly summoning the celestial sword too early might greatly affect her future breakthroughs. Ning Yuan felt helpless. Since arriving in this world, it seemed every step he took was guided by unseen hands, leaving him in a state of confusion. Moreover, some of the original trajectories had begun to deviate gradually. Xiao Yao's celestial sword was originally meant to manifest once her realm was sufficient, but now it had appeared several years prematurely. The future path was uncertain. The fact that he could still lie in the inn indicated that the upside-down mountain had not sunk into the South Sea. Thus, what was the significance of this sword? In a daze, a small face leaned in closer. Ning the Sword Immortal, you finally deigned to wake up? Ning Yuan looked at the young girl before him, breaking into a smile. Awake now. What were you just tinkering with? Jiang Yun raised a booklet in her hand, smiling, writing your travelogue of the mountains and waters. Yours was stained with your blood and is unreadable. As she spoke, Jiang Yun placed the booklet before the young man and flipped through a couple of pages. How's my writing? These are all the characters you taught me. The young man gazed at the girl, his eyes momentarily lost. It's written beautifully, far better than mine. On the following morning, Ning Yuan rose early. The day was devoid of snow. Bright light illuminated the sky, and the sun's rays were warm and glorious. After tidying himself up, he carefully packed his belongings into a small case and, with his sword sheath on his back, stepped out the door. After entrusting a letter to Jiang Yun, he made his way towards Zhuafengdu. Along the way, he altered his course to visit Lei Zaitai, where he retrieved his small case and, risking injury from the thunderous arc, tossed it back with a flick of his wrist. Guihua Island was expected to reach the upside-down mountain before noon. Without any delays, Ning Yuan quickly arrived at Zhuafengdu, which remained largely unchanged, although the scenery had lost some of its former grandeur. The view of the South Sea from 1,000 feet above was undeniably more breathtaking. Now, being merely hundreds of meters above the sea, the difference was stark. Dressed in his customary black attire, Ning Yuan found Zhuafeng Pavilion bustling with people, so he sought a quiet spot to recline on the ground, gazing out at the distant sea. With his youthful mind set adrift, he absent-mindedly chewed on a blade of grass. Just before noon, a small island emerged at the edge of the sea. In truth, Guihua Island was not a flying ferry in the conventional sense. It mostly floated on the water, only ascending into the sky in desperate circumstances. Its scale far exceeded that of the Wanxian clam he had encountered before, resembling a small island from a distance, which was quite impressive. The island boasted thousands of osmanthus trees, all stemming from the ancient ancestor tree at its peak, whose age was indeterminate but likely older than the upside-down mountain itself. Its roots spread across the entirety of Guihua Island, and in terms of rarity, it surpassed even the treasure-winning whale and floating mountain by numerous degrees. This was because the ancestor osmanthus tree continued to grow each year, its roots expanding ever further. At this rate, in a few thousand years, Guihua Island might rival the size of the upside-down mountain. This mountain fairy was also one of the most favored by cultivators, as the island's beauty was comparable to that of the upside-down mountain. If fortune smiled upon them, there was even a chance to purchase a jar or two of osmanthus wine, which was exquisite in flavor. Yet, what lingered most in memory was the osmanthus maidens. The Fan family had trained hundreds of maidens of remarkable beauty, who were not courtesans, but instead well-educated young ladies skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, serving guests under the title of osmanthus maidens. Sipping osmanthus wine, listening to the melodious guzheng played by the maidens, and admiring the beauty of Guihua Island was an unparalleled experience. However, Ning Yuan found himself bereft of such pleasures. He paid 8 Guyu coins the minimum fare, which granted him a single room on Guehua Island, devoid of any maid to attend to him. To enjoy the treatment of a celestial being would require 30 Guyu coins, akin to the ferry of Mo Jia's Mechanism City, even if Ning Yuan were to empty his pockets. He could not afford such a sum as the ferry docked. A massive route extended to connect with the upside-down mountain, allowing passengers from the island to disembark. After waiting for a moment, Ning Yuan presented his jade token to a ferry attendant and was permitted to board Guehua Island. However, he was informed that due to the New Year's Eve celebrations, the island would remain docked for the night and depart the following day. With no other option, Ning Yuan followed an osmanthus maiden to his lodging. Just as he heard a few sharp rebukes from the direction of Zhua Fong, "Du Ning Yuan, you scoundrel, get down here." Chapter 41. The maiden celestial coins the mirror of the Lone Peak. Yet it could no longer be aptly called the mirror of the Lone Peak, for it had not descended with the upside-down mountain. Now it hung solitary in the vast sky, more fittingly referred to as the suspended mirror. Suspended before the mirror was an enormous sword, a beam of celestial light illuminating the slumbering figure beneath. The man stretched, squinting towards the horizon. The clouds have dispersed. He wiped his face and searched his person, finding not a single coin. Habitually, he turned to glance beside him, only to find himself in a state of languor. Since that day, the young Taoist boy had ceased to tend a gate, leaving the mirror to hang alone in the sky. And the sword immortal Zhang Lu felt the weight of solitude. Had he known, he would have asked for a few books, even if they were mere tales from the rivers and lakes below. They might have provided some solace in moments of boredom. As he pondered, a streak of divine light swept beneath him. Before he could discern the visitor's identity, a jar of wine was tossed his way, which he caught deftly. "At least you still have a shred of conscience. Yin Sheng, how does it feel to be the great heavenly sovereign?" It had been a long time since Zhang Lu had tasted wine. He cautiously poured some into his mouth, not daring to waste a single drop. After a satisfying gulp, he burped and lamented, "You may have risen in status, but here I am, merely guarding the gate." The young Taoist boy, named Jiang Yunsheng, hailed from a prestigious lineage, being the descendant of the master of the Purple Qi Tower, one of the 12 towers of Baiyu Jing. Yet, in his youth, under the influence of the third brother, Lu Chun, he had joined the sect of the Grand Master. According to his family genealogy, Jiang Yunsheng was several generations removed from his ancestor, making him the grandson of a grandson. However, within the context of the Baiyu Jing Taoist hierarchy, he and his ancestor shared the same generation, leading to a rather amusing situation whenever they encountered each other. Having just returned from the heights of the Lone Peak, he had received a new token from Taoist who had traveled from Baiyu Jing, thus becoming the new great heavenly sovereign. With a hint of annoyance, Jiang Yunsheng replied, "How does it feel? Are you blind, or have your eyes grown dim? 2 great heavenly sovereigns have died in a single day, and both in our own temple. The past few days have been fraught with anxiety. Fearing an unseen sword light might strike me from the shadows." The sword-bearing man took another swig, chuckling, "Fear not, you shall be just fine. Guard this mountain seal, and your cultivation will steadily rise, awaiting the day you return in glory to Baiyu Jing." Jiang Yunsheng shook his head, raising his coin pouch. "See this? How am I supposed to give it to that kid? Last time my senior brother gifted him a thunder arc, and now his remains lie at the bottom of the South Sea." The man did not respond to this query, gazing at him with a dreamy expression. "Do you have any more wine?" Jiang Yunsheng shook his head, indicating he had none. "Then I have no idea." "Do as you please." With a sly look, the young Taoist boy proposed, "How about this? Every 7 days, bring me a jar of wine, and I will tell you what to do." Jiang Yunsheng, not thinking too much, nodded in agreement. "Any way will do, fly, run, or walk. It matters not. On this day of celestial clarity, the eve of the new year, there are no restrictions." Jiang Yunsheng, somewhat suspicious, asked, "Is it really that simple?" "It is indeed that simple." With that, Jiang Yunsheng departed, leaving the mirror once again in solitude, while the man leaned against its edge, a long-lost, drunken expression appearing on his face, with white hair now a crown. He felt the stirrings of poetic inspiration and the allure of wine fading away. "Ning Yuan, you scoundrel, get down here." Ning Yuan turned to see Jiang Yun, hands on her hips, angrily berating him at the Zhuafang ferry terminal. It was reminiscent of their first encounter, where she had stood outside the pavilion, also hands on hips, uttering the same reproach. However, the term initial might not be entirely accurate, as they had only known each other for a little over half a month. Scratching his head, Ning Yuan obediently returned to the ferry dock. "Look at you, Ning the Great Sword Immortal, sneaking away without a word. What do you take me for, huh?" By the ferry, Jiang Yun was fuming, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Yuan, who recognized his fault and dared not speak, while the cultivators boarding Guihua Island cast curious glances. The young girl must have truly been incensed, as she raised her fists and playfully struck him twice, realizing that as a fifth-tier martial artist, she might merely be tickling him. Consequently, Jiang Yun stood on her toes and tugged at Ning Yuan's earlobe. All right, I admit my mistake, just let go." This time, she truly pinched him, causing him to yelp in pain at a passerby, shot him a disdainful look. Last, the girl released her grip, crossing her arms and glaring at him, perhaps still simmering with anger. Ning Yuan chuckled awkwardly, unsure what to say, and casually asked, "How did you get here so quickly?" In the next moment, the girl's small hand seized him once more. "How did I get here so quickly? What do you mean? Do I look like a fool? Am I unaware that Guihua Island arrives today? Am I oblivious to the fact that you are leaving today?" As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. Guihua Island would remain docked for a night before setting sail the next day. Jiang Yun expressed a desire to see Ning Yuan's lodgings, and together they followed an osmanthus maiden through the gates of Guihua Palace. The architecture on Guihua Island was not particularly opulent. Instead, it featured a charming layout of bridges and flowing water. It was said that a stream flowed upward from the base of the island, drawing water from the sea and meandering through various parts of the island, creating picturesque streams. Moreover, the salty water, upon rising, transformed into drinkable fresh water, which was quite miraculous. "You have only one room? We intend to stay on the island for over 2 months." Upon reaching their humble abode, Jiang Yun frowned at the meager accommodations. Ning Yuan smiled. "It is merely a place to stay. We are not here for sightseeing." However, Jiang Yun was not convinced. She called out to the departing osmanthus maiden, "Miss, are there any better lodgings on the island?" The young woman named Ho Hot appeared to be of similar age to the two, slightly leaning forward as she spoke. "Yes, there are still half of the houses unoccupied." Jiang Yun waved her hand grandly, exclaiming, "Provide him with the finest residence available." Ning Yuan, hastily whispering behind her, replied, "I have no money." "Who asked you to pay?" She retorted, "Be quiet." Jiang Yun shot him a glare before retrieving her purse. Ning Yuan leaned in for a quick glance, and lo and behold, she was indeed a wealthy lady. The purse brimmed with Guyu coins. Though he had not counted them, a casual glance revealed at least several hundred. Under Ning Yuan's envious gaze, Jiang Yun handed him 42 Guyu coins, directly exchanging them for the best house. Comparatively, the Ning family had rummaged through their belongings to gather a mere handful of Guyu coins for the siblings. While Jiang Yun casually tossed around hundreds, he couldn't help but wonder about the Jiang clan from Nanposa Prefecture, a family of considerable standing. As Jiang Yun prepared to stow away her purse, Ning Yuan chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he approached her with unabashed eagerness. "Yuner, could you spare me a little spending money?" Chapter 42. Beneath the clear radiance at the base of the upside-down mountain, there lay a tavern renowned for producing a divine brew known as Forgetting Worries wine, its fame spreading across various realms. This Forgetting Worries wine, also referred to as yellow millet wine, was a coveted treasure among the mountain's cultivators. Much like the spirits from Qingsha Mountain, it was said that this yellow millet wine could also be procured with divine currency. However, the price of even a single jar was astronomical, and even some esteemed families would struggle to afford more than a few jars. Yet, the most critical factor was that wealth alone would not suffice. Acquiring the wine was a matter of fate. It was rumored that only those with profound fortune could, in fleeting moments, encounter an ancient locust tree, behind which lay the fabled Yellow Millet Wine Tavern, also known as the Yellow Millet Blessed Land. Today, a lad named Su Jia was not nodding off, but rather diligently cleaning the tables and chairs. A cloth in his hand that had become quite soiled, yet he made no effort to wash it. The old tavern keeper, not bothering to tease the caged bird, was engrossed in a painting. Measuring the minuscule space of the tavern with gestures of admiration, Xiao Jiang tilted his head, a cloth draped over his shoulder, and remarked to the old keeper, "Why don't you just put it up? It has been 2 days, and you still haven't decided. Our tavern is but a palm-sized space. How is it any different from your birdcage that requires such deliberation?" The old keeper, without turning around, retorted, "You little brat, what do you know?" Unperturbed, Xiao Jiang glanced at the firmly shut tavern door and asked, "Aren't we opening today?" The old keeper seemed resolute as he walked to the wall where the cage had hung, breathed onto the back of the painting, and affixed it securely. The painting depicted nothing extraordinary, only the yellow millet tavern with an ancient locust tree, the old keeper, a young lad, and an additional young girl. The old keeper murmured, "Open? How can we not? But today is New Year's Eve. We do not welcome guests. We shall paste couplets on the door and light firecrackers." Xiao Jiang did not immediately depart, but stood behind the old keeper, gazing at the painting, a hint of melancholy in his youthful eyes that belied his age. When will the young lady return? She has been gone for so long, Liang wouldn't even look at her. The young lady should know better than to overlook those around her. What am I lacking? Aside from my swordsmanship being inferior to Liang's, I have no debts to repay. Upon mentioning the young lady, the old keeper scolded, "What use is there for such an ungrateful girl? If she fancies Liang, let her seek him out. I would rather she never return to disturb my peaceful dreams. She can wreak havoc on anyone else, as long as it doesn't trouble me. Then it would be a joyous occasion worthy of daily firecrackers." The young lad rummaged through the back room for couplets and firecrackers, while the old keeper brewed himself a pot of tea, reclining in a chair, fanning himself, and squinting at the painting. The right of the painting was a yellow millet jade wall. Anyone fortunate enough to drink at the Yellow Millet Tavern could leave behind a poem or a few words upon finishing their drink. The inscriptions on the wall, imbued with the profound essence of countless grand masters, were a testament to the weight of martial spirit, the sharpness of sword energy, the boundlessness of Buddhist teachings, and the naturalness of Taoist principles, exuding a righteous aura. Among these, however, were also unsightly scribbles. For instance, Liang had scrawled, "The thought of so many infatuated maidens waiting for me pains my conscience." At first glance, the statement seemed merely shamelessly narcissistic, with a misspelling to boot, but the most striking part was that he had drawn a comically exaggerated smiley face with a thumbs up at the end. The old keeper's gaze fell to the lower right corner of the yellow millet wall, where a passage, bold and imposing, yet elegantly penned, read, "The sword opens the upside-down mountain." The young girl turned her head, and Ning Yuan leaned forward, his face adorned with unabashed eagerness. However, Jiang Yin truly nodded, subsequently lowering her gaze to her purse, her expression inscrutable. "How much do you want?" The boy was taken aback. "You really mean it?" The girl nodded again, affirming, "Indeed." This left Ning Yuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "I was just joking. I didn't mean to actually ask for it." Jiang Yin turned to face him, lifting her chin. "But I truly intend to give it." Not long after, a girl of notable beauty and grace approached, handing Ning Yuan a jade token engraved with the character and inquiring if he wished to take it to their new residence. The new abode, named Gui My Courtyard, was situated near the mountain's summit and was the most expensive type of courtyard, attended by a ho-hot girl who provided a jar of ho-hot wine every 3 days. Furthermore, the Gui My Courtyard was equipped with a spirit-gathering array, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation within. Ning Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the importance of resources and wealth for cultivators. After sending away the ho-hot girl, the two prepared to explore Ho-Hot Island. On their way up to the mountain's peak, both fell into a contemplative silence. In Ning Yuan's recollection, Jiang Yin had not been like this upon their first meeting. If there were a flood of words in the world, she could easily drown the 14 realms with her eloquence. As they neared the summit, Jiang Yin seemed to remember something, reaching into her pouch to retrieve a painting, which she handed to Ning Yuan. "Your parent entrusted me to give this to you." Ning Yuan accepted it but did not unroll the scroll, choosing instead to tuck it away in his pouch. The young lad softly inquired, "Did you paint this?" Jiang Yin nodded. Ning Yuan turned to her, noticing that she was not clad in the blue outfit he had first seen her in, nor in the white robe adorned with cloud patterns, but instead wore a green garment. Sensing Ning Yuan's gaze upon her, the young girl remained silent, allowing him to observe her. Clad in green, she had a sword hanging at her right hip and a jade token engraved with the character Jiang on her left. This was Ning Yuan's first encounter with the jade token and the sword. The ancestral gay tree of Hohat Island flourished abundantly, its roots sprawling across the entirety of the island, with branches and leaves sprawling over much of the mountain summit. Aside from Ning Yuan and Jiang Yun, there were a few scattered ferry passengers beneath the old Gui tree, some there for sightseeing, while others sought artists for portraits. Hohat Island had dedicated artists who painted for the passengers, charging 30 snowflake coins for a piece. Ning Yuan glanced over and found that the female artist was indeed a master of her craft, with her paintings exuding remarkable lifelike quality at a nearby Hohat girl. Noticing Ning Yuan's curiosity, suggested with a smile, "You two? A match made in heaven. Why not commission our painter, Miss Fan, to create a portrait of you?" Ning Yuan looked at the girl beside him. "Shall we get one?" Jiang Yun nodded, but then shook her head. One tea suffice. At least 7 or 8. I want to take them back for my mother to see." Just as Ning Yuan was about to pay, Jiang Yun preemptively produced her purse, generously offering 3 minor heat coins. "Since you're leaving, I'll cover the cost." The artist was overjoyed. As a mere 5th realm cultivator, a commission of this size would net her a 30% cut. After sizing up the pair, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The boy was acceptable. He was quite handsome, and she was confident she could portray him well. However, the girl was extraordinary. Her beauty and ethereal attire, coupled with an indescribable aura, made her essence difficult to capture. Yet, this was a lucrative opportunity. She could not let a cooked duck fly away. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to begin, striving to find inspiration. The first painting was of Ning Yuan, who was quite satisfied with it. After all, he had no artistic talent and was merely pleased that it resembled him. He only commissioned one of himself, while the rest were of Jiang Yun, who posed beneath the ancient Gui tree, holding a branch of Hohat, or with her sword crossed over her chest. The artist found herself overwhelmed, even managing to ruin 2 sheets of paper, declaring them unsatisfactory. Jiang Yun, however, had no specific demands, simply allowing the artist to express herself. It was not until the final piece, which depicted the two together, with the young girl embracing Ning Yuan's arm, a smile gracing her face, one that had not been seen in a long while. As the moonlight flowed like water, in less than an hour, the new year would commence. "These jars of wine. Take them with you. I have no taste for it." The two sat beneath the old Gui tree, and Jiang Yun waved her hand, placing several jars in front of them. Ning Yuan's expression turned peculiar, for he was aware of the wine's origins, and he asked, "Do you know what this wine is?" "No, I do not. This is the Forgetting Worries wine, one of the finest wines in the world." Jiang Yun playfully flicked her hair, seemingly indifferent, saying, "Oh, but I do not enjoy drinking it. Moreover, I'm still young and have no troubles to forget." Ning Yuan shot her a glare, asserting, "Let me tell you, this 9 jars of Forgetting Worries wine, as long as you don't finish them in 3 days, will surely elevate you to the nascent soul realm in just a few short years." At the very least, the young girl pinched Ning Yuan's thigh, exclaiming, "Are you annoying? I've already said that I do not like drinking." Ning Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? I will accept 3 jars. Drinking too much Forgetting Worries wine has little benefit that if you want tea, drink it. You can take it back to honor your elders." Jiang Yun considered this seriously and agreed. "That makes sense." After a prolonged silence, Ning Yuan spoke first. "Be cautious on your journey back to Namposa Prefecture." Jiang Yun replied, hugging her knees, her gaze fixed on the distant upside-down mountain, which was aglow with lights. The two fell into silence again, and Ning Yuan hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to extend his hand, but as he shrugged his shoulder, Jiang Yun leaned against him. It was not an embrace. The girl merely rested her head on his shoulder. Jiang Yun softly spoke, "When you reach Dong Baoping Prefecture, if you have the time, please send me a letter. Remember to use a flying sword for the message. Carriages cannot reach Namposa Prefecture. The travelogue you sent me, I wrote the first 2 pages, but I also wish to read the rest. So please include the latest updates in your letter." The young girl seemed to find the position uncomfortable. While leaning on the boy's shoulder, she extended her right hand to embrace his arm, then removed the jade pendant from her waist with her left hand. You have made me an enviable sword cultivator, yet the gift I bring you is of little worth. After much thought, this is all I have. She added, let me tell you, should you come to Namposa Prefecture in the future, this jade pendant will grant you smooth passage. The azure-clad girl tightened her embrace momentarily before releasing it. She stood up and walked a few steps forward. But, Ning boy, she continued, if your journey takes you far and you encounter a woman you fancy, do not send me any letters. That would not be good for her at all. If I find out, I shall be the first to reprimand you, but of course, if you grow weary of it, you need not send me letters. It matters not, for I do not insist on seeing them. Upon finishing, Jiang Yun tilted her head back, swayed it a few times, then turned away, waving her hand behind her. I will not come to see you off tomorrow. All right, I am leaving. Ning Yuan remained seated. Watching her with slightly parted lips, Jiang Yun sauntered down the mountain, bathed in the gentle light, her azure attire complemented by the sword at her waist. Compared to her arrival, she left with a jade pendant missing and a hint of melancholy added. At the peak of Osmanthus Flower Island, beneath the ancestral Osmanthus tree, the female sword immortal stood, her beauty akin to peach blossoms, illuminated by the bright moon. Chapter 43. Things at hand. The young girl strolled leisurely, transitioning from slow pace to increasingly brisk steps. After exiting the Osmanthus Palace and leaving Osmanthus Flower Island, she arrived at the ferry shop, where she purchased a jade pendant for the ferry to Namposa Prefecture the next day, and then headed straight back to Upside Down Mountain. However, she did not return to the inn immediately. Instead, she took a left and right turn to arrive beneath an ancient locust tree. Jiang girl. You've come? Xiao Jiang, who was busy pasting couplets on the door, turned upon hearing her voice and greeted her with a smile. Just as Jiang Yun was about to respond, an old man dashed out of the wine shop. It was the old shopkeeper. He first smiled and nodded at the young girl, then slapped Xiao Jiang on the head, scolding, "How rude! That is your senior sister." The assistant scratched his head, feeling quite aggrieved, and retorted, "I've been your assistant for so many years, and I can't even compare to a newly accepted disciple. By all rights, she should be my junior sister." The old shopkeeper kicked him again, insisting, "Not comparable. Now, quickly light the firecrackers." Rubbing his hands together, the old shopkeeper put on a self-satisfied smile and beckoned to Jiang Yun. "Little Yun, why are you standing there in a daze? Come in." The young girl smiled, nodded earnestly, and performed a respectful bow, her tone light. "Master, the Jiang family of Namposa Prefecture has a long lineage of scholars who practice the lofty principles of righteousness, producing numerous Confucian gentlemen. The current head of the Jiang family is also the master of Bai O Academy, in terms of influence, aside from the refined Chun family. The Jiang family reigns supreme in Namposa Prefecture." The old shopkeeper, his smile fading, stood tall and accepted the bow with dignity. Xiao Jiang turned to grin. "Senior sister." The old shopkeeper led his newly accepted disciple into the shop, and at that moment, a bell rang from the solitary peak of Upside Down Mountain. The hour of Z had arrived, and another year had swiftly passed. Xiao Jiang hurriedly lit the firecrackers like the tea that moment. A series of firecracker sounds echoed throughout Upside Down Mountain, creating a harmonious response. Cultivation is not devoid of desires. It is also difficult to achieve a state of complete detachment. During festive occasions, the mountain below is adorned with colorful lights, while the mountain above hosts a grand banquet. Red paper scraps litter the ground, and amidst the firecracker blasts, a year comes to an end. In Dong Bao Ping Prefecture, within the Great Li Dynasty, at Li Zhu Dong Tian, in a dilapidated house on Nai Ping Alley. A young boy lit a candle he had long hesitated to use. Under the flickering yellow light, he affixed a pair of couplets. The couplets were written by a young Taoist priest he encountered in Shilong Alley while delivering letters earlier that morning, who charged him 5 coins for the service, that a full 5 coins. On New Year's Eve, Chun Ping'an had not earned that much. The local gatekeeper, Zheng Dafeng, was a ruffian who only offered him 3 coins. After securing the couplets, the boy clapped his hands in satisfaction and proceeded to sweep the house, inside and out. Although the house was dilapidated, it was not dirty or disordered. After tidying up, he lit the stove and disposed of the leftover food from lunch into it. While waiting, Chen Pingyan sat on the threshold, gazing up at the resplendent stars. "Hey, Chen Pingyan, do you want to come over for the New Year's Eve dinner? Ji Gui has prepared a feast." The previously silent surroundings were abruptly pierced by a teasing voice. Chen Pingyan returned to his senses, and indeed, perched on the wall was a well-dressed young boy who, despite inviting him for dinner, wore a teasing expression. This boy was Chen Pingyan's neighbor, named Song Jisin, who had a remarkably distinguished background. Rumored to be the illegitimate son of the former town magistrate, though the truth of that was uncertain. Regardless of the truth, he was certainly better off than Chen Pingyan. Although Song Jisin lived in the poorest Nai Ping alley, he never faced financial worries, always wandering the town with his personal maid, enjoying a good life. Chen Pingyan remained expressionless, aware of Song Jisin's character, and replied, "No, the stove is already lit inside." Song Jisin shrugged, finding conversation with such a fool utterly dull, especially since this fool was his neighbor, making it even more tedious. "I must say, Chen Pingyan, didn't you receive a letter delivery job? You should have earned at least 10 coins today. Right?" He continued, "Look at you, the only one at home, and you still don't save any of your earnings? It's New Year's Eve. Don't you even think to go buy a fish from Fu Lu Street to celebrate?" He mocked. "What are you doing holed up at home? Aren't you afraid a mouse might come and steal everything away? Eating leftover food for the New Year's dinner. TCH, even the god of wealth would avoid this smell. No wonder you're poor." Song Jisin's taunts echoed from next door, but Chen Pingyan remained unfazed, sitting on the stone steps with a contemplative gaze fixed on the ground. Ji Gui was quite skilled in the kitchen. The aroma of fish wafted through the air, reaching the boy's nose. Just as Chen Pingyan was about to enter the house, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open by a small child, who rushed in and started shouting, "Chen Pingyan, my mother wants me to call you for dinner. My mother really is something. Couldn't she have said this sooner? Why wait until it's dark?" The darkness in Nai Ping Alley is frightening. Gukin spoke rapidly, and before Chen Pingyan could respond, the little boy dashed forward, grabbing his arm and pulling him outside. "Wait!" Chen Pingyan halted Gukan, turned back into the house, extinguished the stove, and retrieved a chipped white bowl to fill it with the reheated food. Ji Yukan followed him inside, his face full of confusion. "Chen Pingyan, my mother made 10 dishes. Who is going to eat this? Forget it. If you're late returning, you'll miss the firecracker display." Chen Pingyan pondered. It would be inappropriate to bring a bowl of leftovers to Gukan's home for the New Year's Eve dinner, as it would carry an unfavorable connotation. Moreover, given that it was the depths of winter, the food should still be good. He locked the door while holding a candle, although the lock was hardly a deterrent. Any child could easily kick it open. Securing it still felt prudent, if only to indicate that someone resided within. Upon exiting the courtyard, they entered the narrow mud bottle alley. Ji Yukan, who had previously been boisterous, suddenly became quite subdued, clutching onto Chen Pingyan's arm, his eyes darting around nervously. Fearing that a mountain spirit might leap out from the shadows, soon, the distant sound of firecrackers echoed, likely originating from Fortune and Prosperity Street. The little boy pressed closely against Chen Pingyan as they both ventured toward the new year. On Hohot Island, the atmosphere was equally festive. A temporary platform had been erected halfway up the mountain, where dozens of Hohot maidens took turns performing songs and dances, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd of hundreds of ferry passengers. The area near the ancient osmanthus tree at the mountain's peak was also bustling with visitors, as it was the most picturesque spot. The maidens lifted poles to hang lanterns adorned with osmanthus flowers on the branches, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The ancient osmanthus tree was beautiful, the maidens even more so, and the distant suspended mountain was strikingly lovely as well. Ning Yuan examined the jade token in his hand, which displayed ginger on one side and YN on the other. It was a small object containing a pouch of celestial coins, 2 garments, and 6 jars of yellow millet wine. Chapter 44. The Red Thread Descending the Mountain. Ning Yuan sought the guidance of one of the Hohot maidens, leading him to his residence, known as Gui My Cottage. The house, acquired for 50 Guyu coins, was indeed quite charming, surrounded by a dozen osmanthus trees, with the ancient tree's branches and leaves providing additional cover from above, while a stream flowed in front. It was said that Guay my cottage was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also shielded by the ancient tree's foliage, preventing the probing of cultivators below the nascent soul stage. When Jiang Yin had previously paid, Ning Yuan felt a pang of regret, but now he deemed it quite worthwhile. Upon entering Guay my cottage, Ning Yuan found a Hohat maiden already waiting inside. She was strikingly beautiful, a young maiden of exceptional grace, dressed in a butterfly-themed dress. Even standing quietly, she exuded an undeniable charm. The maiden smiled brightly upon seeing Ning Yuan, slightly bowing in greeting. Ning Xiao, my name is Guay Ji, Guay as in osmanthus, and Ji as in branch. I shall attend to your every need during your journey to the old dragon city on Dong Baoping Island. Guay Ji was quite eloquent, and Ning Yuan, having never been treated with such deference, hastily returned the gesture with a fist salute, expressing gratitude for her assistance. With a continued smile, Guizhi added, Ning Xiao, today is New Year's Eve. Noticing your delayed arrival, I instructed the cook to prepare a feast ahead of time, though it may be a bit cool now, that if you do not mind the wait, I can have some fresh dishes sent over. Ning Yuan quickly shook his head. There is no need for such trouble. A bit of warmth is sufficient. Guizhi guided him to a seat, and feeling genuinely hungry, he disregarded decorum, removing his sword box and devouring the meal voraciously, leaving Guizhi astonished at his gluttony. Noticing the dark sword box set aside, Guizhi had previously seen it and was now filled with curiosity. As she leaned in for a closer look, her eyes stung slightly, prompting her to quickly turn away, her intrigue about the boy's identity only deepening. Could he be a sword cultivator, perhaps from a prominent family? Here for training, given his destination was Baoping Island, she began to ponder. The sword cultivator factions on Baoping Island were not numerous, with only 3 major powers focusing on swordsmanship: Feng Lei Garden, Xingyang Mountain, and Qingfeng City. Other sects, like Jinwu Mountain and Xinjiao sect, had sword cultivators as well, but their numbers were limited. This youth's extravagant demeanor suggested he was not from a minor sect, yet his cultivation level remained uncertain. Guizhi's thoughts raced, and her gaze toward Ning Yuan grew more curious. Despite being the top among the hundreds of Hohat maidens, she was still merely a servant, with cultivation at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. No matter how fortunate a Hohat maiden became, she remained a Hohat maiden. If lucky, she might be purchased by a nobleman as a concubine, but more often than not, she would spend her life serving others on the island. Drifting at sea and visiting various places as she aged, she would either leave with her savings or be arranged to marry a servant of similar age, and most Hohat maidens would follow such a path. Of course, the best outcome would be to be fortunate enough to become a partner to a young immortal of similar age, like the sword cultivator before her, that he was handsome, a sword cultivator. Though his eating habits left much to be desired, after satisfying his hunger, Ning Yuan savored a sip of osmanthus wine, its flavor commendable. The glance at Guizhi beside him brought an unusual expression to his face. Guizhi, recovering her composure, blushed and quickly lowered her head, saying, Ning Xiao, I reside in the left room. Feel free to choose any of the others. Would you like me to prepare your bathing necessities? The youth burped and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such trouble. Just keep the place tidy and bring me meals. I can manage the rest myself. Taking a sword box, Ning Yuan selected a room farthest from Guizhi's and entered. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Ning Yuan rose early. Guizhi got up. The youth made his way to the peak of Hohat Island. As dawn broke, the ferry from Hohat Island began to set sail, gaining speed as many tourists watched from the suspended mountain's ferry station. Standing at the summit, Ning Yuan strained to see the ferry, and, as the distance increased, a sense of loss washed over him. He took small sips from his wine gourd. The ferry station. A young girl in blue stood motionless, watching the vast island drift away. Behind her stood Mr. Chun and an elderly man. The old shopkeeper sighed, not wishing his disciple to feel so heartbroken. With her cultivation level, how could she possibly see that far? He approached the girl, and with a wave of his sleeve, a mirage of the Hohat Island's summit appeared. The youth with the sword box caught Jiang Yun's eye, and a smile broke across her face. Upon noticing the jade token hanging from his waist, her joy deepened. her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. "What a fateful connection," the old shopkeeper muttered, shaking his head. Jiang Yun chimed in, "A fateful connection is better than no connection at all." The old shopkeeper paused, contemplating her words. There was some truth to them. He stroked his chin, feeling pleased with the disciple's fortune, grateful for the many sword intentions he had collected on the yellow millet jade wall. Suddenly, Jiang Yun recalled something and gazed at the youth in the mirage. Asking her master, "Master, can you see if there's a red thread connecting me to anyone?" The old shopkeeper nodded. "Yes." Then he quickly shook his head. "There's indeed a thread, but it is not tied by anyone else." "Master, please sever this red thread." The old shopkeeper was taken aback. "This thread is not the work of another. It has grown from your own heart's realm. You must consider carefully. Once severed, your memories of him will fade." Jiang Yun, with a stubborn expression, replied, "That won't happen as long as that scoundrel remains unchanged. I too shall remain steadfast." She laughed joyfully, adding, "He wouldn't dare, or I would surely torment him relentlessly, stabbing him daily with my thoughts." Having lived many years, the old shopkeeper felt a twinge of sympathy for the young dawn on Hohot Island summit. The dejected youth set his sword box down and drew out his traveling sword. Beginning his practice, he focused on the fundamental sword techniques taught by his parents during his childhood, as the world lay still, with only a sliver of morning light gently resting upon his shoulder. As the sun rose higher, the suspended mountain receded further, until it appeared as a mere speck in Ning Yuan's vision. Soon after, another speck approached from the direction of the suspended mountain, gradually enlarging. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, a young Taoist clad in a fishtail crown arrived. It was a young attendant, and Ning Yuan recognized him as Jiang Yun's companion, Jiang Yunshen. Without so much as a glance at Hohot Island beneath him, he ascended to the peak, standing atop a small purple gold gourd that made him appear even smaller. "Ning Yuan?" the young attendant inquired. Ning Yuan sheathed his sword, asking, "What is it?" After the events with the suspended mountain, he held no fondness for this sect. Since no one had troubled him in recent days, it was clear someone had smoothed things over for him, most likely the great Sword Immortal. Thus, he decided not to extend any courtesy. Bowing or being obsequious would only tarnish the reputation of the Sword Qi Great Wall. The young attendant casually tossed a small bag toward Ning Yuan, who caught it effortlessly. The bag was small and light. The young attendant's expression remained unchanged, and without further words, he turned the purple gold gourd and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a crackling trail of wind and thunder. Ning Yuan opened the bag and gasped in astonishment. It contained the legendary gold essence copper coins. Upon counting, there were precisely 20 coins, pure gold coins from the esteemed Jin Jing, just as Ning Yuan tucked away this bag of gold coins. A middle-aged woman approached him, her gait devoid of any beguiling charm. Yet her aura was exceedingly rare among mortals, accompanied by two young maidens of Osmanthus. Chapter 45. Tempering the sword's edge, Jiang Yunxing's purple gold gourd loomed as large as a small mountain, vanishing in an instant over a distance of several miles, leaving behind a terrifying trail of wind and thunder, a truly magnificent sight. Numerous cultivators on Osmanthus Island bore witness to this spectacle, each displaying a look of astonishment. The middle-aged woman approaching was one whose identity Ning Yuan recognized. She appeared merely as a guest elder of the Fan family, yet her true origins were far more significant. Standing right behind Ning Yuan, in front was Madame Gouet, and behind her stood the ancestral Osmanthus tree, a manifestation of Madame Gouet herself. She was an old acquaintance from the Moon Palace, and indeed a genuine incarnation of the ancient Moon Palace Osmanthus tree, akin to a reincarnation of an ancient deity. Though her current cultivation level was not particularly high, her demeanor was gentle, rarely concerned with mundane affairs. The state of the world did not warrant her attention, not out of cold-heartedness, but simply due to her inherently serene nature. She was renowned alongside Lady Ruan Xiu, Lady Tian, and Lady Qing Shun, one of the four esteemed ladies of the vast realm. Within the upside-down mountain, there resided another lady. In the plum blossom garden was Lady Tian, akin to Madame Gouet, neither of them being human. One was a spirit of the plum tree, and the other a manifestation of the Osmanthus tree. Thus, neither were human. Ning Yuan felt somewhat disillusioned. Apart from her voluptuous figure that drew attention, Madame Gui's appearance was no different from that of an ordinary woman. He had expected her to be akin to Lady Qingxin, a breathtaking beauty. However, it was also possible she had employed some divine technique to conceal her true visage. Madame Gui approached gracefully, first gazing at the direction the young Taoist boy had departed, before turning her attention to Ning Yuan, a warm smile gracing her face. Might you be the famed sword immortal Ning from the Sword Qi Great Wall? Ning Yuan was not surprised that she recognized his background. After all, such a significant event as the plummeting of the upside-down mountain, coupled with the overnight stay at Osmanthus Island, could easily be gleaned through casual inquiries, not to mention the ominous black sword case he carried on his back. Many had witnessed the day he arrived at the upside-down mountain from the Mirror Realm. Prior conjectures had linked the sword that cleaved the mountain to the young swordsman from the Sword Qi Great Wall. However, most believe it was due to the intervention of a great sword immortal behind him, a sword cultivator of the ocean-seeking realm, even one from the Sword Qi Great Wall with formidable strength. Could at most be undefeated within the same realm. How could he possibly cleave the upside-down mountain? Madame Gui continued to smile. I am one of the stewards of Osmanthus Island, and given my seniority, you may call me Aunt Gui, as in Osmanthus. Ning Yuan held a favorable impression of Madame Gui. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to wait an additional 10 days just aboard Osmanthus Island. He smiled and called out, Aunt Gui. Madame Gui's smile remained bright as she gently added, the Sword Qi Great Wall has always been a sacred place for sword cultivators, earning the respect of countless practitioners. On this basis, any items purchased by Sword Immortal Ning on Osmanthus Island will be at a 30% discount. Ning Yuan found it difficult to refuse and could only nod in agreement. He had no intentions of purchasing anything on Osmanthus Island anyway, but he relished the thought of benefiting from the discount, though he pondered if he might somehow return the favor later on. The two then proceeded down the mountain, with Madame Gui introducing Ning Yuan to the local customs, urging him to taste the Osmanthus cake and the Osmanthus brew. The youth cheerfully remarked that he had already savored the Osmanthus brew the previous night, finding it delightful. Madame Gui promptly instructed one of the accompanying maidens to deliver several packages of Osmanthus cake to him, leaving Ning Yuan momentarily astounded by the attention. Being associated with the Sword Qi Great Wall certainly had its advantages. Wherever he went, he was met with courtesy. After bidding farewell to Madame Gui, Ning Yuan remained cautious, refraining from entering the Osmanthus courtyard immediately until he observed her enter the adjacent residence. There were a total of 8 residences on the island, each priced similarly to Ning Yuan's Osmanthus courtyard, with his being the 7th and Madame Gui's the 8th, situated side by side and closest to the mountain's peak. He hoped nothing unusual would transpire. Ning Yuan muttered to himself as he returned to the Osmanthus courtyard. The old Longcheng Fan family, to which Osmanthus Island belonged, had developed a navigable route over several decades, deemed considerably safer, passing by 10 scenic spots where they would briefly stop, traversing the vast internal sea. Although entering the outer sea from the right side of Tonyar Island would allow for a nearly straight path to Longcheng, requiring the least amount of time. The Fan family had yet to acquire the capability to establish a safe passage. The depths of the vast external sea reached tens of thousands of fathoms, harboring countless monstrous sea beasts, posing a risk even to cultivators of the 5th realm. Naturally, the Fan family, lacking any cultivators of the Jade Purity realm, did not possess such strength. For half a month, Ning Yuan had secluded himself, solely engaging in the monotonous practice of swordsmanship. As Osmanthus Island passed 3 scenic spots, Guiji, the maiden, reminded him each time, yet had not once ventured out. Today, the Osmanthus courtyard remained as usual. After half a month's nurturing, his reverse flow flying sword had regained its former sharpness. Ning Yuan placed the dragon-slaying sword case on the ground, summoning his innate flying sword to the surface, allowing it to hone its edge autonomously. The dragon-slaying platform was specifically designed for sharpening sword edges, and it was the most favored item among flying swords in the world. Once a sword cultivator's innate flying sword was nurtured, it bore a touch of sentience. Thus, Ning Yuan did not need to expend mental energy to control it, permitting the reverse flow to freely traverse the courtyard, sparks flying from the surface of the sword case. Ning Yuan meticulously scheduled his time, practicing swordsmanship in the morning, refining the sword in the afternoon, and absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate his realm in the evening. The bag of divine coins given by Granny Bai had all been utilized for cultivation. After all, Jiang Yun had provided a substantial amount, 200 Guyu coins in total. The semi-immortal treasure sword, Far Journey, had already received 7 marks, progressing much faster than he had anticipated in another 7 or 8 days. He would be close to a successful refinement d'AS for his realm. If Ning Yuan so wished, he could enter the Dragon Gate realm at any moment. However, he intended to wait a little longer, as his foundation was not yet solid enough. During this time, he had stored the osmanthus brew delivered by Guizhi in his storage pouch, while the gourd contained yellow grain wine. However, he dared not drink too much at once, taking only small sips each time. This delightful concoction was indeed intoxicating. After 3 bowls, Ning Yuan could sleep for an entire day and night, leading to several embarrassing incidents, having once descended from the Dragon Gate realm. He was quite familiar with the process of breaking through. With the aid of yellow grain wine, entering the Dragon Gate realm was merely a matter of desire. The clamor of the reverse flow honing its edge was considerable. Yet Ning Yuan had no intention of concealing himself. He could not simply retreat to the depths of the mountains to cultivate. Moreover, since he had unleashed the flying sword, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves above the osmanthus courtyard had grown even denser, a clear indication of Madame Gui's intervention, shielding him from the sword's aura. Though Ning Yuan was indifferent, he acknowledged the goodwill in her actions and silently appreciated it. Guizhi watched him practice swordsmanship daily from a nearby courtyard, occasionally bringing him water, offering a handkerchief, and delivering meals at the appropriate times, ensuring the courtyard remained spotless. Whenever the youth trained, drenched in sweat and bare-chested, Guizhi would rest her chin on her hand. Observing him, given her close relationship with Madame Gui, she was already aware that this young man hailed from the Sword Chi Great Wall, a 13-year-old sword cultivator of the ocean-seeking realm, wielding an innate flying sword. To her, Ning Yuan was akin to a celestial being, far surpassing the young talent of the prominent families in Longchen. The only flaw he possessed was perhaps a certain coarseness. He slurped his meals and incessantly sipped wine, often inexplicably collapsing in a corner of the courtyard on one occasion. One morning, as Gui opened the door, she found the youth sprawled on the stone table in the courtyard, feet in the air, head on the ground, drooling, with a wine gourd beside him, soaking the ground with spilled wine. That incident left a lasting impression on Guizhi. Upon waking, Ning Yuan was furious at the sight of the wasted wine. Slapping himself twice in despair, lamenting his misfortune, he muttered incessantly about yellow grain wine, leaving Guizhi puzzled about the nature of this wine. Was it truly superior to the osmanthus brew from her own island? Ning Yuan glanced at the sunset, sheathing his sword and sitting on a stone bench, casually inquiring, Guizhi, how far is Osmanthus Island from Baoping Island now? The youth took a sip of yellow grain wine, and after a moment of silence without a reply, he turned to see the young girl lost in thought, her eyes still focused on the spot where he had practiced. The new year had passed, and the signs of spring were emerging. Ning Yuan was not oblivious to Guizhi's subtle feelings. It was not that she lacked beauty or charm. Rather, he believed that while wine could be enjoyed daily, certain matters should never be pursued, even once. Chapter 46. Tonya Sek sensed that embarrassing moment. The young girl Guizhi had become reluctant to meet the youth's gaze. Whenever Ning Yuan practiced his swordsmanship, she often found herself wandering away from the osmanthus courtyard, taking leisurely strolls one afternoon. After delivering meals to the osmanthus courtyard, Guizhi planned to venture out again, but was called back by Aunt Gui at the entrance. The osmanthus courtyard was the residence of Madame Gui. Sitting across from Guizhi, Madame Gui, with her keen perception, could easily discern the young girl's worries and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Is it related to that young sword immortal Ning?" Despite having spent considerable time with Aunt Guizhi still felt a tinge of shyness, merely nodding gently without uttering a word. The woman gently pulled Guizhi to sit beside her, resting her hand on the girl's head, and spoke kindly, "It's perfectly natural to feel this way at your age, especially since you've just arrived on the island and have yet to experience much of the world. Give it a few more years, and after making multiple trips back and forth to Hohot Island, your perspective will surely broaden in time. When you reflect on today's encounter, it will likely evoke nothing more than a soft chuckle. Guizhi suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her, resting her head against Madame Gui's embrace as she whispered, "Aunt Gui, I understand that I am unworthy in every regard, yet my heart feels heavy. When we first met, he would at least steal a few glances at me, but now he merely asks how long until we reach Bay of Pingzhou or tells me he is hungry, expecting me to bring him 3 meals a day. Back when he practiced swordplay, he would do so bare-chested, yet now he insists on being fully clothed, as if fearing I might devour him." Upon hearing the girl's heartfelt words, even Madame Gui couldn't help but chuckle softly, tightening her embrace around the young girl before composing herself and saying, "If you truly like him, then it's perfectly fine to cherish those feelings. Liking someone is not a matter of shame. Simply embrace it." Madame Gui gazed towards the sky above the neighboring courtyard, where several strands of sharp sword intent were swirling. "However," she continued, "but let me tell you, it is destined that you and he cannot be. Those who reside within the Sword Qi Great Wall are invariably bound to perish there." Comforting the girl in her arms, she refrained from mentioning another matter. The boy's fairy fare had been provided by another woman. Guizhi wholeheartedly believed Madame Gui's words, and from that moment onward, she attended to Ning Yuan with even greater care. If he requested something she was not to do, she insisted on doing it anyway, preparing his bathing items in advance each evening. Whenever Ning Yuan practiced swordplay, Guizhi would mysteriously procure a guzheng and play beautifully beside him, although Ning Yuan could not discern the quality of her performance. It was as if she were on the verge of undressing to attend to him. What she did was certainly not inappropriate, and Ning Yuan felt he could not comment on it, though he wondered if she had been influenced by something, as her boldness seemed to have grown considerably. "Young Master Ning, our Hohot Island will arrive near Jiaolonggo in 3 days. After passing through Jiaolonggo, we will have completed 1/3 of our journey," Guizhi said, pushing open the gate of the small courtyard, holding a food box as she spoke to the sword-practicing Ning Yuan that time. "I would appreciate it if you could remind me, lest I miss it again due to intoxication, that I can't afford to miss any scenic view along the way, but I cannot let Jiaolong go slip past." Ning Yuan replied that in this sea trench resided thousands of creatures akin to dragons, most of which were descendants of mixed bloodlines, their realms generally not very high, that a substantial portion were water dragons, which, during certain times of the year, instinctively traveled to neighboring continents to bring rain, covering vast distances in their round trips. However, due to the current era lacking the authority of celestial rainmasters, the rainfall caused by these water dragons often brought disaster upon mortals, inundating villages with catastrophic floods. Thus, they were frequently hunted by Qi practitioners. The pursuit of these dragons by Qi practitioners served a dual purpose: to act in accordance with heavenly justice and to obtain the flesh and bones of the dragons, which were excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. Ning Yuan, of course, had no intention of slaying the dragons. He was merely curious. His curiosity extended to all things, for he was but a country bumpkin eager to explore the vast world. However, after the incident at the Upside-Down Mountain, the youth felt acutely aware of his own shortcomings in strength, which had led him to a period of diligent training. After finishing the meal Guizhi had brought, Ning Yuan decided to take a stroll, realizing that remaining in seclusion for too long was not advisable. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, 7 individuals approached, a mix of men and women. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, sensing ill intentions, though they were not there for him. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, whose presence was unmistakable and likely at the Golden Core stage. He cast a fleeting glance at Ning Yuan as he passed by the Gui family courtyard, then proceeded to knock on Madame Gui's door. Among the 7, the middle-aged man held the highest cultivation, while the other 6 ranged from Dragon Gate to various levels of mastery. Such strength was considered quite formidable among the common sections. Ning Yuan noticed that all 7 of them wore identical dark green jade tokens, but he could not recognize their origins. With an opportunity for entertainment at hand, Ning Yuan was determined not to miss it. Turning to Guizhi and saying, "Guizhi, go fetch a stool." The leading man, though of average appearance, was notably tall and donned a purple robe that shimmered with threads of light, clearly not an ordinary garment, but a fine defensive treasure. Aunt Gui opened the courtyard door, glanced at the visitors, and with a composed smile inquired, "Gentlemen, what brings you to Ho-Hot Island?" The middle-aged man, bearing a slightly arrogant demeanor, replied, "Are you the esteemed Madame Gui, the owner of Ho-Hot Island?" Aunt Gui maintained her calm composure, affirming, indeed, that as the man observed that Ning Yuan had taken a seat on a stool to watch the proceedings, which seemed to irritate him. Yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of Madame Gui. "Having long admired your reputation, would you not allow us to enter and take a seat?" The tone of the newcomers was decidedly less than courteous. Aunt Gui, not one to be trifled with, responded evenly, "You have approached my Ho-Hot Island without offering a single penny, so you are not guests here, and therefore there is no need to sit." Behind the middle-aged man stood a woman in green, of average beauty, who stepped forward and spoke in a frosty tone, "Madame Gui, we from the Tonya sect are not here merely to board a ferry. We have come to discuss the sale price of Ho-Hot Island." The Tonya sect, the largest sect on Tonya continent, was fortified by ascended ancestors, and the fact that the sect bore the name of the continent spoke volumes about its profound heritage. The ferry was nearing Jiaolonggo, which was not far from Tonya continent, hence their current visit. Madame Gui fell into a moment of contemplation, recognizing the weight of their presence. Given the Tonya sect's power, no force in the entirety of Old Long City could rival it, and even when combined, they would still fall short. The leading man gestured for his junior sister to remain silent, then adjusted his demeanor to address Madame Gui respectfully. "Madame Gui, there is no need for you to worry about the Fan family. I will certainly provide ample compensation to them. Ho-Hot Island generates a considerable profit with each round trip. Calculating over 200 years, my Tonya sect is prepared to offer the Fan family a one-time compensation. The mountain ferry is rare, and we are in dire need of such a vessel. Madame Gui, what do you think?" The middle-aged man's gaze intensified as he looked at Madame Gui, continuing, "Forgive me for not introducing myself. I am Du Yin, the young master of the Tonya sect. Should Madame Gui consent to join our sect, I have a great gift to present that, if you are willing, you could marry into our sect, and you would become half the master of Wutong Cave Heaven, with access to abundant cultivation resources. Why endure the hardships of ferrying?" Yet, Aunt Gui remained unperturbed, decisively rejecting his proposal. "I understand that the Tonya sect is flourishing, but I am currently bound by a great oath with the Fan family, which cannot be easily broken. I hope young master Du can understand." He narrowed his eyes. "Oh, this matter has indeed become complicated. With a great oath in place, forcing this transaction would likely result in dire consequences for you, Madame Gui, effectively severing your path of cultivation." Aunt Gui, wishing to avoid further entanglements, took a step back and smiled. "The oath with the Fan family has approximately another 60 years remaining. That if young Master Du is truly sincere, perhaps you could wait a while longer." Du Yan's expression darkened, but given the current situation, it would be unwise to push further. 60 years was not an excessively long period for those on the path of cultivation. That the thought crossed his mind, since he could not purchase Ho-Hot Island now. He could remain on the island for a while longer to nurture his relationship with Madame Gui. He had learned from the elder that the seemingly plain woman before him was, in fact, the transformation of a moon palace osmanthus tree, her true beauty rivaling that of the lady of Qingshin Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have traveled day and night to reach her. He then smiled and said, "In that case, let us revisit this matter in 60 years. Coincidentally, I must make a trip to Old Long City, so I will accompany you on the island." Madame Gui nodded and instructed Gui Hua behind her. "You Gui, are there any vacant residences at the mountain peak?" "There are none, Aunt Gui. They are all occupied by esteemed guests." That Du Yin shook his head, casually tossing a pouch of money without even glancing at it towards the Gui Hua girl. "We 7 will each contribute 100 Guyu coins as ferry fare." Then he shifted his focus, his gaze landing on Ning Yuan at the entrance of the neighboring courtyard. "Madam, please inform this young brother that I require this residence. I am willing to compensate him double the Guyu coins." That Du Yin sought this residence for 2 reasons. Foremost, to be close to Madame Gui, and secondly, because he found that young man irritating. How dare he sit on a small stool at the side, watching as they discussed important matters with Madame Gay. Madame Gay furrowed her brow, her gaze falling upon the youth next door. Ning Yuan, having entered the courtyard midway to retrieve a chicken leg, was munching away while watching the commotion, unaware that the excitement would soon revolve around him. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly rose from his chair. Although he had an affinity for Guyu Qian and the offer of double the amount was indeed substantial, if such fortune were to arise again while taking a ferry, he would undoubtedly not refuse, who would not relish the prospect of easy money. Yet within this humble game, my courtyard, he could not yield, for the funds had come from the young girl Jiang Yun. Regardless of whether it was Tong Yizong or anyone else, no amount of bidding could sway him. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ning Yuan casually tossed the half-eaten chicken leg to the ground, his gaze sharp as lightning, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Tong Yizong, from whence comes this rabble? Chapter 47, Murder Tong Yizong, from whence comes this rabble? The young man's words plunged the atmosphere into an immediate silence. The group of 7 stood frozen, instantly recognizing that the young man's cultivation was at the Guanhai level. And he was alone, an insurmountable gap, especially since Du Yan was a bona fide golden core cultivator with formidable combat prowess. It has long been said on the mountain, only those who form golden core guests are our kind. And there is truth in this. Once this realm is attained, it is likened to the carp leaping over the dragon gate, where the original Qi Si and Dantian condense into a singular golden core, resulting in a qualitative transformation of true energy. Whether wielding magical artifacts or commanding swords in battle, one's killing power is greatly enhanced. Beyond this realm lies the Yuaning level. Both golden core guests and Yuaning immortals are revered as earth immortals, perceived by those of lower realms as great cultivators who can summon winds and rain. A flicker of concern crossed Madame Gui's face. She was aware of the young man's origins in a comparison. Tong Yizong was insignificant. A single great sword immortal from the sword Qi Great Wall could likely slay the ascended ancestors of Tong Yizong. Yet, she felt a twinge of worry. Du Yan wished to purchase his residence. And should the young man refuse, she would need to devise a means to negotiate. With his words, the situation would be difficult to resolve. Often, a single phrase can turn parties into mortal enemies. Those from the sword Qi Great Wall are not easily intimidated, unless the young man's identity were of utmost importance, in which case he might have a guardian secretly following him. Gui Ji. The young girl stood transfixed, rooted behind Ning Yuan, scarcely daring to breathe. It was indeed puzzling. During their interactions over the past half-month, this young hero had always been amiable and exceptionally good-tempered. What had caused this sudden transformation? Had Ning Xiao harbored a grudge against Tong Yizong all along? Du Yan's expression darkened, and sensing the situation was amiss, Madame Gui stepped forward, intending to ease the tension. Yet her countenance stiffened as the young man unleashed a torrent of invectives. Du Yan, is that you? Is your ancestor named Du Mao? Ning Yuan said with a smirk, even rubbing his hands together, feigning lecherous delight as he continued, I've heard your ancestor sought to rekindle the bond from past life. Retrieving the reincarnation of his deceased mother, he extended his palm, pretending to calculate. Let me see. Your ancestor's mother is currently within Tong Yizong, around the age of 28, is she not? Not to mention, she is quite the beauty, tall and well-proportioned. Am I right? Ning Yuan smacked his thigh and exclaimed, What a coincidence. I've deduced that your ancestor's mother has an unfinished relationship with me. Du Yan, would you be so kind as to guide me and open the gate to the Wutong cave heaven? As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yuan raised his hand, summoning the distant travel sword from the stone table in Gui my courtyard, which flew into his grasp. Meanwhile, he pulled Gui Ji aside, moving several paces away. Ning Yuan glanced at the spot where the two had been standing, now marked by a large crater, the force of his actions having shattered the courtyard gate and sent debris flying. His gaze landed on the 7 individuals, noting that the one who had attacked was a green-clad woman, fierce and unyielding. Now wielding a shimmering fine sword, she frowned as the youth evaded her strike, preparing to chant her incantation for another lethal blow, only to be intercepted by Madame Gui. There is still room for negotiation. Young Master Du, why must you lose your composure and resort to violence against a junior? Madame Gui interjected, positioning herself between the two parties. Despite her intervention, Du Yin, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Madame Gui, I hold you in high regard, and indeed there was a possibility for resolution. But now, he shook his head, hands clasped behind him. This boy must die. If you wish to protect him, I find it difficult to believe I could kill him here on Guihua Island. However, I fear that your Guihua Island may never return to Laolong City. His words dripped with menace, and even the usually composed Madame Gui could not suppress her anger. Are you threatening me? It must be said, Du Yin was no fool. When his ancestor was insulted, his face had been as dark as water, yet now he wore a nonchalant smile. Madame Gui, you exaggerate. My intention is to eliminate this boy for his insolence towards my Tong Yizong. Should I simply remain silent? Indeed, the incident had arisen because he wished to purchase the boy's residence. But Du Yin was not a petty man. If the boy refused, would he truly resort to coercion? Tong Yizong could not afford to lose face. Madame Gay, you have heard it. This unruly wretch speaks such words. Must I, Du Yin, and my Tong Yizong endure this? Madame Gui found herself momentarily speechless. What he said was indeed reasonable, placing her in a difficult position. Point one was Tong Yizong, the other the sword Qi Great Wall. Should either perish on Guihua Island, it could lead to tremendous trouble. Uncertain of the young man's motives, she thought perhaps with a calm discussion, the matter could be resolved without escalating to such extremes. Ning Xiazi, do not say another word, I shall assist you in this. Madame Gui's voice reached Ning Yuan's ears, yet he did not respond. Instead, standing still, his gaze fixed ahead, devoid of expression, at least he had finally held his tongue, allowing Madame Gay to breathe a sigh of relief. If he were to utter another insult, they would be left without any options. She pondered, did those from the sword Qi Great Wall all take pleasure in disparaging each other's ancestors? A figure approached. Standing beside Madame Gay, a seasoned boatman, one of the guests of the Fan family, a golden core cultivator himself, Du Yin narrowed his eyes. If Madame Gui was present, they were not his match, with her stationed on Guihua Island. It was akin to being in her own domain, similar to the Confucian Academy or a scholarly institution. Not only could she elevate her cultivation, but her power would also increase significantly, with another golden core boatman joining. Should she truly wish to protect that boy, the chances of success today were slim. Du Yin began to contemplate the young man's identity. Why would Guihua Island defend him? Was it in front of Tong Yizong? Nonetheless, he shook his head slightly. Regardless, this boy was doomed. With no room for negotiation, as the two parties conversed, a slender streak of radiant light shot forth from above Gui in my courtyard, so subtle that none noticed. Taking a deep breath, Madame Gay resolved to intervene in this calamity. Should it prove impossible, she must ensure it did not affect Guihua Island or the Fan family. Young Master Du, this incident has occurred on my Guihua Island. This boy is my nephew. He merely spoke out of youthful exuberance. Guihua Island is willing to apologize to Tong Yizong. Huh? Du Yin chuckled mockingly, waving his hand dismissively. Madame Gay, do you think my sect is in such dire straits that we would demand a mere pittance? Senior brother, must we waste words? You restrain this Gui tree spirit for but a moment, and I shall strip that boy of all his bones. At that time, I will extract his soul and bind it within a talisman, forcing him to kneel at the entrance of our Tong Yizong's ancestral hall for all eternity to atone. The green-clad woman stepped forward once more, her fine sword gleaming with a white light, revealing its status as a personal magical artifact of considerable power. Du Yin commanded, step back. The woman, though displeased, retreated behind her elder brother. Du Yin maintained his composure. Despite being insulted, there was a silver lining. He had seized the initiative. Madame Gay, I assure you, there's still room for negotiation. Madame Gui's lips moved slightly. Young Master Du, please speak, as long as the price is not too steep. Guihua Island can bear it. Anything is negotiable. The man's eyes glittered with intensity, his gaze lingering on Madame Gui as he spoke. There is no need for Guihua Island to pay a single coin. All I require is for Madame Gui to agree to the previous matter. Tong Yizong will grant the Fan family in Laolong City 200 years of fairy profits, and Madame Gui will marry into Tong Yizong. Thus, we can put this matter to rest. Fearing Madame Gay might harbor doubts, Du Yin added, "Rest assured, Madame Gay, once the contract is signed, I shall publicly swear an oath, guaranteeing that I will not trouble that boy. He is your nephew. Once Madame Gay marries, he will naturally be my relative. What was once a calamity will turn into a blessing. What a delightful prospect." Just as Du Yin finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From behind the seven, a flying sword of radiant light manifested, flashing past in an instant, severing 3 heads from their bodies. "Who?" Du Yin roared, unable to summon his powers in time before the gleaming sword returned, carrying with it an inexorable force. Its target unmistakable, the flying sword was unimpeded, and with another swoop, it claimed 2 more lives. Aside from Du Yin and the green-clad woman, all 5 others fell, their heads severed in an instant. After a moment of silence, 5 heads fell to the ground, the events transpiring with alarming swiftness. The deceased, aside from their dilated pupils, bore expressions that mirrored their final moments, as the reverse flow pierced through the center of his brow. Returning to his life source, Ning Yuan twisted his neck and took a step to stand shoulder to shoulder with Aunt Gui. The youth emanated a dazzling sword intent, his eyes revealing an unmasked murderous aura. And he scoffed incessantly. "If one is to kill, then why ponder excessively?" Chapter 48. Gui branches and leaves from the moment this flying sword made its appearance until the 2 swords instantaneously dispatched 5 individuals. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Du Yan's eyes threatened to burst, while the woman in green trembled uncontrollably. Ning Yuan's expression remained indifferent. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. He had already begun to secretly circulate his true energy, summoning the 9 strands of sword intent within him, gathering momentum for a strike. Previously, while observing the spectacle, the reverse flow flying sword was honing its edge within the Gui vein courtyard. This had been its routine for the past few days, often not remaining in his life source. When Aunt Gui had blocked him, engaging Du Yin in conversation, Ning Yuan had conceived this plan. After all, it was an assassination. He had even poured all his mental faculties and consciousness into personally controlling the reverse flow. After departing from the Gui vein courtyard, the flying sword lay in wait, striking only when Du Yin finally let down his guard. Believing he had the situation firmly in hand, and wishing to discuss the purchase of Gui Hua Island, there were no grand displays of sword energy tearing through the earth, nor any resounding noises. The reverse flow shrank to a diminutive size, scarcely larger than a dagger, intended solely for this moment of sudden violence. The 5 who met their demise were cultivators from the Ocean View 4 caves. Their strength was uncertain, but to Ning Yuan, they were no different from paper. He possessed the confidence to slay them with ease in a head-on confrontation, let alone through a surprise attack. He had contemplated eliminating both Du Yin and his junior sister. Yet the Golden Core realm was not so easily dispatched. After the 5 were slain, Du Yin finally reacted. Ning Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. He could kill those 1 realm above him. But against 2 realms, escape was the only option. Of course, this was predicated on his opponents being merely typical Qi practitioners. Should he encounter a true genius, such as his younger sister Ning Yao, or the exceptional young sword cultivators from the Sword Qi Great Wall, the odds of victory would be slim, let alone attempting to slay those of a higher realm. First-time visitors to the Sword Qi Great Wall often found themselves the subject of ridicule, as they remarked how the Qi practitioners from the Haoran sect seemed as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact. However, this was understandable, for as the saying goes, in Haoran, there are no wars. The city walls are stained with blood. Sword cultivators who fought valiantly on the battlefield, even if their cultivation was not high, found themselves at an advantage against the porcelain-like Qi practitioners of the Haoran realm. The atmosphere grew tense as Ning Yuan approached Aunt Gui. With the reverse flow in hand, the sharp sword intent radiating from him, his black attire rustling ominously, the youth did not even glance at Du Yan's distressed expression, instead sending a voice transmission to the stunned Madame Gui. Aunt Gui, summon the small realm of Gui Hua Island swiftly to isolate us from the outside world. Today, Du Yin must die. There was no room for negotiation, no chance for a second option. Before Aunt Gui could respond, Ning Yuan pointed his sword at Du Yin and his companion, his murderous intent unwavering. "Do old dog, is the Tongya sect truly formidable?" As the wind stirred his garments. A dark token materialized at his waist. "Have you ever heard of the sword Qi Great Wall?" Du Yan's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the dark token, the four engraved characters causing his breath to hitch. Although he had never encountered anyone from the sword Qi Great Wall, as the young master of the Tongya sect, his experience was not ordinary. That fortress was certainly not something the Tongya sect could provoke. While the Confucian rules stated that those from the sword Qi Great Wall could not leave, those barbaric sword cultivators were notoriously unreasonable. Moreover, this little brat had originated from there. Aunt Gui's expression darkened. Had no one died, it would have been manageable. But now this youth had slain 5 individuals, solidifying their enmity, leaving no room for negotiation. In her moment of fury, she thought, "You are young and reckless." But now that Liz had been lost on Gui Hua Island, what will happen if the Tongya sect comes seeking retribution? You have the sword Qi Great Wall to back you, but my Gui Hua Island is supported only by the Fan family. A family without a single Yu Pu realm cultivator. How could we possibly stand against the Tongya sect? Ning Yuan caught a glimpse of Aunt Gui's thoughts and understood her concerns, but this matter was already settled. Aunt Gui had no avenue for retreat, and as for the subsequent developments, he had his own considerations that would not implicate Gui Hua Island. However, there was no time to explain to Aunt Gui. Once more, he subtly transmitted to her, "Aunt Gui, I understand your worries. I assure you that Gui Hua Island will remain intact and unaffected. But now, the arrow is on the bowstring. There is no other path to take. Quickly, open the small realm of Gui Hua Island to prevent outside prying eyes. After Du Yan is dead, I will clarify everything with you." Madame Gui sighed softly, tossing a branch of osmanthus with a flick of her hand. The branch, luminous as jade, emitted a hazy glow, reminiscent of celestial energy. She then silently recited, "Rooted in the azure sky." In an instant, thousands of osmanthus trees on Gui Hua Island trembled as if caught in a tempest. The ancestral osmanthus tree atop the mountain shaking violently. Over 1,000 osmanthus trees shed their leaves simultaneously, yet instead of falling, they soared into the sky. Countless osmanthus leaves spiraled and formed a vast net spanning several miles, enveloping the entirety of Gui Hua Island, thus establishing the small realm. "How dare you?" Du Yan bellowed. Not being foolish enough to realize that the other party intended to strike, he immediately urged his true energy to summon a personal magical artifact, a sword boat. With 2 individuals in the Golden Core realm and Madame Gay guarding Gui Hua Island, their strength nearing that of a Yuan Ing Earth Immortal, it was clear that they were no match. As long as the Green Mountains remained, he could return to his sect and reclaim the humiliation of today. "Junior sister, let's go." The sword boat expanded several times its size, measuring about 70 to 80 feet in length. Du Yan performed a hand seal and ascended into the sky. The sword boat, an artifact of unknown quality, conjured hundreds of white light flying swords, aiming to breach the barrier of Gui Hua Island. But that was not all. The woman in green also wielded her magical sword. Though not a sword cultivator herself, she could unleash sword energy to slay enemies through this relatively high-ranked artifact. Boom! Hundreds of flying swords surged forth with terrifying momentum. Though they did not breach Aunt Gui's small realm, they obliterated countless osmanthus leaves, causing the barrier of the small realm to become chaotic. As if on the verge of being torn apart, the old boatman, witnessing Aunt Gui's intervention, gritted his teeth, ready to pursue and slay Du Yan and his companion, but was halted by Ning Yuan. The Golden Core old boatman turned to Ning Yuan, his expression one of utter disdain, for it was this youth who had embroiled Gui Hua Island in this turmoil. The old boatman felt an urge to slap him to death. At this moment, Aunt Gui was merely reinforcing the barrier, not yet unleashing her powers to attack the 2 fleeing individuals. She had also stripped away thousands of branches and leaves from the ancestral osmanthus tree, further solidifying the small realm, ensuring that not even a mosquito could escape. The passengers of the ferry, shielded from probing thoughts by the small realm, could only gaze upwards into a gray mist, completely unaware of the grand spectacle of the massive sword boat conjuring spells, merely guessing that Gui Hua Island was engaging the enemy. unless there were high-level experts above the Yuan, Ing Earth, immortal realm present. None below this level could discern the truth. Ning Yuan's sword intent surged, nearly materializing as a tangible force. He turned to the hesitating Madame Gay, smiling as he spoke. Aunt Gui, if you remain indecisive, you might as well wait here with the old boatman. Lend me your life branch for a moment. Grant me 10 breaths of earth immortal cultivation, and I shall personally wield the blade to slay these two miscreants. Having endured the event at the upside-down mountain, the long-suppressed emotions erupted at this moment. Ning Yuan knew that as long as he kept his tongue in check, he need not become a mortal enemy of the Tongya sect. Yet, he was resolute in his course of action, for these individuals deserved death. I, Ning Yuan, am a sword cultivator, and more importantly, a sword cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall. I am not a scholar, nor have I been schooled by the gentle admonitions of teacher. My mind is devoid of ink. If I am truly in the wrong, I shall seek out that Master Qi in the Lizhu Cave Heaven and take my punishment personally. But for now, let us kill first and speak later. Clad in black with white hair, the malevolent dragon raised its head. The youth held his sword to his chest, his fingers coming together to glide along the blade. With each inch his fingertip traversed, the sword gleamed brighter. Chapter 49. Easy prey Aunt Gui continued to weave her hand seals, reinforcing her small realm, the life branch before her glowing ever more brilliantly. Beyond merely preventing Du Yin and his companion from breaking through the barrier and escaping, she also sought to obscure the passengers of the ferry from prying eyes, expending considerable true energy and focus. She turned her gaze upon a youth beside her, clad in black with white hair, his sword intent surging fiercely. Such a young sword cultivator would surely be a rare and precious innate sword seed within the Sword Qi Great Wall. It was no wonder she hesitated. The Sword Qi Great Wall was formidable, rendering 10 Tongya sects akin to refuse in its presence. Yet precisely because this youth had the Sword Qi Great Wall backing him, she found herself in doubt. Throughout her long life, she had encountered no more than 3 sword cultivators from the Sword Qi Great Wall. Should the Tongya sect come seeking retribution, who would protect the Fan family? Alas, it had come to this, and there was no turning back. She was now tied to this insufferable brat and would have to see it through with him, with pressing matters at hand. There was no time to consider future consequences in a fleeting thought. Aunt Gui softly inquired, Ning boy, can you finish this within a single incense stick? Ning Yuan laughed heartily, his silver hair dancing wildly. Enough, enough. There's no need for 10 breaths. 3 swords will suffice. Open my life's source and temporarily lend me your earth immortal cultivation. After speaking, Aunt Gui fell silent, her eyes briefly closing before snapping open again, revealing pupils as white as snow. She softly recited an arcane incantation, and a diminutive osmanthus tree soared forth, piercing directly into Ning Yuan's acupoint. A flicker of realization struck Ning Yuan. This sapling was indeed Aunt Gui's true life essence. While the branch she had previously shown was merely one of its manifestations, all your acupoints shall be opened, and I will infuse you with my true energy. Pain is inevitable, but bear it. Aunt Gui communicated with a serene voice that resonated within the boy's heart. Ning Yuan, not daring to hesitate, promptly complied, opening all 18 acupoints wide. As the delicate osmanthus sapling entered the acupoint, it began to radiate the ethereal light of the lunar palace. An overwhelming torrent of true energy surged forth, wildly flooding into each acupoint. Truly, the true energy of a golden elixir earth immortal was nearly liquefied, dense as water, crystalline and transparent, brimming with immense power, serving as the very source of a cultivator's magical prowess. Contrary to Aunt Gui's words, the pain was hardly notable. Ning Yuan barely felt it. When the Earth Immortal's true energy struck the acupoint walls, the acupoints merely expanded slightly, far less painful than the agony he endured when the sword intent had once pierced him. Moments later, the radiant true energy filled the boy's body, and Aunt Gui hastily urged, You little rascal, why haven't you drawn your sword yet? After a brief pause, she added, I shall return shortly. With that, Ning Yuan summoned the foreign true energy, channeling it entirely into the longsword in his grasp. He swiftly positioned his fingers together and waved them forward, causing the sword to float beside him as he ascended into the sky. The speed was breathtaking, akin to an arrow shot from a bow. And wherever the sword passed, it seemed to distort time and space, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. How dare you, Junior! Borrowed prowess and yet so audacious. Du Yan glared furiously, standing atop the sword boat, his sleeves billowing as he scattered hundreds of Guyu coins, which dissolved in an instant. Simultaneously, the sword boat coalesced a multitude of flying swords, akin to a myriad of swords returning to their origin. The flying swords fell like a torrential downpour, each possessing the lethal capability to easily slay cultivators at the Dragon Gate realm. With a sinister grin, the boy muttered, "To hell with you. This time I'll kill you. And next time I'll dismantle your ancestral hall." As he wielded the sword mid-flight, Ning Yuan reversed his grip on the Ruan Xiu sword, his body slightly hunched, and with a sudden, fierce swing from below, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, crashing through the multitude of flying swords like a bamboo split asunder. The sword energy continued unabated, instantly striking the protective barrier of the sword boat, which shattered under the impact. Dian, looking utterly deranged, clutched at his waist and summoned several precious artifacts from the mountain, unleashing them to shatter the sword energy, before turning to hurl them at Ning Yuan. Truly, the Taoist sect, with their abundant resources, lacked for nothing, as these treasures held immense value, each likely worth hundreds of Guyu coins. Ning Yuan, not daring to delay, unsure how long he could sustain this borrowed cultivation, felt a fierce glint flash in his eyes. He did not evade but charged forward, the sword intent surging wildly, the Ruan Xiu sword glowing brilliantly as he unleashed his second strike. Boom! The resplendent sword energy illuminated the heavens. Seemingly capable of obliterating all adversaries, it effortlessly crushed Du Yan's artifacts, and the newly formed barrier of the sword boat shattered once again. In a life-or-death moment, Du Yan summoned a teleportation talisman, vanishing several hundred feet away. His junior sister, however, had nowhere to escape, caught in the unmatched sword energy that sliced her in half, cleaving the precious sword boat as well, which fell straight down. "You brat. You can't kill me. If I die here, my ancestral hall will know. And do you wish to face the wrath of an ascended being?" With his life vessel destroyed, Du Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura dwindling, appearing as a ghastly specter as he howled frantically at Ning Yuan. With a flicker of thought, Ning Yuan laughed heartily. "Thank you for the reminder, but you still have to die." As his words fell, Ning Yuan surged forward, channeling his thoughts to envelop the area in a small realm. Outside lay the Osmanthus Islands barrier, while inside was the domain of a world beyond worlds, leaving Du Yan with no avenue for escape. The white-haired youth soared on his sword, and before Du Yan could utter another word in his final moments, the sword trembled, and 9 strands of sword intent converged into one. The third strike descending. Almost silently, Du Yan was cleaved in two from head to toe. The might of this strike neared the realm of the nascent soul, and after severing Du Yan, it even tore a rift in the small realm of the Osmanthus Island. A spectacle most terrifying. Moments later, a line of blood began to spread from the crown of his head, followed by a torrent of blood, as his corpse fell in 2 halves. The boy's expression remained indifferent as he gestured, collecting the sole remnant of Du Yan's essence. Then, with a flick of the sword, countless fine strands of sword intent shredded Du Yan's corpse into countless pieces. To ensure absolute certainty, he manipulated the small realm to contract and converge, the formless sword intent weaving through it, ensuring the complete annihilation of Du Yan's lingering soul. It was a death beyond death, a method most ruthlessly cruel. Ning Yuan, unperturbed by reflection, turned the sword tip and shortly returned to his original position. Without unnecessary words, he reopened his brow, returning Aunt Gui's life essence. All 7 members of the Taoist sect lay dead, with none surviving. The earlier deceased had already been dealt with by the old boatman, and the corpse of the green-clad woman was also collected by Aunt Gui using osmanthus leaves, so as to prevent the ferry passengers from witnessing the gruesome scene. After all, it was impossible to kill all the passengers on the ferry to keep it quiet. As for Du Yan, there was no need for such caution. Aside from a remnant artifact, nothing else remained. Aunt Gui, what do you think? I said 3 strikes, and 3 strikes it was. Adding even one would disgrace the name of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yuan glanced at Madame Gui beside him, a warm smile gracing his face, as if the earlier slaughter had never occurred. Aunt Gui reclaimed her life essence, her eyes regaining their luster. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed deeply and turned to the old boatman, saying, "Old Fan, please take care of the aftermath, and do try to tidy things up." The old boatman nodded, casting an annoyed glance at Ning Yuan before departing. Madame Gui then dismissed a few more osmanthus maidens before turning her gaze back to Ning Yuan. Her expression filled with a sense of helplessness, in her eyes lingered a trace of trepidation. Others could not pry through the small realmess veil, but she had witnessed firsthand how Ning Yuan had killed. It was one thing to kill, but to do so in such a gruesome manner was excessively cruel. Du Yin was left with not a single intact hair. His physical body reduced to ashes, his soul extinguished. The boy now stood, sword in hand, a faint smile on his lips. Seemingly unbothered, single-handedly he fought, effortlessly claiming victory. Chapter 50. Deception at AS. The barrier dissipated. The Osmanthus Island returned to its former tranquility, sunlight pouring down once more. The sea breeze swept back onto the island, causing the thousands of osmanthus trees to rustle. As if nothing had ever transpired, in a small courtyard within the Guemai, the two sat alone, having dismissed all other osmanthus maidens. Aunt Gui furrowed her brow, her anger causing her front garments to rise and fall tumultuously, appearing even more ample. "You little brat, speak. What now?" she demanded, her tone irritable. Ning Yuan, however, did not answer the question, instead chuckling as he gazed intently at Madame Gui's face. "Aunt Gui, I never knew you were this beautiful." Madame Gui paused, quickly regaining her composure, her hand brushing across her face, returning to her previous appearance, which was quite ordinary. The earlier spell had consumed significant energy, and the concealment technique had inadvertently faded, allowing this boy to see her true self. With nothing more to see, Ning Yuan sighed lightly and said earnestly, "There's nothing to be done. Everything goes on as before. The ferry will follow the original route to Old Dragon City." Aunt Gui increasingly felt that this boy was unreliable. Could it be that all the slaying of demons at the Sword Qi Great Wall had fostered an aura of malevolence within him? If he were an ordinary cultivator, such a thing would be impossible. Yet here was this boy, not only foul-mouthed but also quick to violence, leaving nothing but a clean sweep. However, given Aunt Gui's status, she could not dismiss the implications regarding the Fan family. The Tonya sect was a formidable force, one they could never afford to provoke. "Young Ning, do speak. No one can pry here." What she feared most was the possibility that the Tonya sect had left some tracking technique on Du Yin, and they would likely already be aware of his demise. Yet Ning Yuan appeared unfazed, setting aside whether such a thing existed. Even if it did, they would only know that Du Yin was dead, not where or by whose hand. Aunt Gui's voice turned cold. "Young Ning, do not gamble on such uncertainties. You must understand that Du Yin just happened to encounter this uncertainty, running into you, a sword cultivator from the Sword Qi Great Wall, and thus met his end." Her expression softened considerably as she gently inquired, "Now that you and I are intertwined with Osmanthus Island, do share with Aunt Gui. Is there a protector behind you?" This was a potential breakthrough Aunt Gui had conceived amidst the myriad uncertainties. Since Ning Yuan dared to strike out with such lethal intent, it was highly probable that a powerful cultivator was covertly following him. The guardians hailing from the Jinchi Great Wall are, at the very least, sword immortals, and in many cases formidable great sword immortals. Their combat prowess is truly remarkable. If that is indeed the case, it would be nothing short of splendid. Aunt Gui has thought far ahead. This time, by facilitating a journey for Ning Yuan, she is extending an immense favor, considering that this young man is the one who stirred up trouble, which has nothing to do with Hohad Island. Assisting him is a gesture of goodwill, while withholding assistance is merely a matter of principle. Looking ahead, should she manage to cultivate a relationship with this young lad, it would be akin to having the backing of the Jinchi Great Wall. If that were to happen, enmity with the Tonya sect could be deemed a worthwhile trade-off. However, all of this hinges upon having someone to protect the Fan family and Hohad Island. Thus, she requires an affirmative response from Ning Yuan. If he has something to say, it would be best, but if not, every subsequent step could lead to a perilous precipice. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Aunt Gui's insight on this matter. Yet, he himself was uncertain, likely leaning towards the negative. His younger sister, Ning Yao, undoubtedly has protectors, seemingly more than one. As for himself, it remains uncertain. Nevertheless, he composed himself and nodded earnestly, affirming to Aunt Gui that indeed there are protectors. Fearing she might doubt him, Ning Yuan quickly added, Aunt Gui, you witnessed the profound depths beneath the upside-down mountain. The young man, with his sword resting upon his knee, smiled and inquired, who do you think unleashed that sword? Who possesses such extraordinary capability? Among those great cultivators here, who would dare to strike a blow at the upside-down mountain? Aunt Gui suddenly looked up, astonishment etched across her features, and stammered, is it truly so? Ning Yuan nodded, confirming, indeed, it was my master's sword. Aunt Gui cautiously probed further, Ning lad, who is your master, the Sword Immortal? Although I have not been to the Jinchi Great Wall, I have heard of several great sword immortals. Ning Yuan chuckled and shook his head. The name of a sage should not be spoken lightly. Aunt Gui did not press the matter further, feeling a sense of relief, yet she sought confirmation once more. Is it truly so? Aunt Gui, must you ask so persistently? Yes, indeed, it is true, my great sword immortal, whose might is unparalleled. What does the sword that cleaved the upside-down mountain signify? Ning Yuan slammed his palm upon the table, his voice resonating powerfully. With a mere stroke of the sword, he can sever even the most formidable of great demons at the peak of the 13th realm, after departing from Aunt Gui's abode. Ning Yuan returned to the small courtyard of Gui. She sat on the stone steps, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried, and her shoulders trembled slightly, perhaps still reeling from a tremendous shock. Ning Yuan regarded her, wondering if she had never witnessed death before. The young girl lifted her gaze, her pupils dilating slightly, biting her lip in silence. To her age, it is perfectly normal not to have encountered such sights. After all, she is not a child from the city across the way, and it is said that this is her first visit to the island. The sight of 5 severed heads hitting the ground was far too terrifying for her. Ning Yuan chose not to dwell on her state. He continued to hone his swordsmanship against the currents, sparks flying from the sword box as he retrieved Du Yan's precious item, scrutinizing it closely. The precious item is exceedingly rare, its internal space significantly larger than that of a typical item. Crafted from more valuable materials and less prone to destruction, a conventional item would have been easily obliterated by a single strike from Ning Yuan, who was previously at the Earth Immortal level. However, the piece given to him by the Great Sword Immortal was different. It was forged from the dragon-slaying platform, surpassing many precious items in durability. Though it is limited in space, thus categorized as a typical item, the precious item in his possession resembled a miniature sword boat, its appearance exceptionally pleasing, adorned with intricate arrays that shimmered with a hazy glow. Yet, Ning Yuan could not extract its contents for the time being, as it bore Du Yan's true energy imprint, a mark of a golden core cultivator, which Ning Yuan, at the moment of the sea observation realm, could not dissipate in a short time. He could certainly strike the surface a few times, but doing so would gradually damage the item's array, ultimately resulting in a shattered remnant, rendering all efforts futile. Ning Yuan was in no rush. After all, Du Yan was not a sword cultivator, and the contents likely held little value for him. His curiosity lay solely in how much celestial money it contained. He had not forgotten the sight of Du Yan casually pulling out hundreds of Guyu coins to repair the sword boat. The deputy lord of the Tongya sect was undoubtedly a person of considerable wealth. As for the remaining possessions of the other 6 individuals, all were surrendered to Hohot Island. Ning Yuan, now entwined with the Fan family, could not lay claim to everything. The most valuable item, that offensive sword boat, though cleaved in 2 by Ning Yuan, was still worth a substantial amount of celestial money to repair, functioning like a small ferry, a beloved possession among many wandering cultivators. Regarding the subsequent matter of whether the Tongya sect would learn of these events, Ning Yuan harbored no concerns. With Du Yan's soul extinguished and the other 6 not having reached the golden core stage, Their physical demise would prevent their souls from lingering unless a great cultivator intervened. Which was evidently not the case that, of course, this alone did not provide complete security. What if? What if the higher-ups of the Tonya sect left something on Du Yan that could alert them to his demise? Ning Yuan did not consider himself immune to such possibilities, for Du Yan had met his end due to such a what-if. Therefore, Ning Yuan had prepared a contingency plan if all went as expected. Within the next 2 or 3 days, an old boatman would row to Hohot Island. This individual had never lost a verbal argument nor won a physical confrontation. However, it was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a matter of temperament. When the time came, all Ning Yuan needed to do was engage him in conversation, and he could easily persuade him. He might even convince this man to shoulder the burden, and he would do so willingly, with great enthusiasm. That night, Ning Yuan lay atop the roof of the Gui in my small courtyard, occasionally sipping on Huangliang wine, feeling quite at ease. Beside him lay an open travelogue, now on its 3rd page, detailing a journey across continents. Nearly a month had passed, and it seemed as though a gentle spring breeze had begun to sweep across the world. The young man pondered that upon reaching the Li Zhu cave, he would gladly forego all opportunities. However, if possible, it would be delightful to request a breath of spring breeze from that esteemed individual. Chapter 51. All comes from freebies. When Ning Yuan awoke on the rooftop, it was already the afternoon of the 2nd day. For reasons unknown, he had consumed an entire vat of Huangliang wine the previous night, and his mind still felt somewhat foggy. The travelogue lay beside him. A garment draped over him, and his flying sword had returned to its resting place within his dantian. The travelogue was left on the stone table in the courtyard. After folding the garment with care, Ning Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing northward. The South Sea was tranquil in comparison to the events following his departure from the upside-down mountain, culminating in the act of taking a life just yesterday. The young man's mindset had shifted slightly. Ning Yuan was aware of this change. His aura of killing intent felt somewhat pronounced. The outcomes of certain events need not have transpired in such a manner. There were clearly several paths available. Yet he had chosen this singular route. However, one thing he could be certain of was that after leaving the upside-down mountain, his actions were fully aligned with his own intentions, rather than being manipulated or treated like a marionette. Ning Xiaojia has awakened. I'll go have the cook prepare some food for you, came Gu Eiji's cheerful voice from the courtyard below. Ning Yuan floated down gracefully, handing her the garment. Thank you, Gu Eiji. Gu Ei gracefully bowed without uttering a word, accepted the garments, and then stepped out. Ning Yuan discerned a hint of trepidation in her demeanor towards him, which he considered understandable. Although they were of the same age, he possessed the ability to take a life without a flicker of hesitation, a capacity that most scions of celestial families had yet to experience at such a tender age. However, Ning Yuan felt no discomfort. In truth, this marked his 2nd act of killing. Yet he felt an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. The sword Qi Great Wall. His adversaries were demons. The tender age of 9. He had ascended to the battlements, participating in both major and minor skirmishes, witnessing the horrors of war. Except for his initial struggle to wield a sword, he had since executed his strikes with cold indifference. That it was not merely his adaptability. It was a necessity. With the southern front ablaze, the battlefield was a macabre tableau of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, akin to a scene from hell. The obliteration of Du Yan's remains was trivial compared to the carnage in the south, where humanity butchered the demon race, often shattering their very souls, with the remnants of their vast corpses either consumed or sold to the realm of Hauran, where skinning and dismembering were commonplace. Conversely, when demons felled human sword cultivators, they would devour their victims whole, exhibiting no preference for cooked flesh. Some even feasted upon human souls. As for the more abhorrent acts, such as humiliation, they were not absent. Thus, it became customary for those at the sword Qi Great Wall, when facing certain death on the battlefield, to self-detonate their own bodies. Falling into the hands of such beasts was a fate worse than death. And the mere thought of grotesque acts sent shudders through the hearts of many. Consequently, after the conclusion of major conflicts, it was rare to recover bodies for burial. Ning Yuan began honing his reverse flow swordsmanship, establishing a firm stance akin to a sword furnace. As he practiced the fundamentals of swordplay, though often deemed rudimentary, such as slashing and thrusting. These techniques were essential training for every child at the Sword Qi Great Wall. The vast majority of cultivators relied on magical artifacts for combat. Sword cultivators, however, employed sword qi, sword intent, in their cultivation to slay foes, rendering close-quarter battles nearly invisible, akin to the brawls of mortals below the mountains. Yet, on the battlefield, there were moments when one's true energy was depleted, in such dire straits. One could either retreat to the battlements or wield their sword in a desperate last stand, with sword intent and a mere branch serving as their weapons against the demons. The brutality of which was undeniable, that a vivid memory lingered in Ning Yuan's mind from his childhood, when he had accompanied Granny by to the battlements and witnessed an old sword cultivator in the Golden Course stage. Driven by a death wish, fighting demons with unwavering resolve until his energy was exhausted, ultimately meeting a gruesome end at the hands of a beast. Sword intent is a curious phenomenon, intricately tied to the path of the sword cultivator. As each cultivator forges their unique path, their sword intent diverges accordingly, and the life-forged flying swords vary in nature. Though sword intent is intangible, it can indeed manifest in a visible form. Ning Yuan's 9 strands of sword intent converged into a singular force, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Thus, even in a state of energy depletion, wielding nothing more than a withered branch, he could still confront many paper-thin cultivators of the sea of observers. The difference of a realm was indeed a chasm. The esteemed Sword Immortal once proclaimed that a sword cultivator, irrespective of their realm, should be capable of effortlessly dispatching an equal-ranking Ruan Xiu practitioner. Otherwise, they were no different from a waste. Not long after Guiji departed, dinner arrived, though not delivered by her. It was Aunt Ge. Despite Ning Yuan's assurances, this matron appeared burdened with concern. Once Ning Yuan had finished his meal, she finally spoke. "Ning, my dear, Aunt Gue has something to discuss with you." Yet, Ning Yuan interjected, "Aunt Gue, I would like to have this my courtyard gifted to me. Henceforth this residence on Hohot Island shall remain closed to outsiders. What say you?" He leaned against the stone table, speaking earnestly. "I wonder if the Fan family would be inclined to invite me as a guest elder. Could this boy possibly possess the art of mind-reading?" Aunt Gue's surprise was evident as she mused internally. Ning Yuan's suggestion was not far from her thoughts. She had intended for him to serve as a guest elder in the Fan family, establishing a public connection that would facilitate future dealings that, of course, ideally, Ning Yuan would remain with the Fan family indefinitely, but that was unlikely to as for the Gue in my courtyard. Gifting it was inconsequential. Aunt Gue's expression brightened. Yet she scrutinized Ning Yuan for any sign of insincerity before smiling and saying, "You little rascal, it seems we're thinking along the same lines. Then I shall take the liberty of designating this Gue my courtyard in your name. I will draft a land deed for you shortly." Ning Yuan replied with a smile, "Aunt Gue, a guest elder position is agreeable, but I want to be residing in the Fan family perpetually. Just ensure the annual stipend is duly provided. Of course, should there be tasks requiring my presence, and I am absent." Ning Yuan pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. In such instances, I shall send word via flying sword to the Li Long Quan, Lo up a mountain. Li Long Quan, Lo up a mountain? Aunt Gue murmured, recalling only Li in her memory, with no mention of Lo up a mountain. However, Ning Yuan did not elaborate, as the Li Pearl Cave had yet to shatter, and thus Lo up a mountain remained non-existent. That it would only be after the cave's collapse that the Dali court would dispatch individuals to survey the land and assign names to the mountains. Their conversation was lively, both seemingly on the same wavelength. Before leaving, Aunt Gue entrusted Ning Yuan with a jade token signifying his identity as a guest elder of the Fan family, which he accepted with ease. He couldn't help but wonder why those dwelling in the mountains held such a fondness for tokens. These small items, representing status, were fashioned into the semblance of insignia. After Aunt Gue departed, Ning Yuan continued his sword practice, and soon Guiji re-entered the courtyard. The young lady resumed her previous demeanor, sitting on the stone steps, observing Ning Yuan as he trained. On the following morning, when Guiji brought breakfast, she also handed Ning Yuan a land deed, confirming that the Gue my courtyard now belonged solely to him and would no longer be accessible to outsiders. Although a land deed, does not possess the binding authority of a grand contract. It embodies the credibility of the Fan family of Longshan. The longer a celestial family had existed, the more they valued such documents, rarely tearing them up unilaterally. Ning Yuan was indifferent. It was not a matter of trust. Even if the Gui my courtyard were to remain open to the public, it would not concern him. After all, it was a gift without cost. Upon his arrival in the realm of Howren, he had possessed not a single coin. Now, he bore a considerable sum and an assortment of treasures, all acquired through cunning and deception. He desired this residence merely to convey to Aunt Gui that should misfortune arise from his actions, he would find a way to resolve it, rather than abandoning responsibility. After breakfast, the next matter at hand arose. The old boatman in the Golden Core stage knocked on the door and entered. Although he still harbored some prejudice against Ning Yuan, he spoke with earnestness. "Ning Yuan, my master has arrived at Hohat Island and wishes to meet with you." Chapter 52. Deception. Though the old boatman did not favor Ning Yuan, he adopted a congenial demeanor and explained, "It is not that my master is too proud to lower himself to visit in person. The truth is, he hesitated for a moment. Aunt Gui has strictly forbidden my master from disembarking. Presently, he awaits you at the ferry terminal." Ning Yuan secretly chuckled. He was well aware of the old boatman's master, who was in fact another old boatman, the very first ferryman after Hohat Island was established as a ferry point. His age a mystery. Ning Yuan inquired, "Since it is the senior's request to see me by name, it seems he is already aware of the matter concerning the Tonya sect?" The old boatman nodded, confirming that his master was indeed well informed. "Then I shall go at once. We must not keep the elder waiting." With that, Ning Yuan retracted the flying sword he had been sharpening and followed the old boatman out the door. The old boatman secretly nodded in approval. It appeared this lad was not entirely unlikable. However, he soon sensed something amiss and turned around, only to find the boy had vanished. "Aunt Gui, Aunt, someone is after me." "Hurry, Aunt, you must come with me." Ning Yuan had followed the old boatman out, but had abruptly veered towards the entrance of the Gui my courtyard, loudly banging on the door while calling out. The scene was reminiscent of a child seeking an adult after losing a fight, leaving the old boatman momentarily bewildered. The door swung open, and Aunt Gui raised an eyebrow, asking, "You little rascal, who wants to beat you?" She did not perceive it as a grave matter. If someone truly meant to harm him, he would not be behaving like a child seeking help. Ning Yuan grinned. "Aunt Gui, someone genuinely wishes to harm me. Otherwise, would I be here seeking your assistance?" He stepped forward, linking arms with Aunt Gui. "Come, Aunt, someone intends to make a move against your nephew. You must protect me." Aunt Gui sighed and rubbed her forehead. The old boatman then revealed the reason. "Aunt Gui, my master has come to Hohat Island, requesting to speak with Ning Yuan." Understanding dawned upon Aunt Gui, and she patted Ning Yuan's head, saying, "Let us go. With me around, those ruffians wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." Thus, the two made their way to the ferry terminal of Hohat Island, with the old boatman trailing behind, suddenly struck by a realization. What was the nature of this boy? Did he know the elder? Hadn't he come from the Sword Qi Great Wall, since one could immediately seek out Lady Gui as a talisman? It indicates knowledge of the relationship between the master and her. The old boatman, trailing behind, stroked his beard in contemplation. Has this young man not visited Howren Tintian before? Or has someone spoken to him? The old boatman found himself puzzled, shaking his head as he followed behind. Upon exiting the gates of Gui Palace, the trio arrived at the ferry, where a slender boat came into view. A middle-aged boatman stood aboard, his demeanor wooden, clutching a bamboo pole and wearing a conical hat. Hohat Island still sailed upon the sea, and the small vessel maintained the same speed, suggesting a commendable level of cultivation. Ning Yuan held Lady Gui's hand, which the boatman noticed, his expression immediately shifting to one of fury, veins bulging in his arms as he gripped the bamboo pole. Yet before he could utter a word, Lady Gui spoke first, her tone sharp and commanding. "What do you want? Leave immediately. Steer your wretched boat further away from Hohat Island." The middle-aged boatman, who had initially glared at Ning Yuan, instantly wilted under her fierce words. The thought that his beloved was intimately close with another was already hard to bear. Now, with Lady Gui's wrath directed at him, he felt as though the sky might collapse. "It's been several years since my last visit. I merely drunkenly embraced that osmanthus tree last time. Has it been so long that you still harbor anger against me?" The man, frantic, stamped his feet. "Who in Harantantan doesn't he know I'm an honest and simple fellow? Even my master praises me for my straightforwardness." Lady Gue scoffed, waving her hand, producing a branch of osmanthus, ready to strike him away. "You are indeed correct. All that remains of you is your simplicity. Even that drunken embrace of the osmanthus tree was taught to you by others. No wonder your master refused to accept you as a disciple." Her words were merciless, leaving the middle-aged boatman silent. Seated despondently in the boat, his expression one of utter despair. "I can't go on living. Truly, I see no hope for this life." The old boatman, witnessing his master's unrefined demeanor, felt a sudden sting in his eyes, and even his cheeks burned. He quickly turned away, unwilling to watch further. Lady Gue coldly commanded, "Get lost." Then, gently patting Ning Yuan's hand, she added, "Let us go. There's no need to pay him any mind. With me here, he wouldn't dare to harm you." However, Ning Yuan had not come merely to observe. He withdrew his hand from Lady Gue's grasp and declared, "Aunt, the elder is here to see me. A junior. I must have a few words with him." Lady Gue hesitated, for Ning Yuan was now a guest elder of the Fan family, with a significant background. It was vital that he not come to harm. Who could tell if this ruffian would retaliate due to the matter concerning Tonya sect? Ning Yuan offered her a reassuring glance, then, with a few agile leaps, landed steadily on the small boat. "Elder, do you have something to say to me?" "I am all ears," upon Ning Yuan's arrival. The middle-aged boatman quickly stood, suppressing his emotions, and lightly stomped his foot. In an instant, he conjured an extraordinary small realm, enveloping the two of them. Not only that, but the bamboo pole in his hand thrust into the ground, creating a second small realm that encompassed the entire Hohot Island. Ning Yuan squinted. It appeared that this Gu Qingzong had learned quite a few skills while with Lu Chun, able to casually construct two small realms. The middle-aged boatman, whose real name was Gu Qingzong and Taoist title was Xianxia, was the unnamed top disciple of Lu Chun from Baiyu Jing, possessing profound cultivation in the Yupu realm and remarkable Taoist skills. Years ago, Lu Chun had departed the inland regions to traverse the seas in a small boat, with Gu Qingzong serving as his boatman for centuries, with the small realms isolating them. Even Lady Gue could not probe the circumstances of this slender boat. Xianxia had now donned a different expression, his eyes locked onto Ning Yuan. "From where do you come? Why did you target those individuals from Tonya sect? And why did you draw calamity upon Hohot Island? Speak honestly." As he spoke, Xianxia intentionally released his aura to apply pressure on Ning Yuan, but Ning Yuan did not acquiesce. He unleashed his sword intent, forcefully blocking the oppressive aura of the Yupu realm. Ning Yuan smiled faintly. "Elder, mere pressure will not compel me to bend. Since I have undertaken this matter and dare to board your small boat alone, it is only natural that I have my own intentions. Elder, if you plan to ensure you can never set foot on Hohot Island again, you may act against me. However, should I perish, the subsequent events will be beyond prediction. Yet one thing is certain. If you seek to punish me for Hohot Island's sake, then the Sword Qi Great Wall will strike for my sake in the South China Sea. The moment I die, Hohot Island will be obliterated and the world will no longer know of Gu Qingzong." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Then, suddenly alarmed, he exclaimed, "How do you know my name?" Ning Yuan shrugged, spreading his hands. "Did you not force me first? The people of Baiyu Jing are fond of such despicable tactics. Are they not? Your name is renowned throughout Harantiantian. It is only natural I would know." Xianxia clapped his hands, instantly retracting the oppressive aura, and looked at Ning Yuan intently. "Then tell me, what is your intent?" Ning Yuan smiled. "If Tonya sect seeks me out in the future, the blame will fall upon you, elder." The corner of the middle-aged boatman's mouth twitched, and Ning Yuan quickly added, "If you take the blame, I will assist you in returning to Hohot Island." Having pursued Lady Gue for centuries without success, Gu Qingzong's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this true?" The youth nodded. "Indeed, you have seen how well Aunt treats me. For I am her nephew, with me as your strategist. What is the difficulty in your returning to Hohot Island? It would not even be a challenge to have you living next to Aunt." His words left Gu Qingzong momentarily stunned, scratching his head. Can it truly be so? Yet Ning Yuan began to lay down conditions. You bear the blame for me and Ant, and I will find a way to get you on Hohot Island. As for living next to Ant, that will require further discussion. The old boatman rubbed his hands together, beaming with Joy.it is a deal. Ning Yuan turned his gaze towards the sea. Tomorrow we shall reach Jiaolong Gully. And afterward, Hohot Island will enter the eastern sea of Howren. He suddenly felt a twinge of unease, realizing he might be acting a tad unscrupulously, consistently deceiving others. Shaking his head, he quietly murmured, "What does it matter? I am not from Howren Tiantian. I am merely a crude sword cultivator of the sword Qi Great Wall." Chapter 53. Gu Qingzong as Xianxia retracted the two small realms. Ning Yuan was about to return to Hohot Island when the former seized him with an impatient expression. "Young man, are you leaving just like that? What about me? Will I accompany you up?" Ning Yuan, exasperated, waved his hand that I want to take you directly to the island. "If I do, it might only scold me a bit. But you would be done for." Ning Yuan looked at him with disdain. "I need to find a way to speak with Aunt D. Oh, you truly wish to spend a lifetime never reaching Hohot Island?" Xianxia quickly released Ning Yuan, adopting a more amiable demeanor. "Then I shall wait behind Hohot Island for your news to D. Oh, hurry. Do not keep me waiting long." Ning Yuan ignored him further, leaping back to the island. Ant had remained in place, waiting that as soon as Ning Yuan set foot on the shore, he transformed into a beaming smile. Once again taking hold of Ant's arm, grinning foolishly, Lady Gue rubbed her forehead, gently shaking her head. She simply could not fathom this young man. Not long ago, he had erupted with lethal intent, single-handedly annihilating 7 members of Tongya sect with a mere sword, AT that moment. His murderous aura had been intensely palpable, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Yet this very youth now behaved like a child, sweetly calling her aunt more endearingly than her own attendants. Lady Gu wondered if this young man might be somewhat mentally unstable, or if Ning Yuan was merely putting on an act. However, she found it hard to believe such a notion. At merely 13, how could he possess such acting skills? Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This young man was now half a member of the Fan family. Sharing the same rope as the grasshoppers, the two ascended the mountain together, leaving the middle-aged boatman staring longingly, his heart filled with anxiety. Occasionally, Lady Gue would glance at the young man beside her. Hesitating to speak, Ning Yuan, however, said little, simply tightening his grip on Ant's arm, occasionally inhaling her fragrance. Ning Yuan thought to himself, "Lady Gue smells delightful." That it wasn't that he had any impure thoughts. It was simply a pleasant scent. Nothing more. After all, the osmanthus tree was inherently fragrant, and such aromas could even be detected beneath the ancestral osmanthus tree at the mountainous peak, possessing tranquil and restorative properties. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan turned to Ant and asked, "Ant, when I practice my sword in the future, may I go to the mountain peak?" Lady Gue raised an eyebrow, not refusing. "You may, but do be careful with your sword intent. Do not damage my osmanthus branches." Upon returning to the secluded courtyard of Gaimai, Ning Yuan chose not to engage in meditation. Instead, he instructed Gue Ji to bring a comfortable recliner, upon which he reclined thoughtfully, his mind beginning to strategize. He contemplated various matters concerning Gu Qingzong, pondering how best to deceive him. Although Gu Qingzong possessed cultivation at the Jade Purity realm, 2 major levels beyond that of Madame Gay, he was nonetheless too timid to overstep certain boundaries. Previously, he had been incited to stealthily ascend the island and seize a tree, resulting in a fierce confrontation with Madame Gue, who nearly took drastic measures against him. Since then, he had been forbidden from setting foot on Gue Hua Island. And over the years, their encounters had dwindled to occasional meetings. If memory served him correctly, Gu Qingzong's prowess was said to rival that of celestial beings. He had once been struck down, returning to the Jade Purity realm, and had received divine methods and teachings from the esteemed Master Lu Chun, indicating that his true combat capability far exceeded the 11th level Ji. Yu Qingzong's name resonated throughout the vast realm. Not due to his strength, but rather his sharp tongue. He had never emerged victorious in physical confrontations, yet he had never suffered defeat in verbal duels. When he spoke, his words were laden with a fragrant sting. He had developed a unique philosophy that allowed him to discern right from wrong, simplistically summarized as being adept at cursing effectively. This old rascal had stirred the ire of many, particularly those eminent cultivators atop the mountains, ranging from the Jade Purity to the 14th Realm, and it was nothing short of miraculous that he had survived thus far. His fighting skills were lacking, but his speed in retreat was legendary. It was said he had escaped the pursuit of Ascendant Realm cultivators more than once, his life akin to that of an ancient turtle. Supporting Lu Chen's endeavors for 3 centuries, Lu Chen still had not found solace, resigning himself to fate, ultimately choosing to ascend in the North Sea. This 3-time disciple of the White Jade capital in the realm of Qingming hailed from Haoran and only ventured to the realm of Qingming after becoming a disciple. Lu Chen had not taken Gu Qingsong along, treating him as an unnamed disciple. Subsequently, the middle-aged boatman returned to his homeland 3 centuries later, only to discover that his hometown had long since transformed, with no trace of its former self remaining after so many years. Afterward, the old boatman picked up his bamboo pole once more, setting sail in search of Lu Chen. Year after year, he drifted upon the sea, genuinely wishing to find Lu Chen in the realm of Qingming and cultivate a great path with him. Ultimately, it was at sea that he encountered Madame Gouet, and it was as if he found an eternal love at first sight, despite never having seen her true visage. Yet, this affection went unreciprocated. Life was fraught with bitterness. He could not become Lu Chen's disciple, nor win the favor of Madame Gouet. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating how best to manipulate the situation. The simplest method would naturally involve leveraging Madame Gouet, but he was unsure how to sway Aunt Gay. If she remained obstinate, he would be at a loss. The second option was Lu Chen. Now that a month had passed, it was likely that Lu Chen had reached Li Zhu Dong Tian and had taken up the role of a fortune-teller. Since Gu Qingsong had not gone there, it indicated he was unaware of the developments. Otherwise, he would surely have followed. However, this introduced a highly unstable factor. If Ning Yuan informed Gu Qingsong of his master's whereabouts, once the latter met with Lu Chen in Li Zhu Dong Tian, Lu Chen would undoubtedly come looking for him. Although Ning Yuan held no particular disdain for Lu Chen, he preferred not to draw his attention. This languid cultivator of the 14th realm was notorious for his penchant for scheming. In comparison, Ning Yuan not only lacked the same level of cultivation, but also recognized his intellectual shortcomings. Yet, there was a third option. Ning Yuan could do nothing at all. Given Gu Qingsong's infatuation with Aunt Gouet, upon learning that Gouet Hua Island had offended the Tongyi sect, he would likely remain vigilant over her. This old fellow was undoubtedly a lovesick fool. Yet, this would leave Ning Yuan with no tangible benefits, which was precisely what troubled him. Unlike Chen Pingyan, he was not one to relish philosophical discourse, that he could engage in reasoning, but it would not be his constant approach. Ning Yuan preferred to wield his sword against others' throats while presenting his arguments. As night fell, the youth ventured out once more, arriving at the ferry of Gei Hua Island. Ji Qingsong remained there, refusing to depart. This old rascal stood rigidly on the boat, bamboo pole in hand, and upon spotting Ning Yuan approaching, his face brightened with excitement. "Ning lad, have you come to an agreement with Madame Gouet?" The middle-aged boatman appeared eager. "Does this mean I can board the island now?" Ning Yuan did not ascend his boat, but squatted on the shore, hands tucked into his sleeves, casting an unsettling gaze upon Gu Qingsong. Unaware of the unfolding circumstances, the middle-aged boatman swallowed nervously. Cautiously inquiring, "Ning lad, speak up. Your expression suggests you faced some adversity with Madame Gouet. Did you not?" Chapter 54. Scheming the night was as tranquil as water, and the light at the ferry was dim. The youth squatted by the shore, sleeves enveloping his hands, silent as a specter. Ji Qingsong grew increasingly anxious. "Ning Yuan, are you toying with me?" After a prolonged silence, Ning Yuan extended 2 fingers and slowly spoke. "Gutai Tu, if you wish to board the island, I offer you 2 choices." The boy had finally ceased his silence, and Gu Qingsong sighed with relief, hastily replying, "Just tell me. I'll agree to both if need be." "Listen to me before you agree." Ning Yuan shook his head, transmitting his voice through a thread of sound. "First, you shall accompany Gouet Hua Island to the Old Dragon City, where you will directly approach the Fan family and demand a position of offering. In time, the Fan family will request your assistance, and naturally, you will have opportunities to board the island. The Ji Yuqing Song attempted to interject, but Ning Yuan gestured for him to remain silent. I have already consulted Aunt Gui regarding the first option. This is her opportunity for you. The second option is one I have devised unilaterally. It requires no lengthy wait, and within a day, it will alter Aunt Gui's impression of you. Ji Yuqing Song blurted. I choose the second. Ning Yuan smiled enigmatically, replying slowly, Are you certain? The middle-aged boatman affirmed emphatically, Absolutely. Ning Yuan flicked his fingers towards the sea, and a 3-inch sword aura pierced the water, cleaving the reflection of the moon in two. Tomorrow, as Guihua Island approaches the Jiaolong Go, it will be besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of malevolent Jiaos, posing a threat to life itself. Your sole responsibility, Gu Tai too, is to safeguard the journey. Yet Gu Qing Song furrowed his brow. How do you know that tomorrow Jiaolong Go will obstruct Guihua Island? Could it be? Ning Yuan nodded, his expression calm. I certainly do not know. But there are measures we can take. Ji Yuqing Song's pupils constricted, perhaps realizing something, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Yuan, awaiting his next words. Ji Yu Tai too. Do you possess the Dragon King's basket? Hand it to me, and I shall lure the Jiao out to sea. You will handle the killing. What do you say? The youth casually twirled a thread of sword aura with his fingertips. Speaking as if unconcerned, Ji Yuqing Song appeared as though struck by lightning. Ning Yuan continued with a smile. Though this method may be unortho, you perceive me as malevolent merely because you have glimpsed the superficial layer of my intentions. However, my true aspirations lie in eradicating the vile serpents, for I am already on the 5th tier. I, Ning Yuan, may not have perused the sacred text like you, yet I am acutely aware of one truth. I am a person, and thus, I must consider the welfare of humanity. I remain a sword cultivator of the Sword Qi Great Wall, that formidable fortress which has withstood the wilds for a millennium. The youth spoke with fervor. While Gu Tianxin felt as though his head might burst, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The only unfavorable aspect of this endeavor was my manipulation of Aunt Gui. But what of it? Ning Yuan extended his fingers, the sword Qi crackling ominously as he obliterated the moonlight shimmering upon the sea. Some matters are destined to remain imperfect. Ning Yuan fell silent, while Gu Qing Song sat on the boat, deep in contemplation. The more he pondered, the more he found the youth's words to hold substantial merit. Coming from the Sword Qi Great Wall, it was only natural for him to oppose the myriad of monstrous beings, particularly the water serpent from the dragon's serpent gorge, whose instinctual actions had indeed wrought great calamities. After some time, Gu Qing Song gritted his teeth and posed his final concern. What if Madame Gui discovers our plot? Should she uncover our conspiracy against her, I might be condemned to wander the seas for eternity. The young man withdrew his hands from his sleeves, rising to his feet with a broader smile. Knowing that heaven, earth, you, and I are aware of this, yet no third party shall ever learn of it. He shrugged casually and remarked, Gu Tianxin, you must understand, lies do not inflict harm. Ning Yuan unscrewed the gourd at his waist, sipping the sweet yellow rice wine leisurely as he ambled towards Aunt Gui's quaint courtyard. This matter had been successfully orchestrated. All that awaited was the arrival of the dragon's serpent gorge at dawn. At that moment, I too shall embark upon the waters, relishing the thrill of slaying dragons, vanquishing serpents where they dwell. Ning Yuan shared but half a thought with Gu Qing Song, having deftly orchestrated his maneuver. While the threads of fate extended far afield, the truth is indeed a swift blade. Chapter 55. Midnight Revelry. Ning Yuan altered his course midway, ascending to the summit of Hohhot Island, with Aunt Gui's nod of assent. He stealthily climbed to the high branches of the ancestral Gui tree, gazing far and wide. The view here was akin to that from the rooftop of the Guiwei courtyard, merely with a broader perspective, allowing him to behold the entirety of Hohhot Island. According to Aunt Gui, due to the previous incident involving the Tongya sect, Hohhot Island had hastened its pace, anticipating arrival at the Old Dragon City by the onset of February. Ning Yuan welcomed this news with joy. An earlier arrival would afford him the opportunity to witness the Pearl Cave. Should he arrive too late, he feared he might miss the chance to meet the esteemed Mr. Qi. For this gentleman, Ning Yuan did not merely wish to meet. In truth, he desired to save him. Such an individual ought not to perish prematurely. Seated upon the branch, Ning Yuan swung his legs, occasionally taking sips from the gourd of yellow rice wine. Feeling slightly intoxicated, though he was not particularly fond of drinking, the exquisite flavor of the yellow rice wine was truly irresistible. A single sip could leave one yearning for more teodate. He had consumed 2 jars, and the third was nearing its halfway point. This wine was a precious commodity, with 9 jars sufficient to elevate Ning Yuan to the nascent soul realm. However, he was not yet inclined to pursue that path. Choosing instead to suppress his breakthrough, waiting for the opportune moment when his thoughts would align, allowing the process to unfold naturally. Before reaching the 11th realm, practitioners encountered no significant bottleneck, and thus, the concept of inner demons is largely absent. Theoretically, as long as resources are abundant and one's aptitude is not severely lacking, one can attain the nascent soul celestial level. Yet, relying solely on treasures for advancement is a superficial endeavor. Such foundations are tenuous at best, resulting in limited, true combat prowess. And furthermore, such treasures are scarce. Ning Yuan naturally refrained from this approach. Breakthroughs should occur organically, save for moments of life and death, when one might forcibly transcend their limits. As for his martial artist realm, he currently stood at the 5th tier, with the strongest of the preceding realms having no bearing on him. Yet he still sought to contend for supremacy in the subsequent tiers. If not for the pinnacle, at least to claim 1 or 2 victories in the late hours of the night. Few passengers roamed Hohot Island, with thousands of glass lanterns hanging from the fragrant osmanthus trees, illuminating the isle as they traversed the pitch-black sea. Ning Yuan leapt from the branch and settled upon a stone chair, retrieving a fish basket from his belongings for closer inspection. The basket was unremarkable in size and appearance, seemingly woven from reeds, akin to the ordinary baskets of fishermen. Yet this was the Dragon King's basket previously entrusted to him by Gu Qingsong, intended for capturing the water serpents on the morrow. Ning Yuan examined it with curiosity. Although he understood its prowess against aquatic beings, this was his first encounter with such an item. According to Gu Qingsong, once a practitioner refined this Dragon King's basket and infused it with true energy before casting it into the river, it could ensnare the serpents. Not only that, but any water creature would also fear this vessel. The Dragon King's basket provided by Gu Qingsong could capture any being beneath the nascent soul realm, rendering them incapable of escape. Even a nascent soul serpent, if inadvertently ensnared, would suffer grievously, if not perish entirely. Its might was formidable. This Dragon King's basket was forged by the most powerful sect of ancient Shuhua, honed through countless years of refinement, and its efficacy against aquatic creatures was legendary, said to even have the capability to capture true dragons of the Ascension realm. Of course, the one in Ning Yuan's possession was not capable of such feats, yet it sufficed for his needs. Ning Yuan lifted his gaze, not to admire the starry heavens, but rather to behold the ancestral gay branches above. The ancestral gay tree represented Aunt Gui. All his actions beneath its boughs had been witnessed by her. Nevertheless, Ning Yuan had no intention of concealing anything from her. From the outset, he had no desire to conspire with Gu Qingsong against Aunt Gui. On the contrary, his aim was to mislead Gu Qingsong alongside Aunt Gui. "Aunt, how much longer until we reach the Dragon's Serpent Gorge?" Ning Yuan called out to the branches above. In response, the air shimmered, and Madame Gui materialized beside him. Ning Yuan turned, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Aunt Gui, why do you not conceal your visage?" Madame Gui, having dispensed with her veil, appeared gracefully beside Ning Yuan, clad in ethereal garments that revealed a hint of her delicate collarbone, her bare feet gliding upon the ground. The young man felt a warmth radiating from his nose. Who could withstand such allure? In his 2 lifetimes, he had yet to encounter someone like her. Peers of his age were manageable, but a mature beauty such as Madame Gui was truly overwhelming. It seemed that her identity as the Moon Palace Gui tree had been solidified. Ordinary beauties, no matter how striking, could not compare to the unique and indescribable aura she exuded. As Madame Gui revealed her true form, a halo of ethereal light enveloped her, accompanied by the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Ning Yuan hastily wiped his nose, steadying his thoughts. He had once believed himself impervious to the allure of beauty. Yet perhaps he had simply never encountered a sight so breathtaking. However, Ning Yuan did not consider himself a lascivious individual. The temptations of the world were countless, and even the wisest dare not claim to see them all. After all, it is said that a gentleman observes actions, but not the heart. Madame Gouet seated herself beside Ning Yuan, observing the youth's demeanor with a smile, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You are now my nephew. Must I still guard against you?" Aunt Gouet placed her hand upon Ning Yuan's head, ruffling his hair. "Not bad for one so young. Your composure is commendable. In all my years, I have encountered but a handful with such fortitude. Which is precisely why I concealed my appearance, to avoid unnecessary complications. This was not mere arrogance on Madame Gouet's part. It was indeed the truth, much like the three renowned ladies who shared her name. Their reputations echoed throughout the vast world, and one must question how many male cultivators did not yearn to experience their charm. Ning Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the enchanting figure beside him before turning his gaze to the horizon. Remaining silent, Madame Gouet's gaze shifted downward, noticing the young man clutching a jade token at his waist, immediately grasping the situation, yet she had no intention of letting him off easily. She reached out, wrapping her arms around him, laughing. "Yuan, is there a maiden dwelling in your heart?" Ning Yuan attempted to break free, but Aunt Gouet held him fast. It would be inappropriate to employ true energy against her. And besides, even if he did, he would be no match for her. Reluctantly, he nodded. Madame Gouet beamed with delight. "Do tell me, which young lady has captivated your heart? From which continent does she hail? Is she perhaps a girl from the Sword Qi Great Wall?" After speaking, Aunt Gouet reached for the jade token at Ning Yuan's waist, but the young man deftly tucked it away. While being embraced by Aunt Gouet was undeniably comfortable, Ning Yuan preferred not to remain ensnared. He nudged her gently, causing her cheeks to flush as she released him, shooting him a playful glare. Ning Yuan glanced at Aunt Gouet's ample bosom, noting that it seemed more pronounced than before. He quickly regained his composure and grasped the Dragon King's basket at his feet, inquiring, "Aunt Gouet, how much longer until we reach the Dragon's Serpent Gorge?" Madame Gouet adjusted her attire and began discussing serious matters. "We have been accelerating our pace these past few days that I am well acquainted with this route, having traversed it countless times, that we should arrive at the Dragon Serpent Gorge by dawn. Once dawn breaks, you shall be free to act." Aunt Gouet paused, casting a meaningful look at Ning Yuan. "Young Ning, Aunt Gouet has chosen to accompany you down a path markedly different from the norm. Ensure that you do not implicate Hohot Island in your endeavors." "Huh?" Ning Yuan smiled, producing an unopened jar of Huangliang wine with a flourish. "Aunt Gouet, if I were to thump my chest and assure anyone of this, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe." As they strolled along the path, he mused, "Let us simply walk forward. Having chosen this road, there is no need to concern ourselves with the nature of its end." The youth raised his hand in a gesture, and a glimmer of light flashed above the Gouet in my courtyard, as the reverse-flowing sword returned to its rightful place. Ning Yuan retrieved 2 white porcelain bowls from a small space, pilfered from the Gouet, my courtyard, although it hardly counted as theft, for the courtyard now rightfully belonged to him. "Aunt Gouet, you have been stuck at the Golden Core stage for many years. Haven tea you?" he asked, lifting his wine bowl with a grin. "Madame Gouet, let us drink together. The path to greatness is vast," he continued. "The opportunity for you to break through lies in this very day." With that, he downed the contents in one gulp. Madame Gouet followed suit. And though Huangliang is a celestial brew, it is also a potent spirit. After just one bowl, her eyes grew slightly hazy, her delicate figure swaying, adding to her allure. Neither of them used their cultivation to dispel the effects of the alcohol. By the late hours of the night, Ning Yuan remained relatively unscathed, having partaken many times before, while Aunt Gouet succumbed swiftly to inebriation, resting her head against his shoulder, her breath fragrant like orchids. He allowed her to lean against him, feeling a sense of introspection, and softly spoke, "I wish for us to have no regrets when we reach the end of our journey," as the words fell. The moonlight illuminated the trees, and Aunt Gouet opened her eyes, having entered the nascent soul stage. Chapter 56. Shouldering the bamboo pole, the Sword Immortal, and Wine Aunt Gay, could you share with me what the ancient heavenly court was like a millennium ago? Beneath the osmanthus branches, Madame Gui leaned against his shoulder. Thanks to the Huangliang wine, Ning Yuan seized a moment while her vision was blurred by intoxication to inquire about something he had long desired to know. He was aware that Madame Gui was the reincarnation of the osmanthus tree from the Moon Palace. Yet he knew little else. He recalled a certain legend from his previous life, and when viewed through that lens, Madame Gui seemed akin to the moon goddess Chang'e. Chang'e was not merely a name of a celestial maiden. Rather, it represented a divine title within the heavenly court, and there were multiple Changs. Did Madame Gui also bear that title in those times? Were there other osmanthus trees from the Moon Palace that had survived? As he waited for a response, he gently turned his head, only to find Madame Gui had already closed her beautiful eyes against his shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin from this angle. Having never encountered such a spectacle, a rush of warmth surged within him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. He gazed at the impending dawn on the horizon. His thoughts drifted far and wide. In truth, there were many reincarnated deities like Madame Gui scattered across the world. Take, for instance, the Lihua Cave in Baoping Continent, where the daughter of a blacksmith was the reincarnation of the ancient fire god, one of the 5 highest deities of the heavenly court. During that era, the ancient heavenly court was the supreme center of power, second only to the sovereign of the court, with 4 highest deities reigning supreme. This fire god was one of them, overseeing all celestial bodies and governing an infinite realm filled with countless divine thrones and palaces. One such palace was situated atop the planet of Ingwa, where attendants skilled in forging could utilize the planet as a furnace, extracting fire essence as charcoal, and using the flow of time to forge weapons, wielding the ancient stars as a mighty hammer to temper swords. Perhaps this explains why the fire god was reborn as the daughter of a blacksmith. Of course, she was not alone. Lihua Cave also housed 2 others, both of whom belonged to the highest echelon of deities. One was the reincarnation of a water god, and the other a sword-wielding deity. This sword-bearer was also the greatest opportunity that Chen Qingdu had encountered, for this ancient sword was the most formidable weapon in existence. Furthermore, this sword-bearer served as the source of swordsmanship in the heavens and on earth. Countless years ago, it was she who imparted sword techniques to the mortal realm, thus birthing the sword cultivators of later generations. It is said that all sword cultivators who encountered her in later times would respectfully address her as the ancestral master. Reflecting on this, although Ning Yuan had faced many hardships, at least after leaving the small town, he found himself surrounded by formidable allies. The ancient sword, the venerable Ruan Xiu, and several senior brothers, counting them on his fingers. He grew increasingly alarmed. What difference was there between him and the crown prince of the vast world? Each one of his connections was a significant figure, but a sense of unease washed over him as he pondered his own status as an anomaly. What would become of him when he arrived at Lihua Cave? It seemed inevitable that he would become ensnared in schemes, yet he was uncertain of the outcome. All he truly knew was that behind him stood, at most, a formidable sword immortal and the identity of Ning Yao's brother. Comparing that to Chen Qingdu's background, it was hardly different. The sword immortal was destined to perish at the Sword Qi Great Wall, and Ning Yao had yet to fully mature. This meant Ning Yuan lacked the luxury of relying on others. He must depend solely on himself. He had considered avoiding Lihua Cave, given the abundance of formidable figures therein. Although he could disregard the calculations of all cultivators, it was precisely this barrier to the heavenly path that posed potential trouble for him. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. Having come this far, he must proceed, whether early or late. He was bound to go, and there was no need to intentionally evade it. If he survived, he would embark on a grand adventure. If he perished, then it would merely be a fleeting dream through the ages. Nothing of great consequence, a ray of heavenly light pierced through the clouds, cascading over the southwest. Aunt Gui stirred. Opening her eyes, her ethereal garments fluttered gently, the effects of the wine dissipating. Young Ning, it is time to act. With that, Madame Gui adjusted her slightly disheveled attire and retrieved a segment of osmanthus branch. This is one of my vital items, meant for one-time use. Placing it within your chi field will grant you a whiff of earthly immortal cultivation. Use it if you encounter foes you cannot defeat. Ning Yuan nodded, accepting the osmanthus branch. Aunt Gui, now that you have attained the nascent soul stage, will I also possess nascent soul power upon utilizing this branch? Aunt Gui nodded, then shook her head, stating, I have just made my breakthrough. My strength within the nascent soul stage is not particularly high, yet it is significantly superior to the golden core stage. Upon hearing this, without further ado, Ning Yuan rose, a subtle surge of sword intent dispersing the remnants of alcohol as he strode toward the ferry at Hohat Island. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the distant travel sword from the Gui, my courtyard. This was the advantage of the great refinement. Within a certain range, Ning Yuan could sense the travel sword, and with a mere thought, it would be in his grasp. His current objective was to quietly set sail alone, subsequently provoking the dragon and inciting an upheaval in the dragon's gorge. According to their prior agreement, when Ning Yuan was encircled by the dragons at Hohat Island, Gu Qingsong would arrive to quell the malevolent beasts. Ultimately, Gu Taitu would be permitted to ascend the island and accompany Hohat Island to Old Dragon City, becoming a guest elder of the Fan family. With Hohat Island under protection and the Fan family gaining a guest elder of the Yupu realm, whether Gu Taitu could share a moment with Madame Gui upon reaching the island was of no concern to Ning Yuan. He had accomplished what he set out to do and obtained the desired item. A Dragon King-S basket capable of capturing golden core dragons at IT would be ideal to catch 1 or 2 young dragons of decent bloodlines. When the time came, he could purchase a mountain near Lualpa Mountain and have someone build a bamboo house, complete with pavilions and ponds, to raise 1 or 2 young dragons. Wouldn't that be splendid? Soon, Ning Yuan arrived at the foot of the mountain where numerous small boats awaited, primarily used for ferrying passengers to scenic spots around Hohat Island. Under Madame Gui's guidance, Hohat's young maiden, Gui Fi, had long been waiting here, preparing a top-quality dragon-locking boat for him. During Gu Qingsong's tenure as the first old boatman of Hohat Island, he personally crafted many items for the island, including this dragon-locking boat. The boat's hull was inscribed with numerous talismans, the most prominent among them bearing the words Zhao Shi Wu Shi, a high-grade talisman known as the Locking Talisman. Gu Qingsong's mastery of talismans stemmed from his teachings under the headmaster, Lu Chun, and it was largely due to him that the Fan family could establish the navigation route through Dragon's Gorge. Be cautious while sightseeing in Dragon's Gorge, young Ning. Not all dragons are docile, warned Guiji. Keep these paper figures handy. Should a dragon swim by, toss a handful into the water, and they will swiftly disperse. She produced several thin slips of paper from her pocket, offering a reminder. Thank you, Miss Guiji. Ning Yuan accepted the task, expressing his gratitude before embarking on a boat to the sea. The locking dragon boat, of the highest rank, could traverse hundreds of zhang with a gentle push of the bamboo pole in Ning Yuan's hand. Unlike other maritime regions, the Jiaolong Ditch was a ravine with crystal-clear waters, where beneath the surface, countless Jiaolong creatures could be faintly discerned, varying in color and size, from those as slender as a small snake to those as thick as a wellhead. It was said that in the deepest abyss, a true Jiaolong, stretching 1,000 zhang in length, lay in wait. However, Ning Yuan paid little heed to these tales. After the locking dragon boat sailed several li away, a dozen water Jiaolong flew overhead, their energies waning, likely having just returned from delivering rain to a nearby continent. Ning Yuan refrained from drawing his sword to slay the Jiaolong. Instead, he continued his voyage, as the weary dragons noticed him but chose to ignore him. Retreating into the Jiaolong ditch, his aim was to capture a young Jiaolong, and striking now would only provoke unrest in the ditch, jeopardizing his plans. Whenever an adult Jiaolong glided past, Ning Yuan would scatter paper figures of horses and men provided by Gui. After sailing 100 li from Osmanthus Island, he finally spotted a young Jiaolong frolicking on the sea surface. This juvenile Jiaolong was no thicker than an arm, yet Ning Yuan's keen eyesight allowed him to see it from a distance of 1,000 meters. Like a fisherman setting out to catch his prey, he remained silent until he was less than 100 zhang away, at which point he swiftly deployed a Dragon King net. The net shot towards the young Jiaolong's head, expanding 100-fold in an instant, and within moments it had ensnared the creature, even drawing in 10,000 tons of seawater. The Dragon King net returned, shrinking to a pocket-sized form. which Ning Yuan stowed away. At that moment, a colossal Jiaolong stirred awake from the depths. Ning Yuan, aware of the urgency, flicked his bamboo pole, propelling the locking dragon boat like an arrow straight towards Osmanthus Island. How audacious it was to dare hunt within the Jiaolong ditch. A commanding voice resonated behind him, and, as the words fell, the sea beneath Ning Yuan trembled violently. Ignoring the disturbance, he took a sip from the gourd at his waist and lightly tapped the boat's bottom, issuing the command, "Do not tarry," and the locking dragon boat surged forward, disappearing into the distance in an instant that a slender boat sped ahead, with Ning Yuan, bamboo pole in hand, drinking like a sword-wielding immortal. Chapter 57. The stirring of the Jiaolong, the surface of the sea convulsed, and Ning Yuan, cautious not to overreach, continued to tap the boat's bottom with the command, "Do not tarry," propelling it forward with the swiftness of a rainbow. Quickly nearing Osmanthus Island. Wearing a broad-brimmed hat, he chose not to land at the same dock as before, instead approaching the island from the opposite side. Evading the gaze of all, he seamlessly stowed away the bamboo pole and the locking dragon boat. Why not seize the opportunity? Aunt Gui had been waiting here. Ning Yuan approached her and followed her gaze towards the nearby sea. "Aunt Gui, what is the cultivation level of that old Jiaolong?" Aunt Gui's expression grew serious. "This old Jiaolong has cultivated for a millennium. Though we have never interacted, we are both aware of each other's existence, that IT is at the nascent soul stage. Yet it seems not quite so. Could it have ascended to the jade purity stage?" Ning Yuan shook his head. "Even if it were indeed a Jiaolong of the 11th stage, it would not be a formidable opponent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. What remains unclear is how many 11th stage old Jiaolong are within the ditch and how many would take action today as for those beyond the 12th stage. They cannot exist, for there lies a hidden secret. 3,000 years ago, a sword cultivator known as Qingdu swore to eradicate the dragon race. Achieving the feat of slaying Jiaolong, wherever they appeared, he succeeded, and in that battle, the last true dragon fell, after which the slayer vanished without a trace. Yet even after 3 millennia, the vast majority of Jiaolong still dare not cross his path, with only a few daring to secretly ascend to the 11th stage. Once an immortal breaks through, they must transform into a dragon, and that slayer would surely reappear as long as he is not besieged by a group of jade purity old Jiaolong. Gu Taitu should be able to handle it. Although it is said he has never lost a verbal battle and has never won a physical one, it must be noted that those he has provoked are mostly cultivators of the immortal realm, with many at the 13th stage. However, yesterday, Gu Qingsong mentioned that if multiple jade purity Jiaolong were to appear, he would have complete confidence in leading Osmanthus Island to safety, should a confrontation arise. He could engage, but he fears the involvement of innocents. Aunt Gui's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, as if locking eyes with the old Jiaolong beneath the surface. She spoke softly to Ning Yuan. "In the vast South Sea, within the expansive Jiaolong ditch, there must certainly be many 10th stage Jiaolong, and possibly some at the jade purity stage. This." Aunt Gui playfully tapped the young man's head twice. "Since it has come to this, I am curious. Did you foresee this situation when you first arrived at Osmanthus Island?" Ning Yuan grinned, revealing pearly white teeth, and rather sheepishly replied, "Aunt Gui, you overestimate me. I am no master strategist, capable of foreseeing such outcomes." As they conversed, they were approached by an anxious old boatman from the Golden Elixir stage. The old boatman, visibly distressed, glanced at Ning Yuan before addressing Aunt Gui. "Madame Gui, someone has been secretly capturing Jiaolong, intending to frame Osmanthus Island." Ning Yuan remained silent, viewing himself as an outsider, while Aunt Gui donned an expression of indignation. "Have you apprehended this individual after capturing the Jiaolong? Did they return to Osmanthus Island?" The old boatman wore a bitter expression. It is said that some tourists preparing to set sail caught a glimpse of the person, a figure wearing a broad-brimmed hat, obscuring their face, who boarded our locking dragon boat. I am uncertain if this rogue has returned to the island. If they did, I did not see the locking dragon boat at the dock. Madame Gay, it is evident this is a plot to frame Osmanthus Island. Do you have any idea who this person might be? Could it be from the Tonya sect, besides Du Yin and his 7 companions? Are there any others from the Tonya sect on the island? Aunt Gui shook her head. It is hard to say at this moment. On that day regarding the Tongya sect, I obscured the perceptions of the island's guests. Unless they are cultivators of the nascent soul stage or above, it would be difficult for them to know. Just then, the sea surface within a 10-li radius of Osmanthus Island suddenly sank over 100 zhang, revealing countless jiaolong swimming beneath, some already soaring into the air. Aunt Gui's expression hardened. The old jiaolong has revealed itself. I will go negotiate with it. You must inform everyone on the ferry not to leave the area without permission. All small boats setting out to sea must return immediately. With that, Aunt Gui cast a glance at Ning Yuan before stepping forward, her figure soaring into the high skies above the dock. Not far from her stood an elder clad in golden robes. As soon as Aunt Gui departed, the old boatman shouted, "All small boats must return ashore immediately. Osmanthus Island forbids all aerial movement. Failure to comply will be seen as provocation against the Jiaolong ditch." Following his words, the old boatman demonstrated, drawing a common long sword, and, with a wave of his arm, sent the sword flying towards the outskirts of Osmanthus Island. Yet within 3 breaths, a golden claw descended, reducing it to dust. Still, there are always fools who refuse to heed warnings. Some attempted to flee on their swords, while others summoned small flying boats, only to meet the same fate of being crushed by golden claws. As the sea beneath the 10-li radius suddenly sank, the over 1,000 passengers aboard the ferry had yet to react when hundreds of jiaolong, hidden within the ravine, surged to the surface, surrounding Osmanthus Island completely. These various-sized water jiaolong filled the surroundings, creating an impenetrable barrier, their murderous intent fixated on Osmanthus Island. Strangely, the distant sword strapped to Ning Yuan's back began to tremble at that moment. Ning Yuan sensed a stirring within, as if recalling something. Though the Yuan sword was a semi-immortal weapon, such phenomena should not occur. This was a brand new sword. Ning Yuan had never wielded it in battle south of the Sword Qi Great Wall. In truth, the Yuan sword had only claimed the lives of 11 individuals. Among them, the great celestial lord Sun Yin from the Upside-Down Mountain, 3 Taoist high truths, and Du Yin's group of 7. The number was too small for the sword to have absorbed any malevolent energy, let alone develop animosity towards the jiaolong. The only plausible explanation Ning Yuan could fathom was the dragon-slaying sword coffer. Forged from the dragon-slaying platform, which was once the ancient Heavenly Court's execution site, it was primarily used to execute mountain and marsh spirits, including countless true dragons. Could it be that the prolonged nurturing of the Yuan sword within the dragon-slaying sword coffer had led to such influences? Would it mean that, given enough time, the Yuan sword could evolve into a divine weapon capable of subduing all demonic races? Without further contemplation, Ning Yuan focused his mind, activating the reverse current beneath his feet, and soared towards Osmanthus Island's dock. Elder boatman, with great danger looming, though my cultivation is lacking, should Osmanthus Island and the Jiaolong ditch become locked in a deadly conflict, my sword shall surely descend upon this sea. The old boatman regarded Ning Yuan's departing figure, his expression inscrutable. Upon reflection, this young man was not as intolerable as he first seemed. If only he knew that the imminent deadly situation was a result of his own actions. What would he think? Ning Yuan arrived at the dock, having removed his broad-brimmed hat. Clad in black and carrying a sword, he stared intently at the elder in golden robes. Aunt Gui was currently in negotiation with him, and it appeared their conversation was not going smoothly. Aunt Gui, suppressing her anger, tried to remain composed as she addressed the old jiaolong. "So, are you suggesting that there is no room for negotiation in this matter?" In the early years, the Fan family had engaged in discussions with your Jiaolong Go regarding a series of regulations. Over the years, the number of Jiaolong corpses that we have assisted you in retrieving, which could not be returned, has reached several hundred, not to mention, whenever I pass through Jiaolong Go from Guihua Island, I have always scattered a significant amount of incense paper at the seabed as offerings to honor the deities of rain and clouds. And not once in a millennium has there been an error. The elder in the golden robe, rather than being merely adorned in gold, appeared to be clad in a suit of golden scaled armor, unmistakably a treasure of the highest order. Ning Yuan could not help but feel a pang of envy. The old Jiao, now transformed into human form, stood a towering 10 feet tall, resembling a giant. His eyes radiating an air of authority, surrounded by a formidable dragon pressure, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon Aunt Gu. Madame Gue, you yourself have stated that rules are rules, since the rules have been violated. One must be prepared for the consequences. The Confucian sages have established a series of regulations for our water dragon clan, while we cannot claim to have adhered to them for thousands of years. Every time a rule has been broken, without exception, the sages have imposed punishment. How is it that now, after you have transgressed, you expect me to show leniency? On what grounds? Chapter 58. Regulations soared Qi beneath the surface of the sea. It sank like a vast azure bowl, with Gue Hua Island ensnared within, unable to move. Over 1,000 jiao long swam in the air, ready to pounce at the command of the elder in the golden robe. Poised to devour all passengers, the water dragon's eyes gleamed with hunger. Due to the regulations set by the sages, most had never tasted human flesh, though many had perished in floods caused by rain and storms. This was to be a long-awaited feast. The situation on Gue Hua Island was dire. Previously, Aunt Gue had conjured a small realm that enveloped the entire island, yet she had not imposed any barriers to isolate it. All passengers were acutely aware that Gue Hua Island was on the brink of being besieged by the Jiao Long, as the small realm of Madame Gue enveloped the island. The murmurs of a majority of the cultivators reached her ears. A cacophony of discontent. Some began to blame Gue Hua Island, claiming the management had failed to properly vet the passengers for thieves, resulting in this calamity. Others were at a loss, gazing in terror at the enormous Jiao Long hovering overhead. Meanwhile, some were calculating their own odds, wondering if they could survive with their strength and hidden cards, and perhaps seize some divine treasures. With over 1,000 passengers on the ferry, even if less than half were Qi practitioners, merely acquiring a few items could amount to an immense fortune. Not to mention, with a stroke of luck, they might even pilfer the treasures of Gue Hua Island, equating to the wealth of a small clan. When disaster strikes, the true nature of humanity is revealed. The elder in the golden robe, hands clasped behind his back, appeared self-assured as he coldly remarked, Madame Gay, you claim that someone has conspired against Gue Hua Island. I'm not blind. I can see that. But rules are rules. That it is your failure to discern character that has led to the hunting of young Jiao and the disruption of the regulations. And thus you must bear the consequences. As he spoke, a glimmer of amusement danced upon the old dragon's face, his gaze towards Madame Gay imbued with desire. This look resembled the lewd gaze that Du Yin once cast upon Aunt Gue, akin to the anticipation of a sumptuous feast. Let us say this. I can spare everyone on the ferry, but Madame Gay must remain to be my consort. Ning Yuan, who had been listening from behind, did not hear the ensuing thoughts as the old beast transmitted his thoughts. However, he speculated that the elder wished for Madame Gay to be his partner. It has been said since ancient times that dragons are inherently lustful, and they're not picky. Any female, regardless of lineage, will suffice. Upon hearing this, Madame Gay maintained her composure and finally inquired, is there truly no room for negotiation? The old dragon laughed heartily and replied, Madame Gue, I have already presented you with the solution. As long as you stay, no one will perish. This is the best choice for you, for me, and for all the passengers of Gue Hua Island. Madame Gay, do you know that for the past 1,000 years, every time your Gue Hua Island has flown over my Jiao Long ago, I have had to suppress myself, watching you come and go, all to uphold that ridiculous rule. Rest assured, as long as you remain my consort, I would never dream of consuming you. I have adhered to the rules for a millennium and certainly will keep my promise. Well, just a moment ago, he was using telepathy, and now he dropped the pretense. Ning Yuan had arrived at the dock on his sword, and the old dragon had indeed noticed him, though uncertain if he was the one responsible for the hunting of young Jiao. With its nascent soul cultivation, it could not penetrate the disguise of Ning Yuan beneath the bamboo hat, and the locking talisman on the dragon boat obscured its perception, but it felt a sense of familiarity. Even if it knew, the old dragon would not have cared. A mere young Jiao was inconsequential. If it perished, so be it. Thus, the old dragon had not inquired about the whereabouts of the hunter of young Jiao. Seeing no necessity in doing so, what Ning Yuan sought was a Dragon King's basket, a young Jiao, and for now he had obtained it. Guihua Island sought the protection of a cultivator of the fifth realm, in addition to the sword chi wall behind Ning Yuan. Though neither had been fully realized yet, at least half of the goal seemed achievable. As for the old dragon, its desire was for Madame Gay. With its experience, how could it be unaware of her identity? Marrying a celestial beauty reincarnated might yield unforeseen, fortuitous opportunities, even if it were to take a step back and assert that no extraordinary benefits would arise from becoming partners with Madame Gouet. The old dragon could simply consume her. A divine being's flesh would surely be a great boon. As for devouring all the passengers on the ferry, it held little significance for the old dragon. At the peak of the nascent soul realm, feasting on these lowly cultivators could potentially lead to an upset stomach. Meanwhile, the multitude of passengers aboard the ferry were all seeking a glimmer of hope. Every being has their desires, without exception. Who among them is devoid of any yearning? Even a fool knows that when hungry, one must eat. Ning Yuan recalled a matter. In the future, Chun Ping and would similarly traverse this Jiao Longo. And Guihua Island would also be schemed against, facing an old dragon comparable to the Jade Purity realm. He wondered if that dragon was indeed the same as the one before him. However, one striking similarity stood out. Ning Yuan had become the so-called calculating individual, the instigator of the young Jiao's demise, that if they were indeed the same, then in an unseen manner, Ning Yuan had already altered certain trajectories of events. Yet he thought little of it. Ever since he had cleaved through the upside-down mountain with the unparalleled sword intent of the Sword Immortal, he had altered many matters from that point onward. Ning Yuan's mindset underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer an outsider, and his wandering heart finally found its place in that moment. The youth seemed to genuinely, completely, and for the first time step foot into this world. The young man was Ning Yuan, the eldest son of the Ning family from the Sword Chi Wall, the brother of Ning Yao, no longer an anomaly. Unbeknownst to him, the distant journey had already been firmly grasped in his hands. The young man in black with white hair lightly tapped the sword's body, and sword intent cascaded forth. The old dragon's gaze instantly fell upon Ning Yuan at the dock, and the sword in the young man's hand evoked a sense of trepidation within it. Aunt Gouet, why waste words with this old beast? Its rules. Absolute nonsense. As his voice fell, Ning Yuan swept his sword in a horizontal strike, unleashing sword chi that cleaved through the air, splitting several hovering Jiao Long in two. Madame's eyelids quivered. The murderous intent of this brat was so intense, reminiscent of the time he had killed 7 men. How dare you? The old dragon could no longer remain calm. It was indifferent to the deaths of its underlings, but Ning Yuan's act of murder before its eyes was something it could not tolerate. The elder in the golden robe extended his hand, claw-like, reaching towards Ning Yuan from midair. A colossal claw, spanning 100 feet in length and width, descended with ferocity, far surpassing that of the Golden Core realm, sending chills down the spines of onlookers, an aura of death enveloping the scene. However, Aunt Gouet would not stand idly by. Now at the nascent soul stage, she faced immense pressure from this old dragon. With her hands forming seals, a 3-foot-tall laurel tree materialized behind her, shimmering as if made of crystal. The branches swayed gently, casting a silvery light that illuminated Madame Gay, making her appear as a celestial being. With a series of 3 strikes, she dispersed the old dragon's claw, which instantly roared in fury. Madame Gay, this child has slain my kin. Do you dare to obstruct me? Before Madame Gouet could respond, Ning Yuan interjected. Ha! Old beast, I shall return to slay you later. He then redirected the tip of his sword upwards, piercing through the cloud layers. In mere moments, several beams of snowy white sword light crisscrossed the clouds. And over 10 Jiao Long fell, their bodies severed. It seemed that since encountering him, Guihua Island had been compelled to follow a different path, with no turning back. Madame Gay gazed at the snowy white sword light in the clouds, murmuring to herself. Many years prior, even 10,000 years ago, she had been compliant, adhering to those rigid rules year after year. Even when the heavenly court had fallen from its former glory and the divine path had collapsed, she had continued to uphold the Confucian regulations after her reincarnation and descent into the mortal realm. For countless lifetimes, she had adhered to the rules, yet in the end, she found herself devoid of any freedom. Just like the young man who wielded his sword with unbridled gusto, akin to the towering sword chi wall that had stood for millennia, they both were bound by rules, albeit of differing natures. Even amidst the various realms, whether upon the mountains or in the valleys, regulations indeed fostered a rare period of peace. Yet, it is unavoidable that no set of rules is devoid of flaws. Human nature continually descends, leading to disappointment time and again that a phrase spoken by Ning Yuan long ago flashed through her mind, striking her as particularly poignant. The world is neither black nor white, but exquisitely gray. For 1,000 years, for 10,000 years, it remained so. As she spread her palm, the ancestral osmanthus tree at the mountain summit was uprooted, transforming into a 3-foot-tall osmanthus tree, with the oscillation of her pupils. Lady Gue wielded the osmanthus tree as a sword. Under the shimmering light, a profound connection blossomed within her heart, and with a single stroke, she unleashed her blade. The resplendent sword aura illuminated the expanse for hundreds of miles, exuding an overwhelming might, causing the old dragon to choose not to confront it directly, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the sword aura pierced through the ocean's depths, casting a snow-white glow across the seabed. Echoes of dragon roars resonated from the abyss. Soon after, several colossal shadows emerged from the depths, their presence exuding immense power. Even Ning Yuan, who was engaged in slaying the dragon, was taken aback, astonished to discover that the typically gentle Lady Gue possessed such a commanding side. Audaciously summoning even the deepest dragons, the sword soared through the air, rousing the slumbering old dragon of Dongting. Chapter 59. The old deities. It was astonishing that she had summoned the ancient dragon from the ocean's depths. What was Lady Gue truly attempting? In her quest for self-destruction, she seemed intent on dragging us down with her. Such is the treachery of a woman's heart, as Lady Gue's sword descended into the abyss. 3 more ancient dragons surfaced, alongside the golden-robed elder. Witnessing this scene, the passengers of the ferry felt their spirits plummet. Initially, upon learning that the golden-robed elder was merely at the nascent soul stage, they had harbored some hope, yearning for Lady Gue's celestial prowess to repel their foes, even longing for her to be a practitioner of the upper 5 realms. Yet now, the atmosphere had drastically shifted, and many felt that escape was futile, ceasing to hold back their disdain, openly cursing Lady Gue in midair. The fickleness of human sentiment is indeed swift. With a 3-foot osmanthus tree in hand, a spectral image of the moon palace behind her, exuding boundless radiance, Lady Gue stood resolute on Osmanthus Island, her power elevated to an extraordinary level. Even though she had only just entered the nascent soul realm, she had already begun to exhibit the strength of an 11-realm practitioner. Lady Gue furrowed her brow. She had undoubtedly heard the venomous words of the crowd, yet she sighed internally, choosing not to explain herself. However, if one were to consider the reasoning, this so-called inevitable catastrophe was indeed an unwarranted disaster for the ferry passengers, entirely orchestrated by the collusion between Osmanthus Island and Ning Yuan. As the malign words infiltrated her heart, a slight blemish marred Lady Gue's composure. Yet while she could ignore it, Ning Yuan lacked such patience. Soaring through the air on his sword, he swiftly dispatched several water dragons, then turned the tip of his blade towards Osmanthus Island, his gaze locking onto one individual who had spoken ill of Aunt Gay. The far-journey sword became a spear in Ning Yuan's grasp. His right arm surged with immense strength as he hurled it forward. The blade was unstoppable, leaving behind a terrifying trajectory of sword energy that a scream erupted as the individual from the sea-watching realm was directly impaled by Ning Yuan. They are killing people. Osmanthus Island has gone mad. They are starting to slaughter us, some screamed in terror, while others, stunned by the scene, sought to flee into the skies, only to be surrounded and slain by the water dragons. Becoming their meal. No, this was a premeditated scheme between Osmanthus Island and the dragons, designed to eradicate us completely. How ruthless! Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that these people could connect the dots so readily. Yet upon reflection, if they truly intended to wipe everyone out in one fell swoop, it would mean a fortune in wealth, not to mention the thousands of lives at stake. Even if each person possessed just a single Guyu coin, That would amount to 1,000 coins. Furthermore, those who could afford to ride the ferry to Osmanthus Island surely possessed more than mere chump change. However, Ning Yuan merely entertained these thoughts. Should such a massacre occur, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the saints from the southern Pasha continent. Complete annihilation was impossible, yet a demonstration might suffice. The far journey sword returned to his grip, still held as a spear. With his left hand resting behind him, his body slightly leaning forward as he hurled it once more. The figure in white hair and black attire, soaring through the skies, surveyed the entire Osmanthus Island, dispatching his long sword in rapid succession, impaling each person who had insulted Aunt Gui. He appeared as a deity of high stature. After nailing 13 individuals, the cacophony of insults ceased from a small courtyard near the mountain's peak. A middle-aged man with a sword on his back emerged, directly addressing Ning Yuan. Why resort to violence over mere words of disrespect? Ning Yuan paused, observing that this middle-aged man, though not as powerful as Aunt Gui, was likely at the Golden Core stage and bore a sword. Perhaps a swordsman. It was unexpected to find such a formidable individual aboard the ferry. Ning Yuan smiled slightly, replying, "Mere words? To utter slanderous remarks against a lady's honor is simply trifling disrespect. Is it not the same if I were to say something disrespectful about your mother?" The youth laughed heartily, exuding audacity, while the Golden Core swordsman turned a shade of deep crimson, seeing the man rendered speechless. Ning Yuan continued, "Aunt Gui is my elder. Let me ask you, if someone were to publicly malign your family elder, how would you react? Would you consider it mere disrespect? Would you remain silent, allowing your family to be bullied? If that were the case, I can only say what a 1,000-year turtle you are. Having attained the Golden Core, you have lost your fundamental virtues." No sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of sword energy sliced through the sky. The Golden Core swordsman could no longer contain himself and launched an attack at Ning Yuan. The latter's pupils contracted as he prepared to employ the life-saving artifact bestowed by Aunt Gui, a dragon-slaying pole, to intercept the incoming sword energy. The old boatman appeared beside Ning Yuan, unexpectedly choosing to protect him despite having previously harbored animosity. With a great enemy at hand, we cannot afford to engage in internal strife. The old boatman brandished the dragon-slaying pole towards the middle-aged swordsman. Humph! The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and retreated into the small courtyard. Ning Yuan expressed his gratitude to the old boatman. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance." The old boatman shot him a disgruntled glance, offering no further comment before swiftly making his way to the ferry's dock. The surrounding water dragons had long been cleared away by him. It was uncertain whether it was due to the far journey sword, but thereafter few water dragons dared to trouble him. Among the thousands of water dragons encircling Osmanthus Island, the majority were of mixed bloodlines, generally of low realms, primarily in the lower 5 realms. Essentially, they were the riffraff. Ning Yuan gazed towards the dock, where a fierce battle was unfolding. The Golden Core old boatman had arrived at the dock, and it must be said he was loyal. From a normal person's perspective, they were indeed in a dire situation, yet he remained resolute in defending Osmanthus Island. Aunt Gui was single-handedly battling 3 nascent soul practitioners and 1 jade purity dragon. Wielding the 3-foot Osmanthus tree, Lady Gui exhibited unmatched poise, effortlessly unleashing sword energy that spanned hundreds of feet. Even the jade purity realm dragon dared not confront her directly. Ning Yuan stood at the ready with his sword. He had not anticipated that Aunt Gui would possess such swordsmanship, or perhaps was Lady Gui originally half a swordsman? Given that only a Jade Purity Realm Dragon had come forth, Ning Yuan felt little concern for Aunt Gui's plight. An ancient deity surely possessed hidden skills, and her true combat strength was undoubtedly formidable. Lady Gui, do not futilely resist. Even if you employ all your abilities, what will it change? Osmanthus Island is already within my grasp. The golden-robed elder bellowed that he was furious, for Lady Gui's earlier strike had provoked the 3 clan members who had initially intended to remain uninvolved. As Osmanthus Island sank into the depths, the benefits he could reap would be minimal. Lady Gui chose to ignore him, her body enveloped in an infinite radiance, her eyes resembling 2 full moons as she continued to wield the Osmanthus tree as her relentless sword. the shimmering sword energy filling the heavens and the earth. As Ning Yuan was entranced by the scene, a voice resonated in his ear. Ning, I can no longer wait. May I act now? Not yet. Just hold on a bit longer. What are you waiting for? Can't you see Lady Gui is single-handedly facing 4 opponents? Ning Yuan's lips twitched. Gu Taitu, what are you rushing for? Do you not remember what I told you? Your significance in Lady Gui's eyes hinges on the timing of your appearance. Does it not? All right. You make a valid point and I'll wait. But I assure you, if Lady Gui is in danger, I will intervene immediately. That is only natural. Chapter 60. The dragon lies hidden in the abyss. The battle at the dock raged on. Lady Gui faced 4 opponents. The 3-foot osmanthus tree emanating a hazy divine light, akin to a celestial sword, refusing to yield. Hundreds of miles away, the middle-aged boatman employed his divine ability of mountains and rivers to observe the fierce conflict. Anxiously tugging at his hair, with a sweeping motion of the osmanthus tree, Lady Gui repelled the 4 ancient dragons, transmitting a message to the old boatman. There is nothing you can do to assist me here. Swiftly deal with those water dragons, or else the passengers of Osmanthus Island may suffer heavy casualties. Old Zhou, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to comply. In the midst of this fierce battle, his status as a golden core cultivator would prove of little assistance, and remaining might only cause trouble for Madame Gui. Ning Yuan gazed at the cataclysmic conflict, his thoughts drifting far afield. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the divine. It was said that the path of the martial artist was, in essence, a road to divinity, forsaking the complexities of arcane practices in favor of honing a pure essence of true qi, thus embarking on the arduous journey of tempering the physical body, the pursuit of transcending countless techniques through sheer strength, seeking to unravel the limits and potentials of the corporeal form, entailed suffering unimaginable to the average person. Adhering to the principle that a strong body begets powerful techniques, one would ascend step by step, repeatedly forging the flesh, ultimately crafting a flawless and perfected golden body, the 11th realm of martial artists. Known as the martial god, signifies a physical form that has entirely transcended the mortal coil, truly embodying the divine. It could also be referred to as a deity. In the Li Zhu cave heaven, there was a scruffy gatekeeper whose previous incarnation had been a guardian deity. Ning Yuan, being a 5th realm martial artist, had a solid foundation, having practiced martial arts with Granny since childhood. Although he had not attained the pinnacle of strength, he surpassed the vast majority. However, he currently held no aspirations to pursue martial arts. Understanding that one cannot bite off more than they can chew, he resolved to practice martial arts when he encountered insurmountable obstacles on his path of swordsmanship. His knowledge of the ancient celestial court, where the divine resided, was quite limited. It was said that this celestial court was a manifestation of the concept of one, also serving as the origin of all formations in the world, with the later sword Qi Great Wall formation deriving from it. The ancient celestial court was situated in a distant river of stars, surrounded by countless celestial bodies born from the remains of divine beings, along with a vast river of time manifesting as a great road that resembled a human dynasty. Its expanse surpassed the imagination of any mountaintop cultivator. Even the realms governed by high-ranking deities were dwarfed by its vastness. For instance, even a Jade Purity realm cultivator would find it nearly impossible to traverse from one celestial gate to another in their lifetime. And it was within this supreme celestial court that, a millennium ago, during the battle for ascension, human cultivators bravely advanced, while demon overlords fought fiercely, ultimately leading to the current division of the world. The myriad races were no longer treated as livestock by the deities. The teachings of the 3 schools constrained all beings, thus providing a semblance of stability in the world. Though human hearts still leaned towards darkness, at least there existed a foundation for propagation, allowing for a semblance of dignity. While the root cause of this war against the celestial court stemmed from the inexplicable disappearance of the One, alongside the sword-bearer's inclination towards humanity and the conflict between the gods of water and fire. The sacrifices of these predecessors in securing a stable era for humankind were indeed immeasurable merits. It was also the time when all races stood united against the divine. On this point, Ning Yuan steadfastly adhered to his beliefs. The world was like ash, human hearts neither wholly black nor white, merely differing in origin, lineage, and thus stance. Born in the Sword Qi Great Wall, he was bound to slay demons. Regardless of Confucian notions of good and evil, it was simply a matter of differing positions. Yet, truth be told, there were many demon cultivators who inspired a sense of respect within him. For instance, that demon ancestor who, a millennium ago, acted kindly towards humanity and fought alongside numerous comrades against the divine beings during the battle for ascension, once declared, "According to the old rules, if I should perish first, you must swiftly devour my true form to replenish your powers and continue your ascent." It was hard to fathom that the demon ancestor who later led half the wilderness to breach the Sword Qi Great Wall was the same individual who had uttered those words a millennium prior. Boom! A colossal sound jolted Ning Yuan from his reverie. A massive golden claw, obscuring the sun and sky, descended from the clouds, obliterating dozens of radiant sword qi, and forcefully breached the barrier of the small realm of Hohat Island. Shattering the crossing point, Hohat Island trembled violently. With the collapse of the small realm, countless flood dragons surged forth, launching a frenzied assault on the passengers of the ferry. Madame Gay manifested in midair. As a Yuaning, even though she had once been a divine being, her combat prowess paled in comparison to a true Jade Purity realm cultivator, especially since she had just recently broken through. Now, her aura had significantly waned, and the Moon Palace phantom behind her had dimmed considerably. A gigantic dragon head emerged from the clouds. It was the Jade Purity realm Elder Flood Dragon, who bellowed downwards at Madame Gay. Violating the rules warrants punishment. This is not merely my decree, but that of the scholars wielding their tablets. Today, I seize your Hohat Island in accordance with the rules, even should the later Confucian sages investigate. My Flood Dragon Gorge has justification. Not resist. Remain in my Flood Dragon Gorge for 500 years, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, I shall devour your true form, and your soul shall become a soul lamp, burning for 1,000 years in the depths of my Flood Dragon Gorge. Madame Gay remained silent, her expression icy. After transmitting a message to Gu Taitu, Ning Yuan took to the skies on his sword. Rushing to Madame Gui's side, the two exchanged glances, and amidst Madame Gui's puzzled expression, Ning Yuan instantaneously summoned a small realm from beyond the heavens. With a flicker of his consciousness, the might of time began to take effect. The small realm was minuscule, merely a square of 10 feet, but the shards of flowing light were more radiant than ever, and the number had increased. During this time of tempering the sword's edge, the reverse-flowing flying sword was certainly not stagnant. Madame Gui's expression shifted to one of profound shock. Her injuries were healing, her condition returning to its peak. No, it should not be termed as recovery, but rather a reversal of time. The flying sword technique of this young man could actually sever the great realm and manifest time. Previously, she had only known that his innate flying sword possessed formidable lethality, but the specifics of his powers were entirely unknown to her. Now, however, she was genuinely astonished. She was no stranger to the River of Time. A millennium ago, in the ancient celestial court, there had existed a great road manifesting the River of Time. This River of Time was the largest above and below the heavens, also the source. When mountaintop cultivators utilized techniques to halt time, they were merely grasping a fraction of this river. Yet the small realm of time manifested by Ning Yuan seemed to possess a peculiar energy that did not belong to that river. It appeared as if a river of time, which should not exist in this world, had been brought here from some unknown dimension, clashing with the external realm and forming its own temporal space. It was astonishing indeed. Who was this Ning Yuan? Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient demon? Madame Gay, do not ponder further. I cannot even comprehend it myself. After a few breaths, Ning Yuan withdrew his powers and smiled at her. A fine technique, young man, but alas, today is destined to be a calamity. Just then, a colossal flood dragon surged forth from the depths of the sea, spiraling upward into the clouds, its golden claws blotting out the sky. Ning Yuan looked up and chuckled. A dragon pole, several miles long, suddenly appeared, shattering the golden claw with a single strike, maintaining its momentum as it soared towards the clouds in an instant. A reluctant roar echoed from above. This towering dragon pole ultimately vanished into the clouds, trailing a long white comet-like tail. Immediately after, a 1,000-foot flood dragon plummeted into the South Sea, its pale golden blood raining down upon the earth. A small boat sped forth, halting just outside the ferry's dock. The middle-aged boatman waved his large sleeves, the golden talisman ascended into the air, gradually igniting and bursting forth in resplendent golden radiance. The man, shouldering a bamboo pole, stomped fiercely on the boat's bottom, bellowing fiercely, "What is the matter?" "The decree of the land sinking," the sage has proclaimed. "The lurking dragon is in the abyss." The 16-character incantation reverberated throughout the thousands of miles of flood dragon gorge like a clap of thunder, akin to the strike of countless lightning bolts. Apart from the flood dragon that had perished, the other 4 elder flood dragons hovering in the high skies found their minds shaken as if struck by thunder. All plummeting into the sea, thousands of water flood dragons encircling Hohat Island fell, as if struck at their vital points, collapsing to the ground. The elder flood dragons that had lain dormant at the ocean's depths for countless years opened their enormous eyes, their massive bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Yes, we shall obey the decree." A million miles away, a middle-aged Taoist, who had been lazily dozing off at his fortune-telling stall due to a lack of customers, was suddenly awakened by a sneeze. Strange. Let me calculate. Chapter 61. A thought of Dragon Gate. The Taoist appearance was surprisingly youthful, almost fitting to be described as a young practitioner. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by a sneeze, which left him quite puzzled. The last time he experienced a situation akin to this was when a life-saving message was relayed to him from the realm of Qingming, warning that the upside-down mountain was about to sink. At that time, he had been minding his stall, just as he was today, and after receiving the news, he reluctantly made his way to the southeast. To his astonishment, it truly did sink. Who was responsible for this calamity remained a mystery even to him, although he speculated that it must have been some 13 realms Sword Immortal from the Sword Qi Great Wall. As for that senior Sword Immortal, if he had intended to act against the upside-down mountain, he would have done so thousands of years ago, rather than waiting until now. Furthermore, if the senior Sword Immortal were to intervene, the sinking of the mountain would be the least of their concerns. A strike from a pure sword cultivator of the 14 realms would likely obliterate the very essence of the mountain. Since he could not decipher the situation then, the young Taoist chose not to linger, and he journeyed northward back to Li Zhu Cave Heaven, continuing his dubious dealings. There were more pressing matters at hand. Concerning the grand path of his senior brother, the young Taoist wished to exercise his considerable abilities to discern the origin of this sneeze. He promptly packed away his fortune-telling stall, maneuvered his cart through several turns, and upon seeing no one around, extended a finger from his sleeve to lightly tap the air. The space rippled like the surface of water, and a scene gradually came into focus. The azure South Sea appeared before him, along with his unnamed disciple's immortal raft, Hohat Island, and the Jiaolong Gorge. Unbeknownst to the young Taoist, a black-clad, white-haired youth was unnoticed by him as soon as he caught sight of the immortal raft. The youth sighed heavily, as if resigned to the situation. He feigned ignorance, and with a flick of his sleeve, the vision shattered like a broken mirror. The golden talisman held by Gu Qingsong was of the highest order. Only a masterful practitioner of the talisman arts could draw upon it. This indicated that Gu Qingsong had indeed learned a great deal from Lu Chun, among the several heads of the Baiyu Jing. The Grand Master, having received teachings directly from the Tao ancestor, had long sought to eliminate the celestial demons beyond the world. Many years ago, he had achieved the fusion of the 3 purities at Baiyu Jing, traversing the realms of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, aiming to integrate the fundamental teachings of the 3 and to engage in discourse with himself, living in the world yet remaining detached from it, embodying the essence of the 3 teachings within himself. The second master, Yu Do, had established a lineage of swordsmanship, having cultivated for 8,000 years without suffering a defeat, and was humorously dubbed by Liang as the most formidable old tortoise. Given Liang's nature, it was evident that only half of his statement bore truth. He could not possibly be the most formidable, but certainly he was an old tortoise as for the third master. Lu Chun he drifted upon the waves, indulging in the pleasures of the world, embodying an existence that could hardly be described as anything but carefree. He envied the Mandarin ducks rather than the immortals. The scriptures spoke of it, yet the mountains remained silent. And no matter how grand the path might be, it could not accommodate the profound sentiments of Lu Chun, who was indeed carefree, in the realm of mortals. When Master Lu Chun presided over Baiyu Jing, he scarcely involved himself in affairs, truly embodying a life of leisure. Liu Chun had long harbored a question that had plagued him for millennia, one for which no answer had been found, that in this world, amidst all things, all beings, was it merely a dream spun from that singular one? It was this very question that led him to ascend to the Qingming realm 5,000 years ago, where he sought counsel from Grand Master Ko Ming at Baiyu Jing. Ko Ming, recognizing his potential, took him as a disciple and personally deduced 3 potential outcomes for him, resulting in the fusion of the 3 purities and the differentiation of the 3 saints of the teachings, not solely for his own path, but also to assist his junior brother in seeking that elusive answer. Driven solely by the pursuit of this ultimate answer, Lu Chun returned to the Howren realm, arriving at the Lizhu Cave Heaven, where he encountered Q. His astonishment. This Mr. Qi had amalgamated the teachings of the 3 schools and was engaged in a grand philosophical contest with his senior brother, surpassing him in profundity. Originally, Lu Chun believed that Mr. Qi and his senior brother should inspire each other on the path, creating magnificent waves of enlightenment. However, due to Lu Chun's selfishness regarding the answer, he refrained from visiting, and thus the essence of carefree no longer graced his doorstep. Thus, the once playful and carefree Lu Chun set up a fortune-telling stall, beginning his intricate scheming, whether this was for the sake of his senior brother's path. For the answer he sought, or perhaps both, remained a mystery to outsiders. But was he truly carefree? Ning Yuan had previously opened the upside-down mountain with the implied consent of the senior sword immortal. Yet now, the Jiaolong Gorge's schemes against Gu Qing and Lu Chun's lineage were indeed manifestations of his own heart's desires. His skill in chess may have been limited, but that did not imply he could not scheme or was afraid to do so. The distinction between capability and courage was profound in this regard. Ning Yuan was far more unrestrained than Lu Chun, acting according to his whims. The young scholar was not incapable of wielding a gentleman's sword. Nor was Ning Yuan incapable of plotting against a practitioner of the 14 realms for the success of such schemes that remained an uncertainty. When it came to audacity, Ning Yuan would dare to defy even those at the 14 realms level. Of course, for now, it was merely audacity that Liu Chun possessed the 5 dreams and 7 hearts. The day all were reclaimed would herald his entry into the 15th realm. For Ning Yuan, he harbored but a single dream, the dream of Howren. The dream of Qingming, the dream of the wilderness, the dream of eternity, the dream of the heavens and earth. When I open my eyes, the world awakens. When I close my eyes, it is Lu Chun. The youth stood steadfast at the shattered ferry, emanating a sense of resolve, as his heart's vision blossomed, and with a thought, he crossed into the realm of Dragon Gate. The golden talisman emerged. Accompanied by Gu Qing's thunderous shout, a divine decree fell upon the Jiaolong Gorge, causing the sea to plummet hundreds of fathoms. The celestial dragons in the high heavens fell limp, while those lurking in the depths of the sea transformed into human forms. Ranging from elderly men and women to the young and robust, they emerged from their respective lairs, standing at the ocean's abyss, bowing respectfully to the golden talisman, their demeanor exceedingly reverent. Some appear to have faced punishment, immediately kneeling in supplication, trembling in fear, unable to raise their heads to glance at the talisman, their dread emanating from the very core of their being. Younger water dragons, confused and bewildered, followed suit after being admonished by their elders, mimicking the gestures of reverence towards the golden talisman. Shortly thereafter, an ancient dragon with whiskers extending 3 zhang surfaced at the ferry, harshly reprimanding 4 younger dragons who had previously attacked Hohot Island, speaking in an ancient tongue that Ning Yuan could not comprehend. Yet, the severity of his expression was unmistakable, as the thousands of water dragons that had besieged Hohot Island were reduced to errant children, slinking back into the sea. Ning Yuan observed everything with keen eyes. He had no intention of speaking initially, but upon sighting the golden-robed elder, he turned to Madame Gay and said, "Aunt Gay, We cannot let this old mudfish escape. I want his dragon bones and tendons for a soup later. Madame Guay's lips twitched, contemplating for a moment before intending to confront the golden-robed elder. However, Ning Yuan grasped her arm, assuring her there is no need for Aunt Guay to intervene. He has already been bound by the decree. Like a snake whose spine has been struck, his fighting strength is diminished, rendering him a lamb for slaughter. I shall return shortly. With that, Ning Yuan drew his sword, soaring towards the sea, and called out to Gu Taitu, quickly summoned the small realm to seal off this mudfish-s escape route. I've long found him displeasing. Ning, this old tortoise is yours to deal with. Gu Qingsong slammed his bamboo pole down upon the boat's bottom, instantly arriving at the location of the golden-robed elder, effortlessly setting up a small realm. Ning Yuan flew into it, his gaze fixed upon the golden-robed elder. Filled with greed, old mudfish, prepare to be robbed. Strip off that scale armor you're wearing. The elder dragon stood motionless on the sea's surface, his heart sinking. Was this truly the end? His entire strength was suppressed by the talisman-s decree, and compounded by Gu Qingsong's small realm, he was rendered utterly feeble. Moreover, Gu Qingsong, fearing Ning Yuan would falter, had struck the elder with a punch as the realm was established, shattering half of his golden core. Even if he were to be released afterwards, the elder would gradually lose all his cultivation. Make your move. Resignation had settled upon the elder. He had no intention of fighting back, merely a cold smirk playing on his lips. Today your Jiaolong Gorge defies the rules. One day, others shall not abide by your regulations either. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Yuan nodded, sweeping his sword with determination to avoid damaging the golden-scaled armor. He aimed for the dragon's head. Chapter 62, Travelogues of Mountains and Waters. Page for the water dragons dispersed swiftly. In no time, there was no trace left around Hohot Island. The golden robe was the elder dragon's most precious possession, possessing formidable defenses. Only a cultivator at the golden core level could barely leave a mark upon it, making it a treasured item. As Gu Qingsong spoke, he swept his hand across, causing the golden-scaled armor to peel away, simultaneously erasing the elder dragon's mark upon it. The armor floated before Ning Yuan, who hastily stowed it away, unable to suppress a grin. The headless elder dragon, stripped of its armor, reverted to its true form, extending hundreds of zhang in length, slowly sinking into the South Sea. Ning Yuan struck down, severing two golden dragon whiskers. Both the armor and the whiskers were among the elder dragon's most valuable possessions. The armor was, in fact, its dragon scales, while the whiskers represented a rare, celestial material capable of crafting numerous magical artifacts. It was not that the elder dragon lacked valuable possessions, but had hundreds of zhanglong. Ning Yuan's limited reach was insufficient to contain it. What of the elder dragon you slaying? If I am not mistaken, it was at the peak of the 11th realm, correct? Its materials are exceedingly precious. Do you not intend to collect them? Ning Yuan inquired, gazing at a patch of pale golden sea, while addressing Gu Qingsong. Gu Qingsong shook his head. I am not like you. One must always leave a thread of opportunity. Let the elder dragon's corpse be taken back by them. Ning Yuan shrugged nonchalantly to him. Whether it was the slaying of one dragon or 100, it was all the same, a mere act of killing devoid of any psychological burden. His parents and ancestors were all sword cultivators of the sword Qi Great Wall, each having perished valiantly on the battlefield or fallen victim to the hands of demonic creatures, in the vernacular of his homeland. Beasts are beasts, regardless of their rank or realm. From the perspective of humanity, if one were to feel pity for these river dragons, why not extend the same sympathy towards the pigs awaiting slaughter? Is it merely because pork is deemed tastier than dragon meat? The middle-aged boatman cast a glance towards the Guizhou Island dock, urgency suddenly coloring his voice. Ning, this matter has already been settled. How shall I proceed to the island next? Ning Yuan, fondly rubbing the golden armor in his hands, casually replied. What else is there to do? Just greet my Aunt Guay, and that should suffice. And no sooner had he spoken than a waft of osmanthus fragrance filled the air, as Madame Gay descended into the small boat, standing beside Ning Yuan. For so many years, Madame Guay had never set foot on this vessel, leaving Gu Qingsong nearly unsteady with shock, his hands fidgeting in uncertainty. Prompting him to bow respectfully towards her, the it was neither the Confucian bow nor the clasped hands of a wandering hero, but rather a comical gesture resembling a Taoist salute. Madame Gui's previously gentle demeanor turned slightly frosty as she furrowed her brows and remarked, "You are not even a formal disciple of Lu Chun, nor do you hail from the Haran world. Why then do you presume to take on the airs of Taoist?" Gu Qingsong could have debated with anyone else for 3 days and nights over such a statement. But before Madame Gui, he dared not retort. Even if she were mistaken, he would merely keep it to himself. Recalling Ning Yuan's earlier instruction, he shifted to a respectful clasp of his fists, acknowledging Madame Gui's admonition. With a sharper smile, Madame Gui remarked, "Oh, how easily you change your stance at the slightest word from others. No wonder Lu Lao Sin does not take you." Jiu Qingsong was drenched in sweat. Casting a desperate glance at Ning Yuan, who remained indifferent, having stowed away the golden armor and dragon whiskers, he then took Madame Gui's arm, and together they gracefully returned to the island, alone on the small boat. Gu Qingsong felt lost and bewildered, cursing Ning Yuan in his heart. Finally mustering his courage, he approached the shore with trepidation. Stepping onto the island, N01 reprimanded him, leaving the middle-aged boatman in a tumult of emotions. Ning Yuan and Madame Gui proceeded to their residence atop Guizhou Island. To the entrance of the Gui my courtyard, Madame Gui hesitated before advising him. During this period, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out. Given the recent turmoil in the Long Dragon Gorge, your actions in slaying 13 individuals may stir considerable repercussions. Some may come seeking you, whether for good or ill, of course. If you had intended to do so all along, then so be it. I simply wish to caution you." Ning Yuan nodded with a smile, assuring her, "Aunt Gui, fret not. I know how to conduct myself on the surface." Madame Gui urged caution, yet her words bore a deeper significance. As a revered figure in the Fan family and a steward on Guizhou Island, his interactions with others would reflect upon both the island and the Fan family, carrying a weight far greater than mere social engagements. However, there was no cause for concern. Ning Yuan harbored no intentions in that regard. With the Long Dragon Gorge affair successfully concluded, he merely awaited the month it would take for Guizhou Island to reach the Old Dragon City. On the second day of the second month, when a dragon raises its head, Ning Yuan was certain he would miss that date. By then, he would only just be arriving at Old Dragon City. Even if he pressed on without pause to the Li Pearl Cave, it would still be the end of February. Pondering this, Ning Yuan inquired of Aunt Gui whether the speed of Guizhou Island could be increased to reach Old Dragon City before the second month. The response was affirmative, as the true essence of the osmanthus tree. Her roots sprawling across Guizhou Island, her cultivation level at the nascent soul stage naturally allowed for swifter travel, as for the middle-aged boatman Gu Qingsong. Ning Yuan had given him little thought. Throughout the entire affair, Gu Tai too was merely a tool in the grand scheme. Gu Qingsong's infatuation with Madame Gui was one of instantaneous attraction. An eternal gaze. Ning Yuan remained skeptical of such notions. Love at first sight was but a fade, often driven by desire, unless their fates were intertwined by destiny or past karma connections. The great cultivators atop the mountain could indeed draw forth a red thread of fate, just as was the case with his sister Ning Yao, who had unknowingly been linked to Chen Ping and by Lu Laosan. This demonstrated the formidable methods of the great cultivators. For instance, in today's Long Dragon Gorge affair, a mere golden talisman and a 16-character decree could send tremors through the ranks of the river dragons. Even without the direct presence of the sect leader Lu Chun, a talisman inscribed by an anonymous disciple was sufficient to intimidate the dragon horde, compelling the ancestral figure of the Long Dragon Gorge to emerge and repel the aquatic dragons. As Ning Yuan departed from the upside-down mountain, he had contemplated whether he and Jiang Yun were bound by a red thread. If so, who was the mysterious figure pulling the strings? Lost in thought as night fell, accompanied by the celestial rivers of the cosmos, Ning Yuan, who had intended to succumb to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Stepping outside, he leaped onto the rooftop and retrieved a gourd to begin drinking. After a few swigs, he took out his brush and ink to pen the 4th page of his travelogue, the Long Dragon Gorge of the South Sea. Just as he was about to write something exciting, he abruptly turned, only to see a graceful figure darting towards him. This unexpected guest snatched the gourd from Ning Yuan's grasp without hesitation, taking a hearty swig. Ning Yuan feigned distress, exclaiming, "Aunt Gui, this is forgetting worry wine from the yellow millet-blessed land. Worth 100 grain rain coins a sip." Madame Gay revealed her true form, her eyelashes fluttering, cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, as she smiled and replied, "Setting aside whether this sip is worth 100 grain rain coins. How could a Moon Palace fairy drinking with you at midnight be a slight upon you?" "Moon Palace fairy," Ning Yuan muttered, utterly unprepared for Madame Gui's shamelessness. A 1,000-year-old fairy. Surely she could not be a mere old crone of the celestial realm. Madame Gui paid no heed to his words, casually flipping through the pages of his travelogue. What language is this? Though the elegant speech of the sword Qi Great Wall differs from that of the Howren world, the written characters should fundamentally be the same. Your Aunt Gui have lived for so many years and have never seen such script at this juncture. A sudden realization struck Madame Gui. Ning Yuan had never visited the Howren world before. Who had taught him this script, coupled with his sword, which seemed alien to this realm? A chill ran down her spine. Yet, at that moment, Ning Yuan wore a deliberately enigmatic smile. The young man gazed at her and inquired softly, "What do you think, old friend?" At that instant, Madame Gui looked upon the boy so close to her, yet felt as if shrouded in layers of mist, separated by countless realms and epochs. P.S. As we approach the treasure bottle continent, do you wish to amend the regrets of the original book, such as my relationship with Xiao Jiang, and yours with Orchid's sister? Chapter 63. Innate knowledge. Madame Gui felt a shiver within her heart. Previously, she had merely sensed an obscurity about this young man, but now it was as if she had never known him at all. Ning Yuan's sword, which possessed a unique flow of time, had already astonished her during the day. Its extraordinary nature was beyond comprehension. In the four corners of the world, the ancient heavenly court in the distant starry river, the flow of time that cultivators could glimpse was but a single river. It was the time river governed by the supreme deities within the heavenly court. And no matter how high one's cultivation, even for peak cultivators of the 14th or 15th level, the time they could perceive and halt stemmed from this singular flow of time. Without exception, for countless years, there had only ever been one time river flowing above and below the heavens. Yet, Ning Yuan's sword magic did not belong to this category. It formed its own realm of time, repelled by the great universe, as if it hailed from beyond the boundaries, reversing its course. Coupled with the unfamiliar script before her, Madame Gay began to suspect that this boy did not belong to this world. Her insight stemmed from her identity as a reincarnated deity, familiar with the nuances of time and possessing a long-lived existence, having witnessed far too much throughout the ages. Ning Yuan had no intention of continuing to deceive her. He casually asked, "Aunt Gui, can deities, after reincarnating, achieve natural immortality provided they are not slain by others?" Madame Gui's lovely eyes shimmered as she pondered before responding slowly, "Not quite. The immortality of deities can only be realized within the ancient heavenly court. The heavenly court is the birthplace of all deities. Should a deity perish, regardless of location, their divine fragments will autonomously return to the heavenly court, and after some time, these fragments will merge and reform their golden bodies. If they reside in the lower realms and lack the sustenance of the heavenly court, year after year, their golden bodies will begin to show flaws, and their divine essence will gradually dissipate. If they do not return to the heavenly court, they will inevitably disintegrate. Of course, even outside the heavenly court, one could still cultivate, continuously breaking through to higher realms." Ning Yuan nodded, taking a sip of the yellow millet wine. "So, to put it plainly, regardless of where a deity dies, their divine fragments will ultimately return to the heavenly court, and they will be resurrected." Aunt Gui's gaze deepened as she affirmed, "Indeed, this could be considered immortality. As long as the divine essence is not obstructed from returning to the heavenly court, deities will not truly die. The number of deities within the heavenly court remains eternally fixed. But when a deity dies and is reborn, are they still the same being? Aunt Gui, do you still clearly remember your past life?" Ning Yuan raised a pivotal question. Are all deities born with innate knowledge? The few among the Li Zhu cave, such as the water and fire gods, possess such wisdom, being aware of all matters from past lives to the present. Yet, these are two supreme deities. It remains uncertain whether many other gods of lesser status share this ability. As for the one among the highest, the sword-bearer, she is neither reincarnated nor has she ever perished. Thus her knowledge cannot be deemed as innate. Take, for instance, the present Lady Gui. After a prolonged silence, Lady Gui finally smiled, saying, "My memories are scant, somewhat nebulous." She drank copiously of Ning Yuan's Huangliang wine, her delicate form trembling slightly, exuding a captivating beauty. Since the ascent of humanity and the collapse of the divine path, some deities chose to remain in the celestial court, while others, like myself, became estranged in the mortal realm. That young sage, the saint of rites, established the rules and personally sought out us ancient gods to converse, offering assurances that as long as we adhered to the established norms, the one Miao would not cast blame upon us. After traversing the vastness for millennia, I eventually had some dealings in the old dragon city, leading to the establishment of this ferry to Hohot Island, which continues to traverse the seas to this day. Ning Yuan genuinely smiled, saying, "Rest assured, Aunt Gui, I am the one who breached the rules regarding the Jiao Longo matter. It does not implicate Hohot Island. Moreover, I believe the Confucian sages will not pursue accountability in this instance." Suddenly, Lady Gui shifted the topic, her gaze falling upon the small pond in the Gui my courtyard, inquiring, "What are your plans for this young Jiao?" Ning Yuan beamed, nodding, "I intend to raise it to glimmer of light danced in Aunt Gui's beautiful eyes. This young Jiao, in truth, boasts impure bloodlines, and despite arduous cultivation, would at most attain the fifth realm, let alone transform into a dragon." Ning Yuan continued to smile. "Thus, Aunt Gui, do you possess any extraordinary elixirs for the Jiao? If I plan to nurture it, I must do so well." Lady Gui was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this young man had set his sights on her, yet she merely shook her head, saying, "None at present, but I can inform the Fan family to reserve any such treasures for you in the future." Ning Yuan rejoiced, responding earnestly, "I am immensely grateful, Lady Gui." Lady Gui, regaining her composure, affectionately ruffled the young man's hair. Upon waking from the rooftop, Ning Yuan found himself draped in a garment, the same one gifted by the young girl Gu. Lady Gui had departed at an unknown hour, and after neatly folding the clothing, he returned it to Guizhi, expressing his gratitude. "Young master, would you like breakfast now?" Guizhi asked, her face adorned with a bashful smile unseen for days. Ning Yuan glanced at the sky, noting the approach of noon, and shook his head. "No need. Please have Guizhi bring me lunch later." With a flicker of thought, he continued to sharpen the blade of the Zhan long sword within its case, then made his way to the small pond in the courtyard. Peering down, the young Jiao was diminutive, measuring only about 4 to 5 feet long, resembling a small serpent, its body adorned with fine white scales, and 2 protuberances on its forehead. Upon Ning Yuan's arrival, the playful young Jiao, startled, retreated to the pond's bottom. Though small, it was aware that this human had grasped it. The Dragon King's net given to Ning Yuan by Gu Qing's song possessed 2 spells, confinement and execution, corresponding to detainment and slaying. Ning Yuan employed the confinement incantation, simply ensnaring the young Jiao within the net. Had it been the execution command, it would have been reduced to mere blood. The youth crouched down, extending his right hand from his sleeve, channeling true energy to confine the young Jiao, which trembled, its eyes wide with fear. "You will accompany me in my cultivation. When I venture to Li Zhu Cave, I shall procure some exceptional elixirs to aid your transformation." With that, Ning Yuan gently returned it to the water. He recalled that beneath the Dragon Beard River in Li Zhu Cave, there lay a vast quantity of snake gall stones, treasures coveted by all water spirits. Even the true dragons, such as the one accompanying Songji Exan. When he visits Li Zhu Cave in the future, he intends to gather some for himself, with a bag of golden dew coins gifted by a young acolyte. Ning Yuan now possessed the entrance fee for Li Zhu Cave, though he was uncertain if it would suffice. The young Jiao seemed to comprehend Ning Yuan's words. Upon returning to the water, it no longer curled at the pond's bottom, but instead surfaced, its head above the water, its eyes fixed intently upon him. After enjoying the meal brought by Guizhi, Ning Yuan resumed his sword practice. He heard that Gu Qing's song, upon arriving on the island yesterday, had remained at the ferry dock, utilizing excellent materials to repair the dilapidated port. He even constructed a modest dwelling at the entrance of Gue Palace. As Aunt Gue only permitted him to linger near the dock, he was unconcerned, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. His foul language diminished significantly, and he reportedly provided guidance to several ferry boatmen in their cultivation. During this time, several caretakers sought to invite Ning Yuan for a discussion, but he remained sequestered, ignoring their requests. Chapter 64. Approaching Old Dragon City after more than half a month. Lady Gue personally visited Ning Yuan to inform him that Hohhot Island would soon reach Old Dragon City. By noon the following day, Ning Yuan responded with a smile, bidding farewell to Lady Gue before continuing his sword training, channeling primordial energy through the 18 energy reservoirs, nurturing his sword intent while stabilizing his newly attained Dragon Gate realm. Logically, Ning Yuan's entry into the Dragon Gate should have been a natural progression, yet this realm represents a significant threshold for cultivators, immersed within the abundant spiritual energy of the energy reservoirs. This essence coalesces into a vital force, surging upward like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Success transforms one into a dragon, while failure leads to grievous wounds, should he falter in this trial. A cultivator would plummet back to the cave-dwelling realm, their dantions rendered barren, akin to starting over. One only has 3 chances in their lifetime to enter the Dragon Gate, should all 3 attempts fail. They remain forever stagnant in the cave-dwelling realm. This was Ning Yuan's second venture into the Dragon Gate. His sister, Ning Yao, was currently at the same realm. It was not that Xiao Yao's cultivation was insufficiently rapid. If she wished, she could achieve the status of Sword Immortal within a few years, but that would divert her from the true path. The eldest Sword Immortal once held Ning Yao in high regard, stating that with sufficient time, her sword intent, sword energy, and sword path would reach unprecedented heights, perhaps unparalleled in history. The Sword Qi Great Wall boasted many geniuses, yet few deemed Ning Yao a genius. What could be the reason? If one were to label Ning Yao a genius, then what are the other young prodigies? Mere rubbish. Genius is merely the threshold upon which this young girl stands. Thus, Xiao Yao remains a unique entity. Anyone else may be called a genius, but none dare to label her as such. She is simply herself. Ning Yao is Ning Yao 0.2 meters from where Ning Yuan stood in the sword furnace. A phoenix tree had taken root, standing 10 feet tall, radiating a spectrum of resplendent light, providing tranquility and mental rejuvenation for cultivators who meditated beneath its branches. This was a segment of the phoenix tree heart, derived from Du Yan's treasure. Originally, Ning Yuan would have required considerable time to unlock this treasure, but upon entering the Dragon Gate realm, he finally dispelled the imprint of the golden elixir cultivator. A total of over 800 Guyu coins, a segment from the phoenix tree of the Phoenix Cave, and a dozen celestial treasures were now in his possession. Truly, the Tonya sect, the most powerful and affluent force in Tonya Island, reaps endless wealth from mastering a Phoenix Cave. It was also Du Yan who, prior to his demise, expended a vast fortune in Guyu coins to repair that sword boat. Otherwise, the treasure within this item would likely have amounted to thousands. However, the Guyu coins were secondary. This phoenix tree heart held immense value, comparable to that of the sword boat, plus the additional celestial artifacts, rendering its total worth incalculable. Murder and loot undoubtedly provide the swiftest means to wealth. With a single act of killing, one can seize the lifetime earnings of another. During the Jiao Longo incident, Ning Yuan had slain 13 cultivators. Their wealth now belonged to Hohhot Island, and accordingly, Hohhot Island would bear the consequences. It was said that Lady Gue had been exceedingly busy of late, deploying extensive manpower and resources to appease the numerous passengers, investigating the identities of the 13 slain, and managing subsequent affairs. Ning Yuan could simply leave Old Dragon City with a clean slate, yet the Fan family in Hohhot Island could not escape, as the Fan family, with their impeccable reputation, would naturally need to spend to resolve these messes. Yet, Aunt Gue never voiced any grievances against Ning Yuan. She merely advised him to venture out less and stir up trouble. This lad from the Sword Qi Great Wall, in less than 2 months in Old Dragon City had caused increasingly significant disturbances, and Hohat Island could only follow his lead. Nonetheless, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. And news had surfaced from the Tongya sect, and Lady Gay secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Guqin Song was stationed at Hohat Island, relying on outsiders could never bring complete peace of mind during the days following Guqin Song's arrival on the island. His mood had been buoyant, yet as nearly a month passed without Ning Yuan visiting him, even Lady Gui's absence had reverted him to a countenance of worry, as if someone had stolen his beloved. On the following day, as time progressed, the outline of Old Dragon City became visible from a distance. Ning Yuan had arrived early at the summit of Hohat Island, leaping onto a branch and straining his gaze. When the youth first entered this world, he had witnessed the Sword Qi Great Wall, towering and lengthy, lacking any semblance of opulence, merely showing signs of wear and tear after a millennium of conflict. How could the Sword Qi Great Wall remain unscathed after enduring 1,000 years? As the youth stepped through the mirror to reach the vast world, he beheld the upside-down mountain, witnessing the grandest mountain character in existence, awe-inspiring and magnificent. The mountain hung suspended between heaven and earth, its jagged peaks pointing sharply towards the waters of the South Sea. Subsequently, he boarded a ferry and journeyed northward from the South Sea, passing through the Dragon's Hollow and traversing between the 2 sword-wielding statues of the Rain Dragon sect, all the while savoring the scenic beauty along the way, with both the South Sea and East Sea laid out before his eyes, a feast for the senses, although he had encountered several breathtaking sights in the past. Renowned across the realm, the view of the South Sea's coast at Beipingzu struck a profound chord within him. The Old Dragon City, while not as towering as the Sword Qi Great Wall, nor as imposing as the Upside-Down Mountain, and lacking the vast azure of the South Sea, was nonetheless the most bustling place the youth had encountered. Thus, the colossal ferry terminal by the seaside of Old Dragon City. Over 1,000 vessels of various sizes were docked, with throngs of pedestrians on the shore, most of whom were ordinary mortals without any cultivation. Ning Yuan recalled a tale, not exactly a secret, as many practitioners on the mountain were aware of it was said that 3,000 years ago, the last true dragon in existence was pursued by a mighty cultivator, fleeing from the central divine continent and choosing to land at the southernmost tip of Beipingzu, in Old Dragon City. During its flight, it sustained grave injuries and crashed into the earth, forcefully carving a dragon path with its immense body. Ultimately, it was compelled to break through the ground by a great cultivator's mountain pressing technique, and continued its northward journey. Upon reaching the vicinity of the current LZ Cave Heaven, the true dragon, on the brink of death, could flee no longer and met its demise. In the end, several mountain-dwelling cultivators utilized supreme secret techniques to forge the LZ Cave Heaven, transforming it into a luminous pearl suspended above Beipingzu. Since then, influenced by the true dragon's fortune, it has nurtured countless treasures over 3 millennia, attracting practitioners from the mountains seeking opportunities. Ning Yuan drew nearer. The vision became clearer. Above Old Dragon City, a sea of clouds appeared like an ethereal realm, intermittently illuminated by hazy divine lights. This lofty cloud sea served as a dragon ascension platform, though was still in its nascent stages, awaiting the day when a true dragon would ascend here. Gawado chose not to anchor close to the Old Dragon City ferry terminal. As Madame mentioned, Gawado was vast, hovering several miles offshore, with ferry passengers either riding the winds to the shore or taking small boats from Gawado to Old Dragon City. Ning Yuan first returned to the Gui Mai courtyard, unable to fit the young dragon into a small space. He entrusted the task to Guiji, who procured a common fish basket for him to carry on his back. Not intending to fly directly to Old Dragon City, Ning Yuan opted to join Aunt Gui on a small boat to the shore. En route to the Gawado ferry terminal, he encountered a woman. She appeared ordinary, clad in simple cloth, her garments still damp, gazing at him with eager eyes. Ning Yuan merely cast a glance and instantly understood. He refrained from speaking, removed the fish basket from his back, and released the writhing young dragon. The moment the young dragon was freed from the basket, it was anxiously embraced by the woman, her face radiating affection. Unable to transform, it coiled around her neck, making soft sounds as if conversing with her in the language of water. Witnessing this scene, Ning Yuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Though he had previously schemed against Gu Qing's song and the Dragon's Hollow, he had not experienced such feelings of remorse. Why, then, did he feel it now? The youth, unwilling to linger, felt akin to a thief caught in the act and decided to leave. However, after taking a few steps, the woman hurried after him. She placed the young dragon back into the fish basket and handed it to Ning Yuan, who noticed the creature peeking out, gazing at her and then at him. Seemingly sensing his confusion and guilt, the woman, with tears in her eyes, gently spoke. Mr. Ning, there is no need for guilt. It is a tremendous blessing for my child to follow you in her cultivation. I have my own selfish desires, hoping you might take her ashore. It would suffice if she could simply stand guard when she grows up, rather than seeking to cultivate her to greatness. Ning Yuan secured the fish basket on his back once more. After listening to the woman's heartfelt words, he tightened the basket's thin rope and turned aboard the small boat heading to Old Dragon City. The young dragon was female, born of a lineage not particularly noble. When she matured, she would merely become the consort of an old dragon, without exception, just as her mother had. In essence, dragons were no more than the spirits of mountains and marshes, their nature resembling that of animals, with no status for those of impure bloodlines. Male water dragons often fell prey to their kin, while females were relegated solely to the role of reproduction. By nature, water dragons were accustomed to this cycle, which had persisted for generations. Yet this woman, having lived longer and having learned some wisdom through her experiences, harbored different aspirations. She did not wish for her child to endure the same fate. Nor did she want her daughter to grow up merely to satisfy the lecherous desires of an old dragon. She certainly did not wish for them to share a husband, only to be consumed when their vitality waned. She followed Gawado, sensing her daughter's steady aura, and refrained from attempting to rescue her until Gawado reached Old Dragon City. It was only just now, as her daughter joyfully recounted the events of their journey, that the woman reconsidered and entrusted her daughter to Mr. Ning. Chapter 65. Old Dragon City. For thousands of years, there's been a saying in East Bay of Pingzu: to the north lies the Emperor of Flowing Waters, while to the south resides the ironclad Fu family. The Fu family is also the most powerful force in Old Dragon City, boasting several Yuaning Earth Immortals within their ranks, and they are exceedingly wealthy, possessing numerous treasures at the semi-immortal level. Moreover, the cloud sea that Ning Yuan had glimpsed from afar above Old Dragon City was itself a highly ranked semi-immortal treasure. There are distinctions among semi-immortal treasures. Ning Yuan's wandering sword serves primarily as a weapon, while the cloud sea resembles a small realm in its function. The Fu family has invested considerable amounts of celestial wealth over the millennia, endowing this semi-immortal treasure with a degree of self-awareness, making it far superior in utility compared to the wandering sword. The Yuanian cultivators of the Fu family command this cloud sea, effectively granting them the power of half a Yupu realm. Underscoring the formidable nature of this semi-immortal treasure, in Old Dragon City, the Fu family is regarded as royalty, with the city lord consistently hailing from the Fu lineage. As the small boat approached the Old Dragon City ferry terminal, Ning Yuan sensed unusual movements from the young dragon behind him. He quickly recalled, removing the fish basket and cradling it before him. He carried a dragon-slaying sword box on his back, which suppressed all mountain and marsh spirits, its mere aura instilling terror in the young dragon. This posed a bit of a predicament, as Ning Yuan was unable to refine the dragon-slaying sword box, preventing him from storing it in a small space. He could only carry it on his back, along with the young dragon. Thus, the youth found himself in a comical situation, with a sword box on his back and a fish basket in front. Guiji, observing this amusing sight, chuckled, "Young master, why not hand the fish basket to me? I shall be your maidservant until you leave Old Dragon City." "Very well, thank you, Miss Gui." The small boat carried 4 passengers in total. Gu Qing's song, having not seen Madame Gui for a long time, was engaged in a fervent conversation with her, his words neither particularly charming nor unpleasant, but certainly unappealing to Madame Gui. Most women in the world tend to prefer articulate company, and Gu Qing's song, being somewhat awkward, naturally failed to endear himself. The quartet disembarked, Madame Gay unexpectedly placed her hand on Ning Yuan's head, saying, "If you're not in a hurry, why not stay in Old Dragon City for a few days? Today, I shall attend to matters at Gawado, and tomorrow, there will be a grand banquet at the Fan family. You are a guest elder of the Fan family, after all, a promise made by Aunt Gui. But you still need to make an acquaintance with some of the family elders." Ning Yuan nodded without much thought. Jiu Qing's song, eager, leaned in closer, exclaiming, "What about me? Am I not also a guest elder of the Fan family? Why does Madame Gay not discuss this with me?" Madame Gay flicked a strand of hair from her forehead, responding, "You are merely a guest elder, not a guest elder of the Fan family. Your status is one tier lower than my nephew's." Ning Yuan could not suppress a chuckle as he linked arms with Aunt Gui, making their way towards Old Dragon City, while the young girl Gui Ji trailed behind, carrying a fish basket. Only Gu Qing's song remained, his expression one of profound disillusionment. Ning Yuan was genuinely curious as to why Madame Gui held such disdain for Gu Tai Tu. After all, he merely harbored feelings for her, without committing any wrongdoing. Could it truly be the case that romantic affections between men and women are the most unreasonable of all, having journeyed from the wilds to the realm of Howren? Traversing half of its expanse from south to north, his initial eagerness to reach Li Zhudong Tian had suddenly waned. Thus, he hired a horse-drawn carriage at a rest stop near the ferry. Opting for the finest and most expensive type, drawn by 8 splendid steeds, and adorned with an antiquated carriage, he paid 8 Xiao Jiang coins, offering a Guyu coin instead, insisting on not requiring change. Presenting himself in a manner reminiscent of a newly affluent gentleman. This was indeed a display befitting a young master on a journey, and what was truly surprising was that the coachman was not a burly man, but rather a young maiden, clad in a fitted white outfit, her hair neatly tied up, exuding a sense of competence. Once Madame Gui and Gui Ji boarded the carriage, Ning Yuan felt it inappropriate to join them inside. The young maiden suggested that the employer might as well ride on horseback, as she would regale him with tales of the local customs and culture during the 100-mile journey to Old Dragon City. Traditionally, whenever Gaehua Island returned to Old Dragon City, someone from the Fan family would come and greet them, without exception. However, this time, Madame Gui had hastened her pace considerably, arriving nearly 20 days earlier than the usual 2.5 months it typically took. Naturally, no one from the Fan family was present to await their arrival. With several stewards managing the subsequent affairs on the island, Madame Gui chose to accompany Ning Yuan to the Fan residence in Old Dragon City. The carriage rolled leisurely away from the ferry, following a main thoroughfare towards Old Dragon City. The young maiden, unabashed and forthright, enthusiastically introduced the various shops lining the street to Ning Yuan, detailing the culinary delights available and pointing out the best value stores. Even mischievously whispering the location of a brothel. Ning Yuan, known for his thick skin, maintained a stoic expression, though he was intrigued by the young coachwoman's bold demeanor. "That I grew up at the ferry in Old Dragon City. My family has been in the carriage business for generations. That rest stop we just came from was opened by my father," she continued unabated, taking a sip of water whenever her words fatigued her, occasionally grabbing a flatbread from a bag hanging from her saddle to nibble on. "They say family businesses are only passed down to sons, but I have 2 brothers. My father intends to divide the inheritance between them, planning for me to marry once I turn 15. Naturally, I refused. After a fierce argument, we made a wager. From the beginning of spring until the end of the year, whoever earns the most divine money between my brothers, and I will inherit the management of the rest stop." As she spoke, her face lit up with glee. "My father favors sons, so most of the business has been handed to my brothers. Yet, it is nearly February, and I've only earned a handful of snowflake coins. Fortunately, I met a young master like you today, instantly adding a Guyu coin to my earnings." Ning Yuan remained silent, finding pleasure in her trivial tales, though upon reflection, he realized her openness about her family's affairs might not be the best business acumen. However, the path one chooses is theirs alone to tread. Without concern for what lies at its end, Yu Qing's song sat closest to the carriage, occasionally interjecting remarks towards Madame Gui, while the carriage remained enveloped in silence. After departing the bustling ferry, the young maiden suddenly urged her steeds into a brisk gallop, directing them towards the southern gate of Old Dragon City. Ning Yuan, perched on horseback, took a swig from the gourd at his waist from time to time. The young maiden, quick-witted, stole a glance back at him, then swiftly turned her head away, storing the image of him drinking in her memory. Suddenly laughing aloud, she exclaimed, "Young master, you are quite handsome, not like the man my father has chosen for me, who is 10 years older, rotund, and quite revolting. Marrying him is out of the question. If I must marry, it should be someone like you." Her words, unrestrained and candid, were taken as jest by Ning Yuan, who sipped his drink, gazing at the bustling crowd and the shops along the street, lost in distant thoughts. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ning Yuan had become a minor inebriate. It seemed that since the day he left the upside-down mountain, he had taken to drinking. After straining his eyes from the summit of Gui Hua Island, failing to catch sight of that enigmatic young woman in green, he found that whenever his mind wandered, a persistent sorrow enveloped his heart. Gradually, drinking became the sole remedy for his melancholia. Now, only 2 jars of Huang Liang wine remained. Known as the Forgetting Worries wine, it originated from the land of Huang Liang. Yet it was not truly a wine that erased worries. Its value lay in its ability to cleanse the impurities of a cultivator's realm. Much like certain cultivators who rely on resources to break through, their foundations unstable and tainted, consuming this wine would purge those impurities. It is said that those fortunate enough to partake in several jars of Forgetting Worries wine, even if merely a 5th realm cultivator, could achieve a flawless, crystal-clear physique. The young man was on the cusp of reaching this level. Within him, 18 energy chambers were as steadfast as a mountain, his vital energy pure as silk. This transformation was not solely in his inner strength. It was also evident in his exterior. Ning Yuan was already quite handsome, having the same mother as Ning Yao, and now, amidst the crowd, he was indeed a sight to behold. However, what drew the most attention was his head of silver hair, which had manifested after his near-death encounter when the sword opened the upside-down mountain. Initially, Ning Yuan had believed that once he broke through his realm, his white hair would revert to its natural black. Yet this was not the case, for no changes had occurred even after reaching the Dragon Gate realm. In less than half an hour, amidst the young maiden's incessant chatter, the carriage was nearing the outer city of Old Dragon City. Having witnessed the Sword Qi Great Wall, Ning Yuan found the Old Dragon City, despite its considerable height, to be but a modest cottage in comparison to the city gate. The carriage was halted by the guards, and upon Madame Gay lifting the curtain of the carriage to reveal herself, the guards promptly granted passage, not daring to show negligence. Shortly after entering the outer city, Ning Yuan suddenly instructed the young maiden to halt in place, dismounting from his horse to approach a nearby street vendor. The others in the carriage were left puzzled by his intentions, while Madame Gay observed thoughtfully. The young man retrieved a booklet from his bosom, which Madame Gay recognized as the Travelogue of Landscapes. His destination was a flying sword message pavilion. Chapter 66, Flying Sword Messaging. A place of serenity. Ning Yuan was filled with curiosity upon his first encounter with the Flying Sword Message Pavilion. Downhill, carriages delivered messages, while on the mountain, cultivators employed specialized flying swords for communication. However, these flying swords were not the personal swords of sword cultivators. They were a unique type of message-delivering flying sword, reliant on divine coins for nurturing and crafted from special materials. Their origins could be traced back 8,000 years to the Mahe school, where a master traveled across the realm, establishing various flying sword routes and creating compact flying sword from special materials. By placing divine coins within the sword chamber for nurturing, each flying sword bore an engraved formation, possessing its own route to traverse back and forth, delivering messages across continents. Ning Yuan first procured writing materials from a nearby object, finding a secluded corner to sit upon the ground, unfurling the travelogue, and began transcribing from the first page until he reached the 4th. He wrote of the Sword Qi Great Wall, the Upside-Down Mountain, transcontinental voyages, and the South Sea Dragon's Gully. After completing the 4th page, Ning Yuan felt a surge of inspiration and penned a 5th page. This 5th page did not recount Old Dragon City, but rather contained sentiments he wished to express. As he diligently wrote, he occasionally felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily crossing out certain phrases and rewriting them. Concerned about keeping Madame Gouet waiting, he hastily concluded with a few words, pressed a seal at the end, and finally approached a section of the sword chamber, which housed the flying swords bound for Nan Pashazhou. The steward there glanced at Ning Yuan and immediately sensed that the young man possessed an extraordinary background, prompting him to adopt a more courteous tone. "Young hero, are you sending a message to Nanpashazhou?" Ning Yuan nodded, replying to the Bai-O Academy in Nanpashazhou. The steward was taken aback. In the ancient Long City, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to send messages via flying swords to the southern Posa continent throughout the year. Moreover, this was particularly true for the Biao Academy, one of the 72 academies. The steward produced a pocket-sized message tube and handed it to Ning Yuan, who rolled up his letter and inserted it into the tube before returning it. After marking the location on the tube, Ning Yuan mentioned Jiang Yun's name, and the steward meticulously recorded it. Finally, he retrieved a 2-foot-long flying sword and attached the golden thread from the miniature message tube to it. Ning Yuan paid 3 Guyu coins and witnessed the steward perform a hand gesture, sending the flying sword hurtling through the air to deliver the message before departing from the message transmission pavilion. According to the steward, despite the immense distance of no less than 1,000,000 miles to Posa continent, the flying sword could reach its destination within half a month, surpassing the speed of many nascent soul sword cultivators. This was a testament to the foresight of previous generations. After the great cultivators of the Mo family received the consent of the holy gift, they personally surveyed the vast clouds of Hauran, avoiding numerous perils above the clouds, and established an intricate network of flying sword routes. Thus, messages sent via flying swords would follow these pathways, achieving a speed that was astonishing. Only a few cultivators of the fifth realm could exceed. This route was regarded as a stringent rule of the mountains. Any cultivators traveling through the skies had to circumvent the flying sword pathways. Should anyone attempt to disrupt this order, the Confucian Temple would hold them accountable before the Mo family could react. Without such regulations, who would dare to utilize the flying sword for messages? There was no message transmission office on Hohot Island, and most mountain ferry boats did not have such facilities as they constantly traversed various locations, making the business of message delivery less viable. After leaving the sword house, Ning Yuan's carriage set off once more. During the journey, nothing significant occurred until they passed through the outer city and entered the inner city, soon arriving at the grand gates of the Fan residence. "Thank you, young master, for taking care of my business today, that if you wish to explore Long City again in the future, do come find me." The young girl waved cheerfully at Ning Yuan before turning her carriage around to pursue her next business venture. The steward at the entrance respectfully welcomed Madame Gui, stating he would promptly notify the master of the house. Madame Gui then led Ning Yuan to an exquisite courtyard. "Young Ning, you shall reside here for the next few days. Once I finish my affairs, I will come to find you." She turned to the girl beside her and instructed. Guizhi continued to attend to young Ning in the meantime. Guizhi nodded with a smile, seemingly quite pleased. Throughout the journey, she had been holding a fish basket, silent as she playfully reached inside to tease the young dragon within. Ning Yuan set down the dragon-slaying sword case on a stone table, glancing at Guizhi, who was crouched down, frolicking with the young dragon. "Guizhi, could you tell me about Long City?" with a smile still gracing her face. Guizhi turned to Ning Yuan and asked, "Mr. Ning, what aspect would you like to hear about? If you wish to know everything, we might end up talking until dawn." It was uncertain when it had begun, but Guizhi had started referring to Ning Yuan as Ning. It seemed that many people he encountered after leaving the Sword Chi Great Wall had addressed him as such, despite being a rough man. Even after Jiang Yun had taught him the Hauran dialect, he still spoke it rather clumsily, let alone being well-read. Ning Yuan had never perused any sage texts in his life, so he felt a bit embarrassed whenever someone referred to him as Mr. Approaching the fish basket, he looked at the young dragon peeking out and, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, inquired, "I wish to purchase a shop in the inner city. May I ask how much it would cost?" "I don't intend to acquire a large shop or have any specific location in mind. I only desire the most secluded one. To how many Guyu coins would it require?" Guizhi paused, puzzled as to why Ning Yuan wanted to buy a shop, especially in a remote area if he aimed to make a fortune. However, after pondering for a moment, she replied earnestly, "Although Long City is vast, even the outer city is extremely valuable, that I'm not very knowledgeable. But in the inner city, it generally wouldn't be less than 200 Guyu coins. Is it truly that inexpensive?" Ning Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Gui Ji widened her eyes. Is that considered cheap? After a moment of contemplation, she understood. How could someone like Mr. Ning, hailing from the Sword Qi Great Wall, lack money? She didn't grasp that while the Sword Qi Great Wall was a sacred ground for sword cultivators, it was also notoriously short of funds. It was Ning Yuan who was not lacking. For Ning Yuan, who had just arrived in the Howren world, 200 coins were indeed an exorbitant sum. At that time, he possessed only a little over 20 Guyu coins given by his elders. However, now, the situation had vastly changed. With the contributions from Jiang Yun and Du Yin, he had over 1,000 Guyu coins at his disposal, even surpassing many small families in wealth, regardless of the world. The disparity between rich and poor was monumental. Previously, at the ferry, Ning Yuan had asked several stalls, and a fist-sized meat bun, brimming with fragrance, was merely sold for 5 coins, even within Long City. The girl driving the carriage had expressed that her lifelong dream was to buy a shop in the outer city. And it seemed that if dozens of affluent patrons like Ning Yuan came, she could soon gather enough funds. Yet, she had only encountered Ning Yuan, this one newly rich individual, since she began riding horses at 8 years old. Most customers were only a few coins at a time, and accumulating dozens or hundreds of Guyu coins was a distant dream. A single misfortune could wipe everything away. In truth, Ning Yuan had no intention of using the shop for profit. He merely recalled that soon, a man who would originally guard the gate would arrive in Long City and open a shop somewhere in the inner city. This was just one of his considerations. The youth, wandering from place to place, seldom felt at home. The Sword Qi Great Wall was one such place. However, it was only a matter of time before the Sword Qi Great Wall would be breached. So Ning Yuan sought to purchase a shop, effectively establishing a foothold. Even if he were to leave for distant travels after the purchase and not return for years, he would still possess a thought of having a small haven in this vast Howren world. For instance, whenever Ning Yuan thought of the Lizhu Cave Heaven, the first thing that came to mind was to buy a mountain peak there and construct a bamboo house to build a celestial residence. The same sentiment applied to the Gui in my courtyard. Additionally, the recently departed flying sword that had carried his message also held a fragment of his peace of mind at its destination. The youth, much like his own life-bound flying sword, felt rejected by the grand cosmos. Though he treaded firmly on the ground, he would often be engulfed by confusion during those silent, solitary moments. Only upon encountering certain events or individuals did he truly feel alive in this world. Every action he undertook held significant meaning to him, even if they appeared trivial or foolish to outsiders. Yet for him, every endeavor was profoundly significant, these scattered moments piecing together the support for his journey ahead. Akin to a guiding light. P.S. A few minor characters, I'll name them as a lump. Chapter 67. The muddy streets. Gui Ji left the small courtyard to inform Aunt Gui about Ning Yuan's intention to purchase a shop. Her hurried demeanor tinged with a hint of joy. Mr. Ning intends to buy a shop in Long City. Does this mean he will remain here? Even if he doesn't stay long, at least there will be a shop belonging to Mr. Ning here, and he will surely return, right? The sky still had ample time before dusk, and Ning Yuan was at the Gui in my courtyard, practicing at the sword furnace. Indeed, this small courtyard was also called Gui my. In truth, the 100 residences of the Fan family were all designed after the pavilions of Hohat Island. Madame Gui was not merely a guest elder of the Fan family. Her influence within the family was comparable to that of the family head. Before long, Gui Ji returned, but she was not accompanied by Madame Gui. Instead, a chubby boy was sneaking a peek at the courtyard door. He hurried over to Ning Yuan, eager to introduce the boy. But the latter waved his hand and smiled warmly. "You're the young master of the Fan family, aren't you?" Gui Ji was taken aback, thinking to herself, how did Mr. Ning know everything? Was he truly that remarkable? Having served Ning Yuan for nearly 2 months, she had never shared such details with him. Ning Yuan ceased his practice at the sword furnace, moved to sit on a stone bench, and lightly tapped the table, addressing the boy who had just entered. "Fan Air, right? Come, have a seat." The boy named Fan Air felt a bit embarrassed. Having heard Gui Ji speak of Mr. Ning, he had imagined him to be an elderly sage capable of saving Hohat Island from peril. Perhaps even a celestial being of the nascent soul realm, that he had come with a desire to witness the grandeur of a senior, only to find someone his own age, who, in terms of appearance. Might even be a year or two younger than himself. In fact, Ning Yuan was at most 13 years old, and even the current Xinping was a year older. Ning Yuan, having trained in martial arts and swordsmanship for years, was taller than his peers, yet his youthful visage still betrayed his age. The most jarring aspect was his silver hair. Fan Air scratched his head as he approached the stone table, but did not take a seat. Instead, forcing a smile and saying, "Mr. Ning, I'm Fan Air. It's not just a nickname. I'm the second born in my family, hence the name my parents gave me." When it came to mentioning his own name, Fan Air's face flushed crimson. He felt it was rather peculiar to speak in such a manner to a juvenile youth. Ning Yuan's smile widened further as he remarked, "I know, and I am aware that you are the youngest among them. With an elder sister named Fan Junmao. Does Mr. Ning know my sister?" Fan Air exclaimed softly, astonished. Ning Yuan shook his head, gesturing once more for him to take a seat. "I do not know her, merely having heard of her unparalleled beauty." Guizhi, standing behind Ning Yuan, could not help but roll her eyes. It was evident to her that Mr. Ning was beginning to weave fanciful tales again. Although Fan Junmao was indeed beautiful, Ning Yuan, in his usual demeanor, would never openly comment on a woman's appearance. Fan Air ceased his fidgeting and sat across from Ning Yuan. Upon hearing this, a dimpled smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Mr. Ning, if we are only discussing looks, my sister is undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty in Lao Long City." Ning Yuan replied with a casual hum, and added, however, setting aside her appearance, "Your sister's temperament is rather aloof. Is it not?" Fan Air hurriedly produced a small pot of osmanthus wine from his waist and presented it to Ning Yuan. "How does Mr. Ning know all this? Surely, this is not your first visit to Lao Long City." Ning Yuan accepted the pot, which contained the finest osmanthus wine, the exquisite vessel alone worth 5 snowflake coins. After taking a sip, he shook his head and decided not to pursue the topic further. "Since Madame Gouet has not arrived, does this mean that I shall entrust you with the matter of purchasing the shop?" Fan Air suddenly thumped his chest twice, declaring, "Mr. Ning, Aunt Gouet personally instructed me that if I assist you in this transaction, I shall be allowed to accompany her on the next sea voyage." After saying this, the plump boy immediately drew forth a sheet of rice paper, spreading it flat on the table, which was densely filled with sketches of various buildings. Ning Yuan glanced at it and noted there were 3 streets in total. "Mr. Ning, all 3 streets belong to our Fan family. Shun Sui Street is the liveliest, frequented by the wealthiest merchants. That I recommend this one. Yugui Street is somewhat lesser, having been personally constructed by Aunt Gouet, but in recent years, businesses there have thrived and are booming." Ning Yuan shifted his gaze from the 2 bustling streets to the final, Muddy Street, and stated, "I prefer the quiet. Let us go with this Muddy Street." Fan Air's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Could it be that Mr. Ning was financially constrained, feeling intimidated by the bustling locations of Shun Sui and Yugui streets? Fearing he could not afford them, Fan Air quickly waved his hands and insisted, "Mr. Ning, it is merely a shop. I can still make the decision. Just say the word, and you need not spend a single snowflake coin." Fan Air then whispered, "Mr. Ning is now a guest elder of our Fan family, and Aunt Gouet has informed me that you are also a sword cultivator. Our Fan family has never had a sword cultivator before." Ning Yuan chose to disregard his comments and pointed to a corner of the Muddy Street, saying, "This one will do. It seems quite suitable." The once excited Fan family boy returned home with his head hung low. In his heart, he had begun to perceive Mr. Ning as an ancient immortal who had cultivated for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. If he were truly of the same age, how could their conversations be so mundane? Among the old immortals on the mountain, there were many who possessed the arts of retaining youth, or even regaining their childhood, and Mr. Ning likely belonged to that category, with a large bag of immortal coins in hand. Fan Air sighed deeply. He had previously boasted before Aunt Gouet, yet not only had he failed to secure a shop on Shun Sui or Yugui streets for Ning Yuan, but he had ended up selling the most desolate shop on the Muddy Street. Regardless of Fan Air's attempts to decline, Ning Yuan still handed him 200 Guyu coins. If that was insufficient, he instructed the Fan family to deduct it from his offerings in the Gouet, my courtyard. Guizhi soon brought dinner, which she claimed was prepared by a young girl herself. Knowing that Ning Yuan had become accustomed to seafood on Guihua Island, the girl had prepared mountain delicacies instead. Having served Ning Yuan for some time, Guizhi was aware of his preferences and ensured there was a dish of chili sauce at every meal. Guizhi, sit down and join me, Ning Yuan suddenly said. The young girl quickly replied, Sir, that is not appropriate. I know you have never regarded me as a servant, but this is the Fan family's custom, and it is a courtesy taught to me by Aunt Gui since childhood. I dare not overstep. Ning Yuan spoke again, emphasizing his command, sit down. Having never witnessed Ning Yuan's demeanor in this manner, the young girl became too intimidated to say another word, smoothing her skirt before taking a seat opposite him. Her hands nervously clutching the hem, her head lowered in silence. Ning Yuan took a sip of the osmanthus wine and remarked, I have a humble request and implore you to consider it. Miss Guizhi. Guizhi's heart raced violently. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and replied, Please speak, sir. Whatever it may be, I will comply. Miss Guizhi, do you still wish to remain as the osmanthus girl? If you find it tiresome, I would like to redeem your freedom. Chapter 68. The pastry shop. Guizhi looked up in confusion at Ning Yuan, then hurriedly lowered her head again, her embarrassment nearly causing her to crumple her skirt. So, Mr. Ning harbored some feelings for me. Guizhi's chest rose and fell rapidly, yet she summoned the courage to meet Ning Yuan's gaze and stated, I shall leave everything to your discretion, Mr. Ning. Ning Yuan observed her expression and sighed softly. Guizhi, unaware of the reason for his sigh, listened as he stated earnestly, during this intercontinental journey from Guihua Island, every time I have succumbed to drunkenness, upon awakening the next day, I find a garment upon my body. Without exception, Ning Yuan has not forgotten. Having known the young lady for some time, he could discern her desires, which likely revolved around the notion of stability. I wish to establish a pastry business. At this point, Ning Yuan stood up and performed a formal bow to her. It was neither the fist salute of a chivalrous hero, nor the Taoist bow of Gu Qing song, nor the Buddhist gesture of pressed palms. Ning Yuan, for the first time, performed a Confucian bow before the young girl. He believed that since Guizhi referred to him as sir, he should embody the demeanor of a gentleman, even if it was merely for show. This was indeed Ning Yuan's first attempt at such a bow, and it appeared somewhat awkward. Guizhi seemed lost in a daze, failing to return the gesture, simply sitting there in a stupor. Her eyes glazed over as she gazed at him. Ning Yuan returned to his seat and spoke softly. During my time on Guihua Island, every dawn, Miss Guizhi would bring me a box of pastries, which were truly delightful. I have also visited the kitchen on Guihua Island and learned that those pastries were made by your own hands, a testament to your skill and artistry. Might I ask if you would consider being the owner of this pastry shop? Ning Yuan smiled gently. I am utterly ignorant when it comes to such matters, which is why I have turned to you for assistance. The shop's affairs are entirely at your discretion, and profits will be shared equally. I shall bear any losses in full. As Ning Yuan spoke these mundane matters unrelated to cultivation, he refrained from mentioning anything else. He was not naive and could clearly perceive the young girl's feelings, as they were quite evident. Yet, some principles are better expressed in a certain order, as that venerable Confucian sage once said. Even in matters of romantic affection, there exists a sequence. Chen Qingdu first encountered Ning Yao. Thus he could only leave the indifference behind with Xiao. Though it may seem illogical, such matters often defy reason. Had his sister, Xiao Jiang, not ventured to Li Zhu Cave Heaven, and had she never appeared in Chen Qingdu's world, there would have been no subsequent journey to the Sword Qi Great Wall to deliver sword. In that case, how would Chen Qingdu have regarded the kind-hearted Xiao? Would the boy in straw sandals know that far away, at the Sword Qi Great Wall, there was a woman with brows like distant mountains? Who would be his one true love? That would be preposterous. Thus, even in the most irrational matters of love, there exists a certain order. Was the blue-clad girl from Nan Pasha Island well? Of course, she was splendid beyond compare. Yet, did that mean Guizhi was lacking in any way? Certainly not. That reasoning does not apply. However, from Ning Yuan's perspective, not only was Guizhi not inferior, but even when compared to Xiao, Zhang Yun was more commendable. It is not that Xiao was lacking, nor that Guizhi was inadequate. In terms of background, Xiao, being the supreme fire deity, could instill fear in countless souls. In terms of temperament, Guizhi was gentle as water, possessing decorum and charm, that if one were to compare the blue-clad girl of Nan Pasha Island with these two, from a common perspective, she would indeed fall short. Jiang Yin may not match Xiu's figure, for the title of Milk Xiu is not given lightly. Although Ning Yuan had never truly met her, it was certainly said so. Jiang Yun's temperament also paled in comparison to Gui Zhi's, as the first words she uttered upon meeting Ning Yuan were rather harsh, revealing much about her character. Yet this very girl seemed to have done nothing, and had nonetheless cast a massive stone into Ning Yuan's heart lake. There are many stunning individuals in this world. For instance, Madame Gui's beauty and figure, who among men would not be enchanted if she bore no hidden flaws. The girl from Nan Pasha Island might not be the most beautiful in the world, but she was undoubtedly the most beautiful in Ning Yuan's heart, without exception. The first time one encounters a woman who captivates them, even when faced with more beautiful ones later, that initial enchantment remains unmatched. Upon arriving in this world, Ning Yuan had indeed considered seeking out Ruan Xiu, which had become a lingering thought. Yet the ways of the world are ever-changing, and disappointments are all too common. Is it truly so unfortunate? That may not be the case. Every time Ning Yuan recalls that girl, who speaks incessantly, he cannot help but smile at the corners of his mouth, that he wonders if, upon their next meeting, Miss Jiang Yun will still be wearing that conical hat. Will she still utter that phrase? You wretched creature, lost in her thoughts. Gui Zhi suddenly notices Mr. Ning gazing into the high heavens, a gentle smile gracing his face. She has seen Mr. Ning wear such expressions on more than one occasion. Yet they have never been directed towards her. Mr. Ning treats others with a warmth akin to a gentle breeze. Where then does this tenderness truly reside? Perhaps it is in the flying sword he dispatched during the day. Regardless, Gui Zhi has already discerned the essence of the matter in her heart. She steadied her mind and, with an expression as calm as ever, said, Gui Zhi will heed your instructions, Mr. Ning. Ning Yuan released a sigh of relief. Having known each other for 2 months, he is well aware of the kindness Miss Gui Zhi has shown him, a kindness that surpasses the duties of a mere maid. Ning Yuan is uncertain about what he can offer her. She is a practitioner of the third realm. He could indeed bestow upon her some divine currency, yet he feels such an act would be inappropriate, as for gifting a magical artifact. Du Yin possesses quite a few items of remarkable quality. But what difference would that make from simply handing over money?